Well, a very good evening and a warm welcome to the Keep Moat Stadium in Doncaster. What a noise, and it's all coming from the end away to our left, where there are around 3,000 Newcastle United supporters, all on their feet to welcome the players in black and white stripes, black shorts and black socks onto the field. Led out by the skipper, Jamal Lascelles. Here are Doncaster now in red shirts with white hoops, red shorts and red and white hooped socks. The goalkeepers, Newcastle Langley in the pink Newcastle goalkeeping kit, and Doncaster's keeper wearing green. Kick-off was supposed to be at 7, but it was put back by 15 minutes to allow supporters into the ground. Doncaster have fans in all of the home areas. They are socially distanced. It is not sold out, but there were some queues at the turnstiles, so that's why the match has been slightly delayed. This is Matthew Raisbeck from BBC Radio Newcastle. Once again, we'll bring you every match live this season on the radio and here on NUFC TV. And alongside me tonight is the former Newcastle defender, John Anderson. Ando, great to see you, great to be back at a game, and an away game with supporters there as well. A great atmosphere.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Great that the supporters in. I think there's more black and whites in here than there is home fans, and making a hell of a racket away to our left-hand side. Steve Brucey's named a strong side as well. One or two missing, but there's a lot of experience in that side. You know, one or two young boys on the bench, but all in all, it's a strong team that he's put out there.
The Newcastle side shows a couple of changes from York on Sunday. Dan Langley continues to play in goal with Martin Dubravka injured, Carl Darlow having tested positive for COVID-19, and Freddie Woodman and Mark Gillespie both self-isolating as close contacts of Darlow. Then in front of Langley, it's three centre-halves, and Isaac Hayden is in the back line tonight. Jamal Lascelles in the middle, Paul Dummett at the left. Jacob Murphy and Jamal Lewis are the wing-backs. Sean Longstaff and Jeff Hendrick in the middle of the park. Ryan Fraser, Alan Sam-Maxima and Callum Wilson in attack for Newcastle, who kick us off. Fraser rolling the ball back to Hendrick, and they're going from left to right in this first half, defending the goal behind which are the away supporters. United's bench is Max Thompson, the young goalkeeper, Kieran Clark, Matty Longstaff, as Sean Longstaff breaks onto a ball forwards that Doncaster get clear, Dwight Gale, Federico Fernandez, and then some young players. Kel Watts, who started the game on Sunday, Tom Allen, Oisin McEntee, Irish under-21 international defender from the academy, Jack Young, a midfielder, and Matt Bondswell, a left-back. You may remember they signed from RB Leipzig earlier this year, 19 years of age, Bondswell. Go through the Doncaster team in a moment. Here in Newcastle, through Wilson down the right. Ball taken off him and scooped clear by the home team. Hendrick onto it in midfield, couldn't hold it. And Doncaster Rovers of League One with the ball in the centre circle, looking to play it forwards. Chipped up to the edge of Newcastle's box. Lascelles, big header away. Doncaster header in midfield. Out it goes to the far right side. And then back into central defence. Floodlights are on. It's perhaps not the nicest day comparatively here in South Yorkshire. Glorious weather on Tyneside, but it's been overcast and a bit of a breeze. It's actually quite chilly tonight, as Murphy wins it back for Lascelles on the Newcastle right, and the skipper's clearance goes down the line and out of play. Well, they put the kickoff back 15 minutes, and it wasn't quite 7:15 when we got underway. Dummett with a header, pushed forwards from halfway by Doncaster, who are now just outside Newcastle's box on the corner, right side. They've got 3, now 4 in the middle, waiting for a delivery. In it comes, header away by Lascelles, cheered by the Newcastle supporters. Little through ball by Doncaster down the right, and then the ball goes sailing over the top and into the travelling Toon Army. Now the team named by Doncaster and their manager Richie Wellens. Louis Jones is the goalkeeper, then a back 4 of Kyle Noyle, Rose Sean Williams and Tom Anderson, who has the captain's armband, and Tommy Rowe is wearing number 10 but plays at left back. Then in the team that we were given on the team sheet, there has been a change, and you can tell us about it in a second. We have 2 trialists in the Doncaster team. Trialist 1 is in central midfield alongside Matt Smith, who's on loan from Arsenal, and Ben Closer, summer signing from fellow League One side Portsmouth. Then up front, trialist number 2, Geordie Huula. There's a Geordie in the Doncaster team, and an 18-year-old centre-forward on loan from Watford, Tiago Chukor, who is from Turkey. So that is the Doncaster 11 that was given, but there's been a change, Ando.
Yeah, trialist, another trialist, number 3, playing in the middle of the park. He's come in, he's playing in there. So they've made a change before kick-off of Doncaster Rovers. I have to say, trialist, the number 3, he started quite well. He's been neat and tidy on it already in there.
Not sure which player he's replaced in the 11. You've missed no action while we've been going through the team. Newcastle with possession. Hendrick was fouled near the Magpies box, and free kick was given, and they have the ball in midfield. Nice bit of work inside from Dummett, stepping up out of defence. Sean Longstaff to Murphy, wide right, 20 yards out, swings it towards the box. Rowe got his leg in the way to divert it out for this throw. Murphy to take. Back to Hayden. And Hendrick wearing boots the colour of Doncaster's shirt, red. Lewis on the far side. Dummett down the line, looking for Wilson, holds it up and then tried to slip one into the path of Jamal Lewis, and there was a foul spotted by the referee.
Yeah, he was strong, Wilson. Held the big defender off, backed into him, defender just grappling at him.
So they've been given a free kick, and it's about 10 yards outside the box. It's wide on the left. Steve Bruce in the technical area with a grey jumper and black tracksuit bottoms, joined by Steve Agnew, one of his coaches. 2-man Doncaster wall on the corner of the area. Everyone else just about in a line on the edge of the box. Nobody pushed up in attack for the home team. They're all defending. Goalkeeper's on the 6-yard line at the moment. Fraser, right arm in the air, right-footed delivery, looking for Lascelles at the back post. Wilson gets his head to it. Free kick given for a foul by Lascelles as he got up to win the initial header.
Yeah, I thought he climbed well at the back post, Lascelles. Looks like he's taken a knock up around the right eye as well. Referee obviously seeing something, given the free kick. No goals, and we've had 6 minutes at the Keepmoat Stadium. Bit of play in midfield by Doncaster, and out it comes to Geordie Huula, but he can't control the ball, and it goes for a Newcastle throw.
This is a spectator announcement from Aidan Dixon.
Thrown in towards Hendrick. Ball was bouncing, difficult one to control. He's then being tackled, and Doncaster thought that was a fair challenge.
Yeah, he's so lucky. He's so lucky. I know he slid in from behind, but he's won the ball as clean as you want. It's one of those silly rules. It's lucky, Hendrick.
Some of the Doncaster staff complain to the 4th official as Newcastle get Wilson in over the top, on his chest in the box, shot on the turn, blocked by a defender, and then pushed away by another Doncaster Rovers player. Hayden to Saint-Maximin. Great first touch to hook it away and around his man. Ball inside, cut out by Doncaster, who knock it up towards the centre forward Chukor. Saint-Maximin with it for Newcastle and turning near the edge of the box. Fraser, Lewis on the outside, takes a touch into the area. Jamal Lewis went for goal, gets a corner. And some treatment to be given possibly to Thiago Chukor. He was just on the receiving end of...
Yeah, Lascelles just came right over the top of him. Nothing wrong with the challenge, good challenge. Big and strong.
Corner to the right on the Newcastle left. Not yet to be taken. Fraser behind the ball. The away section they've taken, well, pretty much that entire stand. It stretches around the corner as well. You can understand the appetite for an away day because it's been so long since Southampton on the 7th of March last year. Chukor is helped to his feet. He's actually not had a lot of football in pre-season terms because he's been in isolation for about a month. He played for Doncaster the other night when they faced Wakefield, but he travelled from Turkey to the Netherlands and then to London and then tested positive for coronavirus. Here's the corner, headed away. Forwards by Newcastle. Picked up by Doncaster in the right full-back position. They passed their way out along the floor. Now back into their own penalty box, but not under any great stress. Here's Rowe to bend close on halfway, wearing number 8. Nice shape on that ball. Across to the far side, back it comes towards halfway. Infield from Doncaster and down the right. Dummett across. Ball causing a little bit of trouble. He's got it clear, and then Fraser has got himself a Newcastle a free kick for a foul from behind.
Just barged him in the back. Dummett did well, actually. He looked like he was under a lot of pressure. He's played the ball down the line. Foul on Fraser.
And Fraser on it again. Back to Paul Dummett. He was brought on, Dummett, for the final 20 minutes at York on Sunday. Hendrick on his chest, and then a turn on halfway. That's a good ball. Across to Jacob Murphy. He played a full match the other day. Saint-Maximin very deep. He's in between defence and midfield, picking that one up. Down the diagonal towards Murphy. Rowe has it, given away by the keeper, and then Murphy's gone to bend it into goal off the outside of his right boot.
Ooh, what was the goalkeeper thinking?
It's gone behind. But Doncaster almost giving Newcastle a perfect opportunity to score. Ball played back to the keeper, who lost it, and Murphy went for goal quickly.
Yeah, Jones is a lucky fella. He went to control, it came off his toe, came straight out of the penalty area.
On to Fraser, headed back to Jamal Lewis. Good run by Lewis to Fraser, just outside the box. Low shot into the corner. Newcastle United lead, and it's Ryan Fraser. Right-footed effort from 20 yards into the bottom right corner of the goal via a touch from the goalkeeper's glove. But a good start for Steve Bruce's side. 12 minutes gone. Doncaster Rovers 0, Newcastle United 1.
Good goal, good strike. Straight across the goalkeeper into his bottom left-hand corner. Lewis does great. He picks it up, nice and direct, gets at people, commits a defender, rolls it inside. Fraser has one touch, gets it out of his feet nice and early, and whips it past the goalkeeper. Good goal.
A smoke bomb has gone off in the middle of the away end, and that goal greeted with real passion, almost like a goal in a competitive match. They enjoyed that one, and Ryan Fraser as Newcastle's first of this pre-season. And Doncaster play it back to Sean Williams. He actually faced a Newcastle side last year. Williams, he was at Shrewsbury when they met the Magpies under-21s in the EFL Trophy. Wilson with a challenge. And then just a bit too much on the Doncaster trialist, number 3, in midfield. Nice bit of play up to trialist number 2. Rowe, left corner of the box, low ball in, a stooping Lascelles heads it away. Rowe's got it again. Nicely played out to the left once more to Ben Close, but Isaac Hayden, competitive, throwing himself towards the ball and sticking it out for a throw. High up on the Doncaster Rovers left side. 1-0 Newcastle, 13 on the clock. Steve Bruce, he's well down the touchline there. He's completely out of the technical area, giving some defensive instructions. And now speaking to the forward players as Doncaster play it back to halfway. Saint-Maximin and Wilson have stayed right up. And it's with the home team on the right, just by the centre circle. Lifted towards the edge of the box, brought down by Lascelles. Played out to the right, and Murphy dinked forwards. Wilson on his chest, Anderson at his back. Free kick, foul by the Doncaster Rovers captain Tom Anderson.
Just got too tight.
It's big lad Anderson, 6'4", but quite wiry. Not the broadest. Quickly taken free kick, cut out by Sean Williams. And into the middle third of the pitch now, Doncaster. Bang on halfway, right side. 1-0 to Newcastle. And Fraser, the goal scorer, has run it back. Here's Alan Saint-Maximin wide on the left, into the box. On his right, still Saint-Maximin. It's bobbled up and got away from him. Jeff Hendrick takes it over. Fraser still in the box, left side, back to Hendrick. And as far as Dummett now, Doncaster with plenty of bodies back. Newcastle wide left, 30 yards out, Jamal Lewis. Into the ponytail, Jeff Hendrick again. Lewis down the line to Dummett and Fraser. And Lewis inside towards Hendrick, given away. And Doncaster break over halfway. They've got a man free to the left. It's Jordi Huwula. Hayden holds him up. He gives it back to Rowe. Ben Close across midfield to Matt Smith. Smith, the blonde-haired Arsenal loanee. Yet to play for Arsenal, but has an FA Cup winners medal, having been on the bench in the cup final the season before last. Still with Doncaster in midfield, but now heading back towards their own goal. Anderson to Jones, the keeper. Wilson goes to close him down. And out of play on the Newcastle right near halfway. A couple of players to mention who are not here. Joe Linton picked up a thigh injury at York. He has been training, but not deemed fit enough to play. And we also gather that both Matt Ritchie and Javier Manquillo have picked up knocks. Yoshinori Muto not in the squad tonight. Also, we're told that he is unwell, but it's not related to coronavirus. And Martin Dubravka and John Joe Shelby, I'm sure you already know, are both injured. 17th minute, 1-0 Newcastle through Ryan Fraser's goal here on NUFC TV. Hayden with it just to the right of the box. High ball over towards Saint-Maximin in the Doncaster half. Anderson to Smith in the centre circle. Hendrick slides in to win it back. May have been a foul. Referee lets play go on, and a man's brought down. Is he in the box? He hit the deck. Doncaster appeal. The referee waves play on. What did you think of that, John Anderson?
I think VAR would have had a look at it.
There is no VAR tonight, just in case you were wondering.
No, but I think VAR would have had a look at it. If it had been a Premier League game, they most definitely would have had a look at it.
It was a through
He
ball
was
and then
off, wasn't he? Yeah.
a run across the defender, and then I think, was it Dummett the other side? Lascelles was in there too. Could have been. Definitely one to file under the category of I've seen them given.
Yeah.
But not given. And 1-0 Newcastle as Steve Agnew joins Steve Bruce in front of the seats on Newcastle's bench, and Jacob Murphy wins a throw near halfway on this near right side. Back to Jeff Hendrick, looking for another black and white shirt. Murphy though gets away from his man instead. Fraser to the left, Saint-Maximin down the right. Murphy gives it and goes, wants it back, and then from the goal line cuts it back into the middle. Wilson with a header, and it's gone behind for a corner. I'm not sure whether Wilson got a clean contact on it. Maybe the defender instead headed it behind, but it's Newcastle's ball on this right side. Murphy linking up with Saint-Maximin, and corner kick.
Yeah, angle was always tight. Always going to be difficult for him to score from that angle. Good play down that right side. Murphy got on his bike again, just hung it up.
Ryan Fraser, the goal scorer, to take. Newcastle's number 21. It's an outswinger. It's high towards Dummett, headed away to the middle of Newcastle's half. Murphy's got Lewis behind him, and after looking to play a forward ball, he turns and goes back to Jamal Lewis, who plays it to the feet of Dan Langley. Straight back to Lewis, and now Hendrick, furthest player back actually, picks it up, heads towards halfway, gives it to Dummett and gets it back again. 19 minutes gone. This is Doncaster's fourth friendly. They played non-league Rossington and won. They lost to Bradford on Saturday and then had a 2-0 win at Wakefield on Tuesday. So they're well into their summer campaign as Wilson down the right chases a ball, looks for Longstaff. Anderson wins it back and Williams clips it towards halfway. Taken down by Smith, won back by Newcastle. Dummett forwards along the floor to Lewis. It's come for Saint-Maximin. Middle of Doncaster's half, now heading towards goal, gets away from a couple. Good feet, pushed to the floor, but managed to keep the ball and present it to Lewis. Down the line for Fraser, his cross, Longstaff took it off Wilson. Murphy back across goal. And then they're able, well, they were almost able to clear Doncaster. In the end, they played it across their own box from right to left, and now come forwards down this near side. I think Murphy Ando was going for goal, but volley came off the wrong part of his foot.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest strike. Difficult one to hit, to be fair to the boy.
Hendrick dispossessed. And the home team with it on halfway. It's their fourth year in League One. Last season and they finished 14th. They were as high as 3rd in February, well in the playoff picture, but won only 2 of their last 16. Is Longstaff for Newcastle, up to Saint-Maximin, back to Hendrick, couldn't hold it, and now Newcastle are defending and players chasing back, facing their own goal. Chukor out to the wide right position, and he's committed a foul on Paul Dummett, given by the assistant referee.
Yeah, he looks a bit off the pace, the young boy. No, he's been isolating, he hasn't had a lot of football, but looks like he's going to benefit from this run out, because he definitely looks off the pace.
Jamal Lascelles, it's a ball for Wilson to chase. It's going to beat him and go out in the left-back position. Doncaster's half. Rowe with the throw. And worked across to the far side. Coming up to halfway. Steve Bruce mentioned in training gear, Richie Wellens, his opposite number, smart casual. He's got a white shirt on, sleeves rolled up, chinos and light-coloured trainers. It's a cross from the left from Doncaster, from Jordi Hawula, looking to whip it in towards goal, but it didn't bend back in, and
no, it was a poor ball.
Goal kick for Newcastle.
Yeah, just overhit, gave nobody no chance.
Bringing it out from the back, Lascelles. For Dummett. Back to the skipper. Good to see him make a return to action at York after being injured for most of the final part of last season. Fraser. It's a difficult ball for Murphy. And Rose won it in the air near halfway. Hawula back to Tommy Rowe, a name you might recognise in the Doncaster team. Rowe, he's 32, more than 500 appearances in his career in the Football League, and it's his second spell at Doncaster. He rejoined them last month. Saint-Maximin for Newcastle, down the left, a step over and then some speed into the box. Lewis, Longstaff, 2-0. Sean Longstaff stabs in from 7 yards out. Alan Saint-Maximin did the work, broke into the box with a bit of pace and a bit of skill, and then the ball found its way to the stretching Sean Longstaff just behind Callum Wilson, and he guides it in from close range, right-footed, low along the ground. 24 minutes, Doncaster Rovers 0, Newcastle United 2.
A good break down the left this time on this occasion. Saint-Maximin does well, little pull back. He's on the stretch, Sean Longstaff, but gets a right foot on it and tucks it past the keeper in the corner. Been a decent start. You know, people talk about pre-season games. If you get beaten, it's all about walkouts. If you win, well, it's good for confidence and what. But attitude's been good energy about them. I know Doncaster have got, I think it's 3 trialists they've got in the side, but you can only beat what's in front of you. I mean, at the weekend they played against York and couldn't see them off, so this is a good walkout.
Doncaster 3 divisions above York. As Ando mentioned, they've got some trialists in the team. They've actually got 8 in their squad in total today. They have actually had some problems with coronavirus. Newcastle have the ball in their half and go back to Langley through Hendrick. More than a dozen senior players were due back in training yesterday, having spent 10 days in isolation. 1 player at Doncaster tested positive, and the others were close contacts. They actually had to postpone a friendly with Spennymoor earlier this month because of insufficient numbers. But their squad padded out with trialists. 2-0 to United, 25 minutes gone. Louis Jones, the home team goalkeeper, with a long ball forwards out to the far right side. It's gone for a Newcastle throw. What have you made of the game so far, Ando?
I think it's been decent. I think our energy levels have been good, work rate's good, squeezing the game. You know, you're 2-0 up. Wanted to bounce back from disappointing result against York. You know, it doesn't matter what sort of team you put out, not be disrespectful to York. Premier League side should be beating them. I think they went into this game tonight with that in mind. So, but I think they've gone about it well.
Doncaster attack down the right, snuffed out. Fraser to Lascelles and Dummett from the dead ball line. Plays it forwards. Fraser to Saint-Maximin, starts to turn and run. Great speed, great turn. And then looking for Wilson. Well defended by Rowe for Doncaster. Got down low to head it away. Had he got that wrong, Newcastle were in. Lascelles has stepped up to win it. Newcastle. Longstaff trying to play it forwards. Doncaster into the box now. Dummett with a header clear. In midfield, it's the trialist wearing number 3. Rowe on the left, cross blocked by Murphy outside the box. Wilson takes a couple of touches and then gets cleaned out. Free kick has been awarded to Newcastle, who lead 2-0 here at Doncaster on NUFC TV. Fraser to Saint-Maximin. Lewis on the outside. He's in the middle of the Doncaster half, through towards Wilson. Just got away from him and rolls into the grateful hands of Jones. Ball not quite in line with Wilson's run, but now Kyle Noyle playing it right back for Doncaster, loses the ball, miscontrols. Lewis to Dummett, who lets it run, and then inside to Langley. Almost got a clean sheet on Sunday on his first senior appearance. Made a great save in the first half against York. Not been called into action yet, but that could change because Doncaster have it wide right. They go back with the ball on that far side. It's a good turn there by Smith. And a great ball with the outside of the right boot to bring in Rowe in the box on the left. High cross. Dummett with the header. Brought under control by the trialist. And then Langley gets down to make a save, but the ball comes away. And Rowe is there to put the rebound into the back of the net. I think the initial shot that Langley saved must have had a deflection on it. Looked like it deceived the keeper. He got down to push it away from goal, but only out to the left side where Rowe was coming in. And he just slid it in with his left foot, low into the back of the net. And after half an hour, Doncaster get back in the game. Doncaster Rovers 1, Newcastle United 2.
Well, I mean, it's the boy in the middle of the park, the trialist, number 3, who's played well. He's been neat and tidy in there. He's gone on and he passed it quite well. He's hit the shot. It's not the cleanest shot in the world. I think it's taken a deflection. I think it's deceived Langley. It's a decent save. He's pushed it away, but Rowe follows it up. Murphy goes asleep. He doesn't track him. He doesn't follow him in there.
Here in Newcastle looking for a third. It's Murphy, having been played in by Saint-Maximin after some decent stuff in midfield by the Frenchman. Wilson's got it now on the right, goes shoulder to shoulder with Hiwula, and the assistant referee gives a decision by flagging. Look, shoulder to shoulder. Not happy about it, Newcastle. The referee goes with his linesman. Free kick.
I thought it was shoulder to shoulder. It was the first shot on target, Doncaster Rovers. Goalkeeper young Langley, a little bit unlucky.
Makes the save, pushes it out away from goal.
Got to track him in there though. I mean, you know, Murphy's not a natural defender. It's not a natural instinctive thing for him to do.
Ball broke for Sean Longstaff. He crossed the halfway line, but then there were 3 on him, and the ball has been pinched back by Doncaster. Close to Smith now, Matt Smith running away from Longstaff. Left-footed ball in, Lascelles with a volley clear. There's Wilson battling with Rowe. Newcastle throw. Sent a few of the subs out for warm-up. Fernandez, Gale and Clark. Clark, who didn't get on, he was the only outfield player in the squad not to get some action at York on Sunday. Up to Wilson, nice turn, then a flick away. Saint-Maximin in the middle. Fraser there as well. Lewis on the far side, given to Saint-Maximin. Return ball for Wilson. Anderson's got it covered. Cleared up to Hiwula. Heads it inside, Hendrick on his chest. Newcastle
don't turn back, keep going forward.
coming forwards with it, but Hendrick went back instead to Isaac Hayden there. And Hendrick back to Lascelles this time. That's forwards to Sean Longstaff, right of centre. 2-1 Newcastle, 33rd minute.
Good ball.
To the feet of Lewis from Longstaff. Back to Dummett, and Longstaff again has a look. Pings it out to Murphy. Another accurate pass. He's got Saint-Maximin down the line. And Hayden from centre-half as well. He has a touch and gives it to Alan Saint-Maximin. Threatening to take on his man. Fired back towards Fraser, who's been challenged. Newcastle are without the ball. And Hayden getting all the way back from that advanced position. Not sure if it's the new kit, Ando, but Hayden looks a lot bigger than he did last season.
There's one or two of them look a lot bigger.
Muscular.
Lascelles looks like he's really bulked up.
Doncaster ball. It's that trialist again. Murphy to Hayden and back again. Newcastle have it in the corner. Swung forwards by Jacob Murphy, cut out by Tom Anderson. Matt Smith rolls the ball along the floor out to the right. Chukor given away, and now Fraser over the top for Saint-Maximin to chase. The keeper's out of his box, gets there, stabs it away, and then back. It's played by Kyle Noyle to Roshawn Williams at the back. His first half's flown over.
Yeah, it's been quite enjoyable. It's been decent.
10 minutes to the break. And a reminder, we were delayed by, I think it was about 12 minutes in the end. Kickoff was put back just to allow the fans more time to get into the ground. Hendrick, nice feet. And he was impeded there in his own half. A free kick given to Newcastle, who will be back in the area on Tuesday. Rotherham away at 7. The next match, and then next Friday, Burton Albion. That one's a 7:45 kickoff. Murphy, middle of his own half, looking for the feet of Wilson, who came short to get it, but Doncaster cut it out. Here's Chukor, takes it on the turn and spreads it wide to the right to one of the trialists who goes for goal. Langley gathers at the second attempt. It was Central, who's high, but the keeper always behind it.
Yeah, comfortable save. A save you'd expect the keeper to make. He's cut inside on his left foot. Hit it well enough, but comfortable save for Langley. Just patted it down and grabbed it at the second attempt.
Lascelles to Saint-Maximin. Fantastic touch and take. And now he's got 2 on him. Still has the ball. Wins a throw. Tried the little drag back and then the flick. Pulled it back with his studs and went to flick it through the legs of a defender. It went out of the shin of the defender. Sean Longstaff throws it to Isaac Hayden. Murphy had gone on beyond down the right.
Can you tell me why they all cut the back of their socks now?
No, I don't know. There's obviously a good reason.
Bet you the kit man's well pleased. Why put holes in the back of your socks?
I'm trying to think. I mean, they have to have their socks pulled up during the match, so is it easier maybe to take a shin pad off if you need to? I'm not sure. Wilson in over the top, brought down, tries to go around the keeper, but Louis Jones stood up.
Big chance.
And made the block.
First touch was great. Little ball over the top. Keeper thought he was done. He just stood his ground, the keeper.
2-1 to Newcastle. Fraser and Sean Longstaff. Rowe got the goal back for the home team, who have a free kick now. and it was Murphy's block, Murphy's foul on Tommy Rowe, who knocked it through his legs, and he just wasn't going to let him pass. It's on the left, 25 yards, maybe getting on towards 30 from goal, 5 yards in from the sideline. Saint-Maximin is behind the line of vanishing spray. Everybody else in defensive mode just inside the box, the Newcastle line. Langley, centre of the goal, middle of the 6-yard box, right-footed from close, round the back, headed up by Dummett. Anderson going for it, then an overhead kick attempted by Doncaster. Half a clearance from Newcastle. Hendrick then wins it, gets fouled as he tried to come away. They want to take it quickly, United, but they can't. There's actually a player down in red and white, so the referee has stopped the game. 38 minutes have been played. Murphy comes over for a drink.
He's moving, the boy on the ground. He's got his legs in the air.
Yeah, not quite sure who it is lying on his back.
Is it Tommy Rowe, is it?
It could be. We can't see the number. The numbers on the Doncaster strip are not the clearest. It's a predominantly red shirt, I mentioned, with those white hoops, but it's almost like pinstripe, isn't it? Horizontal. Yeah. And it's black
numbers.
And it's not the easiest to see from a distance. The player is okay. It is Rowe. Some of Newcastle's other players alongside Murphy have come across to the side of the pitch. Murphy and Hayden talking to Steve Bruce. Just a reminder that they've got Langley in goal. Hayden, Lascelles and Dummett are the 3 central defenders. Murphy and Lewis in the wing-back roles, right and left. Sean Longstaff and Hendrick in the middle. And Fraser with Saint-Maximin and Wilson in attack. Match will restart with the ball at the feet of Jamal Lascelles. And Newcastle's bench, by the way, Max Thompson, the young keeper, Clark, Matty Longstaff, Gale, Fernandez, and then the 5 youngsters, Watts, Allen, McEntee, Young and Bondswell. We've got 5 minutes to half time and they lead 2-1. Lascelles carrying it up to the middle of the half, to the feet of Saint-Maximin. First time to Hendrick, out to the right to Longstaff, and now down the line for Murphy. Wilson ahead of him at the edge of the box, back to Longstaff, inside to Hendrick. Plays it square to Hayden, who joins in now. 30 yards out, maybe 35, Newcastle. Playing it along the floor, Dummett back to Hendrick. Forwards to Longstaff, takes a touch. Ball with his right, out to Hayden. Saint-Maximin drags it back, coming in from the right wing. Inside to the feet of Hendrick in midfield. Longstaff back to Dummett on the centre spot. Lewis has a touch. Comes in off the left flank, then turns to go back out wide. Given to Dummett. 1-2 with Hendrick, then back again to Hendrick, under pressure from Smith. It's Longstaff to Hendrick. Newcastle keeping it, moving it quite well. Making Doncaster work. Saint-Maximin and Murphy. Couldn't keep it in. It was up around knee height. And it went out off Newcastle's number 23, Jacob Murphy. Ball down the line by Noyle from Doncaster, the former West Ham player. They signed him from Cambridge last month. It's gone out, so United throw. 3 minutes to the break here on NUFC TV. Langley has a touch, passes it with his left to Hayden, then gets it back again. Right-footed ball up to Wilson on halfway. Anderson, the defenders, flicked it back. And Doncaster with plenty of room and time in defence. Sean Williams, middle of his half, forward to Noyle. Ball played inside. Hendrick with a block. Couldn't keep it in. Looped up off him and out on the far side. Doncaster take the throw and then back down the right to Williams into midfield, and then Anderson left of centre at the back. Uwula close, and now for Chukor, holding off Longstaff, the centre forward. Back to Close, clipped up to the edge of the box. Newcastle through Lascelles deal with it and then have to try to clear a second time, and the skipper plays it against a red and white opponent. And goal kick for Langley. They'll be shooting towards the away fans in the second half, and I'm sure the travelling Toon Army will enjoy that. And a 2-1 lead given to them by Fraser and Sean Longstaff. Rowe pulled one back. There's Murphy to Longstaff and back again. That's good work under pressure. Murphy to halfway, inside to Saint-Maximin. Lewis free to the left. Saint-Maximin moving at speed and playing in Jamal Lewis, left corner of the box. 3 in there, back to Saint-Maximin, just outside the area. Takes it on, goes for goal, and it's deflected behind for a corner on this right side.
Yeah, you could see what he was always going to do. A lot of red shirts in front of him. He shifted it, but he got people in the way of it. Got the block, corner kick on this near side. But yet again, moved the ball quickly. Moved it with pace.
Ryan Fraser to deliver. Doncaster with everyone back. An outswinger headed away at the near post area. Murphy back out wide to Fraser, takes a touch.
Oh, what a ball.
Good ball towards the back of the box, and it's chested behind. Chested by Noyle for a corner on the Newcastle left.
Oh, it was a great ball. A lot of pace and whip on it.
So a minimum of a minute added to this first half, with Newcastle finishing with a corner kick. Fraser to get the ball himself. Puts it down. Longstaff, Hendrick and Lewis around the D. Plenty in the middle. It's clipped towards the 6-yard box. Back out away to the Newcastle left, where Fraser has it under control again. Lewis on the touchline. Murphy to Longstaff, and he's forced in the end to play it back to Langley. The goalkeeper doesn't take a risk, plays a short ball to Jamal Lewis, and there is the half-time whistle here at the Keepmoat Stadium. Newcastle United in the lead at the break. It's been a decent first half, quite an enjoyable game to watch. A strong team named by Steve Bruce. A few players missing through injuries, few youngsters on the bench, but a strong look about the 11. And Ryan Fraser gave them the lead on 12 minutes with a low shot into the bottom right corner from just outside the box. Then Sean Longstaff sliding in the box to convert across, made it 2 on 24. Tommy Rowe pulled one back for Doncaster on the half-hour mark. John Anderson, what's your verdict?
I quite enjoyed it. It's been a decent game. I thought we've gone about it the right way. Energy levels have been good. Trying to do the right things, moving the ball with pace. I know Doncaster have got trialists in there, but I think we showed them plenty of respect. We got ourselves 2-0 up. Goalkeeper young Dan Langley's a little bit unfortunate with the goal Doncaster got. It's taken a deflection, the shot, and he's pushed it away. He's done well. We didn't follow Tommy Rowe in. You need to track back. We just let him run off us and he put it into an empty net. But all in all, it's been a decent 45 minutes.
Well, we look forward to the second 45. It's coming up in about quarter of an hour here on NUFC TV. Thanks for joining us this evening. We'll see you for the second half at the break. Doncaster Rovers 1, Newcastle United 2. And welcome back to the Keepmoat Stadium. Doncaster Rovers players have emerged from the tunnel. Just to our left, we sit in the middle of the main stand. It's the same side of the ground where the TV cameras are, so if you were watching a game here on television, your view would be the same just about as ours. It's 2-1 to Newcastle at the break. Still waiting on the Magpies for the second half, and we'll let you know if there have been any changes. Subs from both sides have been warming up during the interval. First things first, though, John Anderson, you were talking in the first half about the socks of the players and why do they all cut them at the back? Is it a fashion trend? Is there a more scientific reason? A couple of people have been in touch. Thank you to Stephen Jones and Mateus on Twitter. Stephen says the reason they cut their socks is they wear an anti-slip sock for more grip and comfort. And Mateus says they cut holes in the socks to release tension in their calf muscles, stops any pain or cramp if the socks are too tight.
Really? You'd think with modern technology socks wouldn't be that tight, wouldn't you?
So thank you for providing us with that explanation. It is well, just one of the things that you notice about the modern game. Here they come, black and white stripes, black shorts and blue socks, bit of light blue trim around the kit as well, bit of a throwback. That was present on a few kits, wasn't it, when I think when you were playing, maybe early 90s, there was a bit of light blue, wasn't there, on some of the home shirts. Doncaster red shirts with white thin hoops, red shorts, white hoops on the red socks as well. The goalkeepers, Langley for Newcastle in pink, and in green, Jones for Doncaster. No changes for United at the break. As far as we can see, none have been displayed on the numbers board. So Dan Langley in goal, back three central defenders, Isaac Hayden, Jamal Lascelles and Paul Dummett. Jacob Murphy right wing back, Jamal Lewis left wing back, Jeff Hendrick and Sean Longstaff in the middle, Ryan Fraser, Alan San-Maxima and Callum Wilson are the attacking players. Doncaster also going with the same 11 for this second half. Louis Jones the keeper, back four right to left, Kyle Noyle, Rowe, Sean Williams, Tom Anderson the skipper and Tommy Rowe who scored their goal. Then they have a trialist in central midfield with Matt Smith and Ben Close. Another trialist on the right, Thiago Chukor in the centre, the striker on loan from Watford, and Jordi Huwula, signed from Portsmouth, also of League One earlier this month. He's got a good goal-scoring record in the third tier. And an attack from Doncaster Rovers at the start of the second half. After 40 seconds or so, gives them a corner on the right side. Listening to NUFC TV, 2-1 Newcastle.
Keeper.
Ball clipped into the box, Langley comes, Lascelles headed it away in front of him. San-Maxima challenged with Noyle at the edge of the box, shot driven in and swung out of play off the, possibly the shin, maybe the outside of the left boot by Callum Wilson. Throw for Richie Wellens' side, they remain on the attack. Wellens took over in May, he played for the club in a long career, also won League Two with Swindon season before last, and won the EFL trophy with Salford last season, but it was the competition from 2019-20 delayed. So he's had some success in his managerial career. And he watches as his side play it back to halfway. Newcastle, everyone is behind the ball, trying to get Noyle in over the top, and they've found him. Great first touch to bring it down, but ran out of room after meeting the ball on the half volley and took it in towards goal. Just too much pace on it. Newcastle goal kick.
Yeah, it was a good ball, good touch. Lewis did well, he recovered well, got his body between ball and man.
Newcastle going from right to left in the second half. 48th minute. Jacob Murphy. It's just ahead of Longstaff. Maybe a breakdown in communication there. And out of play it goes. Newcastle have on the bench Max Thompson, the keeper, Kieran Clark, Matty Longstaff, Dwight Gale, Federico Fernandez, Kel Watts, Tom Allen, Oisin McEntee, Jack Young and Matt Bondswell. It's good play down the left side by Rowe for Doncaster. Into central midfield it comes out of Smith. Newcastle throw. Already substitutions being sorted out by Doncaster Rovers. Sean Longstaff has the ball at his feet, back to Langley. To Dummett. It's all on the floor for Newcastle in their defensive third. Then Lewis away down the left, turn into a good ball for Wilson, looking to slip it back inside for Fraser. Cut out, stopped on the way through. And here's the Doncaster trialist. Foot on the ball and then played back. He's wearing number 3. He's actually down as trialist 4. No idea who he is, but he's a neat and tidy player. Looks good.
Yeah, he was one of Doncaster's better players in that first half. It was his shot that led to the goal as well.
He's got short, light-coloured hair.
He plays like he's been around a bit as well, mine.
Not the biggest, maybe about 5'6",
yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Heading on the ball again. We'll try to find out who it is. Into the box from deep from Doncaster. Lewis covering, heads clear. Newcastle lead by 2-1 here on NUFC TV. Murphy stepped in to try to win it. Rowe gets away. Ball coming in. Dummett's header clear. Brought down by the trialist. Cries of shoot. Firm challenge by Newcastle. Hayden it was who pushed it clear into midfield from the edge of the box. Cross from deep. Dummett header under pressure. It's going to be kept in by Noyle. First time ball into the middle. Lascelles with a header. Fraser on his chest. Back for Dummett in the area. And cleared by Paul Dummett up to Wilson on halfway. Good first touch. Then through the legs of his defender, who recovered. Roshan Williams to stick it out for a throw. Back it goes to Dummett in, well, I guess most of the modern era. When you talked about Doncaster Rovers, you probably mentioned James Coppinger, who was once of Newcastle in the reserve side and made one senior appearance for the Magpies in 2000. He retired in the summer after a 17-year spell playing for Doncaster.
Substitution for the Rovers player coming. I'll show your appreciation for number.
Now they're making a change. Thiago Chuko, the centre forward, has been given 50 minutes. Looks absolutely shattered.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he looks like he needed the game, to be fair.
3 separate isolation periods.
Yeah, he's a big boy, isn't he?
Did nothing.
Needs
for
a
about
bit
a
of
month.
work. Yeah.
And also had the virus as well, so had to recover. He's off, and they've made a change, bringing on Omar Bogle, number 7. He's had a few clubs in the Football League in recent years, including Cardiff, Wigan, joined from Charlton in January. Here's Doncaster free kick put into the box. Newcastle head it clear, and now Saint-Maximin on the right. Only 2 defenders ahead of him, and 4 black and white shirts there, lifted over the top for Fraser. Into the box on the left, Ryan Fraser to Callum Wilson at the back post. Brought down by Wilson. Shot is blocked and then pushed behind for a corner.
Didn't make the most of it. Wasn't the greatest defending by Doncaster. Pushed everybody forward. Break was on. Should have done better.
Fraser to take the set piece. Again, 3 around the D for Newcastle. Out swinger. Lascelles attacked the ball. It's headed back out wide right to Fraser. Step over into the box. Back towards Longstaff. It's actually away from him. Hendrick was covering to keep Newcastle in possession. Hayden down the line. Hendrick gets there first in the corner. Coming back with it, Longstaff comes in off the right to Fraser, clipped out wide for Isaac Hayden. First time ball cut back. Defender's taken a touch and it wasn't what he intended. It went backwards. Newcastle still have it on the edge of the box. Here's Lascelles with a drag back and try to get away. Doncaster win it. Newcastle hold them up in midfield. Referee gives a free kick to the League One team. Player down for Newcastle.
Isaac Hayden.
He received treatment at York as well, but he was okay. He's on his back though, and the referee is standing over Hayden. There's a Doncaster player there as well, just making sure he's okay. It's Bogle, the substitute. Looks in a bit of pain, Hayden. Great noise from the away end. Under the lights tonight. Jamal Lewis comes over for a water bottle. Dwight Gale among those warming up. Steve Bruce having a chat with Jamal Lewis. Now Hayden's still down. Doncaster 1, Newcastle 2. 55 minutes played. It's their 4th visit to this stadium. The Keep Moat, which opened in 2007, holds just over 15,000. Not that many in tonight. Most of the empty seats are on the far side. The stand running the length of the pitch on the Newcastle right side. There's some supporters in the middle section, but the corner, particularly to the left, nearer the away end, is virtually empty. There are a few gaps to our right behind the goal where there are home fans, but a packed away end and plenty housed in this main stand as well. Match has restarted from that Doncaster free kick in midfield. Murphy intercepts on the far side, comes in with the ball at his feet, tries to slide one through for Wilson, who couldn't get there. And here's Bogle, and into the box Doncaster goes, stopped by Lascelles, who's been caught as he swung the ball clear. Murphy away now for Longstaff. It's very tight on that far side. And they link up a couple of times. Longstaff to Saint-Maximin, that's nice, and then a flick for Hendrick. Wilson just ahead of him, straight offside. Ball goes to Fraser on the left, and his ball through now for Callum Wilson! That's a really good Newcastle breakaway goal, and they extend their lead. Wilson slotting home after being played in by Fraser. Hendrick involved in the attack, which started on the right, deep in their own half. And after 57 minutes, Wilson's low right-footed finish from inside the box across the keeper makes it Doncaster Rovers 1, Newcastle United 3.
It's a smashing goal. Great ball by Fraser. Threaded it, just threaded it between defenders. Didn't have to break stride. Wilson, once he got there was only going to be one outcome. Took the past the keeper into the corner. Really good goal. And you would say that Doncaster have probably started the second half the better of the sides. They've had more of the ball. But it's all about that quality, isn't it?
Isaac Hayden is going off to be replaced by Federico Fernandez. He's walking and moving fine, Hayden, but having received fairly lengthy treatment, maybe they just don't want to take a risk. So straight swap, Fernandez into the back line. Hayden takes a water bottle and then a seat, doesn't head down the tunnel, which is often considered a good sign. Now Fernandez in the Newcastle defence. Lascelles, oh, incredible from Lascelles, bringing it down, getting away from 2 or 3, and what a ball that is. Bent out to the right side to Wilson. He's carried on his run, the skipper. Wilson still going, stopped at the edge of the box. Longstaff keeps it alive. Great run by Lascelles. He's now starting to head back. And he saw the glory there, didn't he? Maybe finishing off the move that he started. Saint-Maximin takes over. Stopped by a wall of red shirts. Ball played back towards Lewis, near halfway, and then given to Langley, standing outside his box. First time to dumb it. Fans have a song for Callum Wilson, who's made it 3-1. Ball.
Heard that somewhere before.
Yeah. Those are the good ones where the names are interchangeable, aren't they? Newcastle with it, trying to reach the middle of their own half. Saint-Maximin to Longstaff and dumb it to Lewis on halfway, left side. Wilson, furthest player forwards in the middle. Lewis overran it. It's been cleared. Lascelles is there to head it to Dummett, just trying to see how they were lining up at the back and if there was any change, but Lascelles is in the middle, Fernandez at the right, Dummett to the left. Ball sent into the middle towards Wilson, he couldn't reach it. 60th minute, 3-1 Newcastle. 3 Doncaster changes ready. Including the mysterious trialist number 1, who was on this team sheet in the starting 11 but didn't start the game. And one other who isn't even on the team sheet. That's what happens in pre-season. Longstaff helping it on to Saint-Maximin, who gets turned and, ooh, yes, fouled. Didn't think the referee was going to give it. It was Matt Smith on
a little bit
Frenchman.
Of a mismatch there, isn't it? Well, Smith's what, 6 stone match through.
Jordi Hurula is going off. And he's the first player to go off.
Change for the Rovers, player coming off, number 6, show your appreciation for Roshan Williams.
Roshan Williams, the centre-half.
To be replaced by 24, Cameron John.
Also
change for the Rovers, player coming
taken off. Cameron John is the player who goes off.
To be replaced by trialist 4.
Matt Smith, the midfielder, is the one going off. There's some confusion. Still, but Smith goes off. And another change is coming. Charlie Seaman, wearing 15. He replaces the very good trialist number 4, who wears number 3.
Is trialist 1 to be replaced by 15, Charlie Seaman.
Seaman goes into central midfield. It's all a bit confusing. I think the announcer has a different team sheet to the one we have, with different numbers on. But what matters is Newcastle, really, for us here on NUFC TV. Here's Alan Saint-Maximin with a cross from the left. And it's dealt with. Played to the right full-back, Kyle Noyle. He approaches halfway, turns back. Doncaster have got Sheffield United now of the Championship at home on Wednesday in their next pre-season assignment. They host Wimbledon on the opening day of the League One season. They have the ball at the back through Cameron John to Tom Anderson. Steve Bruce with hands in pockets, keeping a close eye on things. Dwight Gale is ready to come on. Doncaster Rovers, edge of the box, just to the right. Noyle, back to Seaman. Murphy's header, Longstaff lobbed forwards. Just got away from Saint-Maximin, just. Here's Bogle, one of the earlier substitutes. The centre forward cuts in from the left. Now wide on the left side. Away by Newcastle as the cross comes in. Got to be quick in midfield on Sean Longstaff. Seaman, 25 yards out forwards. Doncaster go down the left now. Here's one of the trialists, number 16, back towards Anderson in the centre circle. Matty Longstaff is going to come on along with Dwight Gale any moment, or when the ball next goes out, I guess. 64 minutes on the clock. Sean Longstaff winning it back for Jacob Murphy into Jeff Hendrick. Feet in a central spot. Out to the left now for Lewis, looking for the feet of Wilson, couldn't reach it. He got Newcastle's third, they lead 3-1. It was 2-1 at the break. Fraser got the first, Sean Longstaff the second. Tommy Rowe pulled one back for the hosts. Seaman clipping one in with the inside of his left boot. Fernandez with two headers. And a touch on the chest and then an effort blocked by Newcastle. Doncaster still trying to force their way through. Dummett smashes it off a player in red.
No,
but behind it goes.
It off themselves, didn't he?
And it's a corner, must have taken a touch off someone in black and white.
Trial of 6 is coming on now as well, Rosa, for Doncaster.
Substitution for the Rovers player coming off number 2, Kyle Noyle. To be replaced by number 19, Charlie Seaman.
Charlie Seaman is number 15 on our sheet.
Number 19 is trial of 6.
And number 19 who's just come on is trial of 6, but
oh well.
He's Charlie Seaman. It's
all very confusing.
Track.
Yeah.
They do look a bit alike. Anyway, here's the corner. Left-footed from the right. Flicked on by number 9 for Doncaster. Just stick with the numbers, I think. Here's the Newcastle change. Gale on for Saint-Maximin.
Coming off is number 10, Alan Saint-Maximin. To be replaced by number 12, Dwight Gale.
They're all on their feet, applauding Saint-Maximin, and Matty Longstaff replaces Callum Wilson. Saint-Maximin gets a pat on the back and on the shoulder from members of the coaching staff, Steve Bruce and Callum Wilson. High five. So Dwight Gale has gone to lead the attack, and it looks like he's pulling Sean Longstaff, Ando, a bit closer to him, with Matty into the middle.
Yeah, the younger Longstaff's gone into midfield alongside Hendrick. Sean Longstaff's pushed further forward.
Fernandez to Langley and back again along the goal line. Fernandez forwards, but out down the right. You'll remember, because we were here covering the under-21s in the EFL Trophy back in 2018, 3 years ago, when they had a great run in the competition. Sean and Matty played in a 3-1 win over Doncaster that day. Kel Watts, who's on the bench, also played. Dan Langley, the keeper, was a sub, and Tom Allen, an unused sub at the moment for Newcastle, scored in that game. And it was when we really started to see the quality of the two Longstaffs, and at that time Sean in particular, who had already played for the first team. I think we knew then that both were going to have a big future. Here's Lascelles winning it, stepping out of defence. Hendrick on halfway. 3-1 Newcastle. Midway through this second half. How do you see the game at the moment?
It's gone scrappy with all the changes, as you would expect. Doncaster have made the majority of them.
Would you expect Steve Bruce maybe to make a few more? There's Kieran Clark on the bench. The rest of the players in reserve are younger and more
these
experienced.
games you've got to use players. You know, he started a strong side, but you need to get game time into a lot of these players. So you would think that he will make changes. The 3-1 up, they're not going to lose this game. You know, Doncaster, they've made a hatful of changes, so
that's good play at the edge of the box by Doncaster, in a left-footed shot curling in towards goal, has clipped the top of the crossbar from one of the trialists.
Yeah, good build-up plays, just cut inside, he's whipped it. Langley's beaten, he just stands and watches it, just loops, doesn't it? Smacks the crossbar, goes over the top, and they're making another change.
Tommy Rose going off, the goal scorer for Doncaster, played left back.
Tommy is replaced by number 28, Brandon Horton.
And that is Brandon Horton, who comes on, a 20-year-old defender from their academy. Actually made his debut against Newcastle in that EFL Trophy match against the United under-21s that we were talking about a few moments ago. Brandon Horton, who's on at left back, and Kieran Clark has come on for the final 20 minutes into defence, left side of the three, in place of Paul Dummett. Here on NUFC TV, they have a 3-1 lead, Newcastle, and the ball played back to the keeper, Gale chasing it down, but Louis Jones, himself only a youngster, 22, finished last season as the first choice goalkeeper, got it out to the left side, received a ball back under pressure, and then played it forwards, where Lascelles has now gone into a challenge but committed a foul, and he apologises, and it's just a free kick. Kel Watts and Jack Young warming up for Newcastle, who win it back through Jacob Murphy. It's Fernandez inside to Murphy, middle third of the pitch. Hendrick to Clark, takes a touch with the outside of his left, passes it with his right to Lewis, 15 yards from halfway, back to Clark and square to Lascelles in the middle, in front of Newcastle's penalty box. Here's Matty Longstaff now to brother Sean. Giving it back to Langley, Newcastle under pressure.
Good ball.
Yeah, pinged, wasn't it? Got over the top of it, straight to Fraser. Nice technique. They've still got it, Newcastle, but haven't been able to get over halfway, and have Gone down the right, now Lascelles to Longstaff, who's dropped off into space. Gale making a run through the middle, and Murphy released down the right. Gale still in the centre. Murphy has a look, cuts it back for Ryan Fraser over the top. Should have been 4-1. Great run, picked out by Murphy. May have bobbled, he got underneath it and it cleared the crossbar.
I'm not having a bobble, not this time, not this time of year, not on pitches like this. It's pristine. No, not having the bobble, should have scored.
Maybe hit it into the ground and then up. Just looked like it wasn't.
It wasn't the cleanest strike.
It wasn't something, but it wasn't clean and crisp. They cut right through Doncaster there, down the right side. It was good play and great chance to find themselves another goal. Fernandez got that away with his shoulder. Hendrick to Longstaff, Matty Longstaff through for an offside Dwight Gale, who finishes from well outside the box. Nice chipped finish. I'm sure he might disagree with the flag. Looked fairly tight. I mean, he wasn't coming back from an offside position or anything. He was trying to time his run. Might have been close.
Haven't got far, but the Lions next year are going to be thicker. Don't know how much thicker.
The one thing about that flag from the assistant is that it went up immediately and we didn't have a 3-4 second delay where the attack continued, which can lull you into a false sense of security. Tom Anderson has gone off, the central defender, the skipper, and another trialist has come on to play at the back. Someone who is not on our rather unreliable team sheet.
The game has gone really messy now with all the substitutions that have been made. It's lost all its shape, hasn't it? First half was decent, but all of a sudden everything's all over the place.
16 minutes of normal time, plus whatever gets added on. Murphy, oh, what a run by Jacob Murphy, up to the edge of the box, goes for goal himself. Oh, it's narrowly wide. Low shot off the laces of his right boot. It was a clearance from Doncaster. He took it down on his chest, he just ran, and they tried to chop him down, and they almost got him, but somehow he kept his balance and kept going. It would have been a great goal, but
just opened up for him, didn't it? He just took off. He's got pace, runs with it well.
We are going to see Jack Young shortly. He has number 46 on his back. He's a central midfielder, 20 years of age, from Morpeth in Northumberland. And Young had a loan spell with Tranmere Rovers in League 2 last season, made 5 appearances for them. He's been on the bench in the Premier League before for Newcastle. 3-1 up, quarter of an hour to go here on NUFC TV. This is Charlie Seaman for Doncaster on the right. Inside it comes, and a sweeping ball to the wide left position near the corner. Murphy blocks the cross. It's kept alive and then sent in. A flicked header. They have another goal back. Doncaster Rovers. Dan Langley at full stretch across down to his left-hand side. Couldn't keep that one out. Ball floated in, right-footed from the left, and then the header flicked. It was just a flick on the header towards goal from Omar Bogle. Doncaster's centre forward has brought them to within 1 of Newcastle. It's Doncaster Rovers 2, Newcastle United 3.
Yeah, it's just a ball whipped in. Bogle's got a run on Lascelles, and he's just flicked it. Langley's got down, but can't keep it out, and it ends up in the keeper's bottom left-hand corner.
Jack Young has come on for Ryan Fraser. Another Doncaster change.
Another substitution as well.
Ben Close has gone off.
Yeah.
AJ Greaves, one of their contracted players, a 20-year-old from the academy. was involved last season at first team level into midfield. So it'd be nice to see Jack Young, see him get involved, see what he can do. Newcastle could have gone further ahead, but 3-1 it was before Bogle pulled one back. So it'll be an interesting closing period. They have a throw, level with the edge of the box, Murphy to take. Matty Longstaff is nearby. Gale makes a run, tries to play a return ball to Murphy, away by Doncaster, then played inside, and now they're attacking down the right. Kieran Clark, clever, sensible defending, just in the right position to stop his man. A Doncaster trialist running beyond.
Yeah, poor touch, wasn't it? Just got away from him. Didn't really have to do a great deal. Clark just stood his ground.
Couple of touches and passes from Jack Young on the right side of central midfield. Matty Longstaff with it now. Gale up top, supported by Sean Longstaff. Here's Lewis making a run in from the left. It's a good run as well. He's bent it back inside. They haven't seen him. And it's gone to Gale on halfway, to Matty Longstaff. Fernandez to Gale, who helps it on. Down the right it goes, but out of play. No one was making a run into that channel. Steve Bruce has a look at the bench and points to someone. Tom Allen and Kel Watts have got to their feet, but it is just to warm up rather than to come on at this stage. 3-2 Newcastle, 78.5 minutes played. Clark, a forward ball, cut out by a Doncaster header. Young wins it back on halfway. It's under a bit of pressure here, Jack Young, but did well to get the ball back to Fernandez. Down the right for Matty Longstaff, no offside flag. Gale in the box, Hendrick getting up there too. Longstaff slipped, but got to the ball in time before it went out, keeps it in, back to Sean Longstaff. Jacob Murphy needing some support, wide right to Matty Longstaff, back inside to Murphy. Left-footed shot, took a big deflection, was well away from goal and then clipped clear. Newcastle throw near the halfway line.
He was cut inside, Murphy hit it with his left foot. Good strike, hit it well enough.
Steve Bruce is calling Kel Watts back, and Allen's coming back as well. They might both be coming on. Murphy with the ball in his hand for Newcastle United. In his new 6-year contract, Jacob Murphy, underlining his importance after a really good season last year. Langley, big kick away, left-footed. Matty Longstaff heads forward, Hendrick trying to get close to it, now chasing it down as it goes back to Cameron John. And the Doncaster defender up to Bogle. Clark wins it from him. Gale back to Lewis, under pressure. Jamal Lewis wanted to go on the outside. It's won back by the home team. There's going to be a double change. Watts wearing 35, Allen with 37. And still leave Newcastle with Machine McEntee and Matt Bondswell on the bench. But this is the first sniff of first team involvement that those two players have had. Allen, I'm sure you remember, set up a goal for Joe Linton in the FA Cup against Rochdale in a replay at St James's Park last January. His only senior appearance. Watts came on in the Premier League against Liverpool, final day of the season before last. Had a season-long loan with Plymouth in League One, did really well. Played here in March. He replaces Jamal Lascelles, Kel Watts, and Jacob Murphy coming off for Tom Allen, who can play in the forward line, can play out wide as well. He's going to go into presumably a wing-back position. Allen, 21 years of age.
Number 37, Tom Allen.
He's got League One experience. He was on loan to Accrington last season. Made 8 appearances for them, Allen. And they get 8.5 minutes plus whatever else is added on. Clark's gone into the middle of the back three. Watts to the left and Fernandez to the right. Gale with a foul trip in the midfield area in Doncaster's half, and they've played it along the floor over to the left. It's 3-2 to Newcastle. Hendrick closing down. Header away by Fernandez. Matty Longstaff trying to win it back. It was, I think, there to be one in midfield. Doncaster misplaced pass anyway, finds Jamal Lewis. Young receives it from Watts, gets it back again. Kel Watts goes forwards down the left, finding Lewis on the line. Plays it against his man and out for a throw. Has anyone caught your eye tonight? I know it's difficult with all the changes and in a friendly, but
nobody's really stood out. I mean, Wilson does what Wilson does, you know, he holds it up, he's strong, backs into people. St. Maximin, little flashes. I think central midfield's still a concern for us. I think we need somebody who can control games in there for us. We haven't really controlled the game from in there. Haven't had anybody who's gone and got it and made things happen. So that's something that we need, the type of player that we need, that we haven't got at this moment in time. But look, the game has lost. It's gone really scrappy, and because of all the changes. I mean, Doncaster have made 11, have they? They've made it that many. But first half was decent. I thought it was a competitive game. First half, I thought we went about it the right way. Attitude was good, work rate was good, closing down, trying to do the right things. But as I say, second half has been it's lost all its shape, and it's hasn't been great. But it's been a good walkout. They go again on Tuesday night. Go to Rotherham on Tuesday night, not far from here. So see how many changes he makes. You know, we haven't got that long now before the season starts. Obviously, we've got Rotherham Tuesday, we've got Burton, then we play Norwich as well. So games for people to stamp their mark on it. As I say, that young Matthew Bondswell, who they signed from Germany back in the last season, he's on. Lewis has gone off. So as I say, it's got very, very scrappy.
Well, there's still 5 minutes left. They've missed no action over the last 30 to 60 seconds because Doncaster have a player down with what looks like, could be cramp. It might be a bit more serious than that because the physio's come on.
I think that's the boy that Gale caught in the challenge. He caught him around the Achilles, around the ankle.
It's one of the trialists. So they have another player ready to come on. And they're going to make a change. And as John Anderson mentioned there, Matt Bondswell tends to prefer Matt, we're told, rather than Matty or Matthew. 19-year-old Nottingham-born left back, was playing for RB Leipzig in Germany, had a senior experience from a loan spell with Dordrecht in the Netherlands. Newcastle brought him back to England in March. He's come on for the final 5 minutes. Maybe someone to watch. And those away fans, some of whom are heading for the exits now, have been able to at least see, for a little while anyway, some of the players in the academy who are on the fringes of the first team, which is always nice, isn't it? Doncaster with it at the back, losing it almost to Hendrick. Playing in a bit of a tight area. Jack Young's got his boot to the ball and done well to keep it in. That's really well played. And Bondswell back to Clark. Looked like he was spinning away. It was a difficult ball to control, but Young, having had the initial touch, kept it in, brought it down and found a teammate. Forwards down the right, Newcastle. And they're rather getting one another's way there, Gale and Allen. Jeff Hendrick and Sean Longstaff are still out there. They're the only two outfield players who started the match. We've got Oisin McEntee on the bench, Newcastle, a young defender, but there's no further movement. 2 minutes, 40 seconds of the 90 to go. Referee's having a word with a Doncaster player as they prepare to take this throw. There was a bit of a delay. Steve Bruce having a chat with Richie Wellens on the touchline. Back it goes to Jones, the keeper. Clark header forwards. Matty Longstaff pulls it down and over the head of his marker. That's nice. Gale out to Allen. He comes inside. Back to Matty Longstaff and a return ball to Tom Allen. Breaking away into the box. A defender with him. Allen tries to cut it back and has won a corner. That's good play.
Yeah, well played. Neat little 1-2. We've seen Allen before, know what he's about. So we head into the final minute of the game.
They drew 2-2 here in 2016 in pre-season. Newcastle scored a very late goal that day. There they are looking for another late goal from the corner, floated in by Young, but the keeper catches it in the middle of the 6-yard box. Bondswell gets his head to the kick downfield, and out it goes for a throw. 3-2. Newcastle had 2 good chances to score another one in the second half. Fraser over the top when it looked like he was going to find the back of the net, and Murphy narrowly wide. Gale did have the ball in the net, but he'd already been flagged offside. Doncaster hit the top of the crossbar with a shot, curling shot from outside the box. Newcastle throw. Allen with it. Tinner in the defensive third of the pitch. Looped up towards Sean Longstaff. Away by Doncaster. Volleyed clear by Kieran Clark. Keeper's left his box. A defender trying to see it back to him. And they nearly made a mess of it, but they didn't. They got away with it and come away with the ball. 15 seconds of normal time to go. The fourth official doesn't have the numbers board, does he? So maybe we're not going to get any added on time. And in fact, that is the end of the match. It's a victory for Newcastle United and Steve Bruce in their second match of pre-season. They have won by 3-2 against Doncaster Rovers, 2-1 at half-time. Ryan Fraser and Sean Longstaff put them into a 2-goal lead. Tommy Rowe pulled one back. Callum Wilson made it 3-1. Omar Bogle headed one in for Doncaster to bring them to within 1, but they couldn't equalise. Newcastle couldn't get any more goals, and as long as there are no injuries, I think Steve Bruce will be satisfied enough, won't he?
Yeah, I mean, decent enough walkout, especially in the first half. As I say, second half, game lost its shape totally with all the substitutions that were made. I think you're going to be pleased with the first half, the way we went about it. Scored 2 good goals. Young Dan Langley was unlucky with the goal that he conceded. But all in all, you know, it was decent enough. Enjoyed the first half, as I say. Second half just lost its way with all the substitutions. They go again on Tuesday night when they go to Rotherham.
Thanks very much, Sean Anderson.
Razor,
enjoyed it. Good to be back. Good to see you. There'll be coverage, live commentary from Rotherham on Tuesday night here on NUFC TV. There will be some reaction from Steve Bruce. later, and from the dressing room as the players go to the away fans who respond enthusiastically. Final score at the Keepmoat Stadium, a win for Newcastle United by 3-2. Thanks very much for joining us and listening to the match with us here on NUFC TV. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. Teams are back in the changing rooms. Kick-off just a little over 5 minutes away, and a reminder that if you're looking for Sunderland against Wickham in League One, well, that match is on DAB and Freeview Channel 719. Despite Newcastle's results, Steve Bruce feels there have been some positives this season, and that maybe his players haven't quite got what they've deserved yet.
Yeah, sometimes in football it works like that, but ultimately you keep putting the performances in and usually the result comes. We've had 1 or 2 decisions which have gone against us. And the other night, if we're going to be really critical, the only thing that was wrong with our performance was the ability to stick the ball in the back of the net, which I've always said is key to anything. You can play as well as you like, but you must, when the chances come in cup ties and the big league we play, then you've got to take. There's a break coming up, isn't there? So it'd be nice to get 3 points on the board before we go into the national break. Of course.
The supporters will be interested in the return of Adam Armstrong to the club, a player who was sold the season before you became the manager. He started well for Southampton, scoring on his debut. What do you make of his attributes and qualities after a lot of goals in the Championship now?
Well, I've seen him play for Blackburn, and he looks as if he's certainly matured. I never had the privilege, the previous manager has obviously let him go, so I haven't had the privilege to work with the lad. But it's fair to say he's come through the ranks here, and it's I'm sure he'll be looking forward to it coming back home. So I'm delighted for him that he's gone away and knuckled down and really, really made a great living for himself.
You know when you get something on your Facebook page or your Twitter page, I must have looked up sheds once, and they keep showing me this pod, a glass shed, and I want this to be my messy art studio at the bottom of the garden. That's worth £17,000. Well, I'm never going to buy this, but if I was the richest person in the world, I definitely would buy that. What would you not buy, even if you had all the money in the world? Okay,
I'm really struggling with this question now, Alf, because I was trying
you
to
want everything.
Well, exactly, and I keep on thinking, well, could I live without a helicopter? I was thinking, well, I possibly could, because I'd have my own private jet. And then I was thinking, well, could I live without a yacht? Well, what if I want to go sailing? So at the moment I've narrowed it down to maybe I could do without the helicopter. I'm coming across as very materialistic here, aren't I?
I'm loving it.
The sound of the North East at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East. Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Some thoughts from Steve Bruce there on Newcastle's season and on Adam Armstrong. The referee today is Paul Tierney from Lancashire. His last Newcastle game was the 1-1 home draw with Aston Villa in March, and he did Arsenal's defeat by Chelsea in the Premier League last weekend. Konstantin Hatzidakis and Ian Hussin are the assistant referees. John Brooks, the fourth official. And on video assistant referee duty today, VAR to Mike Dean. Southampton take to the field, led out by their skipper, James Ward-Prowse, the England midfielder who was cut from the provisional squad ahead of Euro 2020. Scored a free kick here, and a great free kick it was last season, one of 9 goals for Southampton. They're wearing yellow shirts with blue sleeves, blue shorts and yellow socks, and McCarthy, the giant 6'4" goalkeeper, all in orange, and his boots as well, wearing white gloves. Southampton, McCarthy in goal, Livramento at right back, Stevens and Salisu at centre half, Walker-Peters at left back, Elianusi right midfield, Romeu and Ward-Prowse in the centre, Gineppo on the left, Adams and Armstrong up front. The Saints bench is Forster, the goalkeeper, Redmond, Perrault, Brower, Teller, Diallo, Walcott, Bednarek and Valerie. Here in Newcastle, in black and white striped tracksuit jackets. And here come the referees as well, in what will be light green, maybe mint green shirts, black shorts and socks. Newcastle United, Freddie Woodman continuing in goal. He's played every match now this season in League and Cup. Fabian Schär, Jamal Lascelles and Federico Fernandez, who got a late winner against Southampton here a couple of seasons ago. Jacob Murphy, right wing back. Matt Ritchie, left wing back. Interestingly, Ritchie has created 9 chances this season. 4 against West Ham, 5 against Villa. That's according to the people who collate this information. Only Trent Alexander-Arnold of Liverpool, with 10, has created more opportunities for his teammates than Ritchie this season, who has put in an awful lot of crosses from that left side. Sean Longstaff starts in midfield in place of Isaac Hayden, and the only change from the Premier League team from last weekend, Joe Willock and Miguel Almiron, whose last goals for Newcastle were against Southampton in February. 16 without scoring since then. Callum Wilson and Alan Saint-Maximin. On the bench, Mark Gillespie, Kieran Clark, Joe Linton, Jamal Lewis, Jeff Hendrick, Emil Kraft, Javier Manquillo, Ryan Fraser and Dwight Gale. Lascelles and Ward-Prowse go to the centre spot with Paul Tierney, and will contest the coin toss. It's feeling, Ando, isn't it, that we are really getting back to normal, and the sun is shining. There are some empty seats. Southampton have taken 3 blocks. I think it's about 1,700 fans in the top tier of the Leazes End, but level 7 is open again, and lots of black and white striped shirts on show. It feels good to be back like this, doesn't it? And you just hope that these supporters here, and of course you listening as well, will be able to cheer and celebrate what would be a very important result if they could win.
Yeah, look, I think it's hugely important that they get a result here tonight, here today. You don't want to be going into this international break with no points on the board. Fans play a huge part in it, in the game of football. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we seen it during lockdown when we were at games, empty stadiums, games were totally soulless. Football without fans is absolutely nothing. So it's great to have them back in.
Players take the knee. Southampton will kick us off. Newcastle are going from right to left, like they prefer to do, up the hill towards the Leazes End in the first half. Black and white stripes, black shorts and black socks, Woodman in pink, and we're underway. BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. Long ball forwards by Southampton, couple of headers out off Almiron. Throw in on this near right side for Tino Livramento, called up by England's under-21s this week, the 18-year-old. Definitely someone to keep an eye on. Schär has started as the left-sided centre-half, with Fernandez to the right of Lascelles. Up to Wilson, takes it down, goes around a couple of Southampton players, but they had a covering man who got back to him, Gineppo. Gineppo is on the left wing and cut in there to win the ball back. Sean Longstaff holding off Elianusi in midfield and then turning back outside to his left. Plays a good ball to Almiron, who now leaves it for Saint-Maximin. Ritchie, and then Longstaff back to Schär. That's interesting, Schär and Fernandez switching.
Yeah, I mean,
neither are left-sided, are they? So
I would have thought that Schär would have been more comfortable on the right side, but
here he is again, Fabian Schär plays it with his right to Ritchie on the left touchline. Ball inside to Saint-Maximin, who can turn and run. Square to Willock, 30 yards out. Willock taking on a couple, great feet, goes past 2. Still Joe Willock, what a run into the penalty area. And then Salisu at the back got round and got it clear. It's gone off Almiron and then out for a throw for Shea Adams. That was a great burst by Joe Willock.
Great feet, just drifted past a couple of defenders. just got crowded out of it in the end. But Southampton, similar to what West Ham did on the opening day, allowing St Maximin to drift into the hole and pick it up, and nobody's going with him, and he will cause you problems if you don't go tight with him.
BBC Radio Newcastle have had 2 minutes of action. And Southampton with another throw on the right. Livramento will take it. Lob down the line. Fabian Schär away, left-footed. Salisu, dreadlock defender, heads it clear. Forwards by Newcastle. Wilson making it difficult for Salisu. He got the touch, Callum Wilson, but then it fell kindly for the defender who clears. Sean Longstaff pushes it away. Ritchie in with a challenge, and Longstaff as well. And it was 2-on-1 against Elyounoussi, who gets the free kick in the centre circle.
Yeah, just got sandwiched, didn't he?
Steve Bruce and Ralph Hasenhüttl both all in black. Watch on from the side of the pitch. Hasenhüttl said after they drew with Man United that it was evidence their plan was working, and it was a big step forward for them. And they've taken the lead in both games so far, but only have 1 point, though it's one more than Newcastle have. Woodman, little ball downfield after Newcastle got it back from the free kick. Southampton in possession through Kyle Walker-Peters, playing on his wrong side today, on the left, and he was dispossessed there by Joe Willock, who had fouled him first. So, former Arsenal player on the ex-Spurs man. Southampton free kick. Ward-Prowse gives it back to Walker-Peters, just behind the halfway line. Forwards, Armstrong. Where's number 9 for Southampton? Couple of touches on that far side. Then turns and gets away from Longstaff. 20 yards out, Armstrong. Dispossessed. And Longstaff forwards, and the ball bent infield and away from Wilson. And that means Jack Stevens can bring it into a bit of space right of centre, coming up to halfway. 0-0. Romeu crosses into Newcastle's half now. Elyounoussi, born in Morocco, plays international football for Norway. Back to Salisu and Gineppo now. He's got Walker-Peters on the outside. He's 5 yards into Newcastle's half, goes back to Salisu. Ghana-born defender. Now Stevens. Back to Salisu, furthest Southampton player back behind the centre circle. Comes to Stevens again. Saint-Maximin closes him down. Livramento takes it on. Past Almiron, running at Ritchie. Still Livramento. Ritchie's got it, and then gets, well, looked like he got tripped. Referee wasn't going to give it. Assistant referee waited and then put his flag up. Gets an earful from Matt Ritchie.
Yeah, it was a delayed reaction from the linesman, wasn't it?
Do have the free kick in the corner. Woodman leaves his box to take. And Newcastle players push up. They're about 10 yards either side of halfway on this near side. Woodman towards Wilson, heads it infield, but nobody there in black and white. And it's Walker-Peters who brings it away. Gineppo inside of Murphy. Goes down, doesn't get the free kick. Willock to Saint-Maximin and back again. Willock towards Longstaff, but it's too far ahead of him. And Elyounoussi for Southampton, away from Longstaff. Livramento on the outside, plays him in. Low cross into the middle, half cleared by Newcastle. Almiron on Romeu, and Fernandez away. And Saint-Maximin now a foot race with Salisu, but the defenders won it and got turned and plays it forwards. 0-0. Quick play to get the ball up towards Saint-Maximin, but he couldn't get the better of the defender. And now Newcastle are defending. Gineppo away from one, then another. Cuts it back. Fernandez clears. Saint-Maximin tries to hold it. He's ended up on the floor. Play continues with Southampton in possession, middle of Newcastle's half. Saint-Maximin slowly picks himself up as Livramento gives it to Elyounoussi, who passes it all the way back to Stevens in front of halfway. Ward-Prowse pushes the ball over to the left. Walker-Peters, Armstrong on the corner of the box. Puts the ball in there, Cher with the clearance. Salisu heads it forwards again. Longstaff nods it on, looking for Wilson. It's come off Livramento. They appeal for handball. Nothing given. Elyounoussi round the corner towards Adams. Ritchie's won it back for Newcastle. Almiron now on the near side. Challenge from behind by Adams. And he tripped him. Free kick. Ivan Toney has scored for Brentford, who lead 1-0 at Aston Villa. Goalless here at St James's Park on BBC Radio Newcastle. It's one former Newcastle striker scoring today. Ivan Toney, his first Premier League goal. Longstaff under a little bit of pressure outside the box, back to Woodman. Cher's got some space. And with his left, it's a long ball, and Saint-Maximin has made the run, and the flag
offside.
goes up.
Looked offside a mile, didn't he? Looked a mile offside.
It's Ian Hussin who has the flag up on the far side of the field. The yellow flag. Saint-Maximin made the run. Sort of bent it round, didn't he? But I think his starting position was ahead of the Southampton defender. Haven't quite been able to see on the replay, but it doesn't matter now anyway, because we're playing again. And Leicester are 1-0 up at Norwich through Jamie Vardy. Almost played 9 minutes. Oriol Romeu, the Southampton midfielder, to Adam Armstrong. Space. Goes down the right. 2 in black and white with him. He's turned, then clips it in. Fernandez volleys it up. Ball leaves the area. Wilson battling with Ward-Prowse. Didn't have any support there. Callum Wilson had about 3 Southampton players around him, and Walker-Peters with a speculative effort from 30 yards, well wide.
Yeah, he was very hopeful, wasn't he? Long way out. Fullback coming on to it. Naturally right-sided Walker-Peters, but playing at left back. Went well wide.
Lascelles to Fernandez, up to Wilson. Salisu goes into the challenge. Wilson appeals. Southampton with the ball. Walker-Peters back to Ward-Prowse. Over it comes to this near side to Stevens. Into Newcastle's half. Livramento down the line. It's gone infield to Romeu. Now Armstrong tried to take it on the turn. Cher was equal to it. Then Willock's been dispossessed by Romeu. Armstrong looking to get Adams in. Cleared. And Salisu to Walker-Peters. Lovely first touch away from Willock. Then a run to the edge of the area, and Armstrong with a snapshot that goes wide.
Yeah, he's had a few touches, Armstrong. He's given it away. Maybe trying just a little bit too hard, but they've had the better of it, Southampton possession-wise. But as of yet, neither keeper really been called upon to make a save.
That's John Anderson, our match summariser on BBC Radio Newcastle. Ritchie's pulled into space on the left. Woodman with the ball at the edge of the box goes to his left to Cher. Cher plays it over to Lascelles, closed down by Adams. It's to go to Fernandez on the outside, down the line to Murphy. Takes a touch, tries to pass it infield. It's been won back by the visitors, and Ward-Prowse middle of Newcastle's half to his right, and Livramento. He's trodden on the ball. Almiron's won it. Wilson takes it out to the wide area, but was caught by Ward-Prowse. Free kick for United. Fabian Cher behind the ball. Murphy in a bit of room if he switches it. Walker-Peters is trying to pull Gineppo into position, the winger. Cher's just gone back to Lascelles. Ritchie stretched it, so he's on this near side in a bit of space if they can see him. He's calling for the ball. Lascelles with it at the back, and Fernandez now on the right. And back to Lascelles. Ooh. Under pressure from Armstrong and the ball given away to Southampton. Ward-Prowse. One back by Miguel Almiron. Here's Saint-Maximin going on the outside, challenged fairly by Romeu, but he's gone down again.
Shock.
And here goes Southampton. It's Shea Adams just outside the box. He's hit it low and straight at Freddie Woodman.
Yeah. Getting in around Saint-Maximin again. Getting close to him, getting tackles in.
That free kick that they had there, instead of going forwards, they went sideways and backwards, sideways and backwards.
For the life of me, I don't understand why he keeps trying to play from the back. Just get it and give it to the nearest black and white shirt, because he's not comfortable enough on the ball to play from the back.
And it was that possession at the back, Ando, that played them into
played
trouble, didn't it?
into
That was the point I was going to make.
Trouble.
When they could have gone forwards. Emiliano Buendia has equalised for Aston Villa, 1-1 against Brentford. 0-0 at St James's. Southampton. That's a nice one-touch move, and now Livramento is released down the near side. Lovely feet into the box from the fullback. Still Livramento, pulled back. Ward-Prowse left-footed. Goal kick.
Good play. Played away out of trouble nicely, didn't they? A lot of one-touch football.
That was a really quick break.
Yeah, it was quick.
Newcastle struggled to live with them there. They've settled a lot better, haven't they, than Newcastle have into the game. They've used the ball.
It's the same old story.
Yeah.
We don't pass the ball well enough. We don't keep the ball well enough. We give it away in bad areas.
Southampton can move the ball well and effectively and quickly, like we saw there. Stevens with the header away from the goal kick. Adams out with Lascelles. Beats him to the ball in the wide area. Now to Armstrong. First touch takes him into the box and then wide. Cut back to Adams on the 18-yard line. Almiron with one challenge. Ritchie with a second. It's come to Romeu in the centre. Livramento 30 yards out. Armstrong back to Livramento, who started well. Pushes it through. Elianusi, no offside. Lifts it towards the back post. Murphy positioned well to head it away. Walker-Peters tackled by Willock. And then Gineppo pushes it back to Salisu, and here's Walker-Peters. Likes to attack the full-back, doesn't he? He's passed it straight to Murphy, who plays it long. Oh, Stevens might have given Wilson a chance to get in. He's recovered and pushed it back to McCarthy, who has to clear out into the fans on the far side.
He'll always give you a chance, Stevens. I said it before kick-off. Play on him. He thinks he's a player as well. He thinks he can play from the back.
First time he's been isolated, really, Jack Stevens, and Newcastle almost got in, and Southampton under pressure.
And all it was a hopeful ball knocked forward.
From the throw on the right middle of Southampton's half, they've gone back. Ritchie frustrated, he's signalling play forwards. His share through the middle, good ball. Oh, Saint-Maximin's offside.
Wasn't meant for him though.
It was for Murphy, wasn't it? Coming down the right, the assistant was getting some stick from the fans behind him in the east stand, but had the flag up immediately. 0-0. Armstrong, low left-footed shot.
Hopeful from that angle.
Yeah, wide position, left side, runs across the face of goal and behind. Sunderland 1, Wycombe Wanderers 0. Commentary on Freeview Channel 719 and BBC Radio Newcastle's DAB. 15 minutes played here. Wilson talking to Almiron, giving him some tactical instructions. Matt Ritchie joining in that conversation. Goal kick. Wilson takes it down. Away by Romeu. Willock with a header. It's gone straight to Elianusi. And Cher. Well, the free kick's gone Southampton's way. Cher felt he was pushed to the floor, and I think he may have had a case, but he's ended up handling the ball. And Paul Tierney, the referee's come across having given Southampton the free kick for handball, and Matt Ritchie and Fabian Cher question that decision.
I thought he went down very easily.
Livramento does look a good player, doesn't he? From the evidence so far.
It's only a bit of a boy, isn't he?
He takes it, passes it inside, gets it back, and then they play it to Stevens. Ward-Prowse has dropped in between the centre halves. He's just at the back of the centre circle. Right-footed ball to the left, and Salisu. Walker-Peters. Here's Romeu. He's been a fixture in the Southampton midfield for the last 6 years. The former Chelsea player, Romeu. Here he is again. Walker-Peters, Gineppo on the outside, back inside to Romeu, 5 yards outside the box, now won back by Newcastle. Saint-Maximin forwards to Wilson, he's onside, he started his run in his own half, he's got 2 defenders to beat, held up by Salisu, tries to turn away from them, Wilson, and gets tackled.
Nobody with him.
No support.
Nobody with him.
He can't do it all on his own. It was quick play to get him in. No one able to get up there, and I think he was outnumbered about 4-1 in the end. Elianusi, Romeu, thought about the shot there. Gineppo, Walker-Peters down the side of Newcastle's area, back inside to Romeu. Heavy first touch. Almiron into a block challenge. Willock, a misplaced pass towards Saint-Maximin. They've given the ball away a lot, Newcastle, when they've had it. Southampton using it better and dominating possession. Cross from the left from Gineppo with his right, straight to Freddie Woodman.
Just can't get hold of it, can we? Just can't string 2 passes together.
Fabian Schär down the left wing. Wilson header inside. Livramento, what a take and turn that is. It's like bringing it down with a Cruyff turn there. Got away. And Southampton with the ball. Looked like a good header inside by Wilson, but Newcastle without the ball again. 0-0. And we have played 19 minutes exactly. Sunderland lead Wycombe 2-0 now. Livramento once more. Armstrong has come really deep to have a touch. Romeu back to Stevens on halfway, furthest Southampton player back. Elianusi leaves it for Armstrong, little dummy. Almiron's there to tidy up and then play it to Wilson. Only Saint-Maximin ahead of him. Wilson comes inside and then his pass towards Saint-Maximin is cut out by Livramento, who slipped it away from Almiron, who went into the challenge, caught him late, apologises. It was clumsy rather than intentionally nasty, mistimed. And Almiron having to defend himself to Stevens, who decided to come and have a go. Livramento's okay.
Oh, Wilson's down.
And Callum Wilson receiving some treatment.
His left thigh by the looks of it.
And the physio is with him, bending his left knee. The rest of Newcastle's players have come over for a drink. It'll be a Southampton free kick when the game restarts. 20 minutes, no goals. Steve Bruce there with Jacob Murphy. Stephen Clements has come out now, and the former midfielder talking with Sean Longstaff. Wilson still being examined. Referee having a word now. Just have to wait and see how this develops rather than make any predictions. Still Callum Wilson being looked at. He's back on his feet. I wondered if it was his knee. Steve Bruce gives him a pat on the back. Comes over for a drink. I think he's going to come back on, Ando, which would be good news. Yeah, and he is back on the field of play. 11 v 11 again, Southampton with the ball on the left wing. Walker-Peters back out wide to Gineppo, heads for the goal line, goes down under
a couple of times he's done
from
that.
Murphy, but no foul, no free kick, just goal kick.
Yeah, it's a couple of times he's gone looking for free kicks, Gineppo. Referee needs to have a word.
Dwight Gale, Joe Linton gone out to warm up, but Wilson seems to be okay. Freddie Woodman once again, he's got the three centre halves there as options in the box, and he sent them forwards.
Yeah, he's reluctant to give it to him. You can't blame him.
It's a long one through the middle, straight onto the head of Ward-Prowse. Fernandez away. Ward-Prowse again there. You can hear the discontent, can't you? The groans from some Newcastle supporters. Southampton, another attack. Elianusi, Livramento free on the outside. He's turned himself. Oh, then they've missed the kick. Richie, and then over the top of the bar from Gineppo coming in. Livramento rolled it across. It came to him. Well, it was almost. It was great fortune for Southampton because Matt Ritchie miscued a clearance and it fell to Livramento, Ando, who was then able to. I think he's gone for goal here and he's miscued the shot, and then Gineppo in the middle from 2 or 3 yards has put it over the bar.
That's it. I tell you what, Matt Ritchie would be relieved. Got himself in a right mess.
It's another warning for Newcastle. Fernandez header forwards. There's Gineppo, gets away from Murphy, and now Adams. The referee's brought it back for a foul on Gineppo. They've played it quickly, but Paul Tierney doesn't like that. 23.5 minutes. It's not been great, has it?
Not from our point of view.
Give us an appraisal of the performance so far and how you think the game's going.
We haven't had the ball. There's nothing to give an appraisal of because we haven't had the ball. We can't keep the ball. We keep giving it away. We're not playing it through midfield. Trying to play from the back. When we try to play from the back, we give it away.
Newcastle throw on the left in their half. Ritchie back to Cher, straight against Livramento. Cher, a player normally you would say good on the ball, struggled to find a black and white shirt in the first half with his passes, but he's not the only one. Ward-Prowse, Livramento
looks a player this boy, doesn't he?
Turns. Here's Elianusi. He's got two in front of him, pushes it through for Armstrong, just outside the box, rolled in. Gineppo this time turns and then turns again and shoots. It's blocked. He's had another great chance. Now from the edge of the area, Walker-Peters hits it into a crowd of players and they appeal for handball. They surround the referee, Southampton. Paul Tierney has given a corner.
I tell you what.
Will this be checked? Yeah, the way it's going this season, you wouldn't be surprised.
Gineppo needs. All he's got to do is roll it in. He tries to be clever.
Was it Fernandez there? He's got his arm inside though, hasn't he, as the shot's taken. His arm's in, across his body, yeah. So no penalty.
It's not in an unnatural position, his arm's down by his side.
It's going to be a corner from the left with the right foot from James Ward-Prowse. Lots of yellow in there for him to hit. Oh, it's whipped in and Woodman catches it underneath the crossbar.
Easy take straight into the keeper's arms. Crowd are starting to get a little bit restless as well.
Woodman puts it down on the floor and his former Newcastle colleague Adam Armstrong rushes at him, and then the ball goes out of play. And that's what the fans think of the opening 25 minutes, at least what it appeared to be a quick VAR check for the handball, although it wasn't given the full treatment. We didn't get the message on the giant screen here.
Down by his side, he can't put his arms anywhere else.
And they obviously had a look at it because the referee told Southampton to wait for the corner kick and wait until he gave them the all clear. At least that went Newcastle's way. Ritchie slides into a challenge with Livramento. It's a Southampton throw on halfway. Newcastle supporters here today not happy with what they're seeing. Shea Adams in a pocket of space, dispossessed. Federico Fernandez. He's only got 2 players ahead of him. Wilson to the left, Saint-Maximin to the right. He's played it towards Saint-Maximin, but it's straight into the area that Salisu's standing in. There's no one to hit. There's no numbers in the attack.
Movement's got to be better as well, though. You've got to give them something to hit.
Yeah, exactly. Livramento back to Stevens. I mean, it's still 0-0, although Moussa Djenepo's had 2 great chances. And the second one there, I mean, if he takes the shot on first time, surely you would fancy him to score. Yeah. He then turns.
Tries to be clever, doesn't he?
And I think he struggles to then get in the right position to shoot, having turned. When he does get the shot off, it's blocked. Point blank range. Salisu given away to Willock. Now he releases Saint-Maximin, but he's passed it straight out of play. It's gone out to the right and it's bent out of play. Steve Bruce puts his head in his hands.
I mean, Salisu, he's a centre back. He's having a touch. They all think they're players now. They all think they've got to play. You're a defender.
Almiron and Longstaff win it on halfway, and then Almiron back to Lascelles, given to Woodman. It's a long kick. Wilson was coming back from an offside position. Stevens tried to take it down and couldn't. He's then found a pass to Livramento. Ritchie caught the fullback late. Flag's gone up against Wilson, having challenged for the ball. Steve Bruce having a bit of a go, I think, at Fabian Schär. Is it Schär? I think say it's Schär or Lascelles.
Could take his pick at who to have a go at.
I mean, there've been a couple of chances against Steve Bruce already. One of them was quite loud. There's a few voices from the crowd that we can hear near to us, aiming some criticism at Steve Bruce. It's one of those, isn't it? If the players aren't completing passes, is it his fault? Now Callum Wilson back to Saint-Maximin. Did well, the pair of them, to link up, and then they've combined again. He's going around Ward-Prowse. Oh, it's a great run from Saint-Maximin, and it's stopped by a foul from Walker-Peters just outside the box. That's the difference. A bit of positive play and a run from Alan Saint-Maximin makes to the crowd. Free kick in a great position. Matt Ritchie might fancy this one.
Well, it's set up for a left footer. Murphy's over it as well. It's in a similar position to where Murphy scored against Wolves.
Yeah, he whipped it low at the near side, didn't he? And McCarthy's a big goalkeeper. Schär's there as well. Maybe a bit of technique from Fabian Schär, or with it being right of centre and a couple of yards back from the edge of the box. It's a favourable angle for Ritchie to come onto it with his left. It's 0-0, BBC Radio Newcastle. The way Murphy is behaving suggests that it might be him. Let's see. 5 Southampton players in the wall, and 2 to the side of it. It is Jacob Murphy! Just over. Well struck, but just too high.
Yeah, it was pretty central as well, wasn't he? Got a lot of whip on it. Keeper was there, wasn't he? The keeper was in line with the ball.
Yeah, I don't think he was entirely confident, McCarthy, because he went for it with his hand at the end, probably just to make sure that it was clearing the crossbar, and ultimately it did. 32nd minute of the match, no goals. Southampton goal kick. Cher gets above Livramento, wins the header. Willock nods it on. Saint-Maximin, Almiron down the left wing. Saint-Maximin takes a couple of touches and then plays in Almiron. And now from the goal line, cross to the back post, too high for Murphy. Fernandez coming in, keeps it alive. Goes on the outside of Gineppo and wins Newcastle a throw right by the corner flag.
Better. Bit more intent.
Murphy will take it. Saint-Maximin's coming short. Wilson stands in the box with Almiron. It's to the feet of Saint-Maximin, twisting and turning, and then giving the ball back to Southampton. There's a clearance from left back to right wing. Elianussi's onto it, Ritchie with him, and Almiron too, and Newcastle get the ball back, and then Elianussi wins it back and gets tripped by Almiron. Quickly taken, Armstrong to Adams, quickly returned. Sharp play from Southampton. Armstrong ends up on the floor. No free kick. Longstaff under pressure, turning it clear, but only into an area where Romeo is standing. Willock pushes it away from Romeo and then wins it back from Ward-Prowse and breaks over halfway. A 3-on-2. Wilson to the left, gets it from Willock. Here's Callum Wilson, runs into traffic in the middle. And now Gineppo gets away as Southampton clear it. Inside to Elianussi on halfway. That was a good break by Willock and better from him after some misplaced passes in this first half.
Well, that's 2 or 3 times Romeo's been caught on it. Wants too much time on it. And we broke. We had a 3-on-2 as well. We didn't make the best of it.
Slowed down by Southampton now, 34 minutes. Romeo to Walker-Peters. And back to Salisu, backpedaling. Saint-Maximin getting close, makes him play it to McCarthy in the D, the goalkeeper. It's
good ball.
Yeah. It's one of those that's just above the surface, and you think maybe he's miskicked it, but no, it was deliberate, I think. Straight back out to Walker-Peters on halfway on the left, and he's got it again. Angled ball inside to Armstrong, gets away from one, and then through for Elianussi. Plays it from the goal line to Gineppo, wide left. Walker-Peters then puts the cross in, beats everybody in yellow, and Woodman has it in his hands for Newcastle. Now there's some groans, but Woodman looks up, he sees Saint-Maximin on halfway and nobody any further ahead than the middle of Newcastle's half. So what can he do? Cher up to Saint-Maximin, heads on. Salisu heads it straight back to Saint-Maximin and forwards for Almiron to get after, but Stevens lifts it clear, and Livramento takes it inside, but Longstaff is there, he knocks it forwards. Wilson backing into Walker-Peters, holds it up and finds Murphy. They're in the Southampton half, wide right. Willock to Murphy, gets away from his man, sticks the cross in towards the near post, but the keeper makes a comfortable claim.
Yeah, too close to the keeper.
Listening to BBC Radio Newcastle, all the half-time scores coming up in, well, about 10 minutes from Simon Pride in the studio. Haven't had a goal here at St James's Park yet. Newcastle win it back from Southampton in midfield. Referee rather got in the way there, I feel, on Almiron. Shea Adams takes over, and now there's danger here. Shot from the left side of the penalty area, saved low down by Freddie Woodman.
Got to be more determined to keep the ball. Adams wanted it more than 2-3 players in black and white.
It was Elianussi with the effort. He swapped flanks with Gineppo. Gineppo now on the right. Woodman looking for Wilson, off his chest towards Willock. Walker-Peters From wide on the left, back to McCarthy. He's got time, and Stevens in the box rolls it ahead of the defender, brings it out of the Southampton penalty area. Romeu to Ward-Prowse. Carries it 10 yards, passes it to Elianusi, shifts it out to the left. Walker-Peters loves to join in the attack. A step over, going around Murphy, who caught him, tripped him. It's down the side of the area, probably 12 yards back from the goal line on the left, and a dangerous Southampton free kick now.
Yeah, good feet again, isn't he? Wants to get forward quick. Just does Murphy. Murphy sticks out a leg.
Everybody defending for Newcastle. Almiron and Saint-Maximin, the two-man wall. Willock is probably the player closest to the edge of the box. Everyone else pretty much on the 6-yard line. The vanishing spray's gone down on the pitch, and it's James Ward-Prowse, and whenever he stands behind a set piece, you know there could be trouble ahead. Woodman is by his front post, his right-hand post. Ward-Prowse. Woodman's made a save. It's come through everybody and then headed back towards Armstrong. A shot blocked. Cher heads it out of the area, but it's still in play on the right side. Armstrong to Stevens. Cut back to Romeu. He's played it against Almiron. Livramento forced back by Almiron. Ward-Prowse trying to get Stevens in down the right. It's a difficult one for him, and Cher gets across to see it behind. Woodman reacted and pushed the ball away there from that whipped free kick.
I'm not too sure he knew too much about it, to be fair.
Did it take a touch maybe on the way through off someone?
I don't know.
He's kind of scooped it up and away with his hands clasped together. "39 minutes, BBC Radio Newcastle." Woodman's ball. Ritchie heads on. Saint-Maximin starts to move towards it, but Salisu sticks up his left leg and hooks it clear. Ritchie onto Wilson, and then he plays in Saint-Maximin on the right, just outside the box. Alan Saint-Maximin. Can he dig out a cross or a shot? Still on it, heading for the line now. Back it goes to Murphy. First time ball in from Murphy. Header away by Stevens. And then Southampton coming forwards with it, but Murphy's got back to do some good defending, and Lascelles to Cher, and he brings it over halfway, but he had Adams at his back and he overran it and maybe committed a foul, and Ward-Prowse is coming forwards for Southampton, out to the right to Adams, tripped by Almiron. Free kick this time.
How can the linesman not see that?
Referee is going to book Fabian Cher.
I'm not
for
surprised.
his challenge. Will he show Almiron a yellow card as well? I think he is going to.
No, he's
put it back in his pocket. Yeah. Pablo Fornells has given West Ham a 1-0 lead over Crystal Palace. 0-0 here, in case you hadn't heard. But Southampton should be ahead. Newcastle's best chance was Murphy's free kick, which was just over, but keeper had it covered. Gineppo with two great opportunities. Woodman there with a save from the last free kick, and a similar sort of position, but on the right side, a little bit further back, maybe more in line with the edge of the box. But Southampton will feel they should be in the lead.
For all the play, though, they haven't worked, Woodman.
Just the free kick.
Yeah.
It's a one-man wall. It's Saint-Maximin this time. It's a couple of yards out of the area on the right. Ward-Prowse stopped by Willock. Almiron takes it backwards, and then Ritchie lifts it away, and Alan Saint-Maximin has taken it down and breaks into the Southampton half. He's got yellow shirts back. He's played it to Wilson. Chance for Callum Wilson, edge of the area, over.
There's going to be some strike to beat the keeper from there, though, wasn't it?
Saint-Maximin did well.
But yet again, it comes... Southampton just piled players forward. They leave gaps at the back. that's going to be our best hope by the sound of. They throw bodies forward, we break, and Maximin and Wilson.
This might be ultra critical, it might be unfair, but the ball from Saint-Maximin it's not necessarily one for Wilson to run onto and hit, is it? It's more one that's played into his feet, and he has to take a touch and then get the shot off with the defender coming back, edge of the area. Maybe it would have been one that invited him to run onto it. That would have been a better ball, but he did. It was a great first touch from Saint-Maximin to bring it down and then run, and you always back him with his speed. And Southampton put pressure on Woodman, and the ball comes to Cher, lifted into the middle. Stevens away, Lascelles big header on, Saint-Maximin's dropped for him, but he's in a pocket of space there and he's nodded it back to Willock, and that's into the path of Jacob Murphy. Middle of Southampton's half, now approaching the edge of the box, out wide to Alan Saint-Maximin on the Newcastle right. 43 minutes, Sean Longstaff, low shot blocked. Southampton can't quite clear it. Almiron has then won it back from Armstrong. Did well twice there, Miguel Almiron, right side of central midfield, and Sean Longstaff, first Premier League start of the season for him, back to Lascelles and Cher to Ritchie. Crowd not as agitated as earlier, but still some frustration when Newcastle's play is slow and when the ball goes backwards. Forwards this time down the right wing from Murphy to Saint-Maximin. Only Wilson in the box. Willett gets in there now as well. Saint-Maximin back to Murphy. Murphy starts to run, gets between a couple of Southampton players. Cross is blocked and comes out wide to Saint-Maximin, who sticks it in, and it reaches Ritchie at the back post. Livramento has to push it behind. Corner kick.
Did well, the young man, because he got caught underneath it. Ritchie's taking it on his chest.
Something Saint-Maximin has been criticised for is trying to beat too many players. A couple of occasions there, he hasn't been able to have a clear route through, a clear route to go, so he's played what's a more simpler ball back to Murphy and kept Newcastle on the attack. Sean Longstaff with a right-footed corner from the left. Good header! Great save! Wilson at the near post. That's brilliant work from McCarthy in the Southampton goal. Back to Almiron. Taking it out wide left and back to Longstaff, linking up with Almiron. A 1-2. Low ball into the middle. Cleared away. Longstaff makes a good challenge. It's a Southampton throw.
Oh, it's a fabulous save. It's a wonderful header. Whip ball in near post, and he's just got ahead of his marker. A lot of power on it. It's a top save by McCarthy.
He's got space, hasn't he, Callum Wilson there near post. McCarthy's kept it at 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Going to get the numbers board from John Brooks now. We'll reach the end of the opening 45, and there'll be a minimum of 1 minute added to the first half. Good battle there between Almiron and Ward-Prowse. Southampton have eventually got it clear. Lascelles has come across, and he plays it back to Woodman. Walks the ball out of his area. Up to Wilson. He's won the header in front of Stevens. Ritchie then with a header. Willock to Longstaff. It's played in Ritchie down the left. That's a ball for Willock to chase. Maybe a bit too much on it. And yes, Southampton see it behind through Jack Stevens for a goal kick.
Well, we've probably had the best chance of the game. The header.
Yeah.
You know, for all the ball that Southampton have had, Woodman's hasn't been worked that much. McCarthy's made a top save.
Reaction from the crowd at half-time will be interesting. There's a lot of frustration. We can hear it. And we hear it loud and clear there. Newcastle United 0, Southampton 0 at the break, as the players head off down the tunnel. Important team talk for Steve Bruce and his staff, because in the main that wasn't great. Southampton have had more of the ball, they've moved it quicker, they've moved it well as they do. It's something Newcastle struggle against and are often criticised for not being able to do well enough themselves. But as you said there, John Anderson, the Wilson header, there was the break when he had the shot over. Murphy's had the free kick. They have had towards the end of the half a couple of opportunities, but it is goalless.
Yeah, goalless. Southampton have dominated the ball. They've kept it. They've got in and around the penalty area. They haven't made the best use of it. Gineppo should have had two. Should have scored twice. He's hooked one over. How he's hooked it over, I do not know. And the second one, he tries to be too clever. Saying that, McCarthy's made an unbelievable save. It's a top save from Wilson's header. Would we deserve to be in front at half-time? Probably not, but look, we need to get control of the ball. We need to pass the ball better. All we rely on is getting it to St. Maximin, hoping he's going to do something, give it to Wilson, and that's it. I mean, it's, you know, there doesn't seem to be a game plan of playing through midfield. We want to play from the back. We're not good enough to play from the back. You know, and it hasn't been great. It was a poor 45 minutes.
And you can understand why there were boos there, because the fans aren't enjoying what they're seeing, and it's maybe as well, Ando, not only are they not enjoying what they're seeing, they're perhaps not seeing how it's going to get better either.
Well, that 45 minutes wasn't good, and they've got every right to vent their frustration. You know, we haven't passed the ball, we haven't kept the ball well. As I say, our main outlet is St. Maximin. Get it to him, hope he runs forward, does a trick or two, rolls it into Wilson, and Wilson does something. But we've seen Sean Longstaff hasn't controlled the middle of the park, hasn't got in and around people. Almiron's run around, but yet again, he's just not a midfield player. He's not good enough on the ball. Willock, very little seen of Willock. He had that one little skimmy run, great feet, skim past a couple of players, but all in all, it was a real poor 45 minutes.
Thanks for the moment, Ando. We hope the second half is better. It is still level. Newcastle looking to get their first Premier League points of the season here today against Southampton. Not a great first half. Second half coming up on BBC Radio Newcastle. At the break, Newcastle United 0, Southampton 0.
The sound of the Great North Bike Ride. One day, 2,000 cyclists and 60 miles from Sea Houses to Tynemouth Priory and Castle. The Great North Bike Ride starts tomorrow. To find out more, pedal over to greatnorthbikeride.com. BBC Radio Newcastle, official radio station of the Great North Bike Ride.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Simon Pride in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio. Thanks to our commentators for those first halves, goalless between Newcastle United and Southampton in the Premier League in our featured match on our FM frequencies. Sunderland, though, lead by 2-0 against Wycombe Wanderers in our featured match on DAB and Freeview. Back for the second halves shortly. In the meantime, let me get you up to date with everything else that has been happening around the country in the Premier League today. In the early kickoff, a thumping for Arsenal at the Etihad. Manchester City 5, Arsenal 0. Ilkay Gundogan, a couple for Fermin Torres, Gabriel Jesus and Rodri, all on the mark for Manchester City. Hapless Arsenal had Granit Xhaka sent off in the first half. In a few moments we'll get a little bit of reaction to that game from Pep Guardiola, but Manchester City have beaten Arsenal 5-0. The rest of the matches at the half-time stage: Aston Villa 1, Brentford 1. Ivan Toney put Brentford ahead in that game, the former Newcastle striker, but Emiliano Buendia is having another good day. He has equalised for Aston Villa 1-1 at half-time. In the game at the Amex, it's Brighton and Hove Albion 0, Everton 1. Damari Gray with the goal for Everton there. Newcastle 0, Southampton 0. You know all about it if you've been listening to that game on our FM frequencies. It's Norwich City 1, Leicester City 1. Jamie Vardy putting Leicester ahead after 8 minutes in that game, but Timo Pukki from the penalty spot just before half-time has equalised for the Canaries. And West Ham United lead Crystal Palace by 1-0. West Ham United going well again this season, and Pablo Fornals has put them ahead. The 5:30 game this evening, by the way, is a cracker. Liverpool against Chelsea.
Get the latest team news, score updates and post-match reaction on Twitter at BBC Newcastle.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Couple of early kickoffs to tell you about in the Championship. Bristol City have beaten Cardiff City in Wales by 2-1. Vyman with a couple for Bristol City. A Bentley own goal, the Cardiff City goal. Derby County 1, Nottingham Forest 1 in the big East Midlands derby. Lawrence putting the home side ahead, but an equaliser from Johnson just 8 minutes before the end means that one has finished honours even. Elsewhere, half-time between Barnsley and Birmingham City, and it's 1-1. Styles for Barnsley, Jutkiewicz with the equaliser for Birmingham. Fulham leads Stoke City by 1-0. Wilson with the goal for Fulham. Huddersfield Town lead Reading by 1-0 as well. O'Brien on the mark for the Terriers this afternoon. It's Hull 0, AFC Bournemouth 0, and it's also goalless between Luton Town and Sheffield United at half-time. Middlesbrough 1, Blackburn Rovers 1. Howson equalising for Middlesbrough after Gallagher had put the visitors ahead there, but it's Millwall 0, Blackpool 0 at half-time, and Preston North End leads Swansea City by 2-1. Piero with the first goal for Swansea City, but then Preston North End bouncing back. Van der Berg scoring first, and then Reece Jacobson, who was on the mark in midweek in the Cup, scored again just before half-time. Queen's Park Rangers 0, Coventry City 0 is a half-time score from Loftus Road. And this evening at 8 o'clock, it's Peterborough against West Bromwich Albion.
Have your say on the game.
Call 0800 234 6565. BBC Radio Newcastle.
And into League One, Sunderland topping the as-it-stands League One table as things are at the moment. In the early kick-off, Rotherham United beat Doncaster Rovers by 2-0 despite being down to 10 men for much of that game. They scored through Michael Smith on 27 minutes and just before half-time. Miller sent off in the second half, but the Millers went on to win by 2-0. Elsewhere, Cambridge United 1, Bolton Wanderers 0. Tracy for Cambridge United. Charlton 2 up on Crewe Alexandra, Jayasimi and Stockley for Charlton. Goalless between Ipswich and Wimbledon. Isa has scored for Milton Keynes Dons, so they lead Accrington Stanley by 1-0. No goals between Morecambe and Sheffield Wednesday. Sheffield Wednesday, who topped the table going into this afternoon's games. Oxford lead Lincoln City by 2-0. Henry on the double for Oxford United. 2 goals for him in the first half. Plymouth Argyle going well this season. 1. Fleetwood Town 1. Hardy for Plymouth. Camps for Fleetwood. It's Shrewsbury 0. Gillingham 1. Tucker for Gillingham. And it's Wigan Athletic 0. Portsmouth 0.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
By the way, if you'd like to have your say at any time this afternoon, do text in 81333. Start your text with the letters BBC, and standard network rates apply if you do that. You can also tweet at BBC Newcastle using the Total Sport hashtag. We'll have a phone in with Benno and Ando after the game as well. 0800 234 6565, the number you'll need if you want to join in with that. Into League 2 then, Barrow 1, Bristol Rovers 1, Crawley Town 0, Northampton 0, Forest Green Rovers 0, Port Vale 2, Harrogate 1, Exeter City 0, Hartlepool 1, Carlisle United 1, Leyton Orient 0, Bradford City 0. It's Salford City 3, Newport County 0. Chris Jones, the bookie, who comes on a Friday evening, he always gives us a football tip for the weekend, and he plumped for Newport this weekend. Just to repeat, Salford City 3, Newport 0 at half-time. Chris's horse lost as well. Just saying. Scunthorpe United 1, Tranmere Rovers 0, Sutton United 0, Oldham Athletic 0, Swindon 0, Mansfield Town 0, Walsall 1, Stevenage 0. And just to give you the latest from the Scottish Premiership as well, just 3 matches this afternoon. Dundee United 0, Hearts 1, Hibs 0, Livingston 0, and Motherwell 1, Dundee 0.
The Newcastle United and Sunderland AFC podcast.
Subscribe on BBC Sounds.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
I'll bring you the latest on our local matches very shortly. Before that, though, some reaction as promised to the Premier League game earlier today. Arsenal were thrashed 5-0 at Manchester City to make it 3 defeats from 3 in the Premier League. Manchester City's manager Pep Guardiola has backed, though, the Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta to come good at the club.
I know completely his talent. I know completely his awareness as a leading role in many things. So I'm pretty sure that the moment everything will be back and do it, he will do a job because he's an excellent manager. I can tell you because I know him. I work with him.
So he's got the backing of Pep Guardiola. Has he got the backing of the Arsenal fans? Time will tell. Now let's go to our local football. Paul Dixon is at Morpeth, who are playing Atherton Collieries. Now Morpeth need to get their season up and running after 4 straight defeats. Are they doing that, Paul?
They certainly are, Simon. Half-time score 1-0 to Morpeth. And after 4 defeats, they were looking for a real good start in this game, and they got that after 2 minutes. The corner by ex-Hartlepool player Liam Noble found Morpeth centre-back Michael Turner to head firmly into the corner of the net. The crowd here really pleased with that start. 1-0 to Morpeth. But then 3 minutes later, it should have been 2. Liam Noble, quick free kick to Jack Foley, in on goal, should have scored, should have been 2. And then Morpeth went close again on half an hour. Good play by Ben Ramsey on the left wing, who's having a good half. Curled his shot, looked as though it was going in. Goalkeeper touched it onto the bar, and then it was cleared. Morpeth are playing really well in the first half on this new AstroTurf. Good crowd here, 1-0 at half-time.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. Let me just take you through some of the other local scores as well. Blythe Spartans 0, AFC Telford 0, goalless as well between Chester and Gateshead, both of those in the National League North. In the other game in the Northern Premier Division, South Shields lead Grantham by 2-0, so looking good there. In the Northern Premier League East Division, Dunstan 1, Pontefract Collieries 1, Ossett United 2, Hebburn Town 1. Hebburn were 2 down, but they've pulled 1 back there. And in the Lowland League in Scotland, the latest I have is Berwick Rangers 0, Cumbernauld Colts 0. We will have a local football roundup as usual at around about 20 to 6 this evening. And just to remind you as well, the Women's Championship gets underway this week. We previewed it on Total Sport earlier in the week. Durham women are at home to Watford ladies at midday on Sunday. Sunderland ladies are at Coventry United at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
You know when you get something on your Facebook page or your Twitter page, I must have looked up sheds once, and they keep showing me this pod, a glass shed, and I want this to be my messy art studio at the bottom of the garden. That's worth £17,000. Well, I'm never going to buy this, but if I was the richest person in the world, I definitely would buy that. What would you not buy, even if you had all the money in the world?
Okay, I'm really struggling with this question now, because I was trying
you want everything.
Well, exactly, and I keep on thinking, well, could I live without a helicopter? I was thinking, well, I possibly could, because I'd have my own private jet. And then I was thinking, well, could I live without a yacht? Well, what if I want to go sailing? So at the moment I've narrowed it down to maybe I could do without the helicopter. I'm coming across as very materialistic here, aren't I?
I'm loving it.
The sound of the North East at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
Back to the second halves very shortly. Newcastle United goalless with Southampton. That one's on our FM frequencies. Sunderland 2 up on Wycombe Wanderers on DAB and Freeview. Let's bring you a bit of cricket now, though, as well. England's cricketers have beaten India by an innings and 76 runs in the third test at Headingley. Wasn't much play today in the end, so if you had tickets for today, well, I guess mixed feelings if you're an England supporter. India dismissed for 278 in their second innings before lunch. Ollie Robinson took 5 of those second innings wickets and spoke afterwards to an impressed Jonathan Agnew.
Well bowled. I mean, I've been sitting up there watching. There's a lot of skill going on there.
Yeah, it's nice to get the rewards after a few consistent days of bowling. We spoke on the first morning about just being consistent as possible, trying to hit our areas, and luckily we've had the rewards this game.
Yeah, and that ball just kept swinging enough.
Yeah, I think the ball management of the lads, and Root in particular, was top draw. To keep it swinging in these conditions is a great effort from everyone, really.
And that one that comes back, I mean, that's I think, watching from up there again, has been pretty key in this match, because you all do that, and so that has caused that sort of tentative batting outside the off stump. I mean, it's very skillful.
I've actually just learnt it last week off Jimmy.
Really?
Yeah. So it just changed my wobble seam grip a little bit to how Jimmy does it. Changed the ball around to the other side, and luckily it's come off this week, but it needs a bit more practice.
Well, I don't think it does need that. I spent an entire car journey with Steve Finn trying to learn it, and I couldn't get it right. But it is. But that really is something to add to your game, though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think with someone like Jimmy in the dressing room and Brody when he was here as well, to learn off them two is invaluable. For me to get to the level that I want to get at, to learn off those two is something that I'll be trying to do for as long as possible.
And are you surprised by what's happened? I mean, the turnaround from all that hostility and aggression and that heavy defeat at Lords to this, it seems remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe it went over the top a little bit at Lords, and both teams sort of realised that this week, and sort of it was back to good old Test cricket and good hard fought cricket. Obviously we sort of tipped them out the game first morning, and then we've been on top from ever since, so it's nice to get the win.
There was a little bit of gossip this morning. You might have had some sort of niggle. I mean, are you 100% fit?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just a tiny bit of cramp at the end of the day yesterday. Just trying to get used to Test cricket.
Good day for Ollie Robinson. Good day for England. They have beaten India. Right then, the second half is ready to start at both of our grounds, or almost ready. So, yeah, Newcastle against Southampton on our FM frequencies, DAB and Freeview for Sunderland against Wickham. Second half is next.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And here at St James's Park, Southampton have been on the pitch for a good couple of minutes. Newcastle just emerging from the tunnel. Let's hope that they will be at it from the off in this second 45. 0-0. Can't see any changes. Woodman in goal. Cher, Lascelles, Fernandez at the back. Murphy right, Ritchie left. Longstaff, Willock and Almiron, Saint-Maximin and Wilson up front, and Southampton, McCarthy in goal, Livramento, Stevens, Salisu, Walker-Peters, back four from right to left. Elianusi, Romeo, Ward-Prowse and Gineppo, who had two great chances to score. Adams and Armstrong. Second half has started, Newcastle kick off, and they're going from left to right, so down the slope towards the Gallagher end. Back to Longstaff, and then forwards, cleared by Southampton. Murphy then with a ball into the corner on the left. They've kept it in and then cleared it as far as Ritchie, and now Alan Saint-Maximin, who's gone for goal at the near side, and it's hit the side netting with McCarthy down low, probably covering the post, but positive enough start to the second half.
Yeah, he's gone near side, but it's never beat McCarthy. Knows it's going wide of his right hand post. Got to go back across the goalkeeper. Cutting in from that left side.
The two benches, Gillespie, Clark, Joelinton, Lewis, Hendrick, Kraft, Manquillo, Fraser and Gale for Newcastle, and Southampton with Forster, Redmond, Perrault, Brower, Teller, Diallo, Walcott, Bednarek and Valerie as their subs. Black and white stripes against the yellow and blue of the visitors. Ritchie with a ball down the left. Saint-Maximin trying to stretch them. He's got there before Livramento, and then a back heel down the touchline for Almiron, but the ball has gone out. So Southampton throw. You would expect that Ralph Hasenhüttl may well prime his players for a bit more from Newcastle, but yeah, you would also have told them you'd think to do the same but take their chances.
You would hope for a reaction from Newcastle. But what we've seen in that opening 45 minutes just wasn't good enough, and I would imagine that they had a flea in their ear at half time. I think there was one or two home truths said. Well, you would hope so. You'd want to see a big improvement in this second half.
They've had a throw on the left and then gone back to Fernandez. Made Murphy work to control that ball. He did. Kept it in. Forwards towards Wilson. Headed away. And now Southampton through Armstrong attacking down the left into the area. Forced wide by Jacob Murphy. Back to Gineppo. He's got two in the middle to hit. Romeu now goes into the box. Plays it to Armstrong. Lifts it towards the back post. Woodman claims. Throws it out quickly to Saint-Maximin, who pulled wide into a position to receive the ball. Wilson ahead of him. He's got Murphy and Almiron there for support as well. Saint-Maximin has switched it from left to right to Willock. Murphy behind him. Now goes down the line and Longstaff plays in Jacob Murphy. Takes a touch. Swings in the cross. Salisu volleys clear. Armstrong is back there to take it down on his chest and get Southampton in possession again. Gineppo to Walker-Peters. Chipped away with his weaker left. Straight to Sean Longstaff. Can't keep it in.
Poor touch.
It's BBC Radio Newcastle. Once again, a reminder that Sunderland are on DAB and Freeview Channel 719. Southampton throw on halfway, near side. 49th minute, back to Salisu. He signed him last October. Salisu didn't play until February because of injury, but finished the season in the team. Here comes to Elianusi in the middle, pursued by Almiron, through for Armstrong. Danger here, onto his right, in the box, blocked. It's come out to Gineppo, still in the area, onto his right. Gineppo goes across goal, and it didn't miss by much. Woodman flung himself at it, but it's wide of the keeper's left-hand post.
Yeah, it was swinging back, wasn't it? But not enough, thankfully. You could see what he had in mind, but as soon as it came back out to him, he's just shifted it inside Fernandez, and he's whipped it. Got a lot of bend on it, but fortunately not enough.
It's the noise from the Southampton fans that we can hear. Chanting Gineppo's name. Players have come out to this near side, Newcastle's right. Murphy and Willock are there. Southampton have got the two forwards in Newcastle's half. Murphy's the target of Woodman's ball. It's over his head and Romeu nods it forwards. Fernandez chasing, Armstrong at his back. Fernandez has seen it out for a Newcastle throw. His boot came off there in that challenge. Murphy to take the throw. Steve Bruce has a look at his watch. No movement for Murphy. Square to Longstaff, takes a touch. Forwards it goes. Stayed in. Saint-Maximin chasing with Stevens. Jack Stevens wins the header. Newcastle throw 20 yards out. Taken by Saint-Maximin. Willock trying to get into the box. Salisu's come across and brought it down. Willock charges down the clearance for the throw to the away team. Walker-Peters with the ball in his hands, going to go down the line. It's onto the chest of Murphy. He's found Willock, knocks it away from Walker-Peters, but ran out of room, and out it goes. Another throw in pretty much the same spot. 51 minutes gone, 0-0. Murphy wins a header inside to Almiron, flicked forwards towards Saint-Maximin. Salisu over the top wins it. Wilson 5 yards outside the box, touches it off to Murphy, into Willock to Saint-Maximin. Ends up on the floor. Gineppo bringing it away. Armstrong steps inside away from Fernandez. Good ball to Livramento, right side over halfway. Elianusi out wide, takes it on and crosses straight at Woodman. No one close to it for Southampton, but a threatening break. Good play by Armstrong. Longstaff plays a pass, it's deflected, but it's come to Almiron. Saint-Maximin wanting it through the middle. Almiron running with it. He's played it to Wilson. Might have to take it on himself, and he's just outnumbered once again. Collided with Romeu. They both fell to the floor. Paul Tierney, the referee, lets play go on. Willock, great challenge, great tackle to scoop the ball back from Walker-Peters, and then Murphy turns inside, passes it to Sean Longstaff, middle of Newcastle's half, back to Cher. And the supporters appreciating the effort there. As Ritchie comes into the centre with the ball and then plays it back to Cher, and Saint-Maximin now on halfway. He's come deep to get it. Ritchie's gone on beyond, down the line. Just a couple of yards inside to Almiron, back to Saint-Maximin. Cher to Lascelles and now Fernandez. Longstaff straight back to Fernandez. Wide to Murphy. And he's tried to get Wilson in but didn't have the angle on the ball.
Trying to force it now.
Murphy gets back in position behind Gineppo. Walker-Peters to Ward-Prowse. Back to Salisu, square. To the right side at centre-half, Stevens. Those two have combined, and now forwards it comes through. Romeu in the centre. Romeu going it alone. Shot is blocked by Newcastle bodies, and Almiron away, but straight onto a Southampton head. Longstaff trying to win it. Great challenge from Longstaff, wins it back. Wilson gets the better of two defenders and plays it to Saint-Maximin on the left. On the attack, he beats Stevens. Alan Saint-Maximin into the box. Recovery challenge from the defender. Pushes the ball out wide. Ritchie's got it. Saint-Maximin once more. Elianusi with him. He's giving it back to Ritchie. Here's Almiron. Ritchie again. Now Cher. Looks to get Murphy in. Great ball by Cher. Headed down by Murphy and headed in! Callum Wilson has scored for Newcastle. Getting on the end of Murphy's header across. There he was in the middle to get down low and nod it beyond Alex McCarthy for the opening goal. On the evidence of the first half, Southampton don't deserve to be behind, but a good goal created by Cher, laid on by Murphy and finished by Wilson, his second of the season. Newcastle United 1, Southampton 0.
It's a smashing goal. Build-up play was so much better. Good ball, Cher. Murphy got on his bike. Good header back across goal. And like all centre forwards, he got himself in the right area. Keeper had no chance.
Steve Bruce gave Sean Longstaff a big pat on the back.
He'll be a relieved man.
His play, and Steve Bruce will be relieved. 55 minutes, the time of the goal. And Southampton have kicked off. 1-0 to Newcastle. Gineppo,
he's done it again.
Tries to go around Murphy, who says exactly that. And Murphy has basically convinced Paul Tierney to book Moussa Gineppo for diving.
Well, I said he did it twice in the first half, and the referee has just said that. You've done it twice before.
I needed a bit of a reminder from Jacob Murphy, but free kick Newcastle in their own half. Yellow card for Gineppo for Southampton.
What must he be thinking? The two gilt-edged chances he had.
Fernandez to Almiron, back to Longstaff, and then Fernandez again. Willock backing in, chests it down, comes back to Longstaff. He's switched it across to Ritchie, left side. Cher coming forwards with it, pinged it, dinked it towards Wilson at the edge of the box, couldn't get in. Salisu and Stevens just about get away with it and get it clear. And Romeu on the right, down the line to Livramento. Low ball to the edge of the box. Fernandez pushes it away. Hooked forwards by Ward-Prowse to Gineppo. Armstrong, corner of the area. He's curled it to the far post. Goal kick.
His final ball has been really poor.
Nathan Redmond is coming on for Moussa Djenepo.
No surprise.
Redmond has been a substitute in both Southampton's previous Premier League games. He started and scored in the Cup on Wednesday. He's been a good player over the years, Nathan Redmond. That's their first change, 58 minutes gone. 1-0 to Newcastle through Callum Wilson. Goal kick from Woodman, too high for Murphy. Steve Bruce pulling Joe Willock back into position. Now he's after Callum Wilson, who follows the ball back in to the goalkeeper. Everton got a second against Brighton. Dominic Calvert-Lewin from the penalty spot, given away by Southampton on the far side. Longstaff to release Saint-Maximin. Plenty of Saints bodies back, only Wilson in the box. Inside it comes to Almiron, then the cross looking for Willock, who'd got in there, and Livramento clears. Fernandez diving header forwards, straight to Elyounoussi, and he's able to carry it a long way, 20-30 yards now, over halfway, gets stopped by Ritchie at the expense of a throw. Crystal Palace have equalised against West Ham. Conor Gallagher on loan from Chelsea. Rumoured target of Newcastle's at one stage, the midfielder. But the all-important score is here, and it's 1-0 to Newcastle. Redmond, his first involvement since coming on. Adams wide left to Walker-Peters. And then Adams again, who stayed out wide. They've got two in the box. He goes back to Salisu, every Newcastle player behind it. Romeo back to Salisu, who's a few yards into United's half, left of centre. There's a couple of touches of the ball. Plays it forwards to Romeo. Ward-Prowse down the line. Walker-Peters taking on Murphy. Sticking to his task, Jacob Murphy. Pushes Walker-Peters out onto the touchline. He's pulled the ball back for Ward-Prowse, who's now released Adams. Fernandez across, shoulder to shoulder. And it's come to Longstaff, who gets it away. Saint-Maximin is never going to get to that. Stevens is there. And Livramento inside square to Romeo. Back to Livramento. Fouled by Almiron. Romeo. Salisu now comes forwards from the centre circle. Ward-Prowse takes a touch and passes it to Walker-Peters wide on the left. Now Redmond, a couple of yards back from the goal line, straight into the box to the feet of Sean Longstaff, who has a touch, and then with his second touch hammers it clear into Southampton's half, where Salisu picks it up. Played an hour on BBC Radio Newcastle, and they lead 1-0. Stevens has carried that and found Redmond. Pass to Livramento, who crosses, blocked by Almiron, knocks it round him, tries to go the other side, eventually gets a throw. Any further thoughts, Ando, on how the game is developing now they have the lead?
No, I mean, yet again, Southampton most of the ball, but they're not creating a great deal with it. Goals win you games.
Well, Southampton making one change already. No activity on Newcastle's bench yet, if Steve Bruce is tempted to change it. Matt Ritchie told to take the throw from the right spot. It's good distance on it. It's rebounded against Saint-Maximin. I think it hit his knee and came for Romeo. Salisu to Walker-Peters, who takes it forwards, inside to Redmond, closed down by Longstaff. Good pressure, back to Ward-Prowse, deep in midfield. Romeo now lifting it through, looking for Elyounoussi, who'd made a run in off the flank, but the ball goes behind. Graham Jones is up off the bench. Wants a word with Callum Wilson, as Adam Armstrong needs some treatment for Southampton. 1-0 Newcastle, and it is a hot day. The sun is still shining, part of the pitch shaded, but players coming over for a drink. be a massive result for them, but they've got to get there first. The 500th Premier League match at St James's Park, the 6th stadium to host 500 Premier League games. And they've won 245 of the previous 499. Jones talking to Wilson earlier and now having a word with Sam Maxima and Willock. Armstrong is on 2 feet, walking over to the side of the pitch with 2 members of Southampton's medical staff. Southampton have lost 11 of their last 12 Premier League matches, including each of the last 6 before today. Obviously that's across 2 seasons, but they haven't been great travellers in recent times. Out off the head of Romeu from Woodman's long goal kick. Murphy with a throw to take 35 yards out on the right. 1-0, looking for Sam Maxima, he's got him away. Starts to come inside, but a touch that was heavy, and Salisu well placed to see it behind.
Just overran it, didn't he?
McCarthy takes a while over this goal kick, not in any hurry. 64 minutes on the clock. Adams comes in off the left to win the header in front of Longstaff. Ritchie away. Now Sam Maxima to chase. Salisu met it with his head. Livramento takes it down. Ritchie getting after him, so he has to go back to the keeper. McCarthy with a touch in the 6-yard box, and then a big clearance. And Share with a header forwards. Livramento inside. Almiron winning it for Newcastle, but it's come back to Southampton. And a free kick given by the referee. Brought it back for an earlier foul on Livramento. I think, was it Longstaff who slid in, took a bit of a swipe at him. So it's a free kick further back in the Newcastle half on the right. Ward-Prowse straight to Salisu. They get on with it. Redmond's dropped off. Receives it, gives it back to the defender. Romeu, quick pass to Armstrong. Tackled. Elianusi near the corner of the Newcastle 18-yard box. They've gone out wide to Livramento and then inside again to Mohamed Elianusi, looking for the run of Romeu. It's too strong, the ball, and Newcastle play it to Ritchie, who sends it clear down the left. Wilson pursuing Stevens, but he's got time and he's able to play it back to the goalkeeper. They push up, United. Now drop a little bit. Still in the middle of their half with the defensive line. Salisu comes up to the halfway line. Left-footed ball across the centre circle to Stevens into Newcastle's half. Foot on it. It's got options left and right. Has to then come back to Salisu, who'll bring it forwards. Walker-Peters, did he carry that out? Newcastle thinks so. Steve Bruce screaming at the assistant referee, Konstantin Hatzidakis, on this near side. That was a sloppy first touch and it looked like he carried the ball over the line. They said no, play goes on. Sam Maxima beaten in the air on halfway by Salisu. If the ball had gone through, he would have been away. Ward-Prowse to Romeu now. Ward-Prowse again, left of centre. Walker-Peters, 18 yards out, low cross. Fernandez gets his boot to the ball. Longstaff heads away. Wilson battling for it with Romeu, but the Southampton midfielder wins it. And it's Livramento inside to Stevens. They're in Newcastle's half. Everyone's behind the ball. 67 minutes, BBC Radio Newcastle. Salisu. Square to Stevens. Southampton keeping it. Newcastle trying to stop them getting through. It's Armstrong just outside the box. It's opened up for him, and then the shot takes a deflection. Hit it with his right at an angle, and it's a corner on the left.
Yeah, he was always off balance when he hit it. It's taken a big deflection as well, gone behind. Ward-Prowse coming across to this near side. Swinging in with his right foot. Joe Linton's coming on.
There's no one in the 6-yard box in yellow. Now they move as Ward-Prowse puts his arm in the air and they go into the 6-yard box. He aims to the back post, great header. Matt Ritchie. And then Southampton for Adams, blocked by Sean Longstaff. Threw himself at the shot, gets an acknowledgement from Jacob Murphy. Callum Wilson is coming off, and Joe Linton, his replacement.
He's obviously got a knock on him.
Maybe it goes back to that situation in the first half when he needed treatment. But yeah, Wilson off, Joe Linton on. Michael Antonio has scored again for West Ham, and they lead Crystal Palace 2-1. Wilson gets high fives off the coaching staff and then goes straight down the tunnel, which is always the sign that there is a knock or maybe a bit of a problem, or just that they need to have a look at something. Southampton throw from that block by Longstaff, and then Joe Willock gets Newcastle a goal kick, playing it against Redmond. Approaching the final 20 minutes, how do you see it, John Anderson?
Yet again, Southampton, since the goal, have had the majority of the ball, but yet again, Woodman hasn't had a save to make. You know, I think we've defended quite well. They're slow in their build-up, Southampton.
Joe Linton goes for the ball. Romeo wins the header. Ritchie then to Joe Linton, back again. And forwards, Newcastle played, but Salisu is there. That made Ward-Prowse stretch, but he got to it. Passed it short to Romeo. Armando Broa is going to come on. Broa, the Albanian international, on loan from Chelsea, scored at Newport on his debut in midweek. Scored twice, actually. Here's Alan Saint-Maximin. Good feet on the Newcastle right side. Into Longstaff. Murphy has a look down the line, wins a throw, playing it off Redmond. And Shea Adams is going off.
Substitution for Southampton coming off. Number 10, Shea Adams, and replacing him, number 18, Armando Broya.
Crystal Palace have equalised against West Ham. Conor Gallagher scored again for them, 2-2. 1-0 Newcastle here. Joe Linton trying to flick it on for Willock. He's got the header to him and then back again to Joe Linton. He's got three around him, used it well, back to Murphy. Now Willock trying to spin away from Salisu. Willock wins a corner.
Good strength. Good strength. Held the big centre-back off well. He's got his socks down around his ankles now as well, Willock.
What does that indicate? He means business?
Might be feeling it a little bit.
He's wearing small shin pads because you can't see them. Ritchie, left-footed from the right side, 71 minutes. Two arms in the air. Here's the delivery, it's to the back post. Lascelles nearest to it. It's gone behind off the skipper, and it's a goal kick. No complaints by Newcastle.
Yeah, didn't get a clean header on it, did it? Came off the side of his head. Deep ball to the back post. Big centre-back coming to attack it, but got nothing on the header.
They are leading 1-0.
They're writing letters now, look.
Yeah, Southampton with a note for Kyle Walker-Peters. Big bit of paper as well, isn't it? Normally it's just a scrap of paper that they've torn off. That looks like a full bit of A4. It's been folded in half. He's given it to Salisu. What does he do with it now? Stick it down his socks. That's exactly what he's done. The goal kick from Southampton headed out by Fabian Schär. Might be the time that you start thinking about ringing us after the game. It's 0800 234 6565, or text any time, put BBC at the start of your message and send it to 81333 to have your opinion on the game or any other Newcastle topics read out, possibly on the radio. They lead 1-0, and that's given away by Southampton in midfield. Longstaff, and it's come from Murphy. He's got a runner, Sam Maxima, down to the right. Joelinton wants it in the middle. Sam Maxima plays it early to Joelinton, and he just couldn't connect with it. But Joe Willock's kept it in, and alive on the far side, back inside for Matt Ritchie, and Ritchie's ended up slipping.
He just wondered, did he want it badly enough?
Headed towards the goal line.
Yeah. You need to bust a gut to get there. It's a great ball. Just didn't want it badly enough.
It is a great ball from Sam Maxima. It's the right ball as well. Stevens stride for stride with Joelinton, but he would have got there first. Could have been a chance to make it 2-0. On we play with Southampton just behind the halfway line. Romeu, Salisu to Redmond, taking on Murphy, gets the cross in, and at the back post, saved by Woodman, followed in. Equaliser scored by Elyounoussi. Southampton have levelled it up. Woodman made the save from the initial effort after Redmond put the ball across from the left side, and then Southampton put in the rebound. Mohamed Elyounoussi, who scored 3 times in the Cup in midweek, now has another goal, and after 74 minutes, Newcastle United 1, Southampton 1.
Direct play by Redmond, just picks it up and he's direct, goes past Murphy, hangs it up. Woodman does well from the initial header, but can't keep it out, can he?
Elyounoussi just got in there ahead of Newcastle defenders to get the first effort, and then the second one, it's come straight back to him, and then it goes in. 1-1. Southampton will feel they deserve that. 15 minutes now to go and find a winner. Murphy on the right side, trying to get past Redmond, does, and releases Sam Maxima with the flag staying down. Joelinton in the middle. Sam Maxima cuts inside himself, is brought down potentially. No. Referee says corner. No. Willock got to the loose ball and then won a corner kick as Alan Sam Maxima went down. Let's have a look at this one again. I think he's going to be all right. Referee, as VAR's having a look. VAR are having a look. Ando, what do you think to that one? The challenge coming in on Sam Maxima. Did they get the ball?
Can't see.
Well, the check would appear to be complete.
Must have got something on the ball.
Ritchie will take the corner. No penalty. Keeper comes and takes it. It's a big claim from McCarthy and a disappointment for Newcastle. Lascelles standing in his way, not letting him play it early, and then he races back into position, Jamal Lascelles. 1-1 now. They were in front through Callum Wilson's goal. He's since gone off. Longstaff dispossessing Redmond, well played. Sam Maxima, the swarm around him. He's having to run out wide, and he's beaten them all. Alan Sam Maxima, what a run. Great play, looking for Joelinton. Oh, fantastic defending from Salisu. Just got it in there at the right moment, and Longstaff wins it from Redmond again, and Murphy takes over. Jacob Murphy, low shot deflected, diving save. Sam Maxima, offside. Well, that was exciting play. It was sensational play from Alan Sam Maxima. It really was. And he just couldn't get Joelinton in the middle. Salisu with the defending, Ando, and then Longstaff, great work again, and Murphy forced the save after the deflection.
Yeah, as well as Redmond did for their goal. Twice he's got caught on it. And unfortunately, St. Maximin got himself into an offside position when the shot from Murphy was saved.
Yeah, he just hadn't come back onside, St. Maximin. Cher took that down nicely on his chest, but then got tackled by Brower, and corner for Southampton off Matt Ritchie. Corner kick on the right. 78th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. 1-1. Ward-Prowse not in a great hurry. Ryan Fraser sent out to warm up again by Steve Bruce. Be an outswinger. They've stayed at the back of the box this time, Southampton players. Here's the ball in. Headed towards goal, but cleared comfortably by Longstaff, and then St. Maximin on, and Willock's after this. And the challenge from Ward-Prowse will see him get a yellow card. It's behind the halfway line on the left. Cher. Stands behind the ball. Joelinton and Lascelles are there, right side. They look for the skipper. He gets up with Salisu, heads it inside. Fernandez in the middle, looking for Joelinton, who was offside and coming back onto the ball. And the assistant on this near side has spotted every single Newcastle offside in this second half. Flag's been up a few times. Referee telling Southampton to take it from the right position, which is inside the box. Graham Jones and Steve Bruce having a talk in the technical area as Fraser looks back to the bench and continues with his stretches. Here's Lascelles with a header away. It's over the top of Almiron. Elianusi, nice touch to bring it down. Armstrong, Livramento looks for Broha, and Elianusi, danger in the box. Fernandez heads it away. Southampton remain on the attack. Walker-Peters, Redmond, who created the goal, stopped by Fernandez, can't get down the line away from him. Stopped a second time by Fernandez. That is good defending. Walker-Peters inside, away from Willock. Romeu toward Prowse, and now Redmond's got free. Redmond tackled by Willock to throw. Steve Bruce wants Ryan Fraser to come back. He's going to come on. 10 minutes to go, one apiece. Redmond looking dangerous there with close control, keeps the ball alive for Southampton into midfield to Ward-Prowse. Stevens up from the back to Romeu. Murphy onto it quickly, now over the top. St. Maximin after it with Salisu. Defenders beating him to the ball and headed it away. Had to get that right, had to do well, Mohamed Salisu, and did. And once again it's Redmond down the left, and there's the cross. Elianusi pulls it down, laid off to Ward-Prowse. Good block, Sean Longstaff. Important work. Walker-Peters on the corner of the area. Can't get it clear, Newcastle. Romeu back to Walker-Peters. And Redmond. Walker-Peters goes down the line, gets it from Redmond. Trosses with the outside of his right, and Willock deflects it behind.
Just so slow in everything that they're doing, Southampton, giving us time to get people behind the ball. The first time they upped the pace, Redmond, they got the goal from it.
And Ward-Prowse to deliver again. Fraser getting his final instructions. 1-1, 82 minutes exactly
Here's Ward-Prowse with a corner. Referee's seen something he doesn't like. Players are now getting a bit angry in the 6-yard box. Paul Tierney has to intervene. So now we'll have the corner after the referee has sorted out that situation. Ward-Prowse from the Southampton left. It's into a dangerous area. Newcastle get it away, then Saint-Maximin comes out wide and starts to run. Held up by Salisu, who's then played it back towards Fernandez under pressure. Gets it away to the middle of the half. Salisu's been all over Saint-Maximin really at times. Sunderland lead 3-0 against Wycombe on DAB and Freeview channel 719. Ryan Fraser still waits to come on. He's not going to get that much time. Here's Romeu, released in the box. There's 3 Newcastle players with him. They hold him up. Armstrong with a cross to the back stick. Goal kick.
Poor ball again.
Joe Willock is coming off for Ryan Fraser. He looks shattered, Willock. Joelinton keeps it in from the goal kick. He's done well there to find Longstaff, and now Almiron takes it out wide right. He's got options from Fraser down the line. Fraser has won Newcastle a corner with his first touch.
That's all he could do, best he could hope for. He was always stretching for it. Just played it off the big centre-back.
I think Norwich have got one back against Leicester.
No, Leicester are winning 2-1.
Leicester are winning 2-1 now. Thank you. Mark Albrighton with Leicester's second. Well, Matt Ritchie, another in-swinging corner. Southampton with everyone back. We've got 5 minutes to go. Are they going to get a late winner? Ritchie's ball. Keeper comes and gathers again. That's the second time that's happened. Quick throw, looking for Armstrong. Murphy's there. Back to Woodman from halfway. He sends it forwards. Saint-Maximin's offside. Joelinton isn't. He heads it back, and then Salisu through to McCarthy. Broadhead inside now from Walker-Peters on the left. Ward-Prowse in the centre circle. Southampton with a bit of determination, you feel, to try and get a winner, having brought it back to 1-1. Wilson for Newcastle, Elianusi with the equaliser. Fans frustrated that Newcastle just can't get the ball. Playing it around Southampton, but now they lose it through Stevens. It's Ritchie tackled, throw in front of the east stand. Romeu with the block there. Well, that was coming through, I'm sure. One of the louder chants against Steve Bruce. Some fans calling for him to go. Share forwards. Southampton header away. Lascelles and Longstaff rise. Longstaff back to Lascelles, and Jacob Murphy looks down the line, trying to get Saint-Maximin in, but Salisu's positioning's been good. He plays it back to the keeper, and McCarthy. That goes out of play though. And another substitution from Ralph Hasenhüttl for the away side. Romeu coming off, and he's being replaced by Ibrahima Diallo.
Number 6, Romeu coming off. And replacing him, number 27, Ibrahim Diallo.
Murphy with a throw just in front of halfway. Joelinton, good header on. Saint-Maximin to Fraser, good play, back to Saint-Maximin into the box, and just stopped by 2 or 3 defenders. That's well played by the substitute Armando Broja, the Chelsea loanee, and took it down, played it out wide. Murphy has to defend for Newcastle, and here's the throw. Walker-Peters. Not necessarily sure you would say that Southampton are putting Newcastle under loads of pressure, but you would also maybe say that Newcastle don't necessarily look like winning it from here with 2 minutes to go, Ando, plus added on time.
Yeah, I mean, we got ourselves in front, unfortunately couldn't hold on to it, but they give it away again, Southampton.
Well, this might be Newcastle's best chance. Share to Saint-Maximin, goes around one, finds Fraser, he's got a man on his shoulder. Fraser gets around, Walker-Peters does well, and trying to play Joelinton through. Joelinton's got the better of Salisu in the box, and then tackled by a recovering Mohamed Salisu.
Just not strong enough. He's got to be stronger. He's got to want it more.
Redmond away from Murphy. Now the threat from Southampton. It's Nathan Redmond, Livramento, 3 to pick out. It's behind Armstrong. It comes to Ward-Prowse. No one got out to him. Edge of the box. It's wide. That's a wasteful effort from Ward-Prowse. That could have had Southampton ahead. Final minute of the 90 on BBC Radio Newcastle. 1 apiece. A lot of fans deciding now is the time to go. Woodman's kick. It's come out of Longstaff to Fraser. Straight at Walker-Peters. Diallo gets away from Fraser and then away from Longstaff and into the path of Livramento. 30 yards out, the fullback. The teenager. Diallo's carried on his run, gets the ball, and his cross is stopped by Cher. Up to Saint-Maximin. Now can they do something, Newcastle? Joelinton ahead of him. Fraser there as well. Through for Joelinton. Sent wide in the box. Joelinton cuts inside. Still Joelinton. Ryan Fraser to win it. Blocked on the line. Saint-Maximin! Alan Saint-Maximin has won the game for Newcastle United in the 90th minute. A quick break, Joelinton involved, Fraser involved, he couldn't finish it, but after the block on the line, Alan Saint-Maximin lashed it into the back of the net for Newcastle United 2, Southampton 1.
Well, he's never going to miss. I mean, the boy does well, stops it on the line. Not too sure who it was from Joelinton's original shot. It's a decent break. They don't get tight enough with Saint-Maximin originally. But you would say that that's won the game. Whether we deserve it or not, that's another thing. But it's a big 3 points.
What a huge relief this will be. Right-footed from close range, smashed it home. It's massive for Newcastle. It's massive for Steve Bruce after the chance against him today. Loud and clear. The goal stands, in case you were worried and wondering. And Jeff Hendrick is waiting to come on. Well, I did say that they didn't look like winning it, but it was a quick break and Fraser involved, and to be fair to Joelinton, he did well for his bit to play it inside, and now they're looking maybe to go on another attack. Newcastle, Longstaff with the ball cut out, and Southampton have it again in midfield. We're into 3 minutes minimum of added on time. Joelinton's won it back on the left. Ward-Prowse for Southampton has it back, and Joelinton now closing down defenders with the ball. Hendrick might not even get on. share away from the edge of the box. Salisu on his chest. Sunderland are 3-1 up now. Wickham have got one back here. 2-1 Newcastle. Redmond, danger. Adam Armstrong blocked by Woodman, smothered by the keeper, and they have a player down Newcastle. It's Lascelles, he's got himself up. Armstrong's been hurt as well. They're trying to get the attention of the referee, who's just not looking. Paul Tierney, Lascelles has gone down. Finally the whistle comes.
He's gone down holding his face, but he's limping. What's that about?
Well, Armstrong seems to be hurt as well.
Big chance.
And they might make the change now. Take us through that opportunity, Ando, when the ball was slipped through. It's the position that Armstrong likes to pick up, just on the shoulder of the defender. VAR's having a look now. Oh, don't. VAR having a look.
Ooh. Oh, that's a...
Has he clipped him? Southampton might get a penalty here, and VAR, which has not been kind to Newcastle this season, is examining for a possible penalty. Well, we await the outcome. This is just so typical of this season. The video assistant referee is Mike Dean, and the players wait in the penalty box. Newcastle have one of their medical staff on the pitch. The referee is walking away and is going to have a look at the monitor. Well, this is on a knife edge now. They're 2-1 up Newcastle. It looked like Sam Maxima had won it. And then it wasn't Woodman who made the block, it was the challenge. Was it Lascelles with the challenge on Armstrong? And he may have just caught him. And I can't remember a referee going to the pitch side monitor and not giving a big decision. He's had a look, Paul Tierney. It's walking back. It's a penalty. Southampton have a penalty. So in every game this season, Newcastle have had a decision given against them after a VAR check. Lascelles is going to get a yellow card. Mike Dean, video assistant referee, recommended Paul Tierney had a look, so he couldn't decide clearly. And now we're seeing it on the big screen, and a few groans from the fans having a look.
It looked a penalty, didn't it?
Well, it's a lot more of a penalty than the one West Ham got, and arguably the one that Lascelles gave away at Aston Villa. So Freddie Woodman, who saved from Michail Antonio and who saved one of Burnley's penalties in the shootout, now faces another spot kick from James Ward-Prowse. High drama at St James's Park. VAR again. 2-1 Newcastle. This Southampton penalty. Woodman bouncing up and down on the line, moving his arms, clapping his hands. Ward-Prowse hands on hips. It's into the bottom corner. Woodman went the right way, and it's Newcastle United 2, Southampton 2.
Decent finish, decent penalty. A lot of pressure on it.
Newcastle players are still talking to the referee, and en masse they're now all leaving, the fans. They've seen enough. I think they've had enough of VAR. I think we've all had enough of VAR, even though that probably was the right decision. Not sure Woodman ever really stood a chance with the penalty. It was lashed in low and hard, although he's got across pretty well, to be fair to him. It's a very difficult one to save.
Hit with a lot of pace, a lot of whip on it. Low down to his right hand side.
Newcastle kick off. I'm not even sure there'll be much time to play, but the check for the penalties added a bit more on. Joe Linton heading on. Salisu stretching. It's come from Murphy into the box. Keeper might get there. Lascelles has gone in towards the ball, and McCarthy has it in two hands. And that's it. And that's what they think of VAR, and arguably the performance as well. They were booed off at half-time, Newcastle. There are boos again. There have been chants against the manager, and there's been yet more controversy from the video technology, which has cost Newcastle in all of their games so far this season. And penalties sent them out of the cup the other night, and it's a penalty from Southampton's James Ward-Prowse Ando that's denied them 3 points here this afternoon.
Yeah, got ourselves in front on two occasions. Whether we deserve to be in front or not remains to be seen. But you get yourself in front in the 90th minute, you expect to hold on. It's a reckless challenge by Lascelles. It looks like it's a penalty. It looks like he's caught Armstrong. The referee went and looked at it and felt the same way, and it's a decent penalty kick. Southampton will feel that a point was probably the least they deserved from the game. They dominated the possession stats. They passed it a lot better than we did, and they feel they will be justified in taking a point back down to the south coast.
Newcastle's performance overall not good enough?
No, not good enough. You play like that all season, you're going to have problems. We don't keep the ball, we don't pass the ball. We rely, and I've said it beforehand, we rely on St. Maximin and Wilson to do something. But disappointing performance.
It's BBC Radio Newcastle. 0800 234 6565 is the number. Tweet at BBC Newcastle, or if you want to text 81333 is the number. Put BBC at the start of the message. Southampton's players are applauding their supporters. We'll be going back to the studio soon for a scores roundup from Simon Pride, and then the phone-in will start. And we will also hear from Steve Bruce. At the moment, we don't get to do any post-match interviews because of Premier League-wide restrictions on media access after the game. So we will hear from Steve Bruce with match of the day at some point in the next 45 minutes or so. I'm sure he will want to talk about VAR, but you may want to talk about the performance that Newcastle put in today. It wasn't great in the first half. Southampton were better, but they got in front through Callum Wilson with a header from close range. Then an equaliser from Elianusi, but San Maximo won it or looked like he'd won it on 90 minutes after a quick break involving Joe Linton and Fraser, lashed home a rebound of a shot. But then a penalty given after another VAR intervention. Ward-Prowse scored it at the Leeds' end, and it's finished at St James's Park. Newcastle United 2, Southampton 2.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. This is James Kelly. Travel companies have broadly welcomed the government's changes to the COVID regulations for people entering and leaving England from abroad. The traffic light system will be scrapped, with the green and amber categories replaced with one simple list. There will be no quarantine returning from those countries if you're fully vaccinated. From October the 4th, the pre-departure test will be scrapped, as will the Day 2 PCR test, which will be replaced with the lateral flow. Caroline Davies is our transport correspondent.
The industry really is relieved by this announcement today, not just because of the changes to testing. There are some new countries that are coming off the red list, like Turkey and Egypt, that are key winter sun destinations, so that also gives them a bit of hope for the next few months. A big element of what they're still looking for is making sure those PCR tests change to lateral flow tests. The government have said that will happen by the end of October. The industry is very keen that happens before the half-term holiday. It might be a bit later than the industry had hoped, but in general, this is better late than never for them.
The Scottish Government is also simplifying the list of countries, but said it would not be removing the requirement for a pre-departure test or use lateral flow tests on Day 2. The Welsh Government said it would assess the changes announced in England. The United Nations has warned that despite the pledges made by countries to combat harmful emissions, the world is still on course to heat up to dangerous levels. It says that even with all the promises made so far, the global total of emissions is set to rise by as much as 16% by 2030, the opposite of what scientists say is needed. The government is putting on hold controversial changes to the planning system in England. It's understood the new Housing Secretary, Michael Gove, wants to re-examine the proposals. Our political correspondent, Nick Eardley, is at Westminster.
This doesn't mean that these plans will definitely be ripped up. It may well be that Mr Gove turns round and decides that he wants to keep them. But those Conservative MPs who are deeply uneasy about the government's plans are happy tonight. They hope that this could lead to a pretty radical rethink. Labour say the plan should be ditched altogether.
The New Zealand cricket team has abandoned a series of matches in Pakistan over security concerns shortly before the first was due to start. New Zealand Cricket Authority said it was simply not possible to continue the tour given the advice they were receiving. Here's Alex Capstick.
A statement from the New Zealand Cricket Board said that protecting their players was paramount and that following advice from their security team on the ground, pulling out was the only viable option. The tour, a mix of one-day and T20 games, was meant to start today in Rawalpindi. No details of the potential threat were given by New Zealand, and the decision to withdraw has left the hosts unimpressed.
And the weather tonight: eastern Scotland, northern England, Wales and the southwest will be cloudy with rain in places. Northern Ireland will have a clear, cool night and the rest of England will be clear and dry. BBC News, it's 3 minutes past 7.
We had a great life. We did everything together.
How did an American woman end up at the heart of the Islamic State group Caliphate and then make it back?
My story? Oh, yeah, absolutely. It is very hard to believe.
Sam Sally says she was tricked into taking her children.
I feel sad that they would do that to a child.
But was she?
Anything I've ever done is only with the intention of something good to happen. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a monster.
I'm Not a Monster. Listen to the complete box set on BBC Sounds.
5 Live Sports. The Friday Football Social.
Full commentary of Newcastle against Leeds on the way from St James's Park at 8 o'clock tonight, and what a pleasure it is having the former Newcastle midfielder and the current West Ham United assistant coach Kevin Nolan alongside me for the evening. Kev, Newcastle winless so far this season, fans calling for the manager to go, totally fed up with where they are, feel like we've seen it all before, and in your case up close and personal, but how on earth are things going to get better for the supporters up there?
Oh well, I think a win, that's what they've got to do, Fletch. I think if they win tonight, that eases the pressure on Steve, it eases the pressure on everybody else, and I'm hopeful that that's going to be the case.
It's a big, big game. Full commentary to come from St James's Park at 8 o'clock tonight. As always, we're going to be looking ahead to the big games of the weekend. But Kev, we've got to talk as well about last night. Dinamo Zagreb 0, West Ham United 2. What a way to kick off the campaign.
Oh yeah, mate, I must admit it was fantastic. You know, having tasted that as a player in Europe, to go there as a coach yesterday and be a part of it was absolutely fantastic. And the lads didn't disappoint. They were absolutely fantastic throughout the night, and well-deserved 2-0 victory gets us on the way, and hopefully more victories to come and get in them later stages of the competition.
We're going to be chatting Solskjaer, Kane, and getting the thoughts of a Manchester City supporters group member on Pep Guardiola's comments about attendance at the Etihad. It's the Friday Football Social. Don't be shy. We want your input as always. You can get involved at 5 Live Sport on social media, or you can text us. It's 85058.
5 Live Sport. The Friday Football Social. Darren Fletcher.
Good evening. Great to be back with you here on 5 Live Sport this Friday evening. Loads to get through tonight with Kevin Nolan joining us shortly to St James's Park in a moment as well. Full commentary tonight in the Premier League. Newcastle against Leeds, a big game for both teams. There's a fair bit of football, though, underway already this evening. England's women are in World Cup qualifying action at home to North Macedonia, and Hamish Marshall is there.
We played 5.5 minutes. It's 0-0. This is the night when England hope to reverse the decline, which has seen them drop from second in the world rankings to 8th. They've won just 4 of their last 14 matches. New head coach Sarina Wiegman has an impressive pedigree. She led Netherlands to a World Cup final and winning the European Championships back in 2017. England, well, they host the Euros next summer, and this is the first step on the road to the World Cup in 2023. Ellen White leads the attack, but captain Steph Horton is out after a training ground injury. North Macedonia, they're 131st in the world. England should have a comfortable evening, and they've started well. Other games this evening: Luxembourg are at Northern Ireland in the same group as this. Scotland are at Hungary, and at 7:15 Wales kick off against Kazakhstan.
Hamish, thank you. So, commentary of Newcastle against Leeds on the way from 8 o'clock. Let's head to St James's Park then and get the team news. The former Manchester City midfielder Michael Brown is alongside Vicky Sparks. Vicky, good evening. Who's in and who's out then?
Good evening, Fletch. Well, Steve Bruce has had to make some big calls in the goalkeeping department during his time here, and he's made another one. Carl Darlow on the bench last week after recovering from long COVID. He's in for Freddie Woodman, who endured a very tough afternoon at Old Trafford. That is their only change from the 4-1 defeat to Manchester United. Top scorer Callum Wilson is still out injured. Dan James makes his full debut for Leeds after his summer move from Manchester United, with Matthias Klick also coming in one of the two changes from their defeat by Liverpool. Jack Harrison, who is not in the squad, and Diego Llorente, who's injured, drop out. They're very depleted at centre-half, Leeds. Koch is also injured. Strauch suspended after his failed appeal over the red card for that freak challenge on Harvey Elliott. There's a couple of options in terms of line-up, but we think Ayling will slot in at centre-half. So those line-ups in full for you. Newcastle with Darlow in goal, the back five of Manquillo, Hayden, Lascelles, Clark and Ritchie. Ahead of them, Almiron, Willock, Longstaff and Joelinton, with St Maximan up front. Leeds, we think, will be Meslier in goal. The back four of Dallas at right back, Ayling, Cooper and Firpo. Ahead of them, Phillips, and then in midfield, Rafinha, Klick, Rodrigo and James, with Patrick Bamford up front. And the Leeds bench, Fletch, is packed full of under-23 players. You've got Tyler Roberts, Jamie Shackleton, second choice keeper Christopher Claassen on there as well in terms of senior players. But other than that, it is a very young, very inexperienced bench.
Thank you, Vicky. Let's say good evening to Michael Brown, who loves being on the Friday Football Social because he never knows what he's going to get asked. We're going to keep it nice and clean, though, at the start, Michael, and nice and straightforward.
Stop telling lies already, Fletch. You know you're not going to do that.
I'll ask you about Newcastle in a minute, but a quick one on the Leeds United situation. It's going to be fascinating to see Dan James make his debut because he looks tailor-made for a Marcelo Bielsa team. But two players who are missing tonight, Diego Llorente, Jack Harrison, vital coach in that Leeds United wheel. Big absentees, those two.
Yeah, huge miss for them. We've seen Jack Harrison's career develop, finally becomes that permanent signing. I think he was excellent last season. I've really enjoyed him, watching him down that left-hand side. And Llorente, you just look at the stats with him in the team and without him, it tells a story there. So very much depleted. Luke Ayling comes in at that centre-back position, who we've seen slot in very, very well from playing majority down the right-hand side. But the excitement all around Leeds United is Dan James. It looked like he was coming 3 or 4 times before. He had some experience, as we know, with Manchester United. He really wanted to join the football club. I'm looking forward to see how he gets on. And an exciting one. We know Bielsa's side are going to really come at this Newcastle team, and we don't expect anything different with Bielsa, do we?
Steve Bruce has a familiar problem, Michael, and that is sending a Newcastle United team out there without Callum Wilson. We know just how different they are. It's night and day, isn't it? Wilson in the team, Wilson out the team. He's got the problem again that he's got to try and get this team scoring goals without his main man.
Very much so. He's the talisman, he's the striker, he's centre-back's fear, puts that threat, that physical attributes that he brings. So Steve Bruce will tell you as well, it's a huge miss for him. And I think what we know as well is coming out here without an experienced player like him, and I think it's going to be like a pressure cooker early on. The pressure's on Steve Bruce and the whole football club. The Newcastle United supporters all around us are not best pleased. We understand that situation. But at the start of the game, when they make that, their voices heard, it's going to be even more difficult for these players.
Let's bring in the former Newcastle United captain and the current West Ham United assistant coach, Kevin Nolan, who knows exactly what it's going to be like up there. Kevin, good evening. Welcome to the Friday Football Social. Great to have you on with us again. Knowing the scene as you do at St James's Park and in Newcastle in general, I mean, it does feel a little bit like a broken record, doesn't it? Every time we seem to have you on the programme, we're talking about a Steve Bruce crisis, and here we are again.
Yeah, evening, boys. Yeah, it's so disappointing, that we're still, talking about these things. But it takes, a certain player to play for Newcastle, and you've got to be able to withstand them 52,000 fans. No matter where you are in the league, they expect But what they expect you to go out there and give your all. I think what they've been most disappointed is that it's not results sometimes, because if they see that you're doing well, and they see that you're working really hard for the club and you're trying your best and you're giving 110%.
We've just lost Kevin for a second. Michael, just come in on that, because in the past we've been able to... We're going to get into this Newcastle situation. We may as well do it now. Vicky's got some interesting things to tell us as well, because she was at the press conference yesterday, which has raised a few eyebrows and led to different discussions. But just on this situation with Steve Bruce and Newcastle, up until this season, you've always been able to look at the results and say, but there's not a great deal of difference between the results that Steve Bruce has been getting, the results that Rafa Benitez was getting. Yes, they might prefer Rafa, but there's not been a great deal of difference in terms of where Newcastle are in the Premier League table. And he actually got a fair deal of praise last season for actually managing to get results when he didn't have Saint-Maximin and Callum Wilson. And when we saw the team complete, with Willock in the side as well, they looked like a top six unit the way they finished the season. But he can't do that this year because they can't buy a win, so the dynamics change quite considerably.
They do change at the moment. That lack of confidence in the supporters when you don't start the season so well, that's what's going to set the tone. But we also have to be cautious that it's only 4 games in, Fletch. We've got to not react too heavy. This is a big one tonight, though. 5 in, not getting a result at home to Leeds United. We've seen late goals against them, VAR drama, so things have not always gone their way. Steve Bruce under that little bit of pressure. I felt like the football club, after those lone targets that he had, he sent them 3 or 4. They didn't get delivered. Would have helped him in such a big way. And there's only so many senior players here. The rest have been here for such a long time. They're all getting their contracts renewed, which is a very, very strange situation to be in when I feel like they possibly could go to the market where they could go and change it, freshen it up a little bit, and use that money for different players. So there's a bit of uncertainty at the football club, but the game's coming up. Watford away, Wolves away, Spurs and Palace. Is there going to be points there? But as you know, if they lose this game tonight, the pressure's going to intense even more.
It's the centrepiece of our programme tonight. Full commentary of Newcastle against Leeds with Michael and Vicky from 8 o'clock tonight. But have a listen to this. Alan Shearer was very strong on Match of the Day last weekend, and Steve Bruce was able to respond yesterday in his press conference.
I hate what my club is or has become. It's a hollow and it's an empty football club. There's no hope or ambition, and I'm pretty sick of it, to be honest. It's copy, paste, repeat every season.
What could change it?
Well, they give players that have been at the football club new contracts because they can't sell them on. Then they have the excuse that they can't bring other players into the football club because those players are being paid a salary. It's cheaper to keep them on the books rather than buying other players. And the fans deserve better. Every manager has the same problems. As I said, it's copy, paste, repeat every season.
Alan is entitled to his opinion. That's what he gets paid for. That's where his job is now. What I will say is there's a lot of people, and especially the players, there's a nucleus of players who have been here a long time. Some have been here 5, 6, 7 years, and the club means something to them. There's a lot of good people who work in the club who've been here a long, long time, who want the club to do well. And unfortunately, at the moment, we're not doing well enough. And I'm the same. You don't think I want better players? You don't think I want a better squad to choose from? The ability to go out and compete at the top end of the transfer market? It's not possible. But I will, with my experience, hope that I can keep the club just ticking along and make sure that the club stays where it is and we maintain our Premier League status. I know for a lot of people, and there's the frustration, that we should be better than that. That's where we are at the moment, and we have been for a while.
So that's the Newcastle United manager, Steve Bruce. We're going to get into this, but Hamish Marshall has seen a goal in the England-North Macedonia match.
It's been coming, and it took 12 minutes, and England break the deadlock. A lovely through ball, and Ella Antun got on the end of it. Good finish from the edge of the penalty area. Her second international goal. England 1, North Macedonia 0.
Thanks, Hamish. Let's bring in Vicky Sparks, who's going to be commentating on the match tonight with Michael at St James's Park, Newcastle against Leeds. Vicky, that was a little snippet, wasn't it, really, of what Steve Bruce had to say in response to a question in the press conference yesterday. You were there. What was it like? What was the feel like? What was the vibe like in the room?
Well, to give you over Zoom still, unfortunately, because we still can't get in the room. The vibe over the Zoom.
Which is
But to put this in context, this press conference came off the back of a very fiery post-match press conference that Steve Bruce conducted after the defeat against Manchester United, when he got very annoyed with a question from the local paper after they asked if he'd been on holiday over the international break, and he feels that those sort of questions and that paper are fueling the fans' negativity. It's fair to say the local paper certainly doesn't see it like that, and made the point repeatedly this week in the build-up to this press conference that the fans can think for themselves and have their own opinions. So even over Zoom there was a little bit of tension going into it, but I was struck by his frustration. You know, he's spoken quite a lot last season. He will be quite direct, and he said earlier in that response and that answer that he's just trying to be genuine. What the question to him was, he talked earlier in the press conference about just keeping Newcastle ticking along, which is not really the tone that was struck last season. At the end of last season, and particularly before they went on that poor run and got sucked back into the relegation battle, it was very much about where you want the club to be, what the club can be, and the desire to do that. Now, he stressed that is still his ambition. He wants to see the club competing at the top end, but the message was, we are just not there at the moment. And he said, I'm just trying to be genuine about that. That's the reality. And the question was, well, that doesn't really give the fans very much to hang on to, the fans very much to cheer. And he essentially just stressed again, this is the reality of where we are, and it frustrates me as much as everybody else. But I've not really seen him go down that line before, certainly not recently.
No, I got the same impression. Kevin, you pulled a face when you heard that phrase, we've got to keep ticking along. And you know just what that football club means to the town and to the people that support it. I mean, you can't go anywhere in Newcastle without someone having an opinion on Newcastle United. And they don't want the club to tick along, regardless of who the manager is, who the owner is. They want more than ticking along.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing. I can understand Steve's frustration. He wants to keep building the club. I know Steve, he's honest as the days come. Great fella, you know, I've met him lots and lots of times, and always thought that he was right for Newcastle. Knows the club, knows the city, knows the people. He's a Newcastle fan. So it's disappointing when you do hear that, but I think he's just trying to bring some realism to what is actually happening. I think the players have got to take a lot of responsibility for what's going on at the minute, Fletch. He's talking about 6 or 7 players loving the club and trying to do the best and wanting to be the best. Well, they've got to step up on the pitch, and they've got to try and make his job a lot easier, and they've got to do stick the necks on the line, because at this minute in time, I look at a team, and for me, I don't feel that although there's 5 or 6, there should be not only 5 or 6, there should be 9 or 10. So for me, it's got to get better, and that only starts on the pitch.
Kev, when you look at that team, Kev, do you think there is enough of that sort of desire, ability, experience in there to do that, to help the manager out? Because he's inherited some of these players. Yes, there's some more come in. I'm not so sure that the players can do that in this Premier League. In the Premier League, I think what's really disappointing for Steve as well is some of these local journalists have come from about his personal life when he's got a couple of days off, and no wonder he's a little bit disappointed in the press conference following that.
Brownie, we've had let me tell you, mate, we have been at it now for 20 months, nearly 2 years. I've been in the job since February, lucky enough, and it's been non-stop, and especially for, and I'm just a coach. As a manager, he needs them 3 days, he needs a little break. For me though, I think they've got enough in that squad to be able to show a lot more than what they're showing at this moment in time. There's a lot of players who are, I hear about stories getting out, Brownie, there's nothing worse than when
it's happening at the moment, isn't it? It is happening.
Exactly.
The row on the training field, that's coming out.
Exactly, mate, and that was happening before I went there as well. We managed to stop that, and as a club and as a squad, we managed to stop that, and people talking to journalists and doing the right things and trying to do the right things within the club. And I'm sure Jamal Lascelles, he's big enough to speak to everybody in that club and go, listen, we aren't pulling our weight here. For me, as a captain, if I was him, that's where I'd be looking. As a player, I'd be looking at myself. not looking for excuses. And I'm not talking about a coach here. I'm talking about Kevin Nolan, who played in the Premier League for a long time, and just was honest as a day's work. And at this moment in time, I think that's what the Newcastle fans are looking for, and that's what they deserve.
Vicky, just bring us up to speed on that, because that was in the headlines today. It was Dwight Gale and Graham Jones, the allegation of a bust-up in training this time. Last season there was the one involving Matt Ritchie and Steve Bruce. And there clearly seems to be a feeling within the manager's office that someone within the club is briefing the journalist, and then all this stuff's getting out, which is just adding fuel to the fire.
Yeah, and again, the context of this is there is a long-running disagreement, shall we say, between Newcastle United and this particular journalist, who is actually still banned by the club from last season. Newcastle felt there was overly negative and unfair reporting from this individual, not happy about the timing of stories being released. That journalist would certainly dispute that view. But as you say, similar situation last season. Story broke about a row between Matt Ritchie and Steve Bruce, which Steve Bruce then confirmed had happened. Played down the incident, said it shouldn't happen, but it does happen at training grounds up and down the country, but was not happy at all that there was a source at the training ground feeding stories. And I'm sure that, again, will be his huge frustration this time. And that is a bigger concern, really, than the story itself. Yes, it's not ideal if Graham Jones and Dwight Gale have clashed in training, but the fact that has got to the media again, that will be the biggest concern.
Yeah, just on that as well, if you are the journalist, Michael, and you get a story like that, you're going to report it. And I mean, what you would say in defence of the journalist, whether Newcastle like it or not, and I don't know the journalist personally, so I'm just kind of saying this, but the way I would see it is that he has no obligation to put a story out when it suits Newcastle United. If he gets the information, he's going to run it. And if the club don't like that, he's doing the job that he's paid for by his newspaper. So it's easy to blame the journalist in a situation like this and say it's a big problem. He's doing his job. If these situations are happening within the club, it is going to get reported, and it's certainly going to get reported at a club like Newcastle, where, as I said to Kevin a few minutes ago, the football club is the absolute centre of the area. Nothing else is more important than Newcastle United.
I think what we've got to understand here, Fletch, that it happens at every football club, week in, week out. There's these type of rows. Kevin will tell you the same, and you look around and say, who is it? You start to have an idea and start picking people out. But this has come out like word for word. So that's one thing, sort of saying somebody in the training ground, somewhere around it, is leaking that information. I think where this starts as well is that the journalist went to war with Steve very, very early on over their viewpoints, and clashed and didn't get on. Then he was banned. But there's one thing there's reporting on his football and matters off sort of on the field, Fletch, but then he's reporting and making it look bad regards to when he goes on holiday to Portugal for a couple of days rest, and questioning his character, his commitment towards the football club. So there's horses for courses with the journalists. So yes, they've got to report certain things, but also, is he crossing the line, and is he going too much and too personally against the football club? Because it's not helping.
Yeah, we have an obligation to look at it from both sides on the programme, of course, which is what we've just done there. Now, he said, Kevin, on Sky, Steve Bruce, on whether he talked to the players beforehand about a potential bad atmosphere in the ground. He said, well, a lot of them have been here a long time, which helps. They understand they have to totally blank out that noise. It's all about the performance today. Delighted with an hour at Old Trafford last week. Let's repeat that again today, and hopefully we'll get a result. I suppose you've played in that stadium in various situations, haven't you? Good and bad. What is it like? Is it quite oppressive at St James's Park when the mood in the place isn't particularly good?
Yeah, definitely, mate. We got relegated. You know, I joined in the January. We had some big players, some big hitters, and I've seen some big hitters at Newcastle not be able to perform there. You know, and you only have to look at a few players down the years who've gone there and really struggled because of the intensity of and how much scrutiny you put under. For me, tonight is going to be a massive thing for Steve and the players. They've got to step up tonight. No matter, they've got to block out the atmosphere. They've got to not worry about anything else except getting a result, and a positive one. And I don't see, they've got to come away with 3 points. I mean, it's a big blow that they don't have Wilson, I must admit, because he cannot be in the game for 90 minutes and score you 2 goals. He gets 2 touches, scores you 2 goals. Tonight, they haven't got that, but they've got the driver, Alan Sam Maximum, Almiron, So you're looking at them players to try and give you the, the flair and get the feet get the crowd on the feet, and then obviously and about the back lads stepping up and making sure that there's a strong performance which says, yeah, I'm willing to fight for this shirt and I'm willing to fight for Newcastle this evening.
Kev, I don't know what you think. Can he turn these supporters round now? Because I'm not sure myself, and whether there's a result or not tonight. Has it gone too far for them?
Brownie, I mean, you know yourself, the only way you can turn supporters around is by winning matches. I think, there's always going to be that underlying issue with the fans and the board, and, there's a real, a niggling, worry that they're never going to be able to. But at this moment in time, I think all Steve can do is just keep doing his job, keep believing, and get everybody on side within that camp. At this moment in time, when you've got people leaking stories, that is not right. That is not right, and whoever is doing that, I don't agree with that whatsoever. You know yourself, Brownie. What goes on in the training ground should stay there, mate.
What I would say, though, kind of the flip side of all of this, is I've never known an owner block out the outside noise to the extent that Mike Ashley does. They don't influence him at all. He doesn't want to win a popularity contest. He's sticking with Steve Bruce. I mean, if you're Steve Bruce at the minute, the Newcastle fans might not like the owner, but he must love the owner because he's decided he's his manager. And everything that we are led to believe, he's got no desire to change that. He's completely able to manage this club in a black and white scenario, excuse the pun, isn't he? That he's not influenced at all by his fan base, which is, in the football world, it's bizarre, Michael, because so many chairmen, so many people on boards are influenced by the fans. Mike Ashley just blocks all that out and does what he thinks he needs to do. It's so rare.
It is extremely rare that he keeps away from the football club, even that he doesn't really have that much contact day to day. He'll be interested, he'll understand the business side of it, and that's what it's down to him. He'll look and say, right, what does it cost me to replace Steve Bruce if I was going to go on and do that? Who do I go on to replace with this squad, with this system? I think he trusts Steve Bruce as best he can, but at some point the supporters, whether will they change their mind, and only results will tell. So it's a strange scenario. Steve Bruce will just want to get results. This is his football club as well, so whoever's above him, whoever's owning, he'll feel lonely now. He'll feel like he's in a real low place. He's got some good staff around him. It'll be about results, and I feel for him at the moment.
A full commentary from 8 o'clock tonight, the Premier League match, Newcastle against Leeds. It's big for both of them. We'll speak about Leeds United before the game kicks off at 8 o'clock. We'll give the final word to Roddy, who's a Newcastle fan. He said, I feel sorry for Bruce. I think no matter what he does, he can't win with some. Fans love Rafa, but the football was dire to watch. A better watch under Bruce, just needs a bit of luck. I think, though, when you listen to it all, Roddy is probably in the minority with a lot of Newcastle supporters. But you're listening to the Friday Football Social, Darren Fletcher and Kevin Nolan with Michael Brown and Vicky Sparks. Full commentary from 8 o'clock of Newcastle against Leeds in the Premier League. But we've got to move it on, Kevin, at this stage to your club, West Ham. Operating at the minute in a way that will have Newcastle fans extremely envious. First proper European campaign for 15 years. The only British club to win in Europe last night. A statement win, comfortable win, 2-0 away to the team that knocked Spurs out of the Europa League last season, Dinamo Zagreb, and you must all be absolutely delighted with how it went last night.
Oh yeah, Fletch. I mean, speaking earlier in the programme and speaking to you before, and it was a dream for all them fans. Just under 2,000 travelled over there yesterday, and they were brilliant. But I must admit, the lads absolutely blew us away last night. The way they took control of the game, I think anyone who watched it would have said, and I had lots of texts this morning how comfortable we were. We looked, like we've been seasoned, pros in Europe. But for me, it's a great start, and what we've got to do is build on that now. We've had a good start to the Premier League season as well. We've got a tough one on Sunday, and as soon as the game finished, that's where all the focus. I know it's the old puns and the old cliches, but that's where the focus immediately returned.
Kev, surely not. It's got to have been lively a little bit on that plane coming back.
You'll have
been the cheerleader at the front, surely.
Gaffer, all alcohol banned. It was right. We're on Man United now, but that's what I love about David. He's strictly everything when it's on, and we'll get our enjoyment at some point, and when we need it and when we want it. But at this moment in time, we're just riding this crest of the wave, and it's been absolutely fantastic.
Brownie, Kev flew back on his own when he knew the ban was in place. That's why he got back a little bit earlier than everybody else.
On his jet again, was it, Fletch?
Yeah. You, just before you come in, Michael, on that, Kev, give it on a serious note. Give us a bit of insight into the structure in there and how it works, because before David Moyes went in for the second time as Newcastle manager, there was a lot of conversations about the role that the owners played, Mr. Gold and Mr. Sullivan, how influential they were in terms of recruitment, the type of players that West Ham was signing, that they were trying to sign entertaining players, but it made them a soft touch. The crowd weren't particularly happy to be there, or certainly didn't seem that way. How different is it now? What's the dynamic like between the management team and ownership? And how steady is the ship at the moment at West Ham?
I think hats off to the boss, David Moyes. He's gone in there. He knew about the club because of the first time, Fletching. I think he got a lot of credit on how he reacted to what happened to him in the first time, and how he was probably treated. Mr. Sullivan, I know him and the boss speak, daily, every day, and whether that's about what's going on during the week, what's going on in transfer. I think he's been with the success he's had in bringing the players in, a Souček, a Soufal, a Jared Bowen, who've all been real big successes for the West Ham fans and for West Ham in terms. I think he's been able to have a lot of influence on that. I think he's trying to build a team which is going to make the supporters proud. And I think what's happened, Fletch, and I know this probably sounds a bit weird, but with COVID and fans not being able to be in the ground and having to watch at home and see us be so successful, I think they've come back with this new desire that we've got to get behind the team, because if we get behind the team in this we've got a magnificent stadium. It's not the bowling, it's never going to be the bowling, but it's going to be, you're there on Sunday with us, you'll see it's absolutely fantastic. And the amazing support they give us in the first game was unbelievable, and the noise coming from them. And I think if we can continue to do that, the club can only, start, and it's baby steps, and we always talk about it, but we're moving forward, and that's down to the boss and the relationship that he's now gained with the board and what he's doing, and everybody underneath him doing exactly what he wants. So, we all know our jobs, we all know our roles and responsibilities, and if we're not on top form with that, we'll have the boss on our backs, which is, how we want it, because as you can see, the success it's bringing on the pitch has been absolutely fantastic, and the boys are really buying into it. They're probably as fit as they've ever been. They're really at it, and they're really looking forward to every game, and we genuinely believe that we can beat anyone on our day.
It does seem that, me looking inside and seeing everybody's work rate, the enjoyment. Mikel Antonio lives near me, Kev, when he's not there in the week, and there's locally. And a couple of years ago, he's sort of thinking, is his future away from West Ham? Wasn't sure where he was going to go. Yeah. See the smile in him and how he's performing, getting goals. I would love to play in that team. There's something about it that you feel like somebody's backing you up. I know you would like that as well.
Yeah, that's it, Brownie. I think that's what we tried to create. We've tried to create a team which look after each other, and it's driven by for me, who's going to be one of the best in the world, in Declan Rice. He's our captain at the minute. He's our vice captain, our captain on the field, under Knowles. But you don't have to look at Knowles and how his acceptance of, now being one on the bench or being around the lads, how he's took that responsibility on. So everybody, even when they're not playing, they've always got a role and a responsibility, and they're taking them up at the minute, and it's great to be a part of. I'm really enjoying my role, and I'm hoping, I'm doing a lot of work with the 23s as well as a lot of work with the first team. So that's helping me develop as a coach as well, and just bringing me on, and then obviously being in the office every day with the boss has been absolutely fantastic. So long may it continue. Keep riding this wave, and I'm just hoping that we can continue to keep putting wins out there and keep them fans bubbling.
Kev, you just mentioned Declan Rice. I thought one of the great stories of the footballing summer was just how mature he was for England, next to Calvin Phillips, who Michael and Vicky are going to commentate on tonight. That those two in midfield were so influential for England. You've been telling me for a long time just how good Declan Rice is, and as we all tend to do in football, we all work it out for ourselves about 18 months down the line. But just give us a bit of insight into what makes him so special and what the ceiling is for him, because he's still got a little way to go, but he's getting better and better all the time. But you don't just love his football, you love his character as well.
I think I was just going to start his character first and foremost. He doesn't feel, when you're in the room with the lad, you're in the room with Declan Rice, but he doesn't make you feel uneasy. He's one of those kids who just wants to learn, wants to get better, always willing to take advice on, always willing to try and get better and wanting to get better. The biggest thing for me as a coach is that he will listen to me and he respects me for what I've done. But I feel that this lad can go on, and he's already done more in his career probably than what I've done in terms of England appearances and being in Europe and stuff like that. He's going to go and keep going, Fletch, because his athleticism, he trains every day, he wants to train every day. He's right, he can hit it from one side of the pitch with his right foot, his left foot. He can run with the ball. He's got everything what you can possibly wish for as a footballer, and plus he's got a good footballing brain where he's now leading, and he's now learning more so for West Ham. He's done it a long time for England, but he's now learning how to control games.
Kev, I tell you what he's not got. He's not got a good dress sense, and he's not very good on the dance floor in Mykonos with all these gold chains that he was wearing. I was giving him a bit of stick out there, but he's a wonderful player, brilliant talent, isn't he? What do you think he's worth, Kev? What do you think he can? He's worth a lot of money now, isn't he?
Brownie, let me tell you, his dress sense is absolutely unbelievably bad. You're right, mate. I will agree with you there, mate. But I think that's just the new breed of players these days. We were all dead smart, Brownie, you know what I mean? When we were out, they go out now in these bad t-shirts and that. I mean, it's unbelievable. But what I will say, mate, about him is that he's just, I don't know, when you watch him, when you play with him, when you watch him play, he just seems always that in control of everything, mate. You know what I mean? And for me, I think he's going to get better. Putting a price tag on him, mate, I wouldn't sell him for 100 million.
That tells you, doesn't it? Ultimate respect from you. What I really like to hear there as well, Kev, is that he wants to keep learning from anybody. He's sponge, listening all around it. He's not going in there saying, I'm now Mr. West Ham, I've made it. He wants to keep improving. That's great to hear, and that's only going to add to his value and add to his status as a wonderful midfield player.
Brownie, he walked off the pitch last night. We take him off and he comes and sits next to me. And then he goes, hey. And he's like a little kid. 150th game tonight for me, like that. And he's happy. And then he went, and I've scored 2 goals already, so I've already doubled what I scored last year. And he's like that, celebrating on the side. But that's the type of kid he is, you know what I mean? But he's such a lovely character, and he's a great player and a great kid to work with. And I'm just trying to give him little things to make him better, because as I said, he's probably past where I was before anyway, but we can always, as ex-pros, you know yourself, Brownie, we see it and we can help him, and we know what's coming ahead of him, so hopefully it's only going to get better for him.
I'll ask you this, Michael, because it's probably an unfair question to stick it on his coach at West Ham, because you've asked him what he's worth and they don't want to sell him, so you've already tried to roll him under the bus with that one. But when you look at him,
but he wants to ask you, doesn't he? I'm going to ask you next. He's coming round to it. He's ready. He's coming.
Yeah, he's just swearing down to you.
Yeah. So what do you think he's going to do then, as a former Premier League midfielder? If you could get a crystal ball out and see Declan Rice in 18 months, 2 years' time, what do you see his future being then?
Well, his future is going to be Champions League. It's going to be wanting to win a league title, wanting to win medals. So that's going to depend on West Ham United, isn't it? How successful they can be. And the more they do that, the longer they're going to keep hold of him. That's the fact of it. He's going to move on if they don't do that. That's what happens in the modern day football. He's a wonderful player, great talent, and you'd have him in the dressing room as well. So there's your answer. West Ham have got to finish as high as they possibly can, or he's going to be saying, excuse me, I need to go somewhere else.
You're listening to the Friday Football Social tonight. We've got Newcastle Leeds coming up in about 20 minutes' time. And West Ham Manchester United is one of 2 Premier League commentaries that you can hear on 5 Live on Sunday. That match is at 2 o'clock, and then at 4:30 we've got Tottenham against Chelsea. Now, as we heard earlier, England are in Women's World Cup qualifying action tonight at home to North Macedonia. Hamish Marshall.
6 minutes to half-time. It's still England 1, North Macedonia 0. England totally in control, but they have failed to take their chances. Ella Toone of Manchester United got the goal, set through by captain Leah Williamson, but she has just had a long period of treatment for a leg injury. She has, though, trying to continue. Ellen White, Lauren Hemp and Bethany Mead have also gone close. Elsewhere across the world tonight in the qualifiers, it is good news for the home nations. Erin Cuthbert has given Scotland the lead in Hungary. It's Northern Ireland 2, Luxembourg 0. Marissa Callaghan and Rachel Furness have got the goals there, and Wales are leading Kazakhstan 1-0. Kaylee Green has got that goal for the Welsh.
Thanks, Hamish. Rugby Union's Premiership kicks off tonight. Bristol hosting Saracens at Ashton Gate. Sarries' first game back after their season in the Championship for salary cap breaches. I imagine, Chris Jones, that all the talk is whether they can compete for the title straight away.
Yeah, it would be a huge sporting story if they could, wouldn't it, Darren? And the noise that of Saracens is that they mean business and they're more determined than ever. You know, they've gone down to the Championship, they paid their penance, they had to have a big fine and a season in the relative wilderness of the second tier, but they're back, they're smarting and they're meaning business. They don't have as strong a squad, as deep a squad, obviously, because of, you know, the way they assembled that squad was judged to be illegal, but you still look at their team and you look at the British and Irish Lions, who aren't available tonight, they're still resting. They're certainly going to be there and thereabouts. They've still got that kind of back to the wall, us against them mentality that underpinned all their success before the salary cap scandal.
OK, 50-22. Talk to me about that. It's this new rule, Chris. What is it?
So, for anyone who knows their rugby league, the 40-20, it's basically Rugby Union have nicked that law and applied it applied it with the different metrics.
Oh, so I get it now. I get it now.
It's Rugby Union's version of the 40-20. The plan, right, Fletch, is for the kick, you know, because if you kick from inside your half to their 22 and you get the line out, it means that they might have to drop a few wingers or full-back backs, just give a bit more space on the outside. Sometimes in Union you've got this wall of 15 defenders. The lawmakers hope that this 50-22 will just cause the defences to think a bit more and maybe to encourage some more attacking play. So something to look out for tonight.
Brilliant. Enjoy it tonight. That's Chris Jones, who's watching the Premiership kick-off tonight between Bristol and Saracens at Ashton Gate. We'll see how many 50-22s we get during the course of that one. Elsewhere, the ECB said they'll decide in the next 48 hours as to whether England's men and women play away in Pakistan next month after New Zealand's men's team abandoned their tour there following a government security alert. You're listening to the Friday Football Social. Darren Fletcher with Kevin Nolan, Michael Brown and Vicky Sparks. Commentary to come from St James's Park at 8 o'clock in the Premier League tonight between Newcastle and Leeds. We're going to talk about Manchester United before the kick-off. We'll talk about Leeds United, obviously, as well. But a quick thought on the situation at Nottingham Forest in the Championship. It doesn't look as though they're going to have a new manager in place by the time they travel to Huddersfield tomorrow. Stephen Reid is taking the team. Chris Hughton was sacked yesterday after taking 1 point from the first 7 matches, bottom of the Championship. I saw something the other day, Kevin, that said they've 17 managers since Brian Clough retired in 1993. I mean, they've averaged pretty much a manager a year for the last 11 years. It seems like a club at the moment that is desperate for a bit of stability and just has to find the right manager this time. I mean, it seems farcical, really.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it and you think about it like that, Fletch, I mean, we obviously live in the city, so we know how much emotion and to be honest, the passion for Forest. It's such a sad state at the minute, and I think, you know, me and you talking earlier, I think what needs to happen is that the board need to sit down and they have to have a plan now. They have to stick with the manager. They have to have a manager who they feel can take them forward in that plan. They have to find someone, because at the moment, what's been happening over the last few years obviously isn't working. So they need to find something which is going to get Nottingham Forest back where they deserve and get them back in the, you know, around the playoff places, getting into the playoff and looking to try and get back in the Premier League. Because at this moment in time, what they've done over the last few years, you know, and we know the owners, you know, the lovely people, the great lads. But at this moment in time, it's simply not working. So they've got to come together as a backroom staff and as a hierarchy, and they've got to show someone, is this what's right for you as a manager, and that manager's got to buy into them ideas and then hopefully try and get them going back where they belong and get them back to where they belong.
Michael, it's still a good job for somebody, isn't it? Steve Cooper's the favourite at the moment. I think there was a school of thought that he'd be in charge by the weekend, so I don't quite know what slowed that down. Chris Wilder has gone on record and said that he'd like the job. There's a bit of a link to Eddie Howe, who's available as well. I mean, you look at it at the moment, and a lot of people are making a lot of cases as to what the credentials of the new manager needs to be, whether that's working with younger players or working with the young CEO and looking big picture. I mean, when you've got 1 point at this stage of the season, you need a fella to keep you up first and foremost, don't you? That's got to be the only real thing on the agenda right now, because they can't drop into League One.
Well, for sure, that's the one thing you could look, sort of say, as you said, Steve Cooper, a different mindset, a different way of thinking. Chris Wilder comes to mind straight away for me. I've seen the job that he done in a difficult situation, League One, Sheffield United, and by the way, he had offers to go to the Championship at that point. He loves a challenge, Chris Wilder. You've seen at Northampton what he did for them, Sheffield United, how he turned it round. He wants that job. Nottingham Forest need to pick that phone up and get him interviewed, speak to him, because he'd be a perfect person to go and take that club forward. And he wants it, and it's in the area. So yeah, that would be a lead candidate for me, would be Chris Wilder. Yes, we've seen some other people, Eddie Howe, you've mentioned. Would he want to take that on at this moment in his career and the challenge that they're in? I'm not so sure he needs to do that at the moment, or even want to do that. So yes, I'd say all out. Maybe I'm slightly biased, Fletch, but Chris Wilder's got to be the choice.
I think, Fletch, remember when we were talking and Chris Hughton took the job? I thought that was perfect, Brownie. You know, I thought Chrissy would be the one. You look at his track record, what he's done. You know, when he's got the teams, he's been able to build a team, been able to get them into them higher echelons of the Championship, get them up into the Premier League, keep them in the Premier League. So for me, I thought perfect. Forrester in great hands here. That's why I'm saying, I think it goes on further than that. When you look at, the history and how many managers have come in, he's got to have, someone's got to have time to build that now. And I think that's when it comes to the owners, to the hierarchy of Nottingham Forest, to put a plan out to the CEO, to the people who are in charge, to go, right, this is our blueprint and how we want to do it. And the manager getting on board with that and moving it forward.
They brought a young CEO, haven't they? A 35-year-old Dave Murphy, still a little bit inexperienced. So, which way are they going to mould? Yes, the recruitment angle is going to be different now with a model of stats and percentages, etc. But ultimately, they're in the position they're in. And as Fletcher's just said, they might just have to sort of say, we might have to wait a little bit longer for that model and we have to stay in the league.
We will keep you updated if that managerial situation develops at Nottingham Forest. Don't forget, we've got commentary in 13 minutes' time of Newcastle against Leeds. You're listening to the Friday Football Social. We've got Kevin Nolan with us. West Ham played Manchester United at the weekend, so I thought we'd have a quick couple of minutes on what they look like in the week, Michael. There was a lot of euphoria when Ronaldo came. People were saying they could win the Premier League and were going to be real contenders in the Champions League as well. Was that a bit of a coming back down to earth against young boys the other night?
It was a huge coming back down to earth. I mean, the atmosphere before, you can imagine all of the young boys supporters with Ronaldo banners all around the place. They set a tone, their ultras behind the goal with all the gold and black. And as the game developed, it looked a little bit comfortable for Manchester United. They didn't go and overplay. It was that one opportunity from Ronaldo that got them on the way. The red card, yes, it changed it, but then half-time, the manager changed. Varane comes on in a three-man centre-back and it all changed. They didn't touch the ball. I don't know, Kev, if you've seen much of the game and much of what happened in it, but none of those players actually took control. And with 10 men, I would have said, there's enough talent to go and take it, keep the ball, but the pressure just kept coming, and ultimately they were overrun.
Yeah, to be honest, mate, we've only watched a bit of it because obviously we were out in Zagreb. I was watching our 23s at Ipswich win 2-1 on Tuesday, so we didn't get the Man U game. But listen, what Ronaldo's done, and I think why everybody's got probably carried away, is that now if anything falls for him, he brings them goals, doesn't he? He gives them goals and gives them something different to what they haven't had in previous seasons. For me, we feel that they've still got vulnerabilities, and I think Ollie's come into question about obviously the subs he's made and what he's done, and is this a repeat of what happened to them last year in the Champions League? But they're at the top end of the game, and for me, sometimes highly scrutinised. We'll see in the next couple of weeks and couple of months. I think we'll see a different Man United because of what Ronaldo brings. But I think everybody did jump on the bandwagon too quick and think that obviously the Ronaldo thing is just going to take them to a new level.
Michael, let me ask you about the other night, because you mentioned the substitutions and you mentioned the switch to three at the back, and there's a lot of debate about whether he should have taken Ronaldo and Bruno Fernandes off. That, to me, wasn't the one that surprised me. The one that surprised me was 5 minutes to go, and he took off Fred, his holding midfield player, and dropped Jesse Lingard back into an unfamiliar position for him. And it was his mistake that led to the winning goal. And unless Fred was injured, I couldn't see any necessity at that stage with 5 minutes left to make a change in that area where they were just completely boxed in. And I wonder whether he's always going to have that little tactical frailty when it really matters in big situations, because they keep repeating themselves.
Well, that'll be the questions that's going to be thrown at him. And the press conference afterwards, he felt like they were comfortable second half. They felt like they could see the result out. They didn't feel like young boys were creating too many opportunities. I seen it slightly different. I felt they were overrun. It was difficult, the wider areas. He was worried about the crosses. That's why he changed that back three. But as you said, when he took Fred off, you also, well, what's he going to do? Is he going to try and win it? Is that going to be his thing in his press conference to tell you that? He actually said no, he tried to defend it out. So at that point it becomes a strange decision. What I would say is the amount of ground and that Fred had covered, he was looking tired towards the end of the game. So I understand why he did Bruno Fernandes and
surely
Ronaldo.
You've got 5 minutes left in the tank, Brownie. I mean, you've been in a situation like that. You can give it 5 more minutes, can't you?
Depends. No, sometimes, for sure. For sure, yeah. You've got to say, well, if I'm going to see it out, how do I bring everyone narrow? How do I say, well, we've had a real difficult second half, and these decisions you make. Listen, it was a freak situation, wasn't it? The back pass that he made, and ultimately they were punished. But for me, the whole second half, Fletch, they didn't try and play in any way. They didn't try and pass, keep the ball. You got Pogba, Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, Luke Shaw. It was a really, really strong team, and a team that could take the ball. And whether the pitch was a level and they weren't confident, or was the message not to do it, only we'll find out. But yeah, very, very disappointing night. But I've got to say, the atmosphere in the ending for young boys was an incredible scenario.
You know what, they've lost 7 of their last 11 Champions League matches, which is the kind of competition where ultimately Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is going to be judged. Kevin, sorry, you were saying?
You know what my worry is? The wounded animal, mate.
The backlash.
The wounded animal. The backlash, what we're going to get. You know what I mean? All these players, everyone having a go. That's why I'm not jumping on the bandwagon, mate.
Ronaldo's in the gym now. He's doing a little bit extra. Ready, Kev?
That's why I've still got my stuff on, Brownie. I'm going in anyway. Don't worry, afterwards with the lads.
Ronaldo sat there and said, I've had half an hour extra to get ready for West Ham at the weekend. I will be fine on Sunday. We're going to talk about Leeds United. Kick-off 8 minutes away in the commentary match tonight, but it's half-time. England against North Macedonia. Hamish.
England lead by 3-0 and 2 goals in the last 3 minutes before the breaks, given the scoreline. A realistic look. It really justifies England's dominance. Ellen White's 40th England goal, and a known goal from Julia Živic as she turned in an Alex Greenwood cross, followed Ella Antoon's opener. Elsewhere in the World Cup qualifiers tonight, half-time, Northern Ireland lead Luxembourg 3-0. Emily Wilson's got the third there. It's Hungary 0, Scotland 1. Erin Cuthbert scoring for Scotland in the first half. And it's 10 minutes to half-time. Wales lead Kazakhstan 2-0. Natasha Harding has got the second for Wales.
Just a bit of breaking news here, just on the Nottingham Forest situation that we spoke about a few moments ago. John Percy, who's a very well-connected journalist in the Midlands, writes for the Daily Telegraph. He's just said on Twitter, Forest have agreed compensation with Swansea and are close to appointing Steve Cooper as their new manager. Cooper's hoping to bring in Steve Rance, who in the past has worked with Pep Guardiola, Roberto Mancini and Frank Lampard, to his coaching staff. Even though Steve Cooper's not the Swansea manager as it stands, there is still this little loophole in the contract, and maybe that is what was slowing everything down. So there might be more of a breaking story, developing story with Nottingham Forest as the evening goes on. Now, we chatted Newcastle earlier. Leeds also without a win this season, but they did manage points at home to Everton and away to Burnley. Michael, when you look at them this season, Leeds, they've still got the same intensity, but it's just not leading to the same results. Is there anything wrong, or is it just a case of things will come right?
Well, that was something I was questioning. I asked somebody actually from the Newcastle United staff, what are their running stats like? What are they still running? Are they still showing that intensity? Well, the answer was streets ahead, right at the top of it, blowing everybody away. If you don't cover this amount of distance, you're not doing your job. So that's slightly old school in that belief, but we understand that we had it all the time, myself and Kevin, that you had to keep running, you had to do that, and it's almost a throwback sort of mentality to it. But they don't seem to be as cutting, they seem to be expansive. People understand now what they did and what they do very, very well. And then ultimately down in wide areas, especially the Liverpool game, they left the wide players really high and the fullbacks were extremely exposed against the top side. So I think people are looking to exploit that, looking to make the difference, but they weren't creative against Liverpool. Yes, Liverpool did well, so they've got that a little bit of struggle with confidence-wise, a few injuries, the experience of Llorente that we said. Harrison will be missed. Dan James, big game for him.
Kevin, when you coach against them, when you know they're coming to play against you, what are the key things that you have to do as the opposition to make sure you can compete with all that running and all that energy and what Leeds do well?
Well, that's what you just said. It then you've got to compete. You've got to go. He's going to be my man for the rest of the game, and I've got to make sure that I compete with him, and I've got to take him into unknown territory. And I think over the 2 games last year, we took 6 points off Leeds, and I think we were well deserved at both games. And I think, you know, I'm really interested to watch them tonight. And I think it's probably been a bit different because they've got the fans back in. It's the expectation of how well they done last year, and they're carrying that expectation with the Leeds fans, expecting them to go on and do better than what they did last year. So I'm really interested to see how they perform tonight. But for me, it's about doing that, Fletch. It's about going right. And that's what we said to our lads. If we don't run, you know, you talked about the high stats that we've gone from one of the lowest to one of the top since the boss has come in. So we feel that we can match anyone on our day, and that's certainly the first thing you've got to do when you face Leeds. And then you've got to punish, because as Brownie said, they leave lots of gaps, they leave holes, and it's whether your quality when you're in possession can then expose their frailties.
Kevin, thanks very much for your company tonight. We've got to let you go because you've got a small matter of Man United to get ready for at the London Stadium on Sunday. So I shall see you then. Thanks for coming on tonight. Good luck at the weekend.
Yeah, top man, mate.
That's Kevin Nolan. The players are just emerging. St James's Park is just about full. It's going to be noisy in there regardless of how it goes. Both sides need a win. It's a fascinating one, this one. Michael Brown is alongside Vicky Sparks. Enjoy it, guys.
Thanks, Fletch. Welcome, everyone, to a positively balmy St James's Park on this warm September evening. But these days, you are never far away from a storm brewing here. And yet again, Steve Bruce has another one to weather. 1 point from their opening 4 games. That's Newcastle's joint worst start to a Premier League season. 12 goals conceded. That's the worst defensive record in the league. And a story breaking on the eve before the game about a dispute at the training ground that once again suggests someone within the camp is leaking stories to journalists. Fair to say, Michael Brown, Steve Bruce has got a lot on his plate. Fair to say, he could desperately do with a win.
He could do with a win, he could do with a performance, and how does he approach this game against a Leeds United side who are going to attack, they're going to be expansive, they're going to get forward, they're going to be energetic? Does he stick with that sort of back 5, that rigid setup, or does he try and get the full-backs higher, try and get up to St Maximin, Johansson much quicker than they have done away from home? We understand why he sets up like that, but he's at home. This is a huge game, and these supporters want a result.
Well, the biggest pre-match call that Steve Bruce has made is in goal. Carl Darlow returns between the sticks for Newcastle. He was on the bench for the defeat at Manchester United after recovering from the after effects of COVID. And that was when Freddie Woodman endured a tough afternoon for Newcastle at Old Trafford. So another big call in the goalkeeping department from Steve Bruce. He's had a few to make during his time here. Doesn't have his first choice keeper Martin Dubravka available yet. That is Newcastle's one change from the defeat at Old Trafford. Still no Callum Wilson. Last season's top scorer remains out injured. Jack Harrison misses out for Leeds with COVID. He's confirmed on social media that he's contracted the virus but is feeling fine. So Dan James makes his full debut for Leeds after that summer move from Manchester United, with Mateusz Klich also coming in one of 2 changes from the defeat by Liverpool. Diego Llorente, who is injured, the other player to drop out. Both big misses for Leeds. They are depleted, Michael, particularly at centre-half. Koch is also injured. Strauch suspended after his failed appeal over the red card for that free challenge on Harvey Elliott. And they have a host of youngsters on the bench as well. 5 of the substitutes tonight are yet to make their Leeds debuts.
Yeah, they do have that inexperience as cover, but we talk about that centre-back position in particular. I think what's in their favour, we've seen Luke Ayling do it at Aston Villa, had a wonderful game we've seen last season, so they've done it before. Stuart Dallas, extreme flexibility we've seen throughout his reign with Marcelo Bielsa. They've got that protection. Phillips just in front of the 2 of them, in front of Cooper and in front of Luke Ayling. That's going to be key, that he doesn't need to go too far away.
It is a packed St James's Park under the lights on Friday night. That contingent of Leeds fans high up the way to our left-hand side will make their voices heard as well. It will be Leeds to get us underway, playing in their lilac kit tonight against Newcastle in the traditional black and white. Patrick Bamford stands over the ball for Leeds. Both sides looking for their first Premier League win of the season. Both sides have been shipping goals this season already, and it really does feel that it's one of those games where anything could happen this evening here on BBC Radio 5 Live, as the players take the knee at the start of the match, and we are underway. Leeds get us underway, kicking from left to right. And we will take you through the two lineups. Newcastle with Carl Darlow returning in goal. The back five of Manquillo, Hayden, Lascelles, Clark and Ritchie. Ahead of them, it's Almiron, Willock, Longstaff and Joe Linton with St Maximin up front. As Leeds play the ball out to the left-hand side, won't be kept in by Dan James, making his full debut for Leeds United this evening after coming on as a substitute in their last match against Liverpool. So throw to Newcastle, midway through their own half. Leeds have Meslier in goal. The back four of Dallas slotting in at right back, Ayling slotting in at centre half, Cooper and Firpo. Ahead of them, Phillips will sit with Rafinha, Click, Rodrigo and James ahead of him, with Bamford leading the line up front. And that flexibility for Leeds, who have it at the back with Luke Ayling, is so positive. I mean, Stuart Dallas can play anywhere, can't he? Perhaps not in goal.
Well, not so much. Actually, we interviewed him for 5 Live last season, and I said to him, where's your favourite, where do you like to play? And he sort of didn't want to say too much because he realises the manager picks him in so many positions. So he's just loving his football, loving being out there, and it's so important to have somebody so versatile to slot in all these different positions.
Throw to Newcastle, deep in their own territory. Again, that ball out from Leeds, looking for Dan James. Not kept in by the Welsh winger. And Newcastle in possession, yes. Fantastic season again for Leeds last year. Stuart Dallas won their Player of the Year, back-to-back Players Player of the Year awards as well. And we have to say, Michael, the atmosphere inside St James's Park as Steve Bruce stands, hands in his pockets on the edge of his technical area, is completely supportive of the team, and that's what he wants to see. That's what he's called on the fans to do, as he says, as they always do.
Yeah, and that's what, we were speaking in the show previous to the commentary. Are they going to back him? Are they going to come straight out and get behind the team? We've heard it I love coming to this stadium. I personally enjoy playing here. The atmosphere is just a proper stadium. It's one of the best out there, and if supporters haven't been there who are listening, they've got to try and get here.
Firpo out on the left-hand side for Leeds, squares it to Calvin Phillips just inside the Newcastle half. Yes, we have so missed atmospheres like this. We can say that about grounds up and down the country, but it is so special to have fans back in. Rafinha for Leeds, midway through the Newcastle half, right-hand side, lovely flick by Click inside the penalty area, back heel, Bamford brought it down, volleyed over the bar. Lovely couple of touches there from Leeds United.
Yeah, a couple of flicks, Rafinha into Bamford, starting down the right-hand side as he takes the chest just inside the penalty box. Patrick Bamford, he's sort of on the half turn, tries to get this volley away. He tries to slow it down and get some control, but well wide, well over. But it was a promising attack from Leeds United.
So Carl Darlow, all in light orange, takes the goal kick for Newcastle United up to St Maximin, left-hand side, appealing for the throw, but it goes out off the Frenchman, and it will be a throw to Leeds United midway inside their own half. What do you make of the call to play Carl Darlow in goal ahead of Freddie Woodman?
Well, I think he came out and said he made mistakes at Manchester United, so when that happens, you understand there's a possibility that the managers are going to change, and especially when you haven't been getting those results, you always expect that. So it happened, you got to bounce back. So it's a big performance now needed from Darlow.
Long stuff dispossessed by Patrick Bamford, but well won back by Joe Linton for Newcastle United. Infield won't be won though by Joe Willock, cleared away by Jamal Lascelles on the edge of the penalty area. Almiron won't latch onto that though, but the decision has gone against Leeds. Referee Mike Dean spotting an infringement, and Newcastle have a free kick midway inside their own half. 0-0, 4 minutes played here at St James's Park. Both of these sides looking not only for their first win of the season in the Premier League, but looking to keep their first clean sheets of the season as well, as the ball is played out to the left-hand side over the head of Matt Ritchie, who gives a big thumbs up with that bandaged right hand, and the ball spins out of play for a Leeds throw. And fair to say, Michael, neither side have really managed to put too much together, other than those nice tricks and flicks we saw on the edge of the box.
A few little passes, a few little flicks and tricks, as you said. Newcastle United have not just let St Maximin be that number 9 at the top of the pitch. They've got a little bit of support. Joelinton, Almiron, that'll be important at home to these home supporters, that they can see 3 players, strength at the top of the pitch where they can.
Yes, still no top scorer Callum Wilson for Newcastle United as Almiron wins that ball. Just was pushed over on the halfway line, and that will be a free kick to Newcastle United. Mike Dean might consider a card, but it's early on. He was still in his own half, but decent breaking opportunity there for Newcastle.
Yeah, it was good. It was quick. It's what you want, somebody positive on the ball. Almiron gets it out of his feet. Yes, he was fouled, but it shows intent. You can hear the supporters now getting behind the side, and so rather than slowing these free kicks down, if they can try and get playing. I've played in a Steve Bruce team where very much so in certain areas you have to be percentage, you have to put it in the right spot, keep it alive, get around it. This is one of these situations.
Oh, the black and white shirts are lining up 6 or 7 yards outside the penalty area. Sean Longstaff is over this free kick for Newcastle, just inside the Leeds half, and Longstaff lifts it long to the edge of the box. Lascelles and Clark are up there from the back. Lascelles flicks it on, looking for Joe Linton. Good clearance away by Calvin Phillips. Met in the centre of the park by Manquillo for Newcastle. Matt Ritchie will pick up possession, and here you can hear the roar for Alan St-Maximin, left-hand side. Ritchie down to the byline, pulls the ball across. It was a good delivery, and Meslier came out well, gathered in his own 6-yard area.
Great break, attacking play from the left wing back, Matt Ritchie going all the way. St-Maximin sees it with the reverse pass. You're looking, what type of ball can Matt Ritchie put in? Is he going to pull it back? Is he going to sort of float one? He zings it right across the front post, and well collected by Meslier in the net for Leeds United.
0-0 at St James's Park, 6 minutes gone on 5 Live as Leeds have possession just outside their own penalty area. Commentary tomorrow coming up of Burnley against Arsenal at 3 o'clock, and then 2 commentaries for you on 5 Live's Premier League Sunday. West Ham against Manchester United and Tottenham against Chelsea. Leeds in possession here at St James's Park. Luke Ayling filling in at centre half with 3 of Leeds' regular 4 centre halves out injured, but Leeds have lost possession, and here is St-Maximin driving over the halfway line. Has Longstaff as an option, played it in between Joe Linton and Longstaff, who will race Longstaff to try and get it, but it's well cleared away by Dallas for Leeds United. Rafinha is back there helping out, calmly back into his own penalty area to Luke Ayling, and Leeds will bring the ball away.
Excellent defending, Luke Ayling. Awareness, coming out, composed on the football, playing in a different position at centre-backs. It was Dan James on the left-hand side for Leeds United today, trying to get forward, get that first touch. He gives a weak one away. His recovery run was good, couldn't get there, but he's got to play his way in. Just the next one needs to be a little bit tidier than that.
Half-time scoreline, Wales women are 2-0 up against Kazakhstan. That is a half-time, as Rafinha has gone down here on the edge of the Newcastle United half midway through, and Mike Dean has got the yellow card out, and Newcastle not too happy with that.
It was wonderful play. Rafinha squared up Matt Ritchie, just gave him a cheeky little nutmeg, but as he got away from him, Matt Ritchie's arm just come out to try and get the block, and it actually just catches Rafinha in the eye, and he's asking for treatment now. He lays on the floor. I think Mike Dean there, because it was so tight, so congested, all players around it, he could have given Matt Ritchie the benefit of the doubt, and Mike Dean's normally better than that he doesn't do it so early in the game.
On the referee side, Ritchie, I mean, that is a proper palm to the face, isn't it? I mean, he's made absolutely sure that Rafinha is not getting round him.
Rafinha, great skill. I know Matt Ritchie well, Portsmouth, who I played with, wonderful, honest player. You're trying to say he knows what he's doing. That's the thing. It's just a little arm to stop. He doesn't go to get him in the face. He goes to block the body, and unfortunately he just catches him in the eye. At that point, that's why Mike Dean thinks, I must do that. It's a deliberate foul. But the players were all around him, so close. Benefit of the doubt for me.
Yellow card on the pitch for Matt Ritchie. Rafinha is just off the pitch at the moment, getting some treatment from the Leeds medical staff, and we are still goalless at St James's Park. 9 minutes played on 5 Live as Leeds have the ball at the back with Ayling, enjoying the bulk of possession so far. Newcastle have tried to get forward on the counter when they can, as Rafinha back on the pitch, plays it into Rodrigo, edge of the penalty area, went down right on the edge of the box, cleared away by Newcastle, ball goes out for a Leeds throw, and Rodrigo was asking the question, Michael Brown.
He was asking the question. There was contact right on the edge of the area, whether it was inside, I'm not so sure, but as he takes the touch on his chest, there's contact behind, he goes down, but the referee just waved it away.
Very well one back for Joe Linton under pressure in his own corner area, and will clear away for Newcastle. Ayling up from that, filling in centre half position, wins it just inside the Newcastle half. Willett can't get the better of Calvin Phillips, Excellent play by Phillips for Leeds, who picked the ball up again. Just going back to Joe Linton winning that ball there. He started very well, Joe Linton. He's a player that body language can tell you so much about him and what sort of game he's going to have. And so far, it's positive for Newcastle. And that ball is positive for Leeds. Out to the left-hand side with Firpo. Down to the byline. Pulls it across, looking for Rafinha. Over the head of everybody. Out for a Newcastle throw.
Yeah, good break. There was questions asked to Firpo last week against Liverpool. Was his performance good enough? Was he in the right positions? 1v1. I thought he was left isolated, so I'm going to give him the benefit. We have to see how he gets on now, see how he performs. Poor cross there. Good position. He should do better. But just going back to the Rafinha, Matt Ritchie situation, as a player when you're on that yellow card, it's so difficult when you know you're coming up against a good player, the attacking threat that he's got. You wouldn't have wanted to give that away so early.
Positive run by Joe Willock, just breaks down on the edge of the Leeds penalty area, and Leeds have it at the back once more. Here is Ayling racing over the halfway line, goalless at St James's Park. Both these sides still looking for their first win in the Premier League this season, just 1 point from their opening 4 games for Newcastle. That was a last-ditch equaliser that Southampton scored here after Newcastle looked as though they'd scored a late winner. 2 points from there for Leeds, draws with Burnley at Everton. Steve Bruce raises his arm on the edge of his technical area as Rafinha spreads the ball out to the left-hand side, and Ayling picks it up on the halfway line, and Marcelo Bielsa just trying to stand up to see if he's got his bucket. Yes, I think he has. So I think we'll be quite pleased with how this first half has started, because Leeds certainly dominating possession so far. And it might break kindly for Rodrigo here on the edge of the penalty area. Pulls it across. Rafinha stretching. Can't get the power. Straight at Darlow. First real chance of the game.
It's a great chance, and what it was slick passing, no pressure on the ball. It's down the left-hand side. Rodrigo gets in a good position. He cuts it back, fires the ball. Wonderful run from Rafinha. Gets inside Matt Ritchie. Just couldn't get the contact. Comfortable for the goalkeeper to take.
And the noise at the moment is coming from the Leeds United fans high in the stand away to our left. St James's Park is not antagonistic. It is hushed though so far as Newcastle play the ball straight out of play. We just saw Kieran Clark there clapping his hands together, trying to urge his side on in these early stages, but so far it's all Leeds United.
It is all Leeds United, and Rafinha just getting some sort of eye drops, eye solution to try and sort of make that eye a little bit better, where he's caught that contact from Matt Ritchie.
Firpo winning the ball well from Longstaff just inside the Newcastle half. Here is Calvin Phillips, 0-0 here on 5 Live. Bamford now under pressure from Clark, out to the right hand side. Rafinha, a wicked delivery, and it's gone all the way in. What a ball in from Rafinha. Rodrigo was in there. The two celebrate together. Whether Rodrigo got a touch in the end, we'll have to wait and see. But it was a wicked delivery from Rafinha, and no more than Leeds United deserve. And I think Rodrigo's let that go through his legs there.
Well, it's looked that way, but it's all about the delivery from the left, from the right hand side, with Rafinha with his left foot. Sort of a deep cross, one of those curlers. The in-swing is towards the penalty box. Rodrigo's making that run into the area. He sort of jumps out of the way to it, trying to sort of flick it, doesn't. It goes right round into the far post. Goalkeeper Carl Darlow, no chance because of the quality and the pace on the ball.
It is so clever from Rodrigo, because it is so tempting when you're in that area just to try and get a little flick. But he lets the ball go right through his legs, and Darlow has to keep an eye on Rodrigo. Perfect dummy.
It was a great dummy, because initially you're looking at the clip and you're sort of thinking, as he tried to flick it, back heel it, just a little touch towards goal. He doesn't, and that's probably the one that wrong foots the goalkeeper. He's not sure. It's the run, but it's that delivery, that in-swinging ball, fizzed on the surface straight into the far corner. Wonderful delivery.
His second goal of the season for Rafinha, and Leeds have the early breakthrough at St James's Park. They're in possession as Cooper plays it forward, high up and under from the Leeds United skipper, and it will be chested down by Almiron. Tried to play it infield to Willett, but nothing is coming off at the moment for Newcastle United. And Willock, though, will win it back in the centre of the park and plays it out to the left-hand side. And Matt Ritchie forward to Joe Linton, well anticipated by Stuart Dallas, who gets there ahead of the Brazilian, and the ball goes out for a Newcastle United throw. Leeds United in front on 5 Live. That's the first time they've taken the lead in the Premier League this season. Unorthodox, but a brilliant ball in from Rafinha, an intelligent lead from Rodrigo, and Darlow beaten, Newcastle behind.
You look from a Newcastle point of view and you say, well, it's a little bit of misfortune, fortunate that it actually goes in from the cross. What more could we do? It's a freak goal. But what I would say, from the tone and the start of the game, they've allowed Leeds United to set the tempo, to move the balls around. They've got to get better pressure on the ball. Here
goes Alan Saint-Maximin, though. Luke Ayling gets an important foot in and clears that away. Newcastle then want a free kick over on the right-hand side. Not given as Almiron went down. Steve Bruce throws his arms up in the air. The fans around us do the same. Leeds United still under pressure outside their own penalty area. Play back to Illan Meslier, all in bright yellow, who will just pause before bowling this ball out. But so far, 15 minutes gone, everything going to plan for Leeds, and Newcastle need to find a way to get a foothold in this game. As Leeds bring it forward once more, out to Rafinha, the goal scorer on this right-hand side. Very well challenged by Joe Linton, then clearly pulls back Joe Linton, and Joe Linton is saying, hang on, Mike Dean, where's the yellow card for that? Steve Agnew's up off the Newcastle bench as well, asking the same question. And Mike Dean says, well, I've already made my decision, there shall be no yellow.
It's a very strange decision. I don't know how there isn't a yellow card given. Mike Dean's looking at it, chose not to, a word. And Rafinha, we can hear the boos all around us, and Steve Bruce there standing in that technical area will be feeling that. A couple of decisions are not going for him. We've seen attacking Almiron down the right-hand side, probably was a foul. Then there's that one not given. He'll be disappointed, won't he, at the moment? You feel like everything's against him, especially when the ball goes in from across.
Almiron flagged offside as he brought that ball down for Newcastle, and Leeds will have a free kick midway inside their own half. Leeds leading 1-0 at St James's Park. Rafinha's goal after 13 minutes. Matthias Klick in possession. Newcastle struggling to get hold of the ball at the moment. We have to say, from the fans around us, we're not hearing any chants so far towards Steve Bruce, but there is an air of discontent around St James's Park, because Newcastle really are not in this at the moment, as Rodrigo plays it forward. Willock puts a foot in, can't win the ball, and Rodrigo will slide it through to Rafinha. They're linking up very well in these opening stages for Leeds United. Back to the edge of the penalty area, Matthias Klick just outside the D, goes for goal. Easy for Carl Darlow.
Yeah, comfortable, works well. You're just looking at the setup, those 3 centre-backs at the moment for Newcastle United. And that's where the extra men come in. They're not actually getting out, they're not getting close to anyone. The full-backs are quite, the wing-backs are quite narrow, so the overload's easy in the midfield areas and wide areas, and full-backs coming forward for Leeds United. They've got to sort of be a bit braver, come out, get tighter to people.
And what they're doing when they have possession is they're rushing it. That ball played right out to the left-hand side, straight out of play. And Leeds United have possession again. It's too easy for the visitors at the moment. Junior Firpo over on that far side, plays it in field to the captain Liam Cooper, who can amble towards the halfway line. Newcastle keeping their shape well in the 5-4-1, but that shape will be tested here. Rafinha gets inside the penalty area ahead of Matt Ritchie, can't control under pressure from Ritchie, and the ball will go behind for a Leeds United corner. But Rafinha has started this match superbly.
Yeah, he's a wonderful player, and he's making good runs, quick runs. He stays on the line and then he runs in behind Matt Ritchie. He gets in into the penalty box. If his touch is a touch better, he's going to be away. Great recovery from Matt Ritchie. The problem is the overload. He doesn't know whether to go short, Matt Ritchie, whether to take the midfield player, the wide player. They just can't get the distances correct, Newcastle, at the moment.
Well, there are some boos here over in the far side. It looked as though somebody attempted to get on the pitch, but was stopped by the stewards as the corner comes in. Leeds United will swing it back in from the left-hand side, and the header cleared away just in front of Carl Darlow. Firpo will send it back in. Lovely touch, met by Rafinha, goes for goal. Darlow can't hold it. Rafinha denied by a fabulous sliding challenge by Kieran Clark. And now the Newcastle fans are on their feet saying, come on, we need to get a hold of this, because Leeds are all over us at the moment. They are not happy with what they're seeing. Last-ditch defending in the end, though, from Newcastle was effective.
That was effective. It could have been 2. Putting so much pressure on Newcastle United, trying to get hold, can't come out, can't get near anybody, but it's all about Rafinha. Finally Newcastle get some possession.
Great touch by Joe Linton on the left hand side, in field to St Maximin, lays it off to Joe Linton once more, just outside the penalty area. St Maximin, now Matt Ritchie down to the byline, swings the ball in, it's a difficult one. Cooper got something on it, and the shot is dragged just wide from Almiron on the corner of the 6-yard box, and that roar from St James's will tell you that's Newcastle's best move of the game.
Best move, brilliantly well worked. St Maximin pushing people, getting into good areas. It swept down the left hand side and they couldn't clear it, could they? And at that point Almiron comes forward, takes his shot, just pulls it wide. Great effort, much better play from Newcastle United.
20 minutes gone at St James's Park on 5 Live. Leeds United lead by a goal to nil. And Jamal Lascelles is just jogging over to Carl Darlow here, who is bending down. Looks as though he was doing his boot up initially, but the physio is on. Well, having made a big call in the goalkeeping department.
I think you look at it as well, is when that ball comes in from the right hand side with the left foot, he sort of dives past it and the ball comes inside him, so he's got to adjust his ankle, his foot, or that it gets caught slightly to come back across. It was a strange save, wasn't it? It didn't look sort of comfortable. And all below now is Steve Bruce, Graham Jones, Matt Ritchie, etc. Joelinton, all trying to get instructions, try and get back into this game.
Well, Carl Darlow is back up to his feet. He's just readjusting his gloves, and Newcastle are taking the chance to have a little team meeting. Matt Ritchie, having had that conversation with Steve Bruce and Graham Jones, has gone straight over to Jamal Lascelles and Kieran Clark. Isaac Hayden's come over as well, because Newcastle need to reorganise themselves midway through the first half. They trail Leeds United by a goal to nil. Let's head to England's Women's World Cup qualifier. They're playing North Macedonia at St Mary's, and Hamish Marshall is there.
Still 3-0 to England, so no goals since the break. 63 minutes played, but we've picked up where we left off in the first half. England dominating, 82% possession, 25 shots on target. A couple of substitutions just been made as England's new coach tries to have a look at her squad, but her team are winning this one comfortably, 3-0.
Thanks, Hamish. Miguel Almiron has just won a free kick for Newcastle midway inside their own half, so let's head for an update from Rugby Union's Premiership getting back underway this evening. Bristol against Saracens. Chris Jones is at Ashton Gate.
5 minutes left of the first half. Bristol 9, Saracens 6. 3 penalties, Callum Sheedy for Bristol, 2 for Alex Azovsky for Saracens. Bristol came close to scoring off the brilliant Charles Peartel break, but Johan Lloyd bundled into touch. Great atmosphere in the early stages, but there has been so much kicking. Is that a consequence of the 50-22 law?
In the penalty area, won't quite get the shot away cleanly, and Newcastle can't take advantage. Ayling will bring it away for Leeds United, but St Maximin involved there, trying to slide through with it as Leeds look to counter, leading Leeds United by a goal to nil at St James's Park on 5 Live. Rodrigo out to the left-hand side, and Dan James, who's been relatively quiet on his full debut, went down under a heavy challenge from Joe Willett. Mike Dean is happy, and Newcastle will try a counter of their own. Almiron to Joe Linton, just outside the centre circle, out to the right-hand side, and Manquillo now getting forward the right wing-back to St Maximin. He's got the pace, he's down to the byline, pulls it back to Almiron. Miscue, Joe Linton surely. No, Meslier makes the save. It comes out to Longstaff, edge of the penalty area, and Leeds United will block the shot and clear away. How did Joe Linton not stick that away, Michael Brown?
I don't know how he's not scored. St Maximin, fantastic wing play down the right hand side, and he pulls it back. First bite, then the second one. Joe Linton hits the ball into the far corner. Great save, Meslier down to his right hand side. Wonderful move. It's just not happening at the moment for Newcastle United.
But it's better from Newcastle. They still trail by a goal to nil midway through this first half at St James's Park. And Luke Ayling there is just saying, let's take a breather. Liam Cooper has it for Leeds just outside the centre circle. Back to St Mary's, penalty to England. Hamish Marshall.
Ellen White's about to take it. Leah Williamson was the player who was brought down inside the penalty area. A referee is just making sure that everyone is there 10 yards away. Remember, Ellen White got her 40th England goal in the first half. Can this be number 41 from the penalty spot, as England have dominated this game from start to finish? Referee says we can go now, so Ellen White at the top of her run, shoots right-footed into the bottom corner. England lead here by 4 goals to nil.
Thanks, Hamish. Commentary of that match over on 5 Live Sports Extra here at St James's Park. Newcastle 0, Leeds 1. But the last 5 minutes have shown some promise in attack for Newcastle United, as Steve Bruce and Graham Jones right on the edge of the technical area giving instructions to their side. But Leeds have picked it up through Patrick Bamford, 30 yards out, slides it through to Dan James, left for Rodrigo, just past the post. That was beautifully worked by Leeds United.
Very well worked. A slight bit of luck as he falls to Rodrigo right on the edge of the area. James's touch is a little bit too big, bit of contact, but he comes across and just curls the ball in. It just goes down the right hand side of Darlow. He should have scored.
So goal kick to Newcastle United. We're just seeing a replay of that challenge by Joe Willock on Dan James. They've had a couple of half shouts, Leeds United, for penalties. Similar positions, just on the edge of the penalty area. One for Rodrigo, one for James. Nothing doing so far from Mike Dean. But it is Leeds who have the goal advantage through Rafinha. The delivery from the left by Rodrigo that went all the way in as Luke Ayling goes down, clutching his face. Again, Mike Dean not interested. And Stuart Dallas will take the throw for Leeds United. Now Calvin Phillips, midway through the Newcastle half. They look to go as Patrick Bamford waits just outside the centre circle and click forward now over the halfway line. Forward now, click goes to Bamford, trying to get there ahead of Manquillo. Manquillo does very well there. Sticks a foot in the Spaniard and will race up towards halfway. Dan James comes back, gets the tackle in. Mike Dean is not happy with that, and Newcastle United will have a free kick.
Let's settle down now. You can see, feel the tension in the stadium. The instructions, they finally got to grips much better. Newcastle United, it took them some time to work it out, to find out who can come forward, who can come inside. The instructions now, Steve Bruce and Matt Ritchie just below us, are still happening because they just can't get near them. And that's the difference, is who goes where, where's the extra man, where's the overload. They've got to deal with it. As soon as St. Maximin gets the ball, the excitement, the people are off the seats, and he's exciting, isn't he? He puts the ball into good areas, and they should have had the equaliser.
Off the seat, Steve Bruce is on the pitch, only by about a yard or so. But again, Matt Ritchie's come over to get more instructions during this break in play, as Manquillo is up now, having received treatment, and Bruce just stepping onto the pitch there. He knows they need this win. He needs this win. It might be early in the season, but there is pressure once again at St James's Park on Steve Bruce, as Newcastle United 1 point from their opening 4 games, trail at home to Leeds United. Kieran Clark forward to Matt Ritchie, midway through the Leeds half, left hand side, plays it back to Joe Willock, Newcastle's only signing in this transfer window. Very important one, but still just the one. Joe Linton plays it forward, looking to squeeze it through to Kieran Clark, who'd made one of those overlapping centre-half runs from the back three, and will be steered back by Leeds calmly from Liam Cooper all the way back to Illan Meslier, as Joe Linton closes down Ayling, but Leeds will calmly play it out of defence. But you can see Joe Linton, he's pushing up alongside St Maximin now, just giving him that support and not allowing Leeds to play out. You can't say that Newcastle aren't up for this.
Yeah, they're up for it. They're trying to get something on it, but Leeds United excellent, comfortable in defence. You mentioned that centre-back position. Cooper and Ayling, that seniority of setting the tone, using the goalkeeper and sweeping it out, drawing the press on.
Well, they had other options, limited options there. Charlie Cresswell, the 19-year-old centre-half, the Leeds under-23 captain who won the Premier League 2 Division 2 title with them last season, was an option, but they've gone for Ayling as Leeds inside the penalty area. Rodrigo, right-hand side, pulls it back. Phillips drives, almost a brilliant effort from Calvin Phillips, and you can hear how almost, because some of the Leeds fans high in the stands to our left started cheering that. It hit the side netting, but what was notable about that, Michael Brown, Carl Darlow absolutely furious with his defence that Calvin Phillips was not closed down on the edge of the area. It
was so difficult because they won the ball back in an area where Newcastle United were open. It was Cooper, brilliant sliding challenge, and the counter-attack was slick, and as he went down the right-hand side, the ball's drawn back right on the edge of the 18-yard box. Phillips has a lot of time to assess it. He comes on with that right foot, puts it wide. He's got to hit the target.
Ball out to the left-hand side, goes out of play before Alan St Maximin can reach it. Leeds United have a throw a third of the way inside their own half, and that's been the story too often for Newcastle. They're trying to release St Maximin quickly. It's not a bad idea, but the execution has too often turned over possession to Leeds United. They've won it back though. Isaac Hayden stepping up into midfield as Alan St Maximin picks it up on that left-hand side, and Matt Ritchie will win a throw just level with the edge of the Leeds United penalty area, and will be taken down to St Maximin, down to the edge of the penalty area. Newcastle trailing 1-0. St Maximin, ball in straight into the arms of Meslier. And I was just watching there to see exactly what Isaac Hayden was doing. He has come back into the 3 now, but he almost steps back into that midfield position. Central midfielder, of course, by trade, does fill in at centre half. It's a position he's played throughout his career. Let's just see where he slots in here. They have been doing some tactical tweaks, Newcastle United. And he's just sitting in front of the back 4 at the moment, Isaac Hayden. So Steve Bruce trying something a little different, matching up with Leeds United as Hayden again steps into midfield to Marshall. Patrick Bamford tried the little 1-2 with Rafinha, and it will ricochet to Bamford. Plays it infield looking for Click. Bamford in the penalty area, surrounded by 3 Newcastle United players, and Sean Longstaff brings the ball away. Over the top to Alan St Maximin, down the right hand side up against Cooper. St Maximin into the penalty area, down to the byline, pulls the ball across, nutmeg Cooper, but Phillips is there. He hasn't cleared it though, and Almiron picks it back up for Newcastle. Forced out of the penalty area, Willock urged to shoot, curls it just over the bar.
Kevin Phillips gets caught on the ball there. He should do better. Of the attack of Newcastle United, he thought he was in a good position. He gets it took off him, and then as it sweeps down back central, Willock comes on. Poor execution again from Newcastle. It's better, its determination is there's some pace and power, but the conviction with the efforts is not good enough.
Well, he's yet to score for Newcastle since signing permanently in the summer from Arsenal, Joe Willock, but what a record he had for them in that half loan spell last season. 8 goals in 14 Premier League games, including scoring in each of the last 7 at the end of last season, as Leeds look to break forward, trying to slide Bamford through. Well anticipated by Kieran Clark, and Matt Ritchie will pick it up for Newcastle on the left. Infield to Hayden, tried to slide it through to Longstaff, but it's well won back by Leeds, and here comes Firpo, crunching challenge by Hayden, and they will bring the ball away. Newcastle. Almiron over the halfway line, lays it off to St Maximin, tried to play it infield to Longstaff. Leeds United win back possession just inside the centre circle. I think someone in the press box thumped the plastic barrier that's in front of us, such as their frustration. But Newcastle have won it back. Joe Willock challenged well by Ayling, picked up by Joe Linton on this left hand side. Space now for Longstaff, 40 yards out, midway through the Leeds half. St Maximin under pressure from Phillips, turns away from Phillips, who then got a foot in, brings down St Maximin, and the free kick is given to Newcastle United. Central position midway through the Leeds half, trailing still the home side by a 1-0. Latest scores in the Women's World Cup qualifiers: Northern Ireland 4-0 up against Luxembourg, and Wales are beating Kazakhstan by 3-0. And we can head to Ashton Gate for a half-time in the rugby. Bristol Saracens, Chris Jones.
Bristol 9, Saracens 9, 3 penalties each for Sheedy and Lazowski. Sarries working their way back into the game from 9-3 down. Bristol have had their moments, but they've kicked so much of their ball away, perhaps an unintended consequence of these new laws. Bristol 9, Saracens 9, half-time.
Thanks, Chris. Elsewhere in the Women's World Cup qualifiers, Scotland are leading 2-0 in Hungary, and England are 4-0 up still against North Macedonia. You can listen to that match over on 5 Live Sports Extra. Newcastle are still organising themselves for this free kick, taken short in the end by Longstaff, swung into the penalty area by Ritchie, headed across, looking for Willock on the edge of the 6-yard box, headed away by Bamford, still not clear by Leeds. Joe Linton will try and bring it down on the edge of the penalty area. Leeds do get the distance on it that time, headed forward again by Ritchie, but Ayling this time should emphatically clear, and he does, up to James on the halfway line. Newcastle 0, Leeds 1 here on 5 Live. Ball over the top to the right hand side of Rafinha into the penalty area, pulls it back onto his left edge of the area. Click, Darlow just got there, and it's a good job for the Newcastle man. He didn't spill that because Bamford was waiting to snaffle up that rebound.
It was great play again. The counter-attacking football from Leeds has been excellent. Diagonal passes. Rafinha this time takes it onto his right, pulls it back to his left. Click on the edge of the area this time, his shot smothered down the right hand side. Good save from Darlow, but excellent counter again from Leeds United.
Joe Linton again eliciting applause from the Newcastle fans as St Maximin just outside the D, urged to shoot, breaks into the box right-hand side instead. Now lays it off to Almiron. Ritchie is there, edge of the D, in space, shoots, deflection, off the post, and away to safety. Just about by Leeds United, behind for a corner. Newcastle hit the woodwork, so close to an equaliser.
How unlucky. Brilliant this time. Newcastle down the right-hand side. It was a good pass across. Matt Ritchie on the edge of the area takes his touch onto his right foot, thinking, is he going to shoot with his weaker foot? He does. It's a slight deflection right across the goalkeeper, inside of the post and back out. Very unfortunate.
They've responded, Newcastle United, and the fans inside St James's Park have responded in turn to that. Matt Ritchie over this corner, trailing Leeds by a goal to nil. 10 minutes to play until the break. Ritchie swings the corner in, flicked header by Clark, flicked on again inside the 6-yard box by Jamal Lascelles, gathered by Meslier, who springs the counter, and Sean Longstaff is saying, where's the defence? Because Rafinha is here. Plays it out to the left-hand side, leads the bodies over. One is Rodrigo, down to the byline, blocked behind by Almiron, who did brilliantly to get back there, as did St Maximin initially to hold up Rafinha. It's a corner to Leeds. It's breathless, Michael Brown.
It's end-to-end. Rafinha just points to the goalkeeper. Meslier say, brilliant sort of throw, getting me on the counter. But did you see his awareness? Straight away, give me the ball, realised there was a one-on-one. And what he does, he drives in the pitch, St Maximin. Talking about effort, determination. This time he's coming back away. Brilliant defending, but it was slick from Leeds United down the left. Rodrigo just couldn't get it across as Newcastle get the numbers back.
Catch your breath. Leeds corner. Newcastle 0, Leeds 1 here on 5 Live. A cracking game at St James's Park as the corner is swung in. Very crowded 6-yard box, headed away by Lascelles. Click tried to meet it on the edge of the penalty area, and Almiron will try and counter, but Firpo has covered that well and sent it all the way back to Meslier. And as you say, Michael, it was a superb bowl out initially from the Leeds goalkeeper to set that counter-attack away as Phillips underneath that can't win the ball. St Maximin back to Longstaff, and it's wasted from Longstaff. Plays it forward, and it will be collected by Meslier. So back to St Mary's, England, North Macedonia. Hamish Marshall.
2 quick goals for England means it's 6-0. Substitute Rachel England got the 5th. A simple header after the Macedonian keeper parried in Akita Para's shot, and the 6th goal has just come in. Bethany Mead's shot from inside the penalty area, deflected in by an unfortunate defender. England 6, North Macedonia 0.
Thanks, Hamish. Commentary on Sports Extra as Leeds play the ball into the penalty area. Lascelles got something on it, but not the distance. James pulls it back across. What a dangerous ball that was. Matt Ritchie played it behind for a corner to Leeds. If he hadn't done, Rafinha would have had a tap in.
Yeah, it looked like he had nowhere to go, but he turned James, fizzed the ball across. It's a tight sort of angle as he does it. Matt Ritchie defends very well. He knows there's danger behind him. He puts the ball out for the corner.
Which is swung in. Difficult one on the edge of the 6-yard box, cleared away by Newcastle, and Almiron will pick it up. Good turn to keep possession away from the looming presence of Calvin Phillips, and Almiron, he's done brilliantly there. Superb from the Paraguay international. Well, he was absolutely convinced he was brought down. Michael Brown was already waving the imaginary yellow card, and Mike Dean says play on. Leeds come forward, right hand side of the penalty area. Dallas has ball over the top, flicked away by Manquillo. Willett won't prevent the corner, and now listen to the boos ringing around St James's Park for that decision.
It's quick, it's end to end. The players are giving everything with such intensity. What a run from Almiron. He gives him that yellow card, as you've just mentioned, whether it's for the dive or whether he's gone and said something that he doesn't agree. But the footwork, he had Phillips on him, he's going right, he's going left, then a little nutmeg to get out of a situation as he's contacted. Just looking back at the replays now, if there's any sort of contact, and it doesn't look like there is as he leaves that sliding leg. Sometimes it's telling when you leave the foot to slide in the grass.
Well, Michael Brown called it, Mike Dean called it. Yellow card for Almiron, corner to Leeds United, powerfully headed away to St Maximin on the edge of the box, and now the Frenchman will use that pace and trickery to try and spring the counter. He's very well dispossessed by Phillips. That is turning into a fascinating battle as Leeds come forward once more. James picks up the ball, plays it first time on the edge of the penalty area, back across. Willock will watch it all the way, controls with his head but can only play it to Rafinha, and Dallas has it for Leeds. 25 yards out, plays it out to the right hand side. Rafinha, that left-footed delivery once more that caught out Darlow first time for the goal for Leeds United. That time it won't catch him out, and the Newcastle goalkeeper has it. But the battle between Phillips and St Maximin is absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, it's brilliant because St Maximin knows He's got to try and do something to get away, but not Phillips straight away. He's in and around because he knows he's the threat. But just watching Rafinha down this right-hand side, no wonder he's got the most sprints since he joined the Premier League. He looks like he's electric, doesn't he? At the moment, every time the ball's near him, anywhere, any little area, awareness, intensity. Wonderful first half so far from him.
Another man who's had a good first half for Newcastle is Joe Linton. He's done well there, driving past Stuart Dallas, plays the ball over the top to Almiron. This time he didn't appeal, the Newcastle fans did. Now he's in the book, Almiron can't afford to appeal too much more. And Joe Linton again waving his arms at his players. He's saying get further up, push further up. But they are getting bodies forward, Newcastle.
They are growing into it. But they've looked okay, haven't they? Once they've got the ball into a right area with sort of control, intensity. You can see it maximum. Joelinton, Almiron with flashes, but the counter-attack's scary from Leeds United at the moment.
Dallas on the halfway line. 5 minutes to go until half-time in this pulsating match here at St James's Park, where Leeds United, looking for their first win of the season, as are Newcastle, lead by a 0-0. That early strike from Rafinha. James over on the far side. Tries a little 1-2 with Click. Misunderstanding. And the ball will go behind for a Newcastle goal kick. Burnley against Arsenal. Our commentary coming up for you tomorrow on 5 Live at 3 o'clock. And then 2 commentaries on Sunday for you in the Premier League. West Ham against Manchester United. Tottenham against Chelsea. A packed weekend of Premier League action here on 5 Live. And of course we'll have all the latest from the Championship, League One, League Two as well. Do join us across the weekend as Carl Darlow plays the ball over the halfway line for Newcastle United, who trail 1-0 at home to Leeds United. St Maximin won't latch onto that, and Liam Cooper has it all the way back to Illan Meslier as Marcelo Bielsa moves to the edge of his technical area. On high praise from Steve Bruce in his pre-match press conference. Bielsa, of course, everybody who follows the Premier League knows what Leeds United did last season, finishing a 9th superb season back in the top flight for the first time in 16 years. But Bruce went to Ellen Road with Sheffield Wednesday in the Championship when Bielsa was there early on, and said that he'd never seen such an impact that a manager had in the change in a team in a Championship side. As Leeds have the ball on the halfway line, yes, you get it with the likes of Guardiola and Tuchel and Klopp, you expect when those managers to come in, but he said he'd never seen such a transformation at Championship level as Marcelo Bielsa has invoked at Leeds United, as Leeds United swing the ball into the penalty area looking for Bamford. Willock will bring it down, very calmly done by Joe Willock for Newcastle, plays it forward now. St Maximin went down, gets back up, might have wanted the free kick. Mike Dean plays advantage. St Maximin over on the right hand side, crosses the ball in, it's over the head of Joe Linton. Joe Willock will pick it up on the left hand side of the penalty area. Rafinha gets a foot in. Newcastle throw. Could have been more, Michael Brown.
Yeah, it could have been more. There's a little clash, wasn't there, with St Maximin as he got away. I was wondering if they were going to pull it back if there was a goal, but Newcastle come again.
Joe Willock, left hand side of the penalty area, pulls it across, laid off by Almiron. Sean Longstaff tried to pass it into the bottom corner, didn't have the pace on it to beat Meslier. Good movement from Newcastle.
Yeah, great move, and as he got the set, Almiron, it's just inside the heel. So at that point he goes to try and take it on, but he just can't generate any power. Possibly could have took a touch, started again, but it's difficult when you see that goal. You're on the edge of the area, you've run a long way. I understand why he makes that sort of call to take it on, but the execution was tough.
2 minutes to go until half-time on 5 Live. Newcastle 0, Leeds 1 at St James's Park. Here is Calvin Phillips midway through the Leeds United half. Leeds, who are, like Newcastle, yet to keep a clean sheet in the Premier League this season, as Joe Linton tries to latch onto that loose ball. Luke Ayling gets there first. He's been solid at centre-half so far, Luke Ayling. So Matt Ritchie clears the ball away for Newcastle, and Willock over the halfway line, driving through the Leeds half, plays in Joe Linton. Good ball, left-hand side of the penalty area. The black and white shirts are arriving. Joe Linton pulls it back. St Maximin, edge of the box, working room for the shot. Now does shoot. 1-1. Alan St Maximin is at it again for Newcastle United, and they find the leveller against Leeds just before the break. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1.
Oh, what a goal. If anybody was going to score it, there's a fight on the line at the moment. There's a bit of a melee right in the goal. It tells you everything, but it's St. Maximin for those Newcastle supporters who gets into the area, takes a touch like Aguero back in those years. Another one. He finally hits his shot. Great power to the far post, into the bottom corner. Great work down the left-hand side. Joelinton initially, but you can hear the stadium. Wonderful response. Steve Bruce on the pitch, as you've said, scraps to get the ball back. What a game we've got.
Well, the linesman on this near side is having to remind Steve Bruce that he's not allowed to go on the pitch. St. Maximin's goal is announced to a rapturous St. James's Park because he had strayed on once more. But that's it. You can see what it means to both sets of players. That little fracas that Michael mentioned there in the goal mouth. Difficult to see from where we are, but you suspect it's one of those where Meslier is not releasing the ball quickly. Newcastle want to get it back up to the halfway line quickly. Both sides want this first win of the season so desperately.
It was Meslier, it was Phillips, it was Joelinton, all trying to get the ball back to get going, and there was a little bit of a scrap, but they've sorted it out, thankfully. All sensible, but we've got a game on. Just a wonderful finish. He's been electric whenever he's got the ball. He's tried to make it happen on this occasion. Finally gets that goal, and great strike into the far corner.
Well, we're back underway. There was a very brief VAR check as Rafinha into the penalty area, cleared away by Isaac Hayden, and Joelinton will put pressure on that ball, won't win it though, and Dallas will take the throw for Leeds. Yeah, possible VAR check for violent conduct, so a bit more than a fracas in that penalty area potentially that VAR were looking at, but they are happy. Jared Gillett at Stockley Park. And we are 1-1 at St James's Park. Dallas heads the ball into the area. Rafinha falls to him, tries to pull it back, hooked away by Isaac Hayden as Click was arriving. He's done that several times, Matthias Click, on the edge of the penalty area. Leeds work it out to the left-hand side. And Dan James racing down to the byline, two black and white shirts with him. One of them is Manquillo. The fans in that corner doing their best to urge their side on as the ball is swung into the area, straight into the arms of a grateful Carl Darlow.
Very grateful, especially with that in-swinging pass again. And as a goalkeeper, when the ball comes in after you've let one, you sort of, if someone's going to touch it, should I come forward, should I not? Comfortable, well taken from Darlow in the net for Newcastle United. It's been a wonderful first half, and long may this continue.
And I haven't even had a second to tell you how much added time there was, because you can't take your eye off this game for a minute. It's three minutes of added time. And we played 90 seconds of it as Matt Ritchie goes down. Newcastle win the free kick, and you can tell from the ironic cheers around us that the Newcastle fans, as well as Steve Bruce, feel they may not have got the lion's share of the decisions that they should have done this evening. But this is a free kick to Newcastle, and again Steve Bruce right on the edge of his technical area. Graham Jones is there as well. The desperation, it is verging on desperation.
I think he's going to have white lines, isn't he, on his shoes, Steve Bruce. He'll have to wipe them at half-time. It'll be full of them. I think that'll tell a story if he's been on the pitch or not. But now the referee, Mike Dean, he's moaning about the free kick needs to go back 1 yard. Let's just play on. Let's keep the intensity going.
We've got 30 seconds of added time to play at the end of this fabulous first half here on 5 Live. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1. Ritchie's free kick swung over looking for Lascelles, headed away by Cooper on the edge of the penalty area. Forward again by Manquillo, flicked on by Clark, who's still up there, won't find Willock. Joelinton will try and bring it down, edge of the penalty area, heads it forward. Phillips takes charge, clears towards halfway. Ritchie forward once again to Newcastle's goal scorer, St Maximin. Left hand side, is there time for one more darting driving run? There's time for a bit of skill. St Maximin, edge of the penalty area, lays it off this time to Almiron. Almiron tried to use his body to shield it and has lost it, and Leeds can break. Here's Firpo bursting forward over the halfway line. Look at the men over on this far side. It's 2-on-1. Rafinha and acres of space. Rafinha, edge of the 6-yard box, steadies himself, shoots. Darlow makes the save. Rafinha collects on the edge of the penalty area, pulls it back across. Dan James, and the whistle has not yet gone. It's fired over on the edge of the 6-yard box. How on earth have Leeds United not scored there? Firpo with the final effort. What a let-off for Newcastle. That was some very, very dodgy defending.
Very dodgy. I asked you if Newcastle United were going to be braver, if they were going to leave gaps. Well, you can see that, and Leeds United have capitalised. Wonderful first half we've seen. It was all about Leeds United, the way they went about, the quick, the slick passing, Rafinha down the right with his left foot setting the tone with a wonderful sort of cross into the penalty area that sneaks into the far post. Generally, Newcastle found the way into it, finally into the game. St. Maximum was the one who was trying to make things happen, finally getting that equaliser. Leeds United kept going. Brilliant first half. Hopefully it's the same second.
I hope you've enjoyed that as much as we have, listeners and Fletch. Half time at St James's Park. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1.
Vicky, I've absolutely loved it. You two, fantastic. You're as good as the game in the first half. Michael Brown, we talked about Steve Bruce before the game kicked off and what his future might look like. Well, if anybody wondered whether the players were still playing for him, there's your answer for 45 minutes. They've given him everything.
They have given them everything, and I think it was their formation, Fletch, that they couldn't get to grips. That nobody, that extra, the three at the back was obviously leaving them short in midfield, wide areas. The wing backs couldn't sort of decide whether they go with a wide player or the advanced midfielder. They were stuck in a trap, and Leeds United had them for such a long period of time. Finally, below us, the Newcastle United staff realise what they need to do. Somebody step into the midfield, be a little bit more advanced. But then on the counter, Newcastle finally grew into it, come back into it, and they got some opportunities themselves, but weren't Leeds United quick on the counter.
Absolutely fantastic. Half-time 1-1. Can't wait for the second half. Vicky's having a rest. Michael's going to stay with me during half-time. There's a breaking story in the Championship involving Derby County, which we're going to tell you about in a minute. We're also going to talk about Manchester City and Chelsea and Tottenham as well, if we can squeeze it all in. It's after the 5 Live News with Nick Hatton.
Thank you, Darren. The rules for international travel to and from England are to be significantly eased. From the 4th of October, anyone who's fully vaccinated will no longer need to take a coronavirus test before arriving. Later in the month, all arrivals will be able to take a fast lateral flow test rather than the more expensive PCR, which is processed in a lab. Some scientists, though, believe this could make it harder to identify new variants. England and Scotland are both simplifying the listed system of countries. The Welsh Government, though, said it would be assessing the changes announced in England. And anyone who wants to go to a nightclub or attend a large event in Wales will soon have to prove they've been fully vaccinated against COVID or had a recent negative lateral flow test. The measures come into force on the 11th of October. And UN climate experts have warned that the world is on course to heat up to dangerous levels. They say current plans will mean greenhouse gas emissions will rise by 16% by the end of the decade. To avoid the worst outcome, countries should instead cut them by half. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres says the climate summit in Glasgow in November must be a turning point in the effort to limit global warming.
Whatever your day brings, BBC Sounds is with you all the way. Arrive at a different mindset with Radio 2's Mood Music. When you need ultimate concentration, activate Focus Beats. Then later on, unwind with Radio 1 Relax, a calming 24-hour stream for your well-being.
Watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high.
Music to ease you through the day. Listen on BBC Sounds.
5 Live Sport. The Friday Football Social. Darren Fletcher.
Brilliant first half at St James's Park. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1. Second half commentary with Vicky and Michael to come in a few minutes' time. But it's full time at St Mary's in the World Cup qualifier taking place tonight. Hamish Marshall.
Yeah, Darren, I think we're getting into Vidi printer time and we need to print the number as well. It's England 8, North Macedonia 0. Comfortable win for England's new coach, Sarina Briegman. Had England taken their chances, we could have been talking 15, 16 goals in this. It really was that easy. Goals 40 and 41 for England from Ellen White. Ella Ann Tooney getting the opener. Bethany Mead late on, and a double from substitute Bethany England, adding that to 2 own goals as well. I'm not sure how much we've learnt from this match against the 131st ranked side in the world, but you can only beat what's up against you as England open their World Cup qualifying campaign in style. The next opponents are Luxembourg, who've lost 4-0 away at Northern Ireland this evening. Scotland are winning 2-0 in the dying stages in Hungary, and Wales are leading Kazakhstan by 4-0.
The second half's underway in tonight's rugby match. Bristol Saracens, Chris Jones.
Saracens lead here, Darren. Bristol coughing up a couple of penalties in the second half, and Lazowski has kicked them both to take the Saracens lead out to 6 points. Harry Thacker's come storming through, another line break for Bristol. They're not able to convert, but Saracens won't mind this. They're starting to get under the skin of Bristol and under the skin of the Bristol fans as well. Bristol 9, Saracens 15, half an hour to go.
Thanks, Chris. Now, there's a breaking story in the Championship tonight. Derby County have announced that the club, the ultimate holding company of the group, and all of the subsidiary companies have filed notices of intention to appoint administrators. It's just the latest in a long line of financial issues at the club. Aaron Paul from our EFL podcast, 72 Plus, is with us. Aaron, explain to us how this has come about and what it actually means.
Darren, firstly, I mean, for Eastern Midlands football, I described it as a soap opera standoff. Coronation Street over at Forest versus EastEnders at Derby. There just never is a quiet week on the A52, is there? Very simply, Derby County have put out a statement this evening saying that they intend to file for administration. The statement is very, very strange. It's very vague. It basically waffles on, and I'm going to use the phrase waffles on about how the club have unsuccessfully been able to find a new buyer, how the owner Mel Morris has failed to dispose of the club because of the pandemic, and it talks about the shortfall in cash throughout the pandemic. What it doesn't go into is the extent of the issues that the club has had in terms of financial misdealings and financial irregularities that have become so well publicised over the past few years. What's more worrying, and what the fans are sort of irate about this evening is that, you know, there are people who have jobs at the club, who have jobs at Derby County. And let's not forget, this isn't the first time that this club has seen sort of financial implosion. It happened 15 or 16 years ago. The club recovered. Mel Morris came in, a local man who effectively is a supporter of the club. He's ploughed money in, and they failed to get into the promised land of the Premier League, which is where they expected themselves to be. And so there's an infrastructure that goes with a club that's in administration. They take on Stoke City tomorrow at Pride Park. It's going to be a very, very interesting atmosphere. The fans very much, sort of angry towards the ownership. And let's just say the soap opera continues.
Yeah, I mean, they've got this 9-point deduction hanging over them for a financial charge. I think if you go into administration, it's 12. I mean, are they facing the prospect here of 21 points potentially being taken away? Because, I mean, if that happens, you can virtually guarantee relegation, can't you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a perilous position that Wayne Rooney finds himself in as manager. I mean, the ultimate baptism of fire is how I'd look at it. You know, having struggled to put a squad together and then obviously facing potential points deductions. The 9-point deduction, by the way, we don't actually know if that is correct, because no statement has come out. Well, there was a statement earlier this week, but no confirmation has come out from the Football League. The Football League said that, they're going to take their time, as if they haven't taken enough time to issue this statement and to confirm how many points they're going to do at Derby. But we're not actually sure. It could be 21, it could be 17. What we know is that if they do go into administration, it will be 12 on top of whatever other penalty they have accrued.
I would appreciate your time tonight. Just to reconfirm them, the Derby County have announced that the club, the ultimate holding company of the group, and all of the subsidiary companies have filed notices of intention to appoint administrators. This is the Friday Football Social. I'm Darren Fletcher. Second half commentary on the way of Newcastle against Leeds. Michael Brown's at St James's Park. We'll bring him back in because I wouldn't say storm's brewing at your old club, Brownie, but there definitely is a bit of tension between Pep Guardiola and some of the City supporters. He said he wanted more fans at the Etihad on Saturday against Southampton after just over 38,000 turned up for the win over RB Leipzig. The Manchester City supporters group said his comments were disappointing and uncalled for. This was his response today.
I'm not going to apologise what I said. But I didn't say wrong. I'm surprised about what happened about these men. So it's not the first time I said in my career, like I was in Barcelona, Bayern Munich here, when you play a game like Champions League, so tough like it was, knowing that 3 days with a lack of preparation, and Southampton had all week to prepare, and I know perfectly Ralph, the manager for Southampton, how difficult it was last season and will be. And I make an approach to do something together again the next Saturday at 3 p.m. And I prefer to be with my people than without my people. But if they don't come for any reason, it's perfect. I never was here to say why you didn't come. But you don't come. If you want to come, be pleasure. If you don't, you don't. So Mr. Parker should review, especially the comments have done the day after. But I will not apologize to him. Absolutely not.
So that's Pep Guardiola. Let's speak to Lucas Gregory from the 1864 City Supporters Club. Lucas, what do you make of what your manager had to say today? And what's your feeling in general about what was said?
Thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, it's to be honest, I think it's being blown completely out of proportion, especially by the media and rival fans. I think that everyone's seen a negative angle they can get on City and latched onto it in a week where we've seen the likes of United getting beat by Young Boys. It's a perfect opportunity to deflect from that. In the grand scheme of things, we don't have the same size fan base as a Liverpool or United, and we're not ashamed about that at all. I think if that's the only stick that other fans and the media had to beat us with now, it shows how far we've come in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I take that. I take your point, but I don't think any of the media would ever have commented on 38,000 supporters being in the stadium the other night had Pep Guardiola not said something.
That's a fair point. I think it's within Pep's right to say what he wants about the fans. I think it's within the fans' right to say whatever they want back. I think it's not as big a deal as what I think other people are making out. It is strange that we're talking about empty seats after a 9-goal thriller. So it's kind of a reoccurring theme around City, isn't it? Well,
I thought it was strange that your manager spoke about empty seats after a 9-goal thriller. I mean, we've got to remember that all of this stems from something Pep said. What I would ask you, though, Lucas, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's blown out of proportion. 38,000 seems pretty fair to me in the current climate where people aren't exactly flush with money at the moment. So I kind of get that. I'm with you on that. Is there any breakdown in love between you as a supporter group and your manager who's been so important to you?
No, not at all. I think what a comment I heard earlier was that somebody had said, well, Pep's giving our opposition fans a lot of ammo there to have a go at us and ridicule us. But over the course of the last 5 years, he's given us more than enough ammo to use back. The City fans hold him in the highest regard, and I think there'd have to be a lot more to change that.
Lucas, I agree with you. Thanks for coming on tonight. Good to speak to you. That's Lucas Gregory having his say on this Pep Guardiola situation. The 1864 City Supporters Club is who Lucas represents. I mean, I thought it was a bit of a storm in a teacup, Brownie.
Well, you would always expect a reaction. I think the one thing we do know that Pep Guardiola is aware of his comments when he makes them. People are going to react. He's very clever when he makes them, when he wants to set something off, and he obviously felt that he wouldn't mind a few more supporters in the stadium. But to blow it out of proportion, like you've just said, Lucas Stairs just mentioned, it's a difficult situation, and we understand the hardship that that supporters have gone through at the moment. Pep's just saying, can we fill it up? Can we give us a little bit more help where you can? And that's what he said, and it's blown right up, which we'd expected to do. So let's see what reaction he gets going forward. And I think, again, he's got to answer these questions. They're asking, will he apologise? Will he do anything different? No. So we've just got to be aware. He's done a wonderful job. Manchester City is still growing as a brand, aren't they?
They are. Let's have a quick chat about Spurs-Chelsea before the players come back out for the second half. I can't wait for your second half, by the way, because the first half was so good. It's undoubtedly the game of the weekend, this London derby, Spurs-Chelsea. It's going to be fascinating to see how Tottenham respond, having been taken to the cleaners, essentially, by Crystal Palace last week and then only managed to draw in Europe. I think the body language and the performance of Harry Kane is what's really kind of attracting me to the Tottenham situation at the minute, because for all this speculation in the summer, still doesn't look right to me, Brownie.
Well, I think, as we mentioned earlier, Pep Guardiola at Manchester City, Harry Kane's obviously the story at Spurs, isn't it? I think one shot from last weekend was that he never touched it in the opposition box. It's the first time in the Premier League he's ever done that. That tells you a story where he's dropping deep, he's not getting service, they're not getting to key areas. Yes, there was 10 men. Yes, you have to look at a certain game and how it affects expected, but a difficult night as well, wasn't it? Only last night he didn't finish the game and didn't get too many opportunities, and his teammates were asked afterwards, Højbjerg, if he felt like it was an okay performance. Not really, he said, and he understands the game coming up. Chelsea, it doesn't get any harder than that. They're on fire, changed all the players last week and still got the result. So it's a tough one. Harry Kane maybe not firing. I still think we're going to see goals from him, Fletch.
They've got to be at your best if you play Chelsea these days. One of these two teams are going to have to be at their best in the second half as well. It was a wide open 45 minutes. Leeds United in front. Alan Saint-Maximin equalised with a wonderful goal. Leeds had chances just before half-time. Let's have more of the same, Vicky Spark.
Oh, yes, please. Absolutely. I'm not sure either managers might be able to take it if we had another 45 minutes of that. But I think both managers at half-time, Michael, there are so many positives for both, but there are also so many things to work on. I mean, that defending at the end of the first half for Newcastle, and you can understand, yes, being positive, wanting to get in front as Newcastle get us underway in the second half, but you've just equalised, and they almost squandered that by leaving Leeds with so many players over in that counter-attack.
And that's why, when you look and you sort of say, why does Steve Bruce play that sort of back five? Why does he keep everyone behind the ball? Because he realises they're still a little bit frail defensively. You can see the quick counter-attack from Leeds United can punish them at times. They got away with it. Now how do they change with that back four? As you said, a slight different setup for Steve Bruce.
So no changes at half-time. And we will take you through the lineups in a moment as Leeds in their lilac kit up against Newcastle in the traditional black and white stripes. Leeds playing from right to left in possession in this second half. 1-1 at St James's Park here on 5 Live as Manquillo plays the ball out. Leeds win a throw deep in Newcastle territory. So Newcastle with Darlow in goal. The back four now of Manquillo, Lascelles, Clark and Ritchie. Ahead of them, Hayden, Willock and Longstaff with Almiron, Joelinton and Saint-Maximin providing the threat up front as Leeds trap the ball midway through the Newcastle half over on that left-hand side. Rodrigo dispossessed by Manquillo. Firpo will pick it up again though for Leeds, and Phillips steers it back to Ayling, filling in at centre half with 3 of Leeds' regular centre halves not available for this match. And Dallas plays it out to the right-hand side, exchanges passes with Rafinha, the scorer of Leeds' goal early in the first half. Saint-Maximin with the equaliser just before half-time. Newcastle have given it away, but Mike Dean has spotted an infringement. It hit Mike Dean, so it will be a drop ball to Newcastle, who were in possession. So Leeds with Meslier in goal, the back four of Dallas, Ayling, Cooper and Firpo. Ahead of them sits Phillips, and then Rafinha, Click, Rodrigo and James, with Bamford up front. Michael Brown.
It's not like Mike Dean wanting to get involved in the game, is it? Straight away, taking his touch with his left foot.
Decent touch?
No, not that. I can't give him that. I'm not going to start giving him touches and things. They weren't always my best friend, Vicky.
Michael Dean.
I'll look after them now, though.
Mike Dean or touches?
Well, touches as well. Thanks for that.
Maximin in possession for Newcastle on the halfway line, plays it out to the right hand side and back in field now to Longstaff, who just tried to keep hold of it. Phillips gets a bright orange boot in for Leeds United and will play the ball out to this left hand side and Click in field to Rodrigo, and now Patrick Bamford. Lovely ball out to the right, and there's space again, too much space for Rafinha up against Matt Ritchie into the area, plays the ball across, and Darlow just about gathered in his 6-yard area. Carl Darlow, who was given the nod for this one. Freddie Woodman, it was a decision in the end that was taken out of Steve Bruce's hands. Freddie Woodman picking up an injury in training, so Mark Gillespie it is on the bench for Newcastle as backup goalkeeper. Whether Darlow would have come in anyway. There was a big debate over Woodman, who had played well in the first few games of the season but struggled against Manchester United at Old Trafford. Might have lost his place anyway as the flag goes up on the far side against Matthias Click. And Marcelo Bielsa is off to the edge of his technical area, and Steve Bruce is, I would say, half a yard away from the pitch at the moment. Is he going to make it on there again? Michael Brown did so a couple of times in the first half.
I will guarantee he touches the pitch yet again for sure, but he'd be pleased with the reaction of his players, won't he? Of that determination, because at one point they looked like they weren't going to get near Leeds United, and they found a way, found something different, and finally got some opportunities.
Long ball over the top for Newcastle, looking for Joelinton, who had a good first half, the Brazilian. And the ball is played out to the left-hand side. Rolls out of play for a Leeds United throw. Newcastle again not too happy with one of Mike Dean's decisions, but it is a throw for Newcastle. Wales have taken a 5-0 lead against Kazakhstan in the Women's World Cup qualifying. And it's been a good night for the home nations. Northern Ireland have won 4-0 against Luxembourg. Scotland 2-0 winners in Hungary. And England off to an 8-0 win against North Macedonia in Serena Wiegmann's first game in charge, as Leeds win a free kick just inside the Newcastle half. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1, 4 minutes played in the second half at St James's Park on 5 Live. Taken by Ayling, out to the right-hand side, and Rafinha on field to Bamford. Nice exchange of passes. And Rafinha under pressure from Ritchie, who'd come in field, and the ball swings over to that left-hand side. James met it first time on the volley, snatched the shot wide. And Newcastle have a goal kick, but Dan James in the right position for Leeds. How would you assess what is his full debut for Leeds United so far, Michael Brown?
He's not really got too much involved. He's lost the ball first in the first half on his first touch. He's got one ball across, which looked okay. That was a good opportunity. The build down the right-hand side, deep cross from Dallas, right around the back, and he's coming on his favourite foot. When you're playing in off the left-hand side, anything onto your right, you can come onto it, and he just drags it wide. He's got to hit the target there.
Wales now 6-0 up against Kazakhstan in the Women's World Cup qualifiers. That match almost over, but time for Wales to get another goal in between our updates. St Maximin picks it up on the left-hand side for Newcastle United. 1-1 with Leeds at St James's Park, and St Maximin wins the throw over on that far side. He is such a huge player for them all round, Newcastle, but particularly with Callum Wilson out, playing in that forward position. It is vital that he stays fit, and he has the impact that he has done so far this evening, scoring the equaliser just before half-time, but he's lost possession there, and Leeds can counter. Jamal Lascelles across quickly to get there ahead of Matthias Klick. Very important covering challenge from Jamal Lascelles as Klick gets back up to his feet, because again that was potentially another very dangerous break for Leeds United.
I nearly got that first touch, didn't I, as the clearance came. It was heading right towards us, just dropped short, but not great covering, as you've just said. Lascelles coming across to see the danger off. Good defending, but Leeds United are progressing, finally getting in some good areas for all the good work there. St Maximin is getting caught sometimes, and he's got to be careful.
Nice attempted layoff by Rafinha for Stuart Dallas, but the cheers on the far side will tell you it just went out of play, and Newcastle United will have a throw with Matt Ritchie a third of the way inside their own half. 1-1, so the wait for a first win perhaps is going to elongate for both of these sides in the Premier League, but given the first half we saw, I would wager there may well be more goals in this one, as Almiron up against Firpo on the halfway line, wins the free kick. A little push in the back, and that's the difference now for Almiron. He can't go down because he got a yellow card for diving in the first half. He has to let Mike Dean make the decision and not try and force it with an over-simulated fall.
I'd still go down on that occasion. When you get that contact, I think you've got to fall, but under contact I think you'll always be okay, but you did it before where there was no contact.
Lovely ball out to the left-hand side by Lascelles. Joe Linton is then penalised. Joe Linton not happy, the fans not happy, and Michael Brown not overly impressed either.
I just want to see the game played. I want to carry it on.
Well, they're carrying on now as Leeds try the quick counter, and Darlow's fortunate there because he came flying out of his penalty area. The effort in the end from Rafinha nicked it past Darlow, didn't have the strength to go all the way to the goal line, and Lascelles in the end was able to tidy up relatively comfortably. But Leeds have the ball back midway through their own half. They've got to stay switched on there, Newcastle, because again Leeds with a quick thinking counter almost caught them out, and Dan James has it now. Left hand side, swings the ball into the area. Brilliant save by Darlow, would have been an own goal from Jamal Lascelles, was stretching, flicked the header almost over his own goalkeeper, and Darlow tipped it away. Let off for Newcastle.
Big let off, what a moment for him.
And Leeds have won it back. Newcastle really losing their way here in the last couple of minutes. Good block by Manquillo, and Almiron should be able to bring this away for Newcastle. They just need to find their heads again here, because Leeds are pressuring them outside their own penalty area, and Newcastle can't hold possession in the centre circle either. The ball goes forward from Calvin Phillips, but it's won by Joelinton, and now here goes Saint-Maximin down the right-hand side into the penalty area. Saint-Maximin just forced out, lays it off to Joelinton, advantage played. Joelinton fires over, Mike Dean gives the goal kick. It was the right decision to play the advantage, but again a chance for Newcastle, and neither of these sides are taking their chances at the moment. Michael Brown.
What about Saint-Maximin? How does he clear everybody? One touch, next one, past another. He managed to still poke it to the edge. Joelinton puts it over. Great play. We've seen, obviously, Leeds United try to get him with that mistake from Darlow, rushing out of his net, gets away with one. Front ball delivered down the front post from Dan James. The Sells flicks on, wonderful reverse-handed save. What a minute of football.
Here goes Mateus kick for Leeds United. Now Patrick Bamford, 25 yards out, lays it off to Dan James on the left-hand side. Manquillo again stands up very well and wins it for Newcastle. Longstaff, what a ball that was, over to the left-hand side. And Joelinton is taking on Dallas to the edge of the area, pulls it back to Saint-Maximin. Saint-Maximin can't get the shot away. Will come out to Hayden, who's saying, Mike Dean, you're right in the way there. They're absolutely furious, the players, the fans. Steve Bruce, the ball goes out for a Leeds United throw. Not Leeds United's problem, but Mike Dean, got to work on your positioning there.
Well, somehow it's all about Mike Dean yet again. This is just inevitable, isn't it? Every game you play, Mike Dean seems to be involved in the middle of it. He's had a touch 5 minutes ago, now he's got right in the way of a promising attack, but it won't be his fault, I'm sure. But ultimately, they go forward, Newcastle United, with intent, desire. Saint-Maximin, centre of the field. He does really well getting his touch away, but it's a wonderful game, isn't it? Both sides just end to end, keep going, and it's non-stop.
Heavy challenge by Dan James on Manquillo. Mike Dean plays advantage. Ball forward now to Joe Willock. Lays it off to Sean Longstaff. And the Newcastle fans are singing what Michael Brown's just been saying. So they must have heard you, Michael, as Joelinton, who really is having a good game for Newcastle, tried to slide it out to the right-hand side, and Alan Saint-Maximin, the ball goes out of play for a Newcastle throw. What that does as well, that sense of aggrievance, it gets the fans. They've been behind the team the whole evening, but the focus now is on Mike Dean. It's not on Steve Bruce. They feel aggrieved, and there's a sense of unity that inadvertently Mike Dean has generated. So Steve Bruce might thank him after the match.
Yeah, he has, but he's not picked his water bottle up yet, Steve Bruce, that he flung to the floor when he got in the way, Mike Dean, and very frustrated.
Here goes Isaac Hayden. Was he brought down there? Yes, he was, by Rodrigo, who's kicked the ball away there as well. Now the yellow card had already come out for the foul. He's taking a chance there, Rodrigo, kicking the ball away as well. If Mike Dean was in a different mood, legitimately, you could say booking for the foul, booking for the ball away, off you go.
Vicky, the second there was a foul towards it, I said he'd make a yellow card, didn't I? Straight away, I knew he'd give it, and he reached to his pocket and give that. What this causes, and what my point is, I don't want to be overcritical to Mike Dean, is when he gets in the way of the play, he puts his arms forward as if to say, well, play on, it wasn't sort of my fault. If he puts his hands up to the stadium and says, sorry, my bad, then what do you do to that? So that tells everybody, I've made the mistake. The hands forward doesn't do that. So that's all my point is, and it's cleared very, very quickly. That's all you want as players, my mistake.
Can Newcastle United elicit a mistake from Leeds? Matt Ritchie with this free kick, central position, swings it to the edge of the area. Good covering challenge by Liam Cooper on Kieran Clark. Just eased the Newcastle centre half
wasn't it?
away.
You take a risk when you make a slight block from the wide sort of free kick, and you try and block someone's run in the penalty box in case they go down. Cooper got that spot on. Wonderful defending.
So behind for a goal kick to Leeds, 1-1 at St James's Park. 12 minutes gone in this second half. It's finished in the Women's World Cup qualifiers. Wales 6, Kazakhstan 0. The ball is played forward to Patrick Bamford. Terrible pass by Bamford straight to Almiron. Plays it across to the left-hand side, and Joelinton. And now Saint-Maximin. You can hear the buzz every time he gets on the ball. Still in the penalty area, Saint-Maximin. Good save by Meslier at his near post. Behind for a Newcastle corner.
Oh, you can hear it. It's so brilliant. He's involved in everything. Snapshot this time, left foot, corner of the area. Well saved down the right-hand side from Meslier. But it's Bamford giving the ball away. They've not been able to come back for it. Now needs a good delivery for Newcastle United. Keep the pressure on.
1-1. Ritchie over this Corner kick on the far side for Newcastle United. Steve Bruce waits on the edge of his technical area. It's a good ball from Ritchie, it's a good header from Lascelles, and it's a good claim from Meslier in the Leeds goal.
That's that free header, wasn't it? As he comes in, goalkeeper comfortable. But watch the reaction straight away from Leeds United. It's brilliant to watch. It's so brave. They don't sit and say, let's have a little look at it. Goalkeeper runs to the edge of the area. Got Rafinha running off. We've got Click who's running into areas trying to get it. It's why we love Bielsa's sides, isn't it? You know, the excitement. You can hear all around the stadium. Newcastle are playing the part as well.
And Bielsa is preparing to make a change. Tyler Roberts, who is the most experienced player on the Leeds bench, which is packed with under-23 players, 5 players that haven't made their debuts for Leeds. Tyler Roberts isn't one of those. He will be coming on shortly. But they have limited options, Leeds. They're stretched defensively in terms of selection, missing 3 of their centre-halves. Luke Ayling filling in at centre-half, but on the pitch, that has not shown one jot in their performance. As Rodrigo plays it back to Firpo, lays it off to Click on the edge of the area, straight into the arms of Carl Darlow, and Marcelo Bielsa does a little hop of frustration on the edge of his technical area.
Well, he knows it was another big chance for his side. Quick counter-attacking Firpo down the left-hand side, gets the return, and at this point squares it up, edge of the area, shot, comfortable for the goalkeeper.
Ball forward from Newcastle, won't reach St Maximin, and it's through to Meslier. Both sides have done that well this match, and it's something that was picked out on Match of the Day about Newcastle at Manchester United, getting players into good positions but not always choosing the right option. And I would say that both Newcastle and Leeds in and around the penalty area have been so alert to where a teammate is. Are they better placed? There's been a lot of those shots in and around the box. Too often the final shot has been straight at the goalkeeper.
Yeah, and that's the difference at times when you're getting into these key areas. You've got to make it happen. Seeing Dan James now coming off the pitch and he's shaking his head, he's not best pleased, and he'd want to have really created more, getting better positions and seeing a shot, a chance, some sort of creativity. But both managers now, positive changes, trying to look at making a difference to try and go on and win this game.
Yes, Roberts on, James off for Leeds, and Newcastle's change, Almiron off, and Ryan Fraser, who is back after picking up an ankle injury with Scotland over the international break, missed the last match against Manchester United, has come on as a substitute in every Premier League game apart from the game at Old Trafford. He's back from that ankle injury, and he is on for Miguel Almiron. 1-1 at St James's Park, just past the hour mark in this breathless encounter between Newcastle United and Leeds United, as Joe Willock is penalised and Leeds will have a free kick just inside their own half. But there is a real buzz around this stadium, and we can hear the Leeds fans high away to our left as well, playing their part as Mateusz Klich picks it up on the right hand side, wins the throw deep in Newcastle territory. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1, taken quickly to Roberts, the substitute, plays the ball across, got a deflection, will spin behind for the corner.
It's always quick thinking, isn't it? Quick play. They must do that in training all the time, keep the ball live. And I know another ball's fired in straight away all around the side of the pitch. You're serving, you're rolling, it makes you alert, quick in the brain. But they've been impressive with that. You're more proactive than they were against Liverpool. It's Leeds United side. Another set piece now. Can they be creative and a good ball in?
Yes, this is more like the Leeds we saw last season as Rafinha whips the ball in. It's too low, it's cleared away by Longstaff. Straight out of play over on that far side. As the Newcastle fans over on that far side take the opportunity of the ball going out to unveil a banner against the Premier League. That legal action still ongoing between Newcastle and the Premier League over the failed takeover. Newcastle fans groups were staging a protest asking for more transparency, a time scale as well, but that still ongoing dispute rumbles on as Firpo plays the ball out to the left-hand side, and here is Roberts, tried to feed Rafinha. I tell you what, if that ball had been spot on, Rafinha was in there.
But did you see Rafinha's run? So like, you're already aware of it, and as Rodrigo takes a touch inside, at that point he knows it's going to happen, and it's a fantastic run, just too far away from him.
1-1 here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Tomorrow we have Burnley against Arsenal coming up for you in the Premier League at 3 o'clock, and then West Ham against Manchester United and Tottenham against Chelsea on Sunday. It's The ball is played out to the left-hand side, and Joe Linton forward by Fraser, won by Phillips, cleared away by Stuart Dallas. Awkward one there for Dallas, headed forward again once more by Hayden. Fraser trying to bring it down. Bamford will miss the header. Clark heads it forward. Willock tries to flick it out to the right-hand side. Leeds will pick it up with Firpo. That was a high foot from Sean Longstaff. Mike Dean is thinking about blowing the whistle, looking for the advantage. Doesn't see the advantage. Comes back and does give the free kick. And I think that's fair enough from Mike Dean. You could see from the reaction from Longstaff. He knew how high that foot was. You could see him wince from here.
Yeah, you could. There was always going to go back, Mike Dean. It just wouldn't sit, what he's thinking, can I go on? Is there an advantage? One more? And it just didn't fall. And ultimately, as Leeds United lost the ball, he brought it back. It's probably the correct decision. Now it's just started to settle. We need to up the pace again.
Out to the right-hand side, and Tyler Roberts for Leeds United. 1-1 on 5 live at St James's Park. Rodrigo trying to play it down to Dallas on the byline, but again, Joe Linton with a very good interception. I really think this has been one of his best games in a Newcastle shirt, Joe Linton. As I say that, he almost gives the ball away, but Longstaff helps me and Joe Linton out. And now Manquillo racing over the halfway line, forward to St Maximin, finds Manquillo, right-hand side of the penalty area, feeds St Maximin down by the byline. It was ahead of the Frenchman, and the groan of frustration will tell you that goes out for a Leeds goal kick.
It's a poor decision, wasn't it? St Maximin, good running. I think you feel like when you've got a star player or somebody on form, you want to keep giving him the ball, and he was itching to do that, and he didn't need to. As the ball goes out of play, he's got to be better with that. But Leeds United now so brave in their own penalty box, just picking it out. But Newcastle have half a chance now, they're open.
Here is Isaac Hayden, picks it up midway through the Leeds half. Longstaff will drive, not too far away from Longstaff, best part of 25-30 yards out. He's claiming that he was blocked off there, and Calvin Phillips and Sean Longstaff just having a couple of words, but nothing really in that. Another chance for Newcastle, and Leeds will take the goal kick. Leeds, who have never gone 5 league games without a win under Marcelo Bielsa. They are heading for that midway through the second half. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1.
Yeah, it's very tense now. This is where the managers, obviously experience the number of games that the two managers have done. They're now to adjust games, now to find different ways, but it depends on personnel. This man on the ball now, Ryan Fraser, he's not really had a mixed sort of career at Newcastle so far. I would have expected him to contribute more than he has. It's an opportunity now in front of the home supporters to go on and try and win it for his side.
Yes, still to score in the Premier League for Newcastle, Ryan Fraser, after arriving last summer. Just the 1 goal on his debut in the Carabao Cup a year ago now. Can't win the ball there, Fraser. Well brought away by Leeds. Rodrigo, Rafinha won't latch on to it, and Jamal Lascelles comes sliding in, and that really will be music to the ears of Steve Bruce as the ball is caught just behind us. Big cheer from the fans for that. But that's what he wants the fans to be responding to. Tackles like that from Jamal Lascelles. There is a sense of positivity in this stadium generated by how the team are playing.
I think they want to see this, the players committed, don't they? As he comes across, challenges, it goes up into the stand right behind us. The guy just stands up and heads it back across as somebody catches it and hands it to 2 little boys who throw it back in with the delight on the face that they've managed to touch the ball. Great scenes just behind me to the right-hand side. But yes, opportunities now, that desire from Newcastle United, but Leeds are still a threat on this counter.
And they had the ball over on the right-hand side. Tyler Roberts picks it up, right-hand side of the penalty area, and the ball fizzes just over Darlow's crossbar. It's one of those as a keeper where you look in alarm and then you look and you think, no, it's going behind, goal kick.
Yeah, it's just settling now, and it's rightly so. The intensity, the desire from the players is always going to be difficult to keep it up. I think we will see a spurt of it again from end to end sort of play, but the tactics now are to stay in the game and wait for that opportunity.
And the tactics from Marcelo Bielsa is to give a debut to 19-year-old Crescencio Somerville. The Netherlands Youth International is on, and Rafinha, who put Leeds ahead early in the first half before St Maximin's leveller just before the break, is off. So one of the youngsters that has been in and around the squad this season, has been a regular on the bench for Leeds, making his debut. And Calvin Phillips has the ball midway through his own half. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1 here on 5 Live, and Phillips sprays the ball out to the right hand side but straight into Matt Ritchie, who will feed Joe Willock on this left hand side over the halfway line for Newcastle. And now back to Sean Longstaff, who does well to get away from Phillips there, and now Ritchie picks it up. Ritchie, who smashed the post in the first half for Newcastle before they found that equaliser. Willock quickly closed down, as is Lascelles by Bamford. Forward to Ryan Fraser, did well to keep hold of it there, but they're forced backwards, Newcastle. And Matt Ritchie will pick it up once more as Patrick Bamford just jogs between the centre halves. There's not had much to work with. Bamford, relatively quiet night for him, although he has dropped back and got involved in play on occasion.
He's been good out of possession, hasn't he, trying to win it for his side.
Ball over the top looking for Ryan Fraser. Firpo wins the header. Longstaff urged to shoot. Volleys high and over from just outside the penalty area.
I've been in that position many occasions where you're stepping forward and you see the goal and you've covered a lot of ground and he's a little bit tired. Just compose, he's got to stop, he's got to wait, just try and guide the ball. It's easier sat here watching it, but when you're in the position, you're taking it in your stride, and he's put the ball right over the bar.
Well, he's not scored since July 2020, Sean Longstaff. And that is the second effort from that sort of area that hasn't troubled Meslier at all. But Joe Linton's won it back here. Left-hand side for Newcastle into the penalty area. Joe Linton went down. He looks as though he slipped. There was no appeal from the Brazilian there. And Leeds United will bring the ball away. Unfortunate for Joe Linton as Rodrigo bursts over the halfway line. Leeds streaming forward out to Roberts on the right-hand side. Bamford's pointing to where he wants it. It's easy for Darlow. Poor ball in from Roberts.
Yeah, it's a poor one, isn't it, when you have such space in front of you. Steve Bruce, you mentioned about is he going to get on the pitch? Well, I'm going to have to say, I think I told you so. The right foot might have just stepped on. He got away with it.
Keeping a sharp eye on BBC 5 Live, Michael Brown for us this evening. 1-1 Newcastle leads, 20 minutes of this enthralling encounter to play. Matt Ritchie has the ball for Newcastle. Applause for the calmness with which Newcastle are playing it around in defence. Back to Carl Darlow and now Jamal Lascelles. It's Newcastle, having got themselves level, look to find a way to get in front. Still no clean sheet for them in the Premier League this season, but this man Saint-Maximin can do it at the other end. Excellent sliding challenge by Liam Cooper. Saint-Maximin throws his hands up in frustration, but the Leeds fans high up to our left applaud. That was brilliant from Cooper.
Yeah, that's great defending.
Rodrigo slides it through to Bamford, first time penalty area, once again straight at Darlow. Huge chance, doesn't work the Newcastle goalkeeper enough.
Well, he doesn't. You've just mentioned he's been quiet, hasn't had those opportunities. Well, he did. It was a great pass. It was all about the run. He sort of goes towards Lascelles and then comes back into the centre, creates his own space right through the middle of the Newcastle defence. He hits it early with his right foot, either corner open, straight into Darlow. He's thankful right in front of us. The referee is not pleased about something as he approaches Darlow.
Yeah, Darlow was about to launch the ball downfield. Bamford is there as well, whether Mike Dean's saying it should be a drop ball for Carl Darlow, who then picks it up. And again, it's one of those where it might be the letter of the law, but that's exactly what Carl Darlow was about to do anyway. And we play on. Carl Darlow now does launch it over the halfway line. 1-1 here on 5 Live. 18 minutes plus added time to play as Somerville, the young substitute on his Leeds United debut, trying to get past Manquillo. Manquillo gets a foot in once, twice, and will play the ball out. So it's good play by both players, really. Manquillo to get it off Somerville, and Somerville to elicit the throw deep in Newcastle territory. Taken quickly. Here is Rodrigo. Swings the ball in left-footed. Difficult delivery. Bamford steers it wide on the edge of the 6-yard box. That was a very difficult chance.
Yeah, it was a difficult chance. There's a deep ball in. Rodrigo wasn't sure to play it. He does, and sort of deflects away. Bamford sees it, touches it near post, always square on, puts it wide, but it's still so open. Look at the players on the pitch making it big now, as we see. When it turns over, no wonder Leeds come back. It's Newcastle's turn.
Sean Longstaff midway through the Leeds half exchanges passes with Ryan Fraser. 1-1 on 5 Live, and Longstaff well pressured by Leeds, kept their shape well, but Fraser will pick it up now and out to the right-hand side, and Alan St-Maximin, Willock ahead of him. Willock, right-hand side of the penalty area. Phillips slipped. Willock will keep it in on the byline, pulls it back. Here is Fraser, takes a touch, dragged the shot, cleared away by Ayling. St-Maximin will pick it up, edge of the box again. They've got magnets on them. Meslier and Darlow, wherever that shot comes in on the edge of the penalty area, it is straight down the throat. To be fair, slightly more difficult chance there for St-Maximin, but I can't believe how accurately they are hitting both goalkeepers.
Yeah, straight at them, isn't there? But here you go again. Look at Leeds United creating opportunities, creating space. He should have done a little bit better, St-Maximin, as he gets that space.
Dallas with the ball in, too much on it. Brought down by Manquillo, but will fall to Somerville. Left-hand side of the penalty area. Crescencio Somerville, the 19-year-old for Leeds, pulls it back. Flick forward by Roberts. Headed away by Isaac Hayden. Newcastle so deep, can't get out, won't get out. Phillips picks it up again. Click goes down. Joelinton penalised. Free kick Leeds. Central position, 30 yards out.
Yeah, it's a central position. Not much in the challenge, little one, but the referee Mike Dean was stood right on top of it. Felt like it was a free kick, sort of 35 yards out, central to the goal. At this point now, do you take it on with a straight one? Do you move it wide for Leeds United? Phillips is over the top of it. It's such a long way. You'd expect a little bit of creativity, someone in and around the wall, or a little 1-2, a little bounce pass from these type of free kicks.
Well, it is the better part of 30 yards out. He did go for goal against West Brom and score on the last day of last season, his first Premier League goal. Doesn't this time, plays it out to the left, and Somerville 1-1, Newcastle leads on 5 Live. And now Firpo down to the byline, hooks the ball across, headed away by Lascelles, picked up by Click, left for Phillips, 25 yards out, curled it in looking for Bamford. Now Bamford wasn't going to get there. Was he brought down by Ritchie? He's slapping the ground in frustration, Bamford. I think it's more at himself than Ritchie. There's a little clap of hands between them. The Newcastle fans were giving him short shrift, and it's a goal kick to Newcastle United.
Well, as it goes round to the back post, there's a tiny bit of contact by Matt Ritchie. He goes down, and they're arguing over whether he simulates the challenge from Matt Ritchie behind as he goes towards the back post. Didn't look like a foul to me, but we're off and playing. It was a good ball in by Phillips, so it's just too far.
And again, frustration for Newcastle United as the decision goes against them. Who's lost something there? It's a shin pad. I thought Mike Dean had dropped his yellow card there. But it's a shin pad for Isaac Hayden, sportingly handed back for Matthias Click. Leeds of a free kick inside the centre circle, and it's full time in the Rugby Union. Chris Jones.
Bristol 9, Saracens 26. A vintage Sarries performance on their return to the Premiership. A major statement that they mean business even without their Lions players. They've turned the screw ruthlessly in the second half, doing what they've always done, hassling, harrying, executing and winning. Alex Asofsky kicked like a dream. He set up the killer try as well for Alex Lewington. It's like Sarries have never been away. Bristol 9, Sarries 26.
Thanks, Chris. Brilliant challenge by Longstaff to dispossess Phillips, but Leeds will come again. Edge of the penalty area again. The shot is tame from Rodrigo on the edge of the box. He was falling, and again, it's straight at Darlow. Newcastle weren't happy. They felt there should have been a free kick for a foul on Isaac Hayden in the build-up for that, but not given. They do have possession. They have a throw over on the far side. What have we got? 13 minutes left to play. The tempo of this match has not dropped for a second. It's remarkable.
Well, Newcastle have had to try and keep up with the intensity. We know Leeds United can run over teams with the distance, the high intensity runs that they can produce. It's been a fascinating game though, end to end.
They've given the ball away. Bamford's little back heel from Somerville. Excellent sliding challenge by Clark on Bamford. Newcastle have a player down as Click whips a shot in, blocked by his own player. Bamford staves down and cleared long over the halfway line. St-Maximin again. Fabulous interception by Cooper. Will be picked up by Fraser. Right hand side, end to end here on 5 Live. 1-1 between Newcastle and Leeds. St-Maximin, Joelinton inside the penalty area, gets it onto his right foot. Tried to play it back, and that time that was the wrong decision to try and find a teammate because it's behind Longstaff. The ball goes out of play on the far side, and Mike Dean has stopped play because Bamford is still down, and Newcastle have a player down as well on the edge of their own penalty area, and we can take a breather, Michael Brown.
Well, the overload was there from Newcastle United down the right hand side. Fraser gets away, and as he's running, I'm saying stay positive. He doesn't, comes back. St-Maximin It's a different approach on this occasion. He sweeps the ball right out to the far left-hand side. Joelinton squared up, couldn't get any space, but just keeps going end to end. As you say, Bamford's caught on the edge of his area. He's got a little knock towards his, just looking now with the physios, that sort of ankle foot area that they're looking at. Hopefully they're both okay. As the players get a drink, they certainly deserve a drink down in front of us here, with more instructions from 4 or 5 coaching staff from both sides.
Yes, Bamford and Manquillo is the Newcastle player down. Initially it was a fabulous challenge by Kieran Clark on Bamford, but in the collision afterwards between Bamford and Manquillo, both have hurt themselves. Manquillo is very gingerly up to his feet. Bamford just being helped up by the members of the Leeds medical staff as well, and Carl Darlow comes over to make sure that both players are okay. Good atmosphere still inside St James's Park, because we have been treated to a superb game here on 5 Live. 11 minutes to play. Will we find a winner? Newcastle 1, Leeds 1. Both sides yet to win in the Premier League this season. Will we find a breakthrough late on? Manquillo is over to the touchline. Looks as though he'll be able to come back on, and Bamford as well. No Jack Harrison for Leeds this evening. Has confirmed on social media that he's tested positive for COVID. He says he's feeling fine, but not an option for Leeds from the bench in terms of an attacking sense. And Bamford and Manquillo both waiting to come on. Mike Dean with the drop ball for Luke Ayling, waves both players on, and Manquillo and Bamford back on, and both run straight towards the Newcastle penalty area as Firpo has it for Leeds, under pressure from Willock, diving in, adjudged to have fouled Willock, and Newcastle have a free kick. Calvin Phillips won't give the ball back. Firpo goes into the book for Leeds United, and again Michael Brown, you just get the sense it could boil over at any minute.
Well, it could, couldn't it? I don't, again, it was a little bit of a sort of slow challenge from him, and didn't know if it warranted a yellow card, but Mike Dean was right there. He felt like it warranted it, but more substitutions down in front of us, and the players do need freshen up. You can make that substitution late on the game now. It could be the difference, so that's fresh legs.
And it's Javi Manquillo. They're taking no chances, Newcastle. Emil Kraft is on for his second Premier League appearance of the season, and Manquillo, after taking that knock with Bamford, is off. So like for like change. Newcastle with a free kick just inside the Leeds United half. 1-1. 9 minutes to play, and I make that the first anti-Steve Bruce chant we've heard. It might be cheers now for Newcastle as the shot is blocked on the edge of the penalty area, and Newcastle United win a corner kick.
Yeah, the pressure's still coming. Newcastle United having the go, and you can hear that Bruce out sort of shout, but in 80 minutes we've not heard it. I think you see his side have had a right go. Don't think it's needed that at this moment in time. Help the players get behind him, which generally they do here at Newcastle United.
Well, the fans still wanting to make their point despite this performance, as Ritchie swings the ball in, powerfully headed away by Calvin Phillips. Will come out to St Maximan, plays it back to Ritchie, left hand side, ball into the penalty area, and the header is just wide from Jamal Lascelles. Another chance, and it's gone.
Yeah, they worked it really well. Lascelles is limping as well all the way back as he gets that header. When you have got that knock that he just had previously, it's hard for him to jump, to get that power, that elevation to guide the header into the far post, and that's why sort of just come off his head and went wide. And it's been fascinating, hasn't it? One little bit of a detail or mistake or brilliance now late on in this game.
Here is Firpo for Leeds, over the halfway line, finds Roberts, left-hand side of the penalty area, will just collect that, Tyler Roberts, up against Emil Kraft, the Newcastle substitute who's just come on and has defending to do. Roberts pulls the ball across, Click was arriving, no chances taken by Isaac Hayden, out for a Leeds throw. 1-1.
Yeah, Roberts does well, he squares him up, tries to find some sort of space, but he couldn't. Well defended at the edge. We just keep seeing Leeds United throw-ins. The intensity's dropped slightly, but
lovely turn by Rodrigo, though, works a bit of space on the edge of the penalty area. Excellently blocked by Sean Longstaff as Rodrigo pulled the trigger. St Maximan will fall onto this. St Maximan Saint-Maximin just outside the penalty area. The black and white shirts arriving. Saint-Maximin goes alone straight at Meslier once again. That time it had the power. Either side of the goalkeeper, that would have been 2-1 Newcastle.
You mentioned power, thunderous strike with his left foot, wasn't it? Cooper, Ayling, the experience of the centre-backs for Leeds United get mixed up. Ayling's poor header allowed Saint-Maximin the run from Joelinton down the back post. Couldn't find him, didn't want to find him. Brings it inside, edge of the area, gets that shot away. Nearly took the hands off, didn't it, Meslier?
Bielsa and Bruce right on the edges of their technical areas. Rodrigo goes down 25 yards out. Mike Dean says get up. Joelinton will try and bring it away for Newcastle. They're under a lot of pressure here, Newcastle, and Longstaff will play it long, and Saint-Maximin will chase, foot race with Cooper. Cooper was ahead of him, got there first. A little shove in the back from Saint-Maximin. Leeds United free kick.
Experience from Cooper. He realises, he's aware of it. He knows last few minutes of this game, doesn't make a mistake. The pace of Saint-Maximin, he waits for contact, he falls down, and Bielsa's going crazy with his medical staff here below us, whether he doesn't want them to rush on or whether he does want them to go on. We've seen that in the past where you can go on too early or not so quick, and you don't know whether to stick or twist. They've seen them going forward, going back. What should we do? Finally, they've gone on there. We'll find out if they're in trouble or not.
Well, Mike Dean eventually has waved them on because Luke Ayling is down, and again Leeds look as though they may have a problem at centre-half. Ayling filling in at centre-half because they're missing 3 of their regular centre-backs, and he's down, he's got a problem. So will we see Charlie Cresswell coming on for Leeds United?
I tell you what it has done for Luke Ayling, it's damaged his pride slightly with that last header. Realised it's coming out and he's made a big mistake. He's probably thought, just need a breather under a bit of pressure, getting run and turned. But full credit to Mike Dean just a minute ago. An advantage where somebody tried to buy a foul, he's seen it, he played on, he allowed Newcastle to come forward. See, I can credit them when credit's due.
Hey, I never said you couldn't. Just gave you a look. So Luke Ayling is up to his feet. There's no movement on the Leeds bench at the moment. So it looks as though Michael Brown is spot on and Luke Ayling will be able to continue. We will see. He's walking slowly over to the technical area down in front of us and downing a bottle of liquids just to get some refreshment, just to get a bit of respite. But talk about stick or twisting in terms of sending the medical staff on. Neither side look as though they want to stick with this 1-1, do they?
No, they don't. I mean, if you look at the table, don't you? Look at the results that they've had. I was always wondering if one team was to lose it, I think it would have been real pressure on them. Would they maybe have sort of said, would we have took a draw? I don't know, always difficult. Bielsa doesn't play like that. Steve Bruce realises at home he has to get a win for his team.
Meslier with the free kick, long downfield, headed away by Emil Kraft, picked up by Firpo for Leeds, hacked forward by their skipper Liam Cooper up towards Patrick Bamford, powerfully away by Newcastle's captain Jamal Lascelles, forward again from Click. Newcastle appeal for offside against Somerville, not given. Firpo has it left hand side, and now Phillips back towards the halfway line, and Dallas over on that far side. 3.5 minutes plus added time to play on 5 Live. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1. As Tyler Roberts drives through the centre of the park, tries the 1-2 with Bamford, breaks down, and Longstaff will pick it up, try and release Fraser. Right idea from Longstaff, just too much on it, and Cooper will send it back to Meslier. We talk about the performances, the style that Newcastle fans want to see from their team, and particularly when they switch to 4 at the back. Credit to Steve Bruce for doing that in the first half. We have seen that attacking play. This is more like the
Luke
Newcastle.
Ayling's struggling here. Luke Ayling's really struggling. He's just half give the ball away.
He has, and Newcastle pick it up on that left-hand side corner. And Ayling, you're right, Michael Brown is limping on the edge of the 6-yard box, and there are discussions here in the Leeds United technical area.
I'm surprised they're leaving him on now, although he knows his job aerially, he knows his position, he'll marshal it. It's a big risk now that someone can go and get a run. If I'm looking from the outset now, I'm saying, right, let's clear it, let's go try and get our main header, try and get somewhere near Luke Ayling. Go and try and put that right on top of him.
Jamie Shackleton is ready to come on for Leeds United if Ayling can't continue, but Newcastle with this corner from Ritchie up towards Lascelles, wins the header. Good take from Meslier, coming out strongly ahead of Kieran Clark on the edge of a 6-yard box, and he slowed the play down. Meslier rolled it out to Junior Firpo, who plays it up to the halfway line, and Somerville. 2 minutes plus added time to play. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1 at St James's Park on 5 Live. Nice turn by Dallas, lays it off to Click, midway through the Newcastle half. Right hand side, here is Tyler Roberts outside the penalty area. Plays it back to Click, who goes for goal. Straight at Darlow, holds on to it. Lascelles was there just in case he spilled it.
Yeah, it was a difficult one. Did you see the bounce right in front of Darlow? He wasn't sure. But Luke Ayling now falls to the ground. Mike Dean is saying he must go off, and the Newcastle supporters are not sure. But when Darlow gets the ball there, you can see there's a centre-back struggling. Straight away, St Maxim, top of the pitch, put the ball right over the top of them, turn them and make something happen. They don't, they're staying safe. That's a team struggling on confidence. That's Leeds United, they're still rolling the ball out. Even though they've got an injured centre-back, they still do it.
Well, it's Leeds' turn now to stray onto the pitch with their technical staff, as they were trying to get the instructions, because this is going to necessitate a positional reshuffle. In the end, Liam Cooper's come across. It looks as though Phillips might go into that centre-half position, which is something that he has done for Leeds on occasion, can do it in game as well when they drop into a back three. Dallas is still there at the moment at right back, but Shackleton has dropped in as well, whether he'll sit in midfield. So a bit of a reshuffle for Leeds. This really is a makeshift positional defence now for them.
He's fine there. Phillips is fine. He'll handle that surely in that position. Experienced enough now. Played so many games. He's played many times at that centre-back role.
Leeds looks to counter down the right-hand side. Good sliding challenge from Isaac Hayden. Picked up by Matt Ritchie. Now Longstaff. He's really grown into the game in this second half for Newcastle. Sean Longstaff into the final minute of normal time. 1-1 at St James's Park. Jacob Murphy is preparing to come on for Newcastle. As
he's had a yellow card, hasn't he?
He has. Junior Firpo committing the challenge. Mike Dean's given the free kick. That's exactly what the Newcastle players are saying. Jamal Lascelles is over there, but Mike Deal is not one to be moved by protests as Newcastle make their final change of this match, and Joe Linton is getting a rousing ovation. This has been one of his best performances in a Newcastle shirt. He's replaced by Jacob Murphy as we enter 4 minutes of added time. 1-1 between Newcastle and Leeds. 4 minutes for either side to find what would be their first win in the Premier League this season. Newcastle with a free kick just inside the Leeds half, sent long to the right-hand side by Longstaff. Lascelles tussling with Cooper, and again Cooper uses his strength very well.
It was such a poor ball from Newcastle's point of view. They're trying to gain an advantage. It's really wide, and I said in the first half, we play the ball central into an area, pack it. Cooper experienced again, seen it out. Great defending, good position, very, very strong.
So Cooper in possession just outside the Leeds penalty area. Back to Meslier, closed down by St Maximin. Here is Phillips, who has slotted into that centre-half position. Plays it to Shackleton, who's in defensive midfield where Calvin Phillips was. Shackleton over the halfway line to Firpo, and now back to Shackleton once more, and you can hear with the Leeds possession there is a tension that just creeps in around St James's Park and the black and white shirts around it. Shackleton plays it back to Liam Cooper. This is the slowest period of the game, and we're into the final moments of injury time at the end of this match. The tempo has been quite remarkable, and now Leeds try and pick it up once more. Cooper on the halfway line. Both sets of players have put in a real shift at St James's Park, and Shackleton forward. Just the first hints, Michael, that Leeds, as they play it back to Cooper in their own half, might now take the point.
Well, they're moving it around, haven't they? They're just trying to wait for an opportunity, a gap. Newcastle United cautious to come out. Game management now from both sides, just waiting for a little gap.
Both sides want to win it, neither side want to lose it, and that's the balance of risk you have to take. Click out to the right-hand side for Leeds United, midway through the Newcastle half. Dallas forward, cleared away up to the halfway line by Matt Ritchie. St Maximin is flagged offside. Mike Dean will allow play to continue. That's good from Mike Dean. Saw the flag, but Leeds have possession and could come forward with Rodrigo. Early ball in towards the edge of the penalty area. Ritchie just got something on it. There was an appeal for handball there against Matt Ritchie by Tyler Roberts. Mike Dean is unmoved, and now off goes Jacob Murphy, the substitute, over the halfway line, breaking down the left-hand side. Brilliant run this from Murphy into the penalty area, just overran it. Phillips back to Meslier, who clears for Leeds.
Great spell. Murphy just coming on the pitch, trying to get his pace and power down that left-hand side. He done that. Phillips was just there to balance and cover, play the ball back to the goalkeeper, but Leeds United come again.
Into the final minute of added time, 1-1 between Newcastle and Leeds on 5 Live. Rodrigo back to Click just inside the Newcastle half. Is there to be one final chance for either side? At the moment, Leeds in possession. It looks as though if they can fashion it, it might be theirs. Roberts plays the ball over the top. It's a poor ball straight to Darlow, and now what will Newcastle do? The fans are urging Darlow to get it forward quickly. We have 30 seconds of added time to play. Darlow sends it long over the halfway line, headed down by Liam Cooper, but that's a misguided header from the Leeds captain. Longstaff slid in there on Rodrigo, and Longstaff has been penalised there.
I think it was the follow-through, wasn't it, after as he slides through. Ryan Fraser's touch has got to be better. He's got to hold it, he's got to make it stick, turn and keep the advantage going with Newcastle United, but he doesn't do that. It's a player who's not played so much.
Into the final few seconds, 1-1, Leeds in possession. Dallas just inside the Newcastle half. If they want to win it, it's got to go forward now. Shackleton out to the right and Tyler Roberts. Rodrigo is pointing to where he wants it on the edge of the penalty area. Roberts back to Shackleton, and now Cooper. Now it's the Leeds fans urging their side to put it in the box. Click, edge of the penalty area now with Somerville. Force wide, Emil Kraft there with him. Exchanges passes with Firpo, all very tight and congested. Firpo trying to flick it in field, back to Somerville. Leeds trying to work the ball into the penalty area. Now Click plays it through the legs of Kraft. Firpo down to the byline, pulls it back away from a crowded 6-yard area. Still Leeds come again. Somerville behind, and surely that will be that.
Wow, it was so nerve-wracking at the end for these Newcastle United players and supporters all around us. Leeds kept playing, little one-touches. Somerville, nice little areas. Firpo getting involved as well. Just wouldn't fall, and finally Somerville just curled it around the top end. It's been a wonderful game of football. Chances, ability, agility and work rate from both sides. Yes, it was Leeds United started well. We've seen signs from Newcastle as well, who certainly played their part in this game. It was a very, very enjoyable 1-1 draw.
Final whistle goes at St James's Park, and what a real mix of emotions, Fletch. You could hear the applause from the Newcastle fans, you could hear that chant starting up again. We want Brucey out, a few boos, which I presume were probably for Mike Dean, but it finishes at the end of a breathless encounter. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, Michael. Michael, can you explain to me how that's finished 1-1?
Not really, no. I mean, it was brilliant, wasn't it? No, that's what we wanted to see. Football from Leeds United. Their attacking threat was immense, and what we've seen from that Newcastle side today was fight, determination. Seeing flashes at the top of the pitch. We've seen Joelinton on good form at times, Almiron with some little runs. St Maximin was the star of the show for them. He was a constant threat, creating different opportunities from different angles, getting himself a goal, almost getting one towards the end. So yeah, both sides, it was brilliant to watch, and yeah, I can't believe nobody won it.
So both teams remain winless in the Premier League this season, but it wasn't, Vicky, for the want of trying. 38 attempts between them tonight. I mean, if fans want entertainment, whether you're a fan of Newcastle or Leeds United, you certainly got plenty of that.
Absolutely, and I think despite the fact that it was 1-1, despite the fact that both sides still looking for their first Premier League win of the season, I think both sets of supporters who are here at St James's Park will go home feeling exhilarated by so much of what they've seen from their teams, as you say, particularly in an attacking sense. We saw two brilliant goals, Rafinha curling in from the right-hand side, that left-footed curler, brilliantly left, dummied by Rodrigo, catching out Darlow, and then St Maximin. He just gets people off their seats, darting run outside the penalty area. Another brilliant finish. And as Michael says, I just can't believe we didn't have more goals in the second half. Matt Ritchie hitting the post as well in the first half, but so many positives for both sides to take from that performance.
Michael, Marcelo Bielsa must wonder when the defensive injuries are going to stop. It looked like he's picked up another one tonight with Luke Ayling. Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that. Luke Ayling and Cooper did well at times at centre-back. It's just that decision late on, that header from him, that sort of let St Maximin in, that one threat. But after that, he stayed down. I would have as well after letting his side down. He'd feel, I won't make this injury anywhere. So yeah, they've managed to cope. They've managed to still play very well in this game at times, but
this is what happens, this high intensity, this non-stop football and training. He accepts that's what happens with his side. Everybody's got to be ready to play his role.
And what about, I mean, we started off tonight when we were with Kevin Nolan earlier talking about the fans' reaction to Steve Bruce and what it might feel like in there tonight. I mean, the football kind of took over, but I think I jotted it down, 82nd minute, we got a chant of Bruce out from a section, not everybody inside the stadium, which kind of surprised me, bearing in mind the way the team were playing and how finally the game was poised at that point.
So that's what I would say. After, say, 20 minutes or so, I was fearing the worst because they couldn't get near. The supporters down our right-hand side started to shout, starting to get aggravated. But ultimately, the side started to perform. They found a way. And I've got to give Steve Bruce and his staff full credit because when you're on the ropes and you don't know where to go, you can't get near anyone, they changed a few things around. Lost that back five, put an extra one in midfield, and they did much better. They coped better for it, and finally we've seen some attacking threats, some flair from Newcastle United, some bravery. Even the defending is not known for Newcastle United to leave it so wide open. So listen, the supporters, 82 minutes, it was a short and sweet, Bruce out, and then it went away.
OK, Michael, Vicky, thank you very much. What a fantastic football match. All square at St James's Park between Newcastle and Leeds. Elsewhere tonight, England's women beat North Macedonia 8-0 in World Cup qualifying. It finished Northern Ireland 4, Luxembourg 0. Scotland won 2-0 away to Hungary, and Wales beat Kazakhstan 6-0. Derby County is set to go into administration. The EFL have confirmed they're set to receive a 12-point deduction in the Championship, and Saracens won their first game back in Rugby Union's Premiership 26-9 away to Bristol. In Super League tonight, Leaders' Shield winners Catalans were beaten 12-8 by Wigan. Second place St Helens lost 26-14 at Salford. There were also wins for Leeds and Wakefield over Hull KR and Hull FC. If you missed any of tonight's programme, it'll be available on the Football Daily podcast on BBC Sounds. 5 Live Sport on air from midday tomorrow. Mark Chapman with the build-up. Burnley Arsenal at 3 o'clock, and don't forget on Sunday, West Ham Man United, Tottenham Chelsea. Thanks for your company tonight. Really enjoyed the Friday Football Social. Stephen Nolan's up after the BBC News.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 10 o'clock. This is James Kelly. The international travel traffic light system is being simplified for England with just 2 lists, red and open. 8 countries will be taken off the red list from Wednesday, meaning people returning from places such as Turkey will no longer have to stay in hotel quarantine. PCR tests will no longer be required for fully vaccinated travellers coming back to England. Under the new rules, holidaymakers who've had both jabs will not need to take a pre-departure test before leaving any country which is not on the red list. Alan French of the travel firm Thomas Cook is pleased with the changes.
That's going to be great news for families. The half-term holiday in October, lots of interest in that. We've seen a huge amount of interest on the website. We've seen bookings spike on that. So that's really good news. And I think the whole concept of simplifying and making travel cheaper is going to really lift people's spirits.
A judge in the United States has ruled that lawyers for the woman who's accused Prince Andrew of sexual assault will be able to serve papers on his legal representative in the US. Prince Andrew has consistently denied the allegation. United Nations experts have issued a further blunt assessment about the global threat from climate change. After a new study, they're predicting that greenhouse gas emissions will rise by as much as 16% by the end of the decade. Yesterday, the UN Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, said November's climate summit in Glasgow must be the turning point to limit global warming. President Biden has agreed.
Without adequate commitments from every nation in this room, the goal of limiting and warming to 1.5 degrees slips through our hands, and that is a disaster. We have to bring to Glasgow our highest possible ambitions. Those that have not yet done so, time is running out.
Police leaders have admitted that more needs to be done to prevent violence against girls and women after a new report called for the crime to be given the same priority as counter-terrorism. The review of policing in England and Wales was ordered by the Home Secretary Priti Patel following the abduction and murder of Sarah Everard in South London last March. Assistant Commissioner Louisa Rolfe from the National Police Chiefs Council said although some progress has been made, more needs to be done.
Every victim who comes forward to us deserves to be heard, to be listened to and to be supported Forces nationally have been rolling out a programme called Domestic Abuse Matters, which is proven to increase officers' understanding of abuse, but also their empathy with victims. So we are seeing improvements every day, but I absolutely recognise there's a lot more we can do.
The University of St Andrews has been named the best in the UK. It's the first to beat Oxford and Cambridge to the top spot in the annual Times and Sunday Times Good University Guide. In the weather, most areas will be cloudy with some rain in places overnight. Cooler but clear in Northern Ireland. And that's the BBC News. It's 3 minutes past 10.
The best live sport.
The Ryder Cup is back.
Sends it forward. This is for the Ryder Cup.
Team Europe
is over the ball in its European blue.
And rolling it on. And in.
Versus Team USA.
The United States have won back the Ryder Cup.
There's nothing quite like it.
The Ryder Cup, live from Whistling Straits.
It's incredible. It's absolutely breathtaking.
He just made a beeline for that hole.
Where's this one going to end up? It's in the water.
Coming soon on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Stephen Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Well, good evening, and thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening. Just to remind you how you can get in touch with us tonight, it is 08085 909 693, and that is the number which it drives the show every single night on a Nolan show. So here's what we ask you to do. We ask you to engage in the big news stories of the day. Let me give you the number one more time because it is so important. 08085 909 693. And there is so much around tonight, isn't there? If we just think about it, we've got the travel restrictions being eased here in the United Kingdom. We're going to be looking at that tonight. 08085 909 693 is how you can get in touch this evening. And here's the real reminder.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5 Live. Stephen Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Now, there's been an immediate and massive surge in bookings for flights and package holidays. Those are the words of just one holiday company in the last few hours after the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, announced changes for travel. 8 countries have been taken off the red list, and people arriving in England who are fully vaccinated will soon no longer need PCR tests. Let's get the details with the travel journalist and host of the Big Travel podcast, Lisa Francesca Nand. Good evening to you, Lisa.
Good evening.
Good evening. So which countries are off the list then?
Oh my goodness. So we've got really lovely countries that people would like to visit, such as Turkey, the Maldives, Sri Lanka. There's some really good hitters there for holidays. And, you know, the languishing on the amber list previously have been all the European countries that we'd like to visit, all the Spain and Greece and France, and of course the USA. But what the restrictions we've lifted are only half the battle, because it depends on what countries want for us to arrive. So, for example, the USA is still on our amber list, but they're not letting us in at the moment, so it is only half the battle. It's good news that there's been new countries added to the amber list from the red list. However, everything will change on the 4th of October, which is only in 2 very short weeks' time. So the traffic light system will be abolished by then. There will just be a stop-and-go system, which will make it much easier.
So just talk me through what happens then in a couple, as you describe it.
In a couple of weeks' time. So on the 4th of October, there will be no longer any traffic light system. So we've had this very confusing traffic light system since May, I do believe. We've had the green list, the green watch list, the amber list, and France was thrown on its own amber plus list, and of course we've had the red list, which has meant a hotel, very expensive and not very nice looking hotel quarantine. On the 4th of October, that will go, which is great news for anyone who wants to travel. I mean, of course, the peak period is on now, so it's a little bit too late for many people and many businesses as well, struggling during this situation, but at least something is happening now. The other thing is, by the end of October or later in the month, the government haven't specified a specific date at the moment, but they've said later in the month, then the PCR test, all these very expensive day 2 tests for anyone double vaccinated will go to. So good news, but, is it a little bit too late for many of us who wanted to go away in the summer more easily rather than now?
This is for England. What about Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland?
Well, the devolved nations all have the own right to make their own rules. However, this is for England. What usually happens is the devolved nations usually follow in suit, particularly Northern Ireland and Wales. Scotland sometimes changes things a little bit to suit their needs, but we don't know from them at the moment. But the assumption is that they will follow suit. Certainly, a couple of the devolved nations have said that in terms of putting things on taking things off the red list, they will follow suit at the moment. So it's hoped that they will all follow suit shortly.
The United States is such a profitable route for a start for many of the airlines and a very popular route. What is going on with them?
Well, that's a very good question. What on earth is going on? Do you remember back in June when we had the summit in Cornwall? We were talking then about a corridor between the US and the UK. Something like £30 million a day is being lost between tourism and business between our two countries. Now, in the last update, or the update before, we put the USA is on our amber list. So we have said that we can go there. They're not letting us in at the moment. One, they're not letting us in, and two, they're not accepting the AstraZeneca vaccine as a viable vaccine. So there is nothing on the horizon right now, incredibly frustrating and beggars belief in many ways. There's nothing on the horizon to say that the USA will start accepting us UK travellers anytime soon.
And meanwhile, what we're doing, am I right, is we're saying to American tourists, you can come here and you're on the amber list. So presumably when that amber list goes, they can come here effortlessly. Is that fair?
Yes, pretty effortlessly, yes. There's a couple of forms to fill in and things like that. And on October the 4th, things will be a little bit different. But yeah, absolutely. So USA is on our amber list. We are on their red list. So it doesn't make sense in many ways, but that's the situation we're in. We can say all we like. You're allowed to, on our green list is Australia and New Zealand. They're not letting us in. I have no idea when they're letting us in. It might be in another year's time. But that's it. It's a 50-50 situation. We might say, yes, you're allowed to go there without quarantining on the way back, but other countries might say, we're not letting you in. So if you are thinking of going somewhere, and you know what? There's so many amazing places to go to right now. I just spent 4 weeks in Spain myself. It was wonderful, very quiet, no tourists there. But if you are thinking of going somewhere, do check before you travel, because every country is doing something completely different.
Spain was very quiet, really.
It was, absolutely. There was, do you know what? You could visibly see it. You could visibly see it on the beach. I was there for 4 weeks. I grew up on the Costa del Sol, so I can speak incredibly authoritatively about the experience there.
Where were you in Spain?
I was in Malaga on the Costa del Sol, in a little town called Fuengirola, where I grew up. I went to school there. Like many people, I've been separated from friends and family during this pandemic. It's not just about holidays. My parents live there, so I've been desperate to get back. It took me a year from summer to summer to get back. But you could see if you looked on the beach, you could see it. It was lots of tanned Spanish bodies. There were no British tourists, and usually there's much more of a mix. And this summer we were operating at 30% of our usual levels. 30%. That people were saying, oh, more people are travelling, than ever during the pandemic. But that's what you're comparing to. 30% is not enough to keep every business, travel business and hotel and airline and tiny little travel agents going. It's really not at all. So I'm hoping that the new changes are going to liberate us in a way, but, the peak period is over.
Go on then, Lisa. Where are your top 3 destinations where we can, or will be able to soon travel without any hassle? Where would you recommend?
My goodness. Well, to me, I'm a massive fan of any European country, and they're on the amber list now. If you've had your double vaccinations, you can go tomorrow without isolating on the way home. You'll still need to do your PCR test for another few weeks, but it's a small price to pay for going to these amazing countries. What has opened up from the red list, which is now off the red list. It's the Maldives, Sri Lanka. I mean, seriously, those places are just beautiful. If you want to just flop on a beach, nobody's going to judge you. It's been a difficult year and a half, you know. Go flop on the beach in the Maldives and enjoy yourself.
All right, flop on the side, Lisa. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Cam in Blackburn. Hello, Cam.
Hi, how are you doing, Stephen?
I'm doing all right. So, you're a little bit of a wheeler dealer, Cam. You've snapped up flights for Turkey even before this announcement was made.
Yeah, well, I think you just got me to sum me up just right there. The intel was all there, wasn't it? That the things were opening up for Turkey, so I decided around lunchtime today, just book my flights, and hope for the best. And then, sure enough, 5 o'clock came along, and the announcement of Turkey had been announced, which is obviously in my favour. So it's worked out well so far.
Have you been to Turkey before?
Yeah, many times on family holidays. But of course, this
What's
isn't
it like? I've never been.
Beautiful. Never been? Really?
No.
Wow.
No.
It's beautiful.
I go back and forward to America one of the freedom of the day, so I haven't done Europe enough. So what is it like?
Beautiful. You know, we've been on a couple of package holidays over the last couple of years. The sea, the temperature. I mean, I last went actually for part one of a medical trip last November, and the weather was incredible in November. So, just going off what Lisa was saying there, I'd encourage people to get out to Turkey because the weather 24, 25 degrees even in November. So I don't think that the horse has actually bolted on that destination just yet for the weather.
I was looking at some of the notes around you, and when I saw this line, I'm desperate to go to Turkey because I need to have my teeth finished.
Yeah, like many people. So I went last year. I wanted to have some implants. I think many of your listeners looking at dental work will understand that having them done in Turkey is financially a great option. So not just the cosmetic side, but actually being able to eat properly, speak. I mean, I'm in sales, I'm in retail myself, so my mouth is my money, if to kind of phrase. So I went out there last year to a place called Smile Dental Turkey, and that's based in Antalya, and they couldn't have looked after me any better. It's what an experience. So that was part one of a trip. So they did some work then, and then we needed 2 or 3 months for the work to heal, and then for me to return. Of course, that was 12 months ago. So this was.
So now you're going back to get your implants in.
Exactly.
Eh?
Indeed,
so
yeah.
How much cheaper did you get the flights being ahead of the game then? How much have they gone up since?
So the flights I booked this morning was £122 for a return flight to Manchester. I did a quick look a couple of hours ago, and we're at £290 for the same flight.
More live Premier League football than anyone else. This is 5 Live.
Dwight McNeil sends in the free kick. Doesn't quite sit up for Goodmunson, but he's managed to turn and back into the danger zone. And it's Ben Mee again, the Burnley captain. And Ben Mee gets his first goal of this season.
More live Premier League football than anyone else.
Over 140 live subscription-free games on Saturday at 3 o'clock commentary match. Burnley host Arsenal.
This is 5 Live.
Are you still with us tonight, Cam?
I'm still with you. Yeah. I'm just
sorry, mate. With a little bit of a technical fault there. So I was asking you.
In Blackburn, we have got dial-up broadband over here.
All right, okay. So I was asking you how much have the flights gone up, but I didn't quite catch how much.
Yes.
So I'm getting everything in reverb noise, everything back in my ear.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, great. Yeah, so £122 I paid, including some baggage. So that was this lunchtime when I booked the ticket. Quick look, £290 when I built the same basket. assuming I didn't make any mistakes, it looks like it's jumped up quite a bit, which I thought is quite surprising and a bit too obvious. But it seems to have jumped up quite a bit there.
Well, when do you go then?
So I fly on Sunday the 3rd. So obviously the rule change is coming on the 4th, which is the Monday, of course. So I'm going for 4 days. It's a short trip. They're very efficient over there, so it's a short trip. So my question was kind of, wherever I go, the information's slightly different. Just going off what Lisa was saying there, it seems as though I won't need to have a PCR test before I leave. Maybe I do, I don't know. I need to double check on that, because the information seems quite different wherever I seem to look about PCR tests when I go out there and, of course, when I return.
Well, listen, good luck with it all, and thanks very much for talking to me tonight. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Stephen. Bye-bye.
Mark Mendelsohn is a professor of infectious disease at the University of Cape Town. Hello, Mark.
Hi, Stephen. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. So here we have then, we're getting rid of our amber list in this country, but South Africa, you're going to remain on the red list, or you're still on it.
Yeah, there's really widespread disappointment and frustration here in South Africa tonight on this decision, which impacts enormously on this country, and really the lack of consistency in the British government and their decision making really seems beyond belief, and we want some answers.
So tell me the state of affairs then in your country and why you think this is inconsistent with the data. What's going on?
Well, currently, firstly, the red listing is determined on a number of issues, including the percentage of the population that's vaccinated, the different variants around the rates of infection, and access to reliable scientific data. So if you just break that down at the moment, South Africa now has about close to 30% of its adult population vaccinated. We're using the same vaccines as is used in the UK and Europe. We're doing about 240,000 vaccines a day now. And one of the reasons that South Africa was red listed previously, initially, was because of a particular variant, for the beta variant, which was of concern. Our infections that we do have now, 96% are Delta, which is the same as in the UK. Beta has almost vanished. And our rate of infection is now down to 8% positivity. We're down off our peak of our third wave and going down into our trough. So, the issue about consistency is not only in the numbers I've put forward to you, but in comparison to other countries that have come off the list. Just in comparison, Kenya, 1.6% of its population is fully vaccinated, as opposed to South Africa's, which is close to 30%. Pakistan, 10.6%. So, these are real inconsistencies, and what we want is Grant Shapps and the British government to really explain, show us transparently what data they're using to make these decisions, which, as I say, have massive economic impact on this country. We depend on around 2.5 million overseas tourists a year usually to South Africa. It's an incredibly popular destination. That brings in around £4 billion, 82 billion rand, and around 700,000 jobs depend on tourism, of which the highest number of tourists is from the UK. Now, those jobs, 60% of those are in youth, 70% are in women, and many are in rural and impoverished communities and areas. So, this has massive implications, and there's also a large expat population here in South Africa that really would like to see their families.
How are your hospitals coping?
Our hospitals are coping okay. This is our third wave. We've just finished, or we're finishing. The hospitals are able to cope now. We've learnt, from our experience and from others' experience. We have a variety of treatments. We have high flow oxygen. We have, our ICU capacity is not as great as in a high-resource country. We have 80% plus of the population have public health care, and about 16 to 20% have private health care. And healthcare in South Africa is extremely good. So, of course, there are challenges, enormous challenges, but South Africa's healthcare system is fairly resilient and is coping with it.
And what's the compliance rate like with the restrictions that you have?
So we've been through a variety of different levels of lockdown. The main compliance with public health interventions, outside of, I'm not talking about vaccination rates now, talking about other things. So, basically we wear masks in all sort of indoor spaces. Compliance varies. Of course it varies depending on different groups and different areas, but largely the mask compliance is very good. We're social distancing. We have, all the other sort of normal issues. We limit the number of people in indoor mass gatherings and outdoor mass gatherings. And we have an increasing vaccination program, which is, of course, the number one public health measure. It's not perfect. It's taken time to get going. It is accelerating. And although we have vaccine hesitancy, just as other countries do, we're trying to do everything we can to improve those numbers. And I think the numbers reflect that we are getting there.
You sound frustrated, Mark, with the British government.
No, incredibly frustrated, particularly through the lack of transparency and the lack of, as I say, consistency. And, it is frustrating because, there's an awful, as I've explained, I think, an awful lot at stake here for this country, whose economy has, like so many in particularly in low-middle-income countries and those that often rely on tourism, has really been rocked. So this has enormous implications for this country. And we are very frustrated by the stance of the British government. We don't understand it, and we would like transparency using data. We want to know how they're basing their decisions based on our data.
You were, very important. You were the clinical lead on the Ministerial Advisory Committee during the first wave. You said there's a 30% take-up, is that right, of vaccines in your country? That would compare to over 80% in this country. Yeah, well, firstly, remember that we lagged behind the UK in terms of the vaccination programme, and we didn't have access to vaccines that the British government had very early on, and the massive numbers, and obviously vaccine equity, and is a major issue. The uptake we have currently, as I said, it's 28%, it's 28.6%, so it's almost 30% of the adult population is vaccinated. So, we have lagged behind, but relative to other countries that have been taken off the red list, we're actually doing pretty well. Now, Turkey have a good vaccination rate, granted, but, South Africa, the last of the sort of factors that really define the British government stance is whether there's access to reliable scientific data and sequencing to look for variants. Well, South Africa is one of the leading countries on sequencing. That's how we found the beta variant and other variants. So, it's not like we're not ticking the boxes. And that, again, is why people are extremely frustrated by this decision. Is the Delta variant the most dominant variant in your country?
Yes, 96% of the cases currently are the Delta variant.
So therefore, we can be drawing those parallels between here in the UK and most other countries, to be frank, and South Africa. So it's not as if there is a different type of variant in South Africa that might explain why the British government would be reticent to open up your country for travel. So what is the reason, Mark?
Well, if you could help us to get the UK government to give us those reasons and be transparent about it, that would be fantastic. We don't know. Obviously, our vaccination rate percentage in the population is not as great as the UK, but that is not a criteria for the comparison to the UK for being on the red list. And as I said, the people that are being vaccinated here are being vaccinated with Pfizer predominantly or Johnson & Johnson. And, it's also been shown, as I'm sure you and your listeners know, that actually the vaccines that are currently available worldwide are extremely robust in general against variants, including the Delta variant. So at this current moment in time, we cannot see the reason why the UK government have made this decision to keep South Africa on the red list.
Help me understand a broader point, because I'm being told, week after week doing this radio show, how important being vaccinated is in the fight against COVID. So if you've got 70% of your population unvaccinated, how come your hospitals have been able to cope?
Well, firstly, remember that we're in our third wave now, so that we also, apart from the vaccination rate, we've had, we've got quite a lot of natural immunity as well. There are a lot of people have been infected. Look, the issues, it depends what you define by cope. I mean, South African, as I said, the South African health system has learned and is resilient. We are used to, unfortunately, having to prioritise and to understand how to manage patients and healthcare in a resource-limited setting. And so this is not new to us. We have a variety of different levels of hospital, just as we do in the UK. And those hospitals will have a variety of different services and different ICU and high care capacity. I mean, we have in South Africa largely taken on, high care oxygen facilities in our general wards, which is generally not done elsewhere. But it's given us increased capacity. We've made a plan. South Africa, as I said, is very resilient and has an extremely good healthcare system. And having trained and worked in the UK and having been in the US as well, and now in South Africa for 20 years, I can tell you that the level of South African health service and healthcare is really, really good. So we're okay.
I just find that intriguing that here in the UK we have situations where we're cancelling cancer operations. We opened up massive resources, some of them closed down now, of extra resources to cope with the capacity because we were being told that our NHS couldn't cope. We're being told it's going to be a very difficult winter. The authorities are encouraging more and more people to get vaccinated with the threat, if you like, the message being our system might not be able to cope if we can't get more people vaccinated. And here you are as a country with 70% of your population not vaccinated. And I think what you're saying to me is natural built-up immunity from people catching it, surviving it, it means that your health system is coping. Am I interpreting that right?
Well, in part, but not fully. I mean, we have had a large number of infections. So there will be people who have already been infected and therefore, have natural immunity and are not getting such severe disease that they require hospitalization. The one thing that we're slightly wrong is, and perhaps I'm giving the wrong impression, I mean, you need to understand that the South African health system, just as all other health systems, has been under the cosh and extremely stressed. So, but we have done the same as most other countries, including the UK. We've had to cut back on non-emergency operations, and a lot of different aspects of healthcare outside of COVID have undoubtedly, and we know, have suffered. We have a large HIV population, we have TB, we have a large number of trauma cases and other issues. But, we have responded in the same way as other countries do. And as I said, the South African health system is a resilient health system. The healthcare workers are excellent, and we have made a plan and we have worked through this, not without stress, not without enormous suffering, But we have done exactly the same as other countries have. And I think we have a health system which is very proud of what it's achieved.
Mark, I've really enjoyed talking to you tonight. Thanks for spending some time with us this evening. That's Mark Mendelsohn, who's a professor of infectious disease at the University. We'll pause there. We'll get the news at 10:32.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the 5 Live News headlines, I'm Nick Hatton. The international travel traffic light system is being simplified for England with just 2 lists, red and open. 8 countries will be taken off the red list from Wednesday, meaning people returning from places such as Turkey will no longer have to stay in hotel quarantine. PCR tests will no longer be required for fully vaccinated travellers coming back to England. Under the new rules, holiday makers who've had both jabs will not need to take a pre-departure test before leaving any country which is not on the red list. A judge in the United States has ruled that lawyers for the woman who's accused Prince Andrew of sexual assault will be able to serve papers on his legal representative in the US. Prince Andrew has consistently denied the allegation. And United Nations experts have issued a further blunt assessment about the global threat from climate change. After a new study, they are predicting that greenhouse gas emissions will rise by as much as 16% by the end of the decade. Yesterday, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres said November's climate summit in Glasgow must be the turning point to limit global warming. In sport news of tonight's Premier League action in a moment. First, Serena Wiegmann's first match in charge of England women saw them kick off their World Cup qualification campaign with an 8-0 thumping of North Macedonia. Ellen White and Bethany England both scoring twice, with 2 own goals also adding to the thrashing at St Mary's. So how did Wiegmann rate the performance?
Well, it's a very good start. I'm not sure if it's a perfect start, but we wanted to win. We wanted to play well and we wanted to score lots of goals and a clean sheet, and that's what we did. We could see lots of players, so we made 5 substitutes. We should have scored lots of more goals, but as you create so many chances, that's pretty good too.
It was a clean sweep for the home nations as well. Scotland ushered in the Pedro Martinez-Loza era with a 2-0 win away to Hungary. Erin Cuthbert and Martha Thomas with the goals. Wales won 6-0 at home to Kazakhstan. Northern Ireland beat Luxembourg 4-0. Now, Newcastle United and Leeds United remain winless in the Premier League after the two sides played out a 1-1 draw at St James's Park. Rafinha giving the visitors the lead before Alan Saint-Maximin levelled on the stroke of half-time. It leaves Newcastle with just 2 points from their opening 5 games. Leeds have 3. Here's their captain Liam Cooper.
Yeah, we're gutted not to win the game. I think we've created enough chances to win the game, and on another day they go in, but just need to players to it with that bit of conviction and get your foot behind it, put the keeper in the back of the net, and we didn't have that tonight, but something we can work on. We're creating chances, so hopefully next week we'll 1-1 go in.
Derby County are set to go into administration amid their continued financial problems. The club, which is up for sale, said despite negotiations with a number of credible parties, identifying a buyer was unlikely in the short term. It means that they could face a 12-point deduction in the Championship. In a statement, the Rams said COVID-19 had a severe impact on revenues and that they had no choice but to appoint administrators to protect the club. Ed Dawes is BBC Radio Derby's Rams commentator.
This is the end game for what has been at least 6 years of questionable management of a business and a football club. And it's very questionable that it's come to this. Big Derby fans have been through this in '83. They've been through it under Maxwell, but they've not seen the club put into administration by an ownership. And it's a very sad day for the club and supporters.
The final round of the regular Super League season concluded tonight with playoff places still up for grabs. Dave Woods watched Leeds Rhinos' victory over Hull KR.
A job well done by Leeds to secure 5th spot in the playoffs, running in 6 tries in a 36-12 win against Hull Kingston Rovers, who finished 6th. Next week, Leeds start those playoffs with a trip to Wigan, who had a confidence-enhancing 12-8 win over league leaders Catalan. Hull FC's miserable season ended with a 44-12 defeat at Wakefield, and the shock of the night was provided by Salford, who beat second-place St Helens 26 points to 14.
Saracens' return to Rugby Union's Premiership began with a 26-9 win at Bristol. Alex Ladowski kicking 21 points. And the ECB says it will decide in the next 24 to 48 hours whether the men's and women's matches in Pakistan will go ahead. They're scheduled to play double-header T20 internationals on the 13th and 14th of October in Rawalpindi before the women's side play 3 ODIs. It's after New Zealand's men's team have abandoned their tour of Pakistan following a New Zealand government security alert. That's the latest from BBC Sport.
So the axe has fallen on Steve Bruce, who even seems to be considering retirement following the toll his time on Tyneside has taken on him. Now the significant question, the one so many of us are waiting on, what next, or rather, who next? The focus for now must remain short-term on Premier League points, on attaining a first win of the season. That's what Newcastle search for this afternoon in South London against Patrick Vieira's Crystal Palace. Palace have picked up further rave reviews this week on the back of their 2-2 draw at the Emirates Stadium against Arsenal, but still only one win on the board for them to their name. We find out in under an hour who can deliver this afternoon. We bring you all the action live from 3 at Selhurst Park, live and exclusive right here on TalkSport 2. Graham Jones in interim charge of Newcastle. Reality bites in the here and now. Today they face a challenge. For the foreseeable, they fight for their Premier League status. With us, like always, our match summariser, the former Arsenal and Southampton midfielder Perry Groves. We've got a two-pronged summarising attack this afternoon on TalkSport 2. Also joining us live later for the action, the former Palace and Newcastle man Darren Ambrose. But before we go any further, and there is sure plenty to discuss, let's bring you team news. Very good afternoon to our match commentator Ian Danter.
Thanks, Dan. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, Wilfried Zaha is back amongst the Crystal Palace substitutes after an illness saw him miss out against Arsenal, but he's not in the starting lineup. Patrick Vieira makes one change from the side that got that 2-2 draw. Could have been a win as well, of course, at the Emirates. Michael Olise is preferred to Andre Ayew as part of that attacking front four. So Vicente Gaeta is the Palace goalkeeper. It's that recognised back four now of Joel Ward, Joachim Andersen, Mark Gahey and Tyreek Mitchell. Luka Milivojevic and James MacArthur are the holding midfielders. And then it's Michael Olise, Conor Gallagher and Odsonne Edouard in behind Christian Benteke in attack. As for Newcastle United, so it's the first lineup that Graham Jones has selected, and it looks like he's gone with a 5-2-3 formation, you might say. Certainly three centre-halves in front of Carl Darlow. There are two changes from the defeat against Spurs in Steve Bruce's last game. Out go Joe Willock and Joe Linton. Ryan Fraser and Emil Kraft comes in. Kraft hasn't played since the start of the season. Carl Darlow is the goalkeeper. The three centre-halves will be Emil Kraft, Jamal Lascelles and Kieran Clark. Javier Manquillo and Matt Ritchie will play as right and left wing-backs. Isaac Hayden and Sean Longstaff will be the holding midfielders, and then a three-pronged attack. Alan Saint-Maximin on the right, Ryan Fraser on the left, Callum Wilson through the middle. Quick look at the substitutes for you as well. For Palace, their bench is Jack Butland, James Tompkins, Cech Kouyaté, Jordan Ayew, the aforementioned Zaha, Will Hughes, Jean-Philippe Mateta, Jeff Schlupp and Nathaniel Klein. And as for Newcastle, their bench, Mark Gillespie, Fabian Schär, Joe Linton, Jamal Lewis, Jeff Hendrick, Jacob Murphy, Miguel Almiron, who's back from international duty, Joe Willock and Dwight Gale.
Dan, thank you. Perry Groves, how are you?
Afternoon, good. Yourself?
Very well, thank you. Good to see you both as always. Where do we start? Let's start with this. Often strained, often toxic. He was so often under siege. It was messy. Whether you thought he was his own worst enemy or not, Steve Bruce, Wednesday was such a significant day, wasn't it, when his exit was finally confirmed out of Newcastle?
Yep, I think I didn't feel sorry for Steve Bruce, but I think he got a lot of unwarranted stick because obviously he was the buffer between the fans and Mike Ashley. So that was the sort of where they were trying to vent all of their frustrations. And if you look at Steve Bruce's record, he took Newcastle to 12th and 13th in the Premier League, and his remit from Mike Ashley was survival. I just want you staying in the Premier League so that I can sell Newcastle, obviously, to like the highest bidder. Rafa Benitez, he took Newcastle to 10th and 13th. So on that side, it wasn't a lot of difference. I think with Steve Bruce, it probably hurt him more because being a Geordie himself, you know, the criticism that he got, and some of it was overly personal, which I thought, you know, went sort of a little bit too far. It's like your own tribe turning against you. Can you imagine Sheffield United fans being as vitriolic about Chris Wilder, or Aston Villa fans being as vitriolic about Dean Smith? I think that's what hurt him most. I didn't feel sorry for him about getting sacked because Dance and myself were talking about it. Steve Bruce has walked out on clubs or resigned from clubs 4 or 5 times in his career to go to a better job. So getting the sack on it, and he had 8 million reasons probably, you know, where that sort of softened the blow just a tad. So it's difficult to feel that amount of sympathy. But I think sometimes, some of the comments were a little bit too personal.
The fans' resolve against Bruce has been intense for some time. Dance, Perry, how would you both choose to remember Bruce's reign?
Well, history won't be kind to Steve Bruce as a Newcastle manager because of what we've just been talking about. He is in the shadow of Rafael Benitez because Benitez could do no wrong in the Mike Ashley era, whereas Steve Bruce performances dropped off. There's no getting away from it. You can sugarcoat it as much as you like, but it really wasn't working out well. You can compare net spends between the two, and Steve Bruce did have a bigger net spend than Rafael Benitez did. That said, he did bring Alain Saint-Maximin to the club, which is a great talent, but on the flip side, Newcastle fans said, well, Joe Linton came in as well. So there's I don't think history's going to be very kind to Steve Bruce, which is a shame as a Geordie, but if he's not on a sun lounger right now drinking a Super Bowl, there's something wrong with the world.
Yeah, I think he said he's 60 years of age now, so there's every chance that could be his last manager. He probably just doesn't want the hassle anymore.
He used to play for Norwich, you know.
He's very good. And Gillingham, played against him when he played for Gillingham. Excellent. But I know you said it's not going to be kind, but he can look at it. He was told by Mike Ashley to survive in the Premier League. That was it. That was his remit. Now, the remit now is completely different with obviously influx of money that Newcastle have. There's going to be a different demand on the style of football, demand on players that are coming in. So the new manager, whoever it's going to be, is going to have a lot of money to spend, but as Dan said there, recruitment is going to be key.
Well, listen to this. After Steve Bruce released a statement outlining how difficult it was to face near weekly abuse from his own fans during his tenure at St James's Park, other managers have spoken out in support of the former Newcastle boss this week.
Steve Bruce has left Newcastle United.
I think this might be my last job. By the time I got to Newcastle, I thought I could handle everything thrown at me, but it has been very, very tough. It's not just about me, it's taken its toll on my whole family because they're all Geordies, and I can't ignore that.
I was really sad after reading that statement from Steve.
I would tell him don't pay much attention with the comments. I would say the managers, we are treated worse than the worst.
Because they think managers get well paid, that it's okay. But managers' sons and daughters don't get well paid, and their grandkids don't get well paid, and their wives and partners don't get well paid.
The reality of it is we're highly rewarded for the job we do, so there's not too much sympathy, but at the same time, like I said, to get that type of abuse is not right.
It is part of the job, not saying it's right, but it is part of the job. We all know it, we all know the world that we live in as managers. It gets worse every year because of the coverage. Everyone's got a phone, everyone's suddenly a pundit of sorts.
You can't just ignore that. For me, it's a very serious statement, and it's something that has to change and has to start to change.
Talking exclusively to Luke Edwards at The Telegraph, listen to this from Bruce. It's been very, very tough to never really be wanted, to feel that people wanted me to fail, that I was useless, a fat waste of space, a tactically inept cabbage head. No one should ever really have to feel like that, should they? Whatever you feel about the job they've done, surely, Perry. And what are your thoughts also on what Mikel Arteta has had to say, particularly this week, that abuse like that is driving managers out of the game?
I wouldn't say it's driving managers out of the game. It's making the job a lot harder because of social media. In the old days, it used to be you used to read it in the paper, so you could probably choose not to read the vitriol. If you can do that, then you can't take all the plaudits as well. So there's a bit of a fine, but I think when it gets personal, if it's constructive and they're talking about the team or the tactics or him not playing enough free-flying attacking football or not putting the right personnel in, then fine. When what you read out there, about cabbage head and that's when it goes too far, because you're talking about...
cabbage was thrown at him when he was Villa manager.
Yeah, and you're talking about like human beings here, so nobody has any right to abuse anybody on that level. And I think from his point of view, he had a chance twice in his career, dancing to take the Newcastle job, and he didn't. So he probably took it in his own career too late.
Well, the thing is, his last two jobs in management, Dan, he took over at Aston Villa when he'd been a Birmingham manager, and took over at Newcastle when he'd been a Sunderland manager. Causes its own problems right from day one there.
Well, the former Roma manager Paulo Fonseca, the clear front-runner, we're told, to replace Bruce, an agreement getting ever closer. Perry, they've got to be thinking short term, yes, though. They are in a fight to stay up in the Premier League, and it's a fight that they're not doing well in at this moment in time.
Well, fight is up. Well, we've seen Newcastle dance, haven't we, at Wolves, and the problem with Newcastle is that in that game in the first half, in the beginning of the second half, Newcastle actually started really well and they were on top. But when they concede, it's like the confidence just evaporates completely and they lose their team shape and they lose their discipline. The shape of the team today, which Graham Jones has put out, I actually like the balance of the team better. You got Richie and Ryan Fraser on the left-hand side instead of Joe Linton playing out on the left-hand side, which makes it sort of imbalanced. But if you was Fonseca, it looks like he's the one who's in the sort of driving seat at the moment. You wouldn't be taking, I think, Chelsea's the next game. Then if you look at Newcastle's run of fixtures in November, they play Brighton, then they play Brentford at home, Arsenal away, and then Norwich at home.
Graham Jones
I'd be waiting. You know, on your CV, you think, no, I'm not in charge for the Chelsea game. That doesn't count on my percentage.
Well, Graham Jones has been told he's going to take care of this game and the next game after that. And I wonder, Perry, is Jones the right answer for now? Some say he's got nothing to lose, lots to gain. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think Graham Jones has got a point to prove.
Well, in the package that we had, it didn't go particularly well. Simon Jordan was quite critical, wasn't he? His stint at Luton, that was his first managerial job, where I think he tried to be a manager who was a bit more aloof from the players, and his man management skills weren't particularly great. So it's one thing I hope that he's learned from that, is that his man management skills have got to be spot on for these two games, because he's got to get everybody together, he's got to galvanise him, he's got to tell him, even if he doesn't believe it, he's got to tell them how good they are, how good the players are, that you're better than this. I know I can drag better performances out of you. And the one thing that he's got to do is stop them conceding goals. In the last 25 games in the Premier League, we've only had 3 clean sheets. And those 3 shutouts were against the relegated teams last season. So he's got to make sure that they're more organised as a unit. And as a coach, Dan, the easiest thing to do is destroy rather than create. So it's easier to set your teams up and do functional play all this week, where you're going to be very difficult to break down, and you get back into shape. Dan said it will be like 5 at the back, out of possession. They'll probably go 5-4-1 and get themselves, it's like 2 blocks, very deep, difficult to break down. So we'll see, because he's got a brilliant reputation as a coach. Dan says we've spoken with Roberto Martinez, obviously coaching with England. So I think he's not under any pressure, because these aren't he hasn't chosen these players, and he can implement his own idea and style, because he'll probably be kept on anyway.
The only pressure he's got is what he puts on himself, because he stood on the Gallagher end as a 4-year-old with his granddad watching Newcastle. So he feels that sting of pride, because he wants the club that he supports to do well.
Plenty more from Dance and Perry to come. Darren Ambrose with us from 2:30 this afternoon as well on Game Day exclusive. Time now for us to get a quick weather report on TalkSport 2, all thanks to QuickFit.
Game Day weather report on TalkSport 2 with QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
This afternoon in South London, bit of light cloud, gentle breeze, highs of 13 degrees. A very pleasant afternoon indeed for our Premier League action. 5:30 on TalkSport, live exclusive commentary of Brighton against Manchester City. Again, cloudy, changing to sunny intervals later on. Highs of 15 degrees down on the Sussex coast. Excellent stuff later. That was today's weather report, brought to you by QuickFit. Subscribe to Carefree Car Maintenance and join QuickFit Club, a personalised monthly subscription that takes care of your car maintenance needs. Download the app for a quote today. Conditions apply.
Game Day weather report on TalkSport 2 with QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
Perry and Dance, enjoy my weather report there. Right, it's a busy day today at the T20 Cricket World Cup as the tournament really ramps up a gear. Later, England take on the West Indies. We can bring you a believer result between South Africa and Australia first, though. Watching the action for us on TalkSport 2. Afternoon to Sam Ellard.
A very good afternoon, Dan. What a finish we have in store here. The first game of the T20 World Cup. Australia need 22 runs from just 16 balls to beat South Africa. They're chasing 119 after they were quite magnificent in the field earlier this morning after winning the toss and choosing to bowl. But in response, Dan, they've lost regular wickets throughout their innings. Only really Steve Smith looked in good touch. He made 35 from 34. At the crease at the moment, Marcus Stoinis, he's 3 not out. Matt Wade is unbeaten on 10. Pretorius has 2 overs to bowl. Arnrick Nokia has 1 over to bowl. We are in for a brilliant finish here, Dan. Australia need 21 runs from 15 balls.
Sam, thank you. Still going in that T20 T20 action, not like a T20 game to go longer than it's supposed to. Hey, live over on TalkSport, Chelsea have just scored a 7th at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 7, 10-man Norwich 0, and it's not done yet over on TalkSport. Right, we return in a few minutes on Game Day Exclusive on TalkSport 2 as we continue to build up to our live commentary at Selhurst Park this afternoon. Crystal Palace clash with Newcastle.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
NFL Live, this Monday from 0100 BST on TalkSport 2.
Right down the middle, Bob.
Don't turn over your radio wide receiver as TalkSport 2 brings you gridiron grinding, touchdown tackling, full live commentary of the Indianapolis Colts at the San Francisco 49ers.
Caught by him, 45-40. He's going to go all the way in and touchdown, 80-yard pass play.
NFL Live, this Monday from 0100 BST on TalkSport 2.
'Tis the season of mists and mellow fruitfulness. And more importantly, the season when two hemispheres clash in 16 brutal rugby fixtures.
Troy Gibbon!
The Autumn Nation Series is here. Hear hard-tackling, scrum-battling, sabre-rattling coverage of every single match of the entire tournament with a top-tier team of rugby experts, including Ben Kay, Rachel Buford, George North and Chris Patterson. Kicking off next Saturday with Scotland versus Tonga, followed by Wales versus the All Blacks. Touch and engage for the 2021 Autumn Nation Series, exclusively on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
TalkSport.
Download the funky new TalkSport app now and listen live, listen again, and listen longer. It is smart and it is funky. Download the app at TalkSport.com. This is what real sport sounds like. On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app, and on your smart speaker. Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2.
So Newcastle United travel to the capital this afternoon for a match that will mark their first since the departure of Steve Bruce earlier in the week. On the road under the interim charge of Graham Jones, they chase their first Premier League win of the season. Their hosts are Crystal Palace, whose encouraging performances haven't always meant maximum points so far this campaign. This afternoon, can they stitch it all together at Selhurst Park? I'm your host, Dan Riddle. Thanks for your company. Hear all the action this afternoon from Selhurst Park, only with us on Game Day Exclusive on TalkSport 2. Ian Danter, Perry Groves and also Darren Ambrose joins us a little later to call the action for us. So younger Newcastle fans, you may not be able to remember the glory days, but expectations are high. The ante's been upped that things might be about to change.
I'm a 25-year-old Newcastle fan. I may sound like more of a fraudie than a Geordie, but I'm no glory hunter.
With Philippe Albert. I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
The entertainers? I never saw them. I don't remember the FA Cup finals in 98 and 99.
Newcastle, well, it's another disappointment. Beaten last year by Arsenal, now Manchester United.
And I've never seen Newcastle win a trophy. Then again, most people haven't. My time supporting them has seen 2 relegations, tight transfer budgets and stadium name changes during the destructive reign of Mike Ashley.
The most outstanding thing about Newcastle so far is their fans singing about guess who? Mike Ashley.
This new era brings new hope, but behind their shiny new exterior, the Toon are in turmoil.
The new people now in charge of this football club know exactly what they've inherited. The side at the moment that is actually second bottom of the Premier League.
Peek under the bonnet and you'll find a creaking club that's craving investment. So, what issues do these new owners face, and how does a club on its knees begin a long and much-needed rebuild? Despite being from the south, I've supported Newcastle since I was 5 because I absolutely loved Alan Shearer.
Oh, and it's another one now. Yes, Shearer, of course.
I've also spent plenty of time in the city, having gone up there for uni. Having lived there, I know that football is a religion in the North East. Former Newcastle captain and local lad Stephen Taylor says you can't escape that passion.
There's times where we've been beaten and you go shopping and you see an old granny in the supermarket, and when you're getting your food scanned through and she goes to you, hey, pull your finger out, get it sorted for next game. That for me defines what it means to the city. You know, they eat, sleep, breathe football up there.
But over the past 14 years, following Newcastle has felt numb. NUFC Matters podcaster Holly Blades is like me. At 16 years old, she's only ever known the Ashley era.
My first game that sticks out was probably under Alan Pardew. It was difficult to watch the things that was happening on the pitch because we weren't being invested in, but also off the pitch there was many decisions under Mike Ashley's regime. To give an example, changing St James's Park to the Sports Direct Arena, which really did hurt the fans.
Mike Ashley said that he was proud to leave the club on a sound financial footing, but the cobwebs of his cash-strapped reign remain. Mark Douglas, writer for the Newcastle Chronicle, outlines the issues left behind.
If you compare it to mid-table to top of the table teams in the Premier League, Newcastle United are nowhere near them in terms of infrastructure. The facilities at the training ground are not good enough. They are championship level at best. The medical facilities are just a million miles away from some of their Premier League contemporaries. There's a famous picture in Newcastle of players in ice-filled bins. An ex-member of the coaching staff called the training ground the squash club because it was so much further behind their Premier League rivals that you wouldn't believe it.
His cross, good one as well, and Stephen Taylor flicks it home.
If people actually look down and see in the academy the pitches, the amount of times it's been waterlogged, the pitch conditions have been terrible. Young kids probably going to Middlesbrough and Sunderland getting tapped up, and the facilities that they've got way better than what Newcastle have, and I think that does need addressed.
Newcastle just ran out of steam. They looked very leggy. Talk about being muscled out of a game. That's exactly happened here.
The boys came back for the start of the season. One of the main pitches still wasn't fully done. Been many times over my career that haven't. Nothing has changed with the academy and the first team setup. It's still the exact same.
Yes, he didn't do a Leeds. Yes, they didn't do a Portsmouth, those kind of clubs. But I don't think you should congratulate somebody for not running them into the ground and being ruinous. He did give them money when in the Championship to get them back into the Premier League. But a lot of the reasons they got relegated were his mistakes. Anybody who thinks that Newcastle are going to be challenging for the Champions League in 2-3 years, I think, is kidding themselves. There is a very long-term project that these new owners have.
One step that the new owners have already taken is to get rid of Steve Bruce as manager.
Don't know what you're doing was chanted from the away end, and Bruce out as well, we could hear quite clearly.
Fans have come under fire for the criticism that they aimed at him, but Holly says it was justified.
Any personal abuse that Steve Bruce got is out of order, and that shouldn't be condoned whatsoever. The results speak for themselves. 19th in the league without a win. And I think, this year, ultimately, it would have been the year they took us down. He did okay in his first 2 seasons. Poor recruitment. He signed the likes of Lazaro, Bentley, Rose, who were all very poor signings.
Stephen says the new manager has got to be someone that the fans can get behind.
It'll be an exciting challenge, especially for Steven Gerrard. If he came, I think what he's done at Rangers, I think he knows what it means to the North East. That's one thing about, I think, whoever's going to be the next manager has to understand the culture up in the North East and what it means to the fans and getting that good feel factor back.
Onto his left foot and fires it in. What a wonderful goal from Alan Saint-Maximin.
I think Newcastle fans ultimately want to go into a new season with hope there and thinking we can improve on the last season, and that doesn't have to be a massive improvement. Say, for example, last season we finished 12th. This season finishing 11th would be an improvement. It's about a slow process, a gradual process. We aren't expecting anything to happen overnight. My granddad's been watching us since the 1940s. He's been a season ticket holder for years in the Gallagher end. He's seen some fantastic times. He's the only one in the family that's seen us win a trophy. And that's what he always said to me about why he wanted these new owners to take charge.
As a fan, it's surreal to see the post-Ashley era. The club now frequently communicates with supporters. Flags are back in the stadium. Even the windows outside the famous Gallagher end have been cleaned. Touches like this mean a lot to a city which has been deprived of hope. It may be a long road ahead, but Newcastle United are on their way back. And I can't wait to see it.
Rich, I'm coming home, Newcastle. I may as well have been in jail.
TalkSport powered by fans. TalkSport's Ollie Klink with wonderful work on that package, bringing us a flavour of how the fans are feeling ahead of today off the back of what's been a lively 10, 12, 14 days or so on Tyneside. Full-time whistle's just gone at Stamford Bridge over on TalkSport Perry Groves. Chelsea scored 7 to beat Norwich. Desperate for Daniel Farke, and our colleague, former Canaries frontman Dean Ashton, summarising the action for TalkSport. I'm embarrassed. That's what he's had to say today.
Today's performance is embarrassing. We've been watching it on our monitors, and let's be honest, they've done well to keep it down to single figures because Chelsea missed a few chances. And the thing, there's been a lot of criticism of Norwich in the past. I've stuck up for Norwich because they are very, very well-run football club. You know, they've got brilliant owners, Delia Smith and Michael Wynne-Jones. They've never spent more than £10 million on a player to get into the Premier League. Their recruitment needs to be better and get more experienced Premier League players. That's the criticism I have. But today, there was no fight, there was no desire, there was no heart. I didn't even see anybody getting angry. If you're getting beat 4, 5, 6, 7, there has to be a reaction. Obviously, and they're sending off. But
I saw Ben Gibson punch the advertising hoarding when he got his second yellow card. But it's not out on the pitch.
Exactly, and that's too late. Yeah. It's too late. So, on today's performance, yes, I think Dean is right. But as a whole, I'm not one of these sort of Norwich batters where, what's the point of Norwich? People say, why they're in Premier League. They deserve to be in the Premier League because they won the Championship last season. So it's a very well-run club. They produce excellent young players, which they sell on. But today's performance, after 2 0-0 draws, where it looked like, they were getting a bit more competitive, that's set them back. Norwich are going down. Let's be
perfect. He's then starting, Perry, to near the point. What's the point in Daniel Farke? Because whether you feel that he might be the best person to get them back up again next season, he could be. He's done that before, but that group of players are rock bottom, and you have to wonder Daniel Farke's ability to pick them up after a result like that.
Well, sometimes you get players that are too good for the Championship but not good enough for the Premier League, and you get managers exactly the same. So perhaps Daniel Farke falls into that category where he gets his team playing very easy on the eye football, possession-based football in the Championship, where they pass teams off the pitch. That's not enough in the Premier League. You've got to have a little bit more fight. You've got to have a little bit more organisation, which obviously the Norwich team is very, very nice and easy to play against. So I mentioned the owners, they've got a big decision now, because if they want to give themselves a fighting chance, I would suggest that maybe Daniel Farke has had his time at Norwich, and they need to get an experienced manager at the bottom of the league who knows how to keep teams up.
And you said it as well, Perry, they sell Buendia, their best player. They've been missing Cantwell, who's been out for personal reasons for a few weeks. That's 2 big creative talents gone, Dan, that they've not been able to utilise in recent times. So it's piling up for Daniel Farke a wee bit. Also, we should make Cardiff have lost again, haven't they, in the Championship?
Yeah.
Middlesbrough won 2-0. What's that, 7 defeats in a row for Mick?
Could be 8.
Here's one for you.
I think it's 8.
Go on.
Ex-Norwich player, centre-half.
Steve Bruce.
Turns up at Carrow Road. The saviour.
Where's Mick going? Right, we're back in a few moments on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 as we continue to count down to kick-off in South London. You know what, actually, let's get the latest odds ahead of this afternoon's action now with 888 Sport.
Football form focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. What's your thinking? Download the app today. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Very good afternoon to Sandra Di Michele. Sandra, I hope you're well.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dan. Very well indeed. How are you?
Very well, thank you. We're here in South London, exclusive commentary on TalkSport 2. We feel the magnitude of it. Crystal Palace, Newcastle.
Yeah, look, it's a big one, isn't it? A really big one. And Palace go into it as favourites. 19-20 they are to win the match. The draw is 12-5. Newcastle United, the 3-1 outsiders. Could this be the beginning of the Graham Jones era? You never know, a couple of wins. He's currently 14-1 to be the next Newcastle manager. A couple of wins, those odds might come in even further. We're expecting it to be low scoring and tight down. It's 8-11, under 2.5 goals in the game. It's 5-6 that both teams score, but there are plenty of good goal scorers on display today. Odsonne Edouard is the 9-2 favourite to score first. Of course, he got on the score sheet at Highbury or at the Emirates rather, on Monday night. Shame the age there, isn't I? Benteke, a 5-1 chance to score first. Callum Wilson, also 5-1. Alan Saint-Maximin, a 10-1 chance. Should be an intriguing encounter. And also, when you look at the relegation betting, Newcastle currently 15-8 to go down, and Palace next in the betting at 11-4. So no doubt this game will have a big impact on the relegation odds.
Sandra, thank you as always. Those were the very latest odds with 888 Sport. Play responsibly, 18 plus. begambleaware.org.
Football form focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Official betting partner of TalkSport 2. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
We're live at Selhurst Park to see Crystal Palace aiming to extend their top flight unbeaten run to 4 games as they welcome Newcastle United, the club that remain the talk of the town but still have yet to win this season. Up next, we'll have team news for you once more and introduce the former Palace Newcastle midfielder Darren Ambrose to our coverage. He's with us for the rest of the afternoon as well.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL. Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Buying without part exchanging and you could get a bigger discount on your next car.
Hey friend, what a day, game, thunderstorm, eh? Funny how it makes you want to hit up Just Eat for our McDonald's Big Mac, Filet-O-Fish, McMuffin. Well, no worries, dude, girlfriend, player. We'll deliver right to your gaff, abode, yard. So order now, right now, in a jiffy. McDonald's, Mackie D's, the Golden Arches. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Breakfast served until 10:45 a.m. Main day served after 11 a.m. at participating McDonald's. See justeat.co.uk to see if there's one near you.
Get goals in the sun. Get goals in the sun. Goals in the morning. You're reading goals in the morning. We've got goals inside. We've got goals. Sweet goals put out. Blah, blah, blah.
Fans love something to sing about, and you'll find all the games, goals, stats, facts, and more in the Sun's free Goals Pullout. Get yours inside the Sun on Sunday tomorrow.
Where can you find out the value of your current home before you start searching for a new one?
On the Market.
Now you can find out what your home's worth in an instant at onthemarket.com. Enter your postcode now for your free online valuation estimate.
On the Market.
And find out what your home is worth today.
Search onthemarket.com to find your perfect home.
Now with free instant online home valuation estimates. Most common time to obtain an online quote between the 1st and the 4th of December 2020 was under 3 minutes. Not available in Northern Ireland.
He's taking a long look at the screen. He's disallowed it.
We can't tell you if a VAR decision will cause you to punch your radio today. But with Capital One's balanced transfer guarantee, we can tell you if you'll be able to transfer the amount you need before you apply, without affecting your credit score. Balance transfer guarantee from Capital One. That's credit done right.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In October, we've got Rydal Grey hollow composite deck boards for only £5.99 per metre ex VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Brighton vs Man City live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. EFL Game Day live on TalkSport 2.
He's found Hwang, who can burst into the area. Left foot shot, brilliant finish. And Newcastle, that really is the story of their season so far. The new people now in charge of this football club know exactly what they've inherited. The side at the moment that is actually second bottom of the Premier League.
Newcastle United have just confirmed Steve Bruce has left the football club and he has left his position as head coach.
It is absolutely the right decision. This couldn't have been allowed to fester.
The key is for this football club, it would be a waste of time for them to get relegated. It's unnecessary. They've got enough talent going forward.
Hudson Edouard has scored for Crystal Palace.
I think we are really close of getting what we want, winning football matches. And it's important for us to turn those good performances into wins.
We're under 25 minutes away from kick-off at Selhurst Park. Newcastle now under the caretaker charge of Graham Jones. Will they look refreshed? Will they cut loose in the search of their first Premier League win of the season? The big ideas must wait at St James's Park. Points right now can be the only priority. The same could be said for Crystal Palace, though, who have impressed many in recent weeks, but a points tally of 8 points from 8 games still has Patrick Vieira's group very much looking over their shoulder. We bring you every kick live and exclusive on TalkSport 2 from 3 with me, host Dan Riddle. Thanks for your company. Let's recap the team news now with our match commentator Ian Danter.
Well, Crystal Palace make one change from that 2-2 draw with Arsenal on Monday night. Wilfried Zaha is on the bench. He was poorly and didn't feature in the squad at all at the Emirates, but he's amongst the substitutes. The change is made with Michael Olise, the former Reading man, coming in for Jordan Ayew. in attacking midfield. So Vicente Gaeta is the Crystal Palace keeper. It's the regular back four that we've got used to this season under Vieira of Joel Ward, Joachim Anderson, Mark Gahey and Tyrick Mitchell. Then Luka Milivojevic and James MacArthur in front of the back four. Michael Olise joins Conor Gallagher and Odson Edouard in behind Christian Benteke up front. And the Palace bench is Jack Butland, the sub-keeper, James Tompkins, Chet Kouyaté, Jordan Ayew, Wilfried Zaha, Will Hughes, John-Philip Mateta, Jeffrey Schlupp and Nathaniel Klein. As for Newcastle United then, the first team selected by Graham Jones sees a switch of formation to a 5-2-3 formation, and there are two changes in personnel. Out from the last game go Joe Willock and Joe Linton. In comes Emil Kraft for his first game since starting the opener against West Ham, and Ryan Fraser makes his first start of the season altogether as he comes in further forward. Carl Darlow remains as the Newcastle United goalkeeper. There are now three centre-halves: Emil Kraft, Jamal Lascelles and Kieran Clark. Javier Manquillo and Matt Ritchie are the right and left wing-backs. Isaac Hayden and Sean Longstaff are the holding central midfielders, and then Alain Saint-Maximin and Ryan Fraser flanking Callum Wilson, the lone striker. The bench for Newcastle United, young Mark Gillespie is on the bench. Fabian Schär, Joe Linton, Jamal Lewis, Jeff Hendrick, Jacob Murphy, Miguel Almiron, Joe Willock and Dwight Gale. Match officials today: Darren England's in charge in the middle, and the VAR is Mr. VAR, Lee Mason.
Is that what they write in his Christmas card? Kick-off creeping ever closer at Selhurst Park. Should say also underway in a short while. England begin their T20 World Cup campaign against the West Indies in Dubai in what is a rematch of the 2016 final. Watching the action for us on TalkSport 2. Very good afternoon, John Norman.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Dan. I think the 2016 World T20 final was pretty much when we first met. The birth of TalkSport 2, and really the renaissance for English limited overs cricket. Within a few years they'd won the 50 over World Cup, but today they come up against the best team in T20 history. Two times winners, West Indies, with a phalanx of ridiculously aggressive all attack batting. It's England though who have won the toss. They will field first to take advantage of the due conditions, which does afflict the bowling later on in the innings. So they want to chase, and the big news from the team selection is that David Malan, the world's number one T20 batsman, does play. He comes in at 3, with Roy and Butler opening, Bairstow at 4, Livingston at 5, Captain Morgan at 6, Moeen Ali at 7, Wokes, Jordan, Rashid and Tamar Mills on a return to the side. West Indies batting attack, well, it's ridiculous. Lewis, Simmons, Gale, Puran, Hetmeyer, Pollard and Russell. It's the most explosive lineup you could possibly put to a field, and the challenge for England is to get their 2021 T20 World Cup off with a bang. They've won the toss, they're going to have a bowl, and the action gets underway in about 20 minutes time.
John, thank you. Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with me, your host, Dan Widow. Ian Danter calling the action. Perry Groves, the former Arsenal Southampton midfielder, with us as always. And also joining us for the remainder of the afternoon, played for both these clubs, Darren Ambrose. How are you, sir? How are you feeling ahead of this one?
I'm excited. We're sat up here and we're watching the Crystal Palace warm up right in front of us. And what's interesting, Perry, and you'll say the same, is you do shooting sessions before a game and you normally just play it to the front man and then you have a shot. They're actually set up in the formation that they're going to play, so you can see what they're working on, up, back and through. I mean, this is going to be a fantastic game. I think there's too much of a feel-good factor for Newcastle. There's a massive feel-good factor with Crystal Palace, but the feel-good at Newcastle is off the pitch and Palace is on the pitch, so that's the main difference.
Can I ask you on Wilf Zaha, fit enough to go on the bench? What are your thoughts on Zaha not coming back into the starting 11 this afternoon?
Mixed reactions really. I am shocked. I think the last time I see him on the bench would have been for me, to be honest, and that was how long ago that was. But on the flip side, I think the last time he came off the bench was Newcastle away, and he scored a last minute equaliser in the 95th minute. I'm shocked, more so because they've made a change. They've taken Jordan Ayew out, but they've brought in Elise. So whether the sickness bug is still there for him remains to be seen, but it'll be interesting to see how he reacts and how he comes on, and if he comes on, can he make a difference? I'm not sure it will need it. I think this could be a comfortable afternoon for Crystal Palace.
I think what it is, Elise came on Monday, Daz, and was very, very good when he came on. He was very lively. So I think they probably thought that they couldn't risk two players, because Elise's obviously just come back from injury. So with Zaha, we was talking to Sean Derry downstairs, and he said that it laid him quite low, and it's taken him a little bit to recover. So probably discretion is a better part of valour, I'd have thought. Imagine if at times the game's a little bit tight and you've got Wilfried Zaha to come on in the last 25-30 minutes. So
let's hear from the Palace manager Patrick Vieira, shall we? He spoke to TalkSport 2's Ian Abrahams this week ahead of the game and said despite drawing their last two, he's pleased with their recent performances.
I think the way to analyse and the way I like to do it is just to looking at the performances over the 90 minutes and to look at how the team's been progressing game after game. And that's telling me that we are doing a good job, we are working well, and that will be a question of time. I think when I look at the players, how they perform individually and collectively, that gives us hope that we will turn it around. I think when you look at the way we concede those goals, there is as well a little bit of unlucky, I will say it. But those games and the way that those games ended up should be, and it's a motivation for us to even play better to win football matches.
You've already mentioned the likes of Ebery Chieze, Michael Elise. Obviously, you've got Wilf to come back. I noticed you have Will Hughes on the bench again, who's yet to really get going at Palace. You've got some squad, haven't you? I mean, it really is probably the most exciting Palace squad they've had for a very long time. Yeah, I think we, this is the football club, the period where the football club is. There's a big turnover with players coming and players leaving. And we knew that it would be challenging to make the players gel and play together. And I think when you're looking at where we are, we can be pleased. But I still believe there's still as well more to come from some of the players that we have. And finally, you're playing Newcastle, obviously now the richest club in the world. If I think back to your successful days at Arsenal, because today is Arsene Wenger's birthday, that wasn't built on spending money. I mean, yes, you brought in superstars like you and Emmanuel Petit and Thierry Henry and Mark Overmars, but they didn't cost the earth at the time. Do you see now, if teams are going to win the Premier League, it's going to be built on spending lots of money rather than the way Arsene Wenger used to do it? I don't know, but it's difficult to make any judgment of Newcastle. I think they don't bring any players so far, so it will be wrong for me to make any comment until they bring any players.
Patrick Vieira there with the Moose. Darren, the building blocks seem to be coming into place at Palace. Now the need to grow. Are you confident the results are going to come soon?
I absolutely am, yeah. I've backed Patrick from the moment he arrived. I think when Lucien Favre turned down the job and Patrick said, I want this job. He took a gamble. They took a gamble on him. 8 points in 8 games doesn't sound the greatest of returns, but if you look at 4 of them, West Ham, Leicester, Brighton, Arsenal, should have got victories out of them, and you can say, well, you should have, but you didn't. But that's a positive sign. You look at Brighton and Arsenal, you're literally 15 seconds away from another 4 points there. Once they get that right, and once it clicks and they know how to see out games, they will start getting victories and they'll start pushing up the league.
Will they get a victory this afternoon? We return shortly on Game Day exclusive. Final thoughts before kick-off in South London. We'll also hear from the Newcastle interim boss, Graham Jones.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Brighton vs Man City live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In October, we've got 15 litres of Magnolia or Brilliant White Leyland Trade Super Latex Matte Emulsion for only £20.99 ex-VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%.
Get goals in the sun. Get goals sun, goals in the morning. You're reading goals in the morning. We've got goals inside, we've got goals. Sweet goals pull out, blah, blah, blah.
Fans love something to sing about, and you'll find all the games, goals, stats, facts and more in the Sun's free Goals Pull-Out. Get yours inside the Sun on Sunday tomorrow.
He's taking a long look at the screen. He's disallowed it.
We can't tell you if a VAR decision will cause you to punch your radio today. But with Capital One's balanced transfer guarantee, we can tell you if you'll be able to transfer the amount you need before you apply, without affecting your credit score. Balanced transfer guarantee from Capital One. That's credit done right.
Where can you find out the value of your current home before you start searching for a new one? Now you can find out what your home's worth in an instant at onthemarket.com. Enter your postcode now for your free online valuation estimate. And find out what your home is worth today.
Search onthemarket.com to find your perfect home.
Now with free instant online home valuation estimates. Most common time to obtain an online quote between the 1st and the 4th of December 2020 was under 3 minutes. Not available in Northern Ireland.
My friend, did you get a load of that game, movie, unexpected celebrity haircut? Funny how it makes you crave a Costa coffee, Pret, Starbucks, from Just Eat, with your favorite latte, chocolate croissant, caramel macchiato. Well, no worries, we got it. Best thing you had this whole day, week, 5 minutes, right? Yes, cool, tip-top. Costa coffee, Pret, Starbucks, we got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Product subject to availability. Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Don't part exchange. Get money off your next car. TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League.
So Newcastle United will endeavour to begin the post-Steve Bruce era in a positive fashion this afternoon as they travel to Crystal Palace. Kick-off just around the corner on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. Patrick Vieira's influence on Palace's style, meanwhile, was again there for everyone to see at the Emirates a few days ago. Will the brave new world in South London start yielding the wins that performance levels arguably deserve? As I said, it's an exclusive right here on TalkSport 2. I'm your host, Downer. Alongside me, our excellent commentary team of Ian Danter, plus a front two pundit-wise, Perry Groves and Darren Ambrose. With Darren and Perry, I guess we'd have to play a false nine. 2,800 Newcastle fans. I was on the train with a few of them earlier on. 2,800 of them over opposite us. Been on the road since first thing this morning in the Arthur Waite stand. You can already feel and hear the noise building in this wonderful Premier League stadium, Selhurst Park. 10 minutes until kick-off. Time to hear from the Newcastle interim boss, Graham Jones, who's been told that he's the man in charge for Newcastle for the next couple of games. And speaking ahead of today, he was asked, if he's spoken to Bruce since his departure.
I think when you're such an honest person, the way Steve is, then the culture, certainly with his staff, was very, very honest. So that's how I am. It was a very open, straightforward conversation. But there's nobody knows the industry like Steve. You know, he also knows that it waits for nobody, and you have to move on. And that's what we've done. He understands it.
There's an incredible buzz around the city at the moment since the club was taken over. But is the mood at the training ground very different from that?
No, it's not. I mean, Wednesday would have been the opposite. Thursday and Friday this week, they've reflected the supporters. They've reflected the mood around the city. I think it's been upbeat. It's been positive training. But James, and I've said to Matthew already, that the proof's in the pudding. I like what I see, but hopefully we'll take that positivity that's in and around the city and around the club into Saturday's game.
And you've said that you'll be in charge for the next two matches. You came to the club in January. I imagine you're hoping to stay for the foreseeable future and beyond those two matches.
Yeah, it's my football club. Huh? You know, I first went to this football club when I was 4-year-old with my dad and watched Super Mac play. It's been a huge part of my life, so I don't want to be anywhere else. I'm 51. I've done many, many things that I wanted to do in the game. This is the only place for me, but the only thing I can promise, in whatever role I'm in, I'm going to make sure I give my best and hopefully lead from the front.
You've got some incredible experience in football already. I just wonder what you take from the time you had at Luton that can be helpful going into these two matches?
It was a great dress rehearsal for this, because good and bad, you always learn. If you're honest and you reflect. I suffered at times at Luton, and then came through that and had a really, really good run towards the end of my time there before the pandemic hit. So I've experienced both ends, positive and negative. In football, we know we have to be adaptable, you have to be ready for everything, and that certainly set me up for that. So I'm grateful for that experience.
Graham Jones talking this week with TalkSport 2's James Savandra. Newcastle, plenty of staff out taking care of their warm-up. No sign of Jones himself, though, and I must say that got Mr. Perry Groves a little hot under the collar.
Well, I don't understand it, because obviously he's got 2 games to implement his own style and philosophy, and I'd want to be making sure that my team was warming up properly, that there was enough intensity in the warm-up. And Darren mentioned about Crystal Palace's little shooting exercise where it was very intense. Darren, when it was very sharp, it was like, I looked at Newcastle's and they were doing a bit of cross and shooting, but it was a little bit more laboured. And if I would want to be in these 2 games that he had, I'd want to be in total control of everything. I wouldn't leave anything to chance. I know he'll say he trusts his coaching staff, but Darren will tell you, it takes on a different entity when you're it's like the headmaster. When your manager's watching you, you go up a level. So if I was Graham Jones, I'd have been like Jurgen Klopp. Jurgen Klopp goes and watches everything, doesn't he? Stands in the centre circle, watches his own team warm up, he watches the opposition warm up, see what they're at. So it just surprised me a little bit.
There's no doubt, Dan, that he is on trial as well. He's on trial in terms of a manager or a coach going forward. Why change? Against Spurs, he would have been out there. He'd have been out there with the team. Just because he's been given that temporary role, why change? Get out there, make sure they're ready. Because as we speak, it looked like one team's ready and one team's not. I mean, the start will remain to be seen.
Premier League points, all that matters. Everything else right now for Newcastle United, Darren, is fiction, is pointless. Premier League points, a priority. Paulo Fonseca may be coming into the football club. Points, the priority, it's all that matters.
Absolutely, the priority first and foremost is stay in the Premier League. Nothing else matters, as you said. You get to January, you can build foundations, but if you're sat rock bottom of the league, or second from bottom, because I think Norwich will stay there, I think you're not going to attract many people. You have to bring some experience in that's going to keep you in that Premier League. Once you're staying in it, then you can build on that. You can bring players in that's going to make the difference. At the moment, people are going to be looking at this saying, do I want to go there and get a relegation on my hands? And I don't think they will. Points is all that matters.
Perry, a back 3, or I should say a back 5 for Newcastle this afternoon. Defensively, as a team, they've got to be better as a unit.
Yeah, very much so. It just looked better balanced to me with your 3 centre-halves, Kraft, Lascelles and Clark. Matt Ritchie obviously is the left wing back, and Ryan Fraser in front of him. You've got a good balance on that side. I never got why Steve Bruce was playing Joe Linton out on that left-hand side. And the midfield looks a little bit more solid because Joe Willock obviously is on the bench. He's more forward-thinking. So it looks like, quite rightly, Graham Jones has looked at this Newcastle team and thought, right, we've got to be better set up. We've got to be more disciplined, especially when the game's not going their way. They've got to make sure they don't lose their team shape.
Well, here comes Newcastle, led by their skipper Jamal Lascelles. Brighton, Manchester City, don't forget, live over on TalkSport from the Premier League at the Amex Stadium with Clive Tilsley and David Connolly. And the TalkSport app is available from all your normal providers, the best way to move between stations. Also listen back to your favourite shows and catch all of our available podcasts. The rebuild of Newcastle United, you could argue, begins right here. Will they breathe life into their top flight campaign and kickstart a new era for the football club? Do rock bottom confidence levels start getting repaired this afternoon? They'll have to subdue a dangerous, a lively, a loud Crystal Palace who are finding their feet and improving swiftly under Patrick Vieira. A right racket being made here at Selhurst Park. It's time for the start on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with our commentary team of Darren Ambrose, Perry Groves, but first, Ian Danter.
Thank you, Dan. Afternoon, everybody, wherever and however you're listening to TalkSport 2. Well, we've all been binging on this brand new Newcastle United soap opera, haven't we? But this new series had barely started and we've already had a cast member depart. Steve Bruce has been written out after what wasn't exactly a cliffhanger ending last Sunday against Spurs. Graham Jones is special guest star in this particular dynasty, but how long before a new star name takes top billing on Tyneside? Well, we know Jones has 2 games at least in charge before any new name marches in. The first of which is here in South London against a Crystal Palace side unbeaten at home so far, under Patrick Vieira. Late goals have cost the Eagles points in recent times, though. Had they kept Brighton out late on here for a win, and had they not seen it out at the Emirates on Monday for another win, they'd be top 10 and not 14th as they are starting this afternoon's game. Well, Wilfried Zaha is fit to take his place on the Palace substitutes bench. Illness ruled him out on Monday at the Emirates, but Patrick Vieira has elected not to risk him from the start. He has made a change, though, has Vieira, from Monday. Michael Olise, having arrived from Reading in the summer, is preferred to Jordan Ayew in attack. So Vicente Gaitas, the Palace goalkeeper, Joe Ward, Joachim Anderson, Mark Gahey and Tyreek Mitchell, the back four. Luka Milivojevic and James MacArthur are the defensive midfielders. Michael Olise, Conor Gallagher and Odsonne Edouard in behind Christian Benteke. So what of Newcastle then, and the first side selected by Graham Jones? Well, there's two changes and a change of system. Out go Joe Willock and Joe Linton from the team that lost to Spurs. In come Ryan Fraser for his first start of the season, and Swedish defender Emil Kraft for his first appearance since the opening weekend of the season. It's a 5-2-3, it would appear, for Newcastle. We'll see how that bears out once we're underway. But Carl Darlow is the Newcastle keeper. Emil Kraft, Jamal Lascelles and Kieran Clark will be three centre-halves. Javier Manquillo and Matt Ritchie as right and left wing-backs. Isaac Hayden and Sean Longstaff will be the defensive midfielders. And then Alain Saint-Maximin and Ryan Fraser either side of Callum Wilson in attack. On the benches for Palace, Butland, Tompkins, Kouyaté, Ayew, Zaha, Hughes, Mateta, Schlupp and Klein. For Newcastle, Gillespie, Scher, Joe Linton, Lewis, Hendrick, Murphy, Almiron, Willock and Gale. Ready for the off then here on TalkSport 2. Our commentary position is at the back of the main stand here at Selhurst Park. The White Horse Lane end to our left, the Holmesdale Road with the Palace Ultras to our right, and the packed away end opposite us in the Arthur Waite stand with the Newcastle fans. Our referee Darren England blows the whistle and all players take the knee, and it's a right raucous atmosphere as always at Selhurst Park. Underway on TalkSport 2. Adrian Durham taking you around the grounds over on TalkSport, but live exclusive national radio commentary here and nowhere else of Palace against Newcastle. Both sides in their first choice colours. Palace in the red and blue, and straight away Edouard gets down the left hand side of the area, pulls it back in front of goal, and Clark clears it against, it would appear, Christian Benteke, and it deflected over the bar. And Newcastle get a goal kick, but an early scare, Darren Ambrose.
Absolutely, and we said who's going to start the best, and absolutely it's Crystal Palace. Newcastle look a bit laboured, as Perry said, and one thing you're going to get today, you've already mentioned it, Dan, is the atmosphere. You've got two sets of supporters that are desperate for their teams to win, and they love football, they're passionate, and what a noise it is at the moment.
You can bet that the Palace fans will have had their nose put out of joint thinking that there's only one team playing this game this afternoon, the way that everyone's talked about Newcastle this last week or so.
Do you know what it is? It's unusual. We've got a team that's 14th in the Premier League and a team that's 19th, that there's so much hope from both sets of supporters. Obviously the hope from Crystal Palace is what they've seen on the pitch and the way their team's been performing under Patrick Vieira, and for Newcastle with the investment that they see things better in the future. But you wouldn't expect both sets of supporters being low in the Premier League to be as fervent as what they are.
Palace in their red and blue, Newcastle in the black and white, and Joachim Anderson at the back for Crystal Palace has possession at the edge of his own D. Gahey just to his left. Good central defensive partnership. Anderson was at Fulham last season. Gahey, of course, came in after a couple of loan spells at Swansea from Chelsea. Anderson hits an aimless long ball too far downfield, bounces twice and through to Carl Darlow, 0-0.
Dan, just looking at the way that Newcastle is set up, it is definitely a 5-3-2 with Saint-Maximin playing a little bit more central, getting himself alongside Callum Wilson. And for Crystal Palace, we thought they might go a 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1. It's definitely a 4-2-3-1 for Palace, because you've got Conor Gallagher, who's playing in the centre of the three, trying to get himself in and around Christian Benteke.
Saint-Maximin in his trademark headband works the ball back to the halfway line for Kieran Clark. Now Kraft works it infield, or Longstaff with a heavy touch, almost had it taken off his toe 25 yards out by Conor Gallagher, but it's smuggled clear by Newcastle. Anderson heads the ball down and he was caught by Callum Wilson, and Crystal Palace get themselves a free kick at 0-0. Darren Ambrose.
You talk about the strength of Newcastle United. It's Alain Saint-Maximin and Callum Wilson. Now they could be isolated up top there on their own, because the strength of Crystal Palace this season is playing it out from the back. Joachim Andersen, Gerhi, if they can spread these two up front, get them uncomfortable, get them running around, they're going to have some joy, because I can't see anything else coming from Newcastle.
Joel Ward in possession, the right back for Crystal Palace. Anderson just backwards a square from him, but he's found Milivojevic instead. Crossfield pass to young Tyreek Mitchell, the left back, who can steam over the halfway line for Crystal Palace as they attack the Holmesdale Road end in this first half. They were turned round obviously by Newcastle. They prefer to head for the Holmesdale in the second period of games. Back with Anderson once more on halfway. Burton Albion 0, Oxford 1 in League One. First goal going in the 3 o'clock kickoffs. Chelsea 7-0 winners at lunchtime against Norwich. You heard it on TalkSport. Now here's Ryan Fraser trying to burst into the Crystal Palace half, but Joel Ward, the right back, stepped in front of him well for Palace and won it back. Elise lobs the ball in field from tight to this near touchline. Slightly heavy touch from Gallagher, but Ritchie couldn't get onto the loose ball. Milivojevic tidied up, and Gehi brings the ball up to halfway for Palace. Rolls it into the feet of Benteke, gives it back to Gehi, and back for Joachim Andersen. 0-0 on TalkSport 2 with nearly 4 minutes gone here at Selhurst Park. Now Milivojevic looking long downfield for Edouard, half cleared by the Newcastle backline. It might drop here for Hayden. Oh, he's caught by Milivojevic. It was a 50-50. Both players have stayed down, but here's Sam Maximan looking for Callum Wilson at the edge of the area. Gehi with a vital touch to get it away for Crystal Palace. Milivojevic is still down, having made that challenge, and he's holding his arm up. He wants attention very quickly, and referee Darren England has brought play to an end. It was a crunching challenge just shy of the centre circle, Perry Grove.
Just a 50-50. Said Hayden's touch was a little bit too far in front of him. Both players have made an honest attempt to play the ball, and it just looks like it's basically a clash of shins, and Milivojevic has come off a little bit worse, but on the good side, he's holding his shin just below his knee, that he was waving about, and if you're really hurt, you just stay prone, you don't move whatsoever. So a bit like just an impact injury. Full-blooded challenge.
They're actually checking, I think they're checking the knee there, Perry. They're doing the test of like the medial ligament.
Yeah.
It was a full-blooded, like you said. There was no one pulling out of that, and he just come off second best, and he does look in a lot of pain. Hopefully he's okay. He's the captain, he's the leader, but like I said, no one was pulling out full-blooded, but he looks in a lot of pain there.
Well, Luka Milivojevic was out after injury in May. He made his first appearance of the season against Tottenham after an injury earlier in the season. And
he didn't have a great season last season, Dance, and he was out the team for a little while, like you said. And since he's come back this season, Patrick Vieira's he's put him back as captain of the team, and he's looking a lot better this season. So this will be a big blow if he doesn't get up. He's looking like he's moving around though.
With a bit of luck, as you said, they've just done the knee, just made sure that the lateral movement's okay.
You know what the good signs are, Perry? There aren't really many warming up. You've got Kiarte down there warming up, but you'd normally get Will Hughes, you'd get everyone out there that just to make a decision, so it looks like he could be okay.
I think he was more worried on the initial impact, and as I said, when you're rolling around and you're waving, normally when it's really serious, you don't move.
Yeah.
Well, he's back on his feet now and hobbling over to the far top.
Don't say it.
I'm not going to say it.
Hesitantly.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it.
Not gingerly.
No.
Hesitantly.
I've taken that out of my lexicon a long time ago.
Good.
Thanks to you. We have goals elsewhere, incidentally, but still waiting for action to get back underway. Everton have taken an early lead against Watford in the Premier League. Tom Davis at Goodison Park, and Walsall lead Barrow by a goal to nil in League Two. Milivojevic getting a warm round of applause as he makes his way over to the touchline. He's still hobbling quite badly. Let's see what happens when he gets back on and whether he can run it off. Meantime, it's going to be a throw for Newcastle on the far side of the field in their right wing back position, about 10 yards from the halfway line. 0-0 then on TalkSport 2. We've had about a 2-minute delay here whilst Milivojevic got treatment, and it's thrown back in, and Wilson sportingly lobs it back to Gaeta, who will take a goal kick for Crystal Palace.
It was quite good to see there, Darren England, the referee. He just knew it was a full-blooded challenge, both of them going for the ball. Hayden just got there a little bit earlier than Milivojevic, and he just said, play on, which is quite refreshing.
I mean, after all that, Dance, as well, they had a big chance. So Maximan had the ball, he was on the attack. If he could have fed Wilson, he'd had a big chance there.
Now ball's back with Anderson. Palace, as usual, playing it out from the back. Joel Ward
real stalwart for Crystal Palace at right back, floats the ball up to the centre circle, helped on well by Benteke. MacArthur sends it out left. Milivojevic is back out there for Palace incidentally, so we're back to the full complement of 11 against 11. Here he is, Milivojevic, finding Odson Edouard, who had such a brilliant game here against Tottenham in a game we brought you on TalkSport when they won 3-0, a thumping victory over Nuno's men. 0-0 here at the moment with nearly 8 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. Shrewsbury 1, Cambridge 0 in League 1. Here's Michael Elise, right wing for Palace, taking on Matt Ritchie. Fraser's come out to engage him as well, so Elise lays it off to Joel Ward. He's told to go back to halfway and find Anderson. Gahey in the centre circle, faced up by Callum Wilson, rolls it into Edouard, who tries to spin away from Hayden. Plays the ball up to the edge of the area, but intercepted by Longstaff, who immediately looks up to see where Sam Maximan is. Lovely ball along the halfway line to find Fraser, and then laid off neatly by Longstaff to Ritchie. Wilson making a run down the left-hand side, well found by a slide rule pass from Ritchie. Now Ryan Fraser lofts the ball into the box. Sam Maximan tries to get ahead on it, but he had to twist his neck muscles too much, and it just bobbled through to Gaeta. 0-0.
You can already see the game plan of Newcastle. As soon as they win it, Sam Maximan drops into that little number 10 role, and you're firing it into it. It's a great pass straight into him. He turns and he gets at the back four. They are trying to get Wilson and St Maximan, and that's it. That's their outlet.
It was a great ball from Matt Ritchie, wasn't it, down the left-hand touchline to get Callum Wilson in. The problem you have is when Callum Wilson's coming out wide, then you've got nobody in the box. But just looking right in front of us, Darren, Newcastle's team shape, you can tell that Graham Jones has worked on the functional play side of it and shadow play, because basically it's a flat back five with the three midfield players, Fraser, Longstaff and Hayden in front of those five, and it's a very tight block. And when I've seen Newcastle play before, there's been too many gaps between the back four and the midfield.
0-0. Clean sheets is what it looks like he wants to go for, and then if they can hit them on the counter with the two up top, absolutely. But this is what Crystal Palace have to do. They have to go from Mitchell to Gurhey to Anderson to Ward. Keep moving them, try and create a gap. Conor Gallagher in the number 10, see if Elise can get it and just try and create a gap.
You're listening to TalkSport 2, game day exclusive at Selhurst Park. We played nearly 10 minutes. Goalless between Crystal Palace and Newcastle United. Palace in possession of the centre circle with MacArthur, who drives further into the Newcastle half. Clips the ball into the area right hand side. Gallagher goes down under minimal pressure from Kieran Clark. It was never going to be a penalty kick, and he knew it to goal kick instead.
Just there with MacArthur, he's got the ball centrally. If I'm Elise, I am screaming at him to give it to me earlier. He took 4 or 5 touches when he's run the ball over to this right hand side. Elise's 1v1 with Ritchie. You should be screaming saying, Palace need 1v1 situations in the wide areas, and that was the exact example there. MacArthur tried to just roll it into Conor Gallagher a little bit too tight, so I think Vieira might be saying to his midfield players especially, get the ball moving, don't take too many touches.
That's the voice of Perry Groves you can hear alongside me. Ian Dante Perry, of course, formerly of Arsenal. Darren Ambrose is part of our commentary team too. He's got a foot in both camps, Palace and Newcastle. More so Palace than Newcastle in terms of appearances.
We'll see if he fist pumps who scores, shall we? We'll report.
I want to see if he fist bumps if I tell you that Birmingham have scored, because he's a Birmingham City legend. Managed 10 appearances there.
I did 1 goal, 6 assists. So
against Barnet, I was there. Throw into Newcastle United in front of those fans in the Arthur Waite stand who've made the long trip down from Tyneside. It's going to be hurled in by Emil Kraft into the box. Lascelles has gone to the front post to try and put Gaeta under pressure. Launched into the box by Kraft. Wilson's there trying to win a flick on it. It's headed away. Kraft tries to win the second ball. And Newcastle have it again down the right-hand side. Driving for the corner flag. Good cross into the box, and it's volleyed away by Milivojevic. And then goes out of play off a Newcastle boot. And it's going to be a goal kick for Crystal Palace. Leeds 0, Wolves 1 incidentally. And Hwang Hee-chan has got another for Wolves. And Bournemouth, the Championship leaders, and unbeaten lead Huddersfield by a goal to 0. Darren Ambrose.
The last 2 games for Crystal Palace, the Brighton 1-1 and obviously the 1-1 2-2 versus Arsenal. Christian Benteke was left on, Edouard was taken off, but we see there on the long throw, that's the reason. He is very good at getting back and clearing them. When the big guns come up from Newcastle, he'll be back there and he'll head them clear. Does he work hard enough up front? I'm not so sure, Perry.
Well, Benteke?
Yeah.
Again, we've had this conversation down before. Someone of his physical stature, I will be demanding from my wingers and my midfield players, get the ball into me, get it into me. I think sometimes he looks like he's a little bit too nice.
Well, there's been a clash between Ryan Fraser and Joachim Andersen. The Palace fans on this near touchline claimed that the ball had gone out for a throw. It had been lobbed downfield, and as Fraser went for the loose ball, Joachim Andersen raised a high boot and definitely caught Ryan Fraser in the head, and he's still down, face down in the dirt, thumping his boots toward the turf. He's not happy at all.
During the week, I think
yellow card for Andersen.
Greensman got sent off for something very, very similar. It's accidental, there's no intent in it at all, but it just shows you the difference between European football and Premier League football, because say Griezmann got sent off for a boot in the face. That was very, very similar. To be fair to Darren England, I actually think he's got that right, say, because it wasn't any intent. It was a high foot. It is a foul.
Was it high? It's Ryan Fraser
he's only 4'2",
yeah.
I suppose. So probably waist height.
Oh, hello. He's getting stuck in early, isn't he?
Look at the big fella.
Yeah. It's a free kick to Newcastle, tight to this left-hand touchline, round about the midway point of the Palace half, with the black and white stripes heading for the White Horse Lane end, away to our left in this first half on TalkSport 2. As Burnley take the lead at Southampton, not won this year in the Premier League like Newcastle, but Burnley are ahead at St Mary's through Maxwell Cornet, their recent signing from Ligue 1. So, Matt Ritchie with a free kick for Newcastle at 0-0. Diagonal ball into the box. The heads go up. Lascelles nods it down. It's hooked towards goal by Longstaff. Deflected to the far post and put into the side netting at the far post, and it ends up being a goal kick. Wilson tried to steal in behind the back line, but it's a goal kick to Crystal Palace, but a scare for Crystal Palace at 0-0.
Yeah, that's just a hopeful delivery into the box. Callum Wilson trying to get on the end of it, and he snuck round the back post. Probably should have done a little bit better there. It was a tight angle, but he's just kind of casually hit into the near post. Big chance, that.
It's a decent set piece. Good delivery from Matt Ritchie from left-hand side. Lascelles wins the first header. Looks like Kraft gets the volley. He should be having a better volley, actually, getting it on target. And it looked like Callum Wilson was going to sneak in at the far post. The angle was just a little bit too tight.
Anderson hits the ball downfield for Palace. It's 0-0. We played 14 and a half minutes on Game Day exclusive here on TalkSport 2. Don't forget later, Brighton Manchester City live on TalkSport at 5:30. Hugh Wozencroft, your host, and it's Clive Tildesley and David Connolly, your commentary team at the Amex. Perry Groves, former Arsenal midfielder, and Darren Ambrose, once of both Palace and Newcastle, alongside me, Ian Danter here at Selhurst.
I like the midfielder dance, like that. Makes your stats look a lot better, a lot easier on the eye.
See, I'm nice like that. Anderson squares the ball for Gahey, just shy of the halfway line. He rolls it into Tyreek Mitchell, and Odward, gives it back to Gahey. Milivojevic, who's clearly run off that injury from the 50-50 clash with Isaac Hayden, floats it out to Joel Ward on this near side, just in front of our commentary position, but he got a bit of an amble in his boot, trying to send it down the right-hand side for Elise, but Elise's quick, but he's not that quick. Newcastle goal kick, 0-0.
Yeah, you can sense an air of frustration a little bit in Crystal Palace, because Newcastle have set up very well. They've got that back five, as we said, and the two midfielders they're holding, and they're frustrating Newcastle. They just need to be patient. Gaps will arise. The longer the games go on, gaps will arise, and if they are patient enough and they keep their confidence, they'll utilise them.
0-0 here, 1-1 at Goodison. Watford have equalised through Josh King. Everton 1, Watford 1. Palace 0, Newcastle 0. Saint-Maximin dispossessed on halfway by Olise. Rolled forward to Benteke, centre of the Newcastle half, turns and runs and tries to feed it through to Edouard. Comes back to Benteke at the edge of the area, deflects out to Edouard. Mitchell on the overlap, plays it back to the edge of the area. In comes Milivojevic and MacArthur. Drops for Olise, right-hand side of the box for Palace. Plays it into MacArthur with his back to goal. Loads of black and white shirts around him, and eventually they smuggle it clear. But then Wilson's dispossessed. MacArthur again feeds it out to the Palace right. Here's Michael Olise, faced up by Ritchie. Rolls it back 10 yards for MacArthur. Further infield to Milivojevic. And back they go to Anderson. It's patient from Crystal Palace. Now they go forward again to MacArthur. Inside right, gets to the edge of the area. Plays it right for Olise. First time cross, headed up in the air by Clark for Newcastle. Outside the box, but Palace have got it again. Joel Ward up to Conor Gallagher at the edge of the box. Couldn't take the ball with him. And it's thumped away downfield for Sam Maximan to give chase, but Gahey is there first for Crystal Palace to guide it back to Gaeta. But that was real circle the wagon stuff from Newcastle United, Perry.
That was just like bees round a honeypot, wasn't it? As soon as the ball goes centrally, you get the Newcastle back five. They all come nice and central. The three midfield players come, so you basically got 8 bodies there in the 18-yard box. Just earlier, I think Benteke could have put a better ball through to Edouard, and what he's tried to do is play it to Edouard, where he should just be in that right-hand channel, just putting it into the space.
0-0 on TalkSport 2. Palace coming forward again. Edouard, centre of the Newcastle half, lays it off to Gallagher. Gallagher's got Mitchell making a lovely run down the left-hand side. He's going to retrieve the ball just before it goes out of play. Gives it back to Gallagher for Palace. In it goes to James MacArthur. Turns away from his man and works it back to Anderson just ahead of the centre circle. Gahey along the deck looking for Gallagher down the left-hand side. Gallagher let the ball run across his body, but that allowed Newcastle to get the ball clear. Longstaff looking for Sam Maximan, as ever looking to dribble his way forward for Newcastle United. Great run, he's trying to play through for Fraser. He's overhit the pass and out comes Vicente Gaeta to put his right boot through it and send it downfield. Darren Ambrose.
It's end-to-end stuff, and like we said, soon as Newcastle win it, they whack the pass into Saint Maximin and he goes at them. And Callum Wilson made an early run, he couldn't play and it would have been offside, so he just goes direct at it, tried to play Ryan Fraser. Great positioning from Gueye to come and cleared it, but it's end-to-end stuff at the moment.
18 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle United 0. There's a free kick for Newcastle United in their right back position. What you spotted, Perry?
We're just looking at Sam Maximan, as Dad said there, he drops into that sort of 10 position, and his first movement and his first turn is excellent, where he gets away from players. That's the second time he's had the opportunity just to roll the final pass in. First one was to Callum Wilson on the right hand side, that one was to Ryan Fraser. Just better execution of the final pass, and Newcastle are in. So Palace have got to make sure at the back, Anderson and Gueye, their concentration levels are high, because we had little sort of 8 to 10 minute spell where it was forwards against defence, where Palace are trying to break Newcastle down. They've got to make sure they keep their concentration levels for when Newcastle break on them.
0-0. Palace have the ball on halfway with Gueye. Now Joachim Anderson finds Joel Ward out to this near touchline for Conor Gallagher, faced up by Ryan Fraser, so he lays it off to his captain Milivojevic. Luton 1-0 in the Championship. Elijah Adebayo gets another for the Hatters. And here down the left hand side, Edouard for Crystal Palace. Mitchell in support, tries to play a 1-2 with Edouard, but it's cleared away by Lascelles. But the red and blue shirts of Palace win it back on halfway, and they'll keep the pressure on inside the Newcastle half. Everybody bar Gaeta inside the half towards our right hand side. Elise flicks the ball infield to Conor Gallagher. It's about 30 yards out with his back to goal. Plays it back out right to Joel Wood, gives it back to Gallagher, drifting towards the right hand corner of the box, out for Elise, left footed cross, looking for Benteke, off the post, comes out to Mitchell, left hand side of the box, drives it in, and it's turned behind for a corner kick by Carl Darlow. First corner of the game to Palace after Benteke hit the base of the post with a header.
This is what I talk about, patience. Gaps will appear. Michael Elise, fantastic cross. He's got to score. I think he's got to score. That is Christian Benteke all day. If he hits the target, it's a goal. It's flicked off his head and hit the post. I think that's disappointing from Christian.
Darren, you know what I said about conviction from Benteke?
Yep.
There's no conviction in that header at all.
Corner from Milivojevic. It's punched away by Darlow. Fired back in by Gallagher, straight into the midriff of Matt Ritchie. Gallagher goes down under minimal pressure from Fraser. Again, Darren England says no penalty, and now Ritchie needs treatment because he was really caught full in the mush by that strike from Conor Gallagher. Well, I say mush.
I think it might be a bit lower than the mush. That's one of you got to count them without a shadow of a doubt.
Well, he's getting he might be getting treatment. I'm not sure how sympathetic Darren England is, but he's a bit winded, in fairness to Matt Ritchie, but it was a fearsomely struck hit by Conor Gallagher. Darren Ambrose.
I'm going back to this chance from Chris. He has to score.
Yeah.
You look at the way Ronaldo, Perry, used his neck muscles the other day. He didn't. He just flicked off his head. Yeah, and we're seeing the replay there, and yeah, he got a nasty boy. It's one of those to count, as you said, Perry. But Christian Benteke, he has to be disappointed by that.
With the player of the physical stature that he is, his first thoughts, he should be thinking goal. He should be thinking, I'm going to get my forehead on it and head it back the way it came. And you said he's just sort of guided it rather than getting a lot of power on his header. Cardolo was stuck to his line. It's come off the post, so he might think he's been unlucky, but
MacArthur
I think he's got to get a better header.
Coming forward for Crystal Palace, finds Odson Edouard down the left-hand side. His cross is deflected away by Kraft, works it back to Tyreek Mitchell. 0-0 on TalkSport 2. Mitchell, good ball into the box, but it's defended well by Sean Longstaff. Back helping out his defenders. Ryan Fraser picks up the loose ball, deflects into the right back position. Second goal for Dominic Solanke, and Bournemouth lead Huddersfield 2-0 in the Championship. And West Brom a goal up on Bristol City through Jordan Hugill, and Coventry lead Derby by a goal to 0. 0-0 on TalkSport 2 here at Selhurst Park. Gahey for Palace. Rolls the ball back to the halfway line for his centre-half partner Anderson. Just to his right, receiving the ball now is Joel Ward. Gallagher's come short, but he's gone back to Anderson again. Perry Groves.
I'm just looking there, when the ball comes out to Joel Ward, I think Elise has got to make more movement to come towards the ball to get in behind Matt Ritchie. At the moment, Matt Ritchie can see him quite easily. Even if you're not getting the ball, you have to put that bit of doubt in his mind, then you can go into Conor Gallagher. But at the moment, Elise is just hugging this right touch line without making any runs in behind.
Yeah, agree. And demand the ball. And demanding, like you said, Perry, doesn't always mean shout. It means the movement and the speed of movement. Make him give it to you. And he's not really. We've seen what he can do when he gets the ball. Fantastic deliveries.
Midway through the first half, 0-0, and Palace in possession again with Edouard down the left-hand side, checks onto his right, crosses in, it's headed away by Lascelles, but it's tidied up by Gahey and kept in play on the far side once again by Tyreek Mitchell. Poor ball in field though, and Newcastle have got it clear. Wilson finds Sam Maximan, who's bundled out of the way by Milivojevic. Free kick given to Newcastle bang on halfway. You're listening to Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 0 on TalkSport 2 with Now. Don't forget, with the Now Sports Day membership, you can watch Brighton versus Manchester City live today on Sky Sports for just £9.99 without a contract. Search Now Sports. I'm Ian Danter. I've got Perry Groves, former Arsenal man, and Darren Ambrose, once of both Palace and Newcastle, with me as Newcastle have a free kick inside their own half, 0-0. Here is Isaac Hayden looking to loft the ball down the right hand side, but I don't know who he was looking for, but whoever it was wasn't there. It's gone straight through to Vicente Gaeta, and Palace can start again from the back.
If you look at Gahey, he's playing like a midfielder sometimes, and we're kind of playing Joel Ward, they're playing Joachim Anderson, and Tyreek Mitchell's going right up on the left. I mean, that's a dangerous game to play when you've got the pace of St Maximin and the finishing ability of Callum Wilson. But at the moment, every time they get the ball in the final third, as it were, he's playing like a midfielder.
Ball in possession with Crystal Palace, and Gahey out to the left hand side for Mitchell, gives it back to the former England Youth World Cup winner when he was being coached by Steve Cooper, who then took him to Swansea on loan. Now it's out with the former Reading man Michael Elise. Has to give the ball back to Joel Ward, and Newcastle are going man for man here, Perry Groves.
Yeah, even there, when it comes to Elise and he gives it back to Joel Ward, he's got to spin. He's got to spin and make a 20-30 yard run behind Matt Ritchie.
Good turn from Benteke, darting towards the area left hand side. Brilliant challenge from Longstaff to temporarily win it back, but Edouard tries to get a shot away. It's blocked. Here comes Gahey steaming in, drives it in, a weak shot in the end, which is easily dealt with by Darlow. But again, Palace turned on the afterburners, and Benteke with a good turn, Darren Ambrose, to buy himself some space, but they just couldn't get the shot away the way they wanted. And now Callum Wilson and Joel Ward are having a bit of afters with one another, and Graham Jones and Patrick Vieira are trying to sort it out themselves, and Graham Jones is having words with the Palace captain as well at 0-0.
Yeah, just a little scuffle right in front of Graham Jones, and he did kind of try and get involved. Milivojevic went over to try and separate them, and I'm not sure Graham Jones knew it, so he kind of got involved as well. Milivojevic tried to play the peacemaker. Listen, it was 6-1, half a dozen to the other. But yeah, going back to what you said, Benteke, brilliant, great turn, and he attacked the centre halves. Couldn't get his shot off quick enough, but these gaps will appear and they've got to make them count.
Referee's just having a word with Callum Wilson, but I think that's all it's going to be, just a word with Wilson and Ward. Oh no, he's booked Joel Ward. Forgive me, I thought it was just going to be a friendly warning from Darren England.
Joel Ward's a little bit lucky there because he's put his hand in Callum Wilson's face, and to be fair to Callum Wilson, I've seen players actually go down and start rolling around, which you don't want to see. You can't put your hand in someone's. It was, as Darren said there, it was playground stuff to start off with, a bit of pushing and shoving, but the funny thing that Graham Jones is squaring up to Patrick Vieira, and you have to just raise your eye level just a little bit, and instead of pointing him in the chest, his fingers actually point upwards as if to say, yeah, all right, sunshine, you be careful. And Imagine if it was like that. Calm yourself down, wee man.
26 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. Palace 0, Newcastle 0. So 2 yellow cards for Palace in this first half an hour. Gallagher caught by Matt Ritchie on this near touchline free kick, and of course now the Palace fans want a yellow card for Matt Ritchie for that challenge. I'm not sure they're going to get it, but it is a free kick level with the edge of the area for the Eagles at 0-0.
It's not a yellow card, it's a free kick. It's the right decision. Darren England, he's doing okay, he's managing this quite well. 2 passionate teams, passionate supporters. You know, it was just a free kick, so good decision.
It appeared that Wilson also was booked, so Dan Windle tells me. Here comes the free kick from Elise. Comfortable claim for Darlow. In fact, he's going to leave it his far post. He knew where his far post was, so we could just let it go on the full behind for a Newcastle goal kick. So Perry Groves, Darren Ambrose, tell me, what do you think those Newcastle fans in the Arthur Waite stand opposite us are thinking at this point? 0-0 with 27 gone.
I think they were looking at their team and they're set up better, their shape is better, their defensive shape is far better. We said it's like a 5-3-2. When Crystal Palace get in central positions, there's always a Newcastle player that goes and engages the player on the ball, you know, so you can tell that Graham Jones has worked on that, and they still are a threat. If they can get possession quicker, they still are a threat going forward with Sam Maximan and Callum Wilson. So I think the Newcastle fans will be quite happy at this particular time.
Back it goes from MacArthur into the halfway line. In that big Northwest derby in the Championship, Blackpool lead Preston by 0-0. Keshi Anderson for the Seasiders. Elise jinking down the right hand side for Crystal Palace. Couple of step overs. He's got Fraser and Ritchie watching him like a hawk. Back it goes infield looking for Milivojevic, but it was intercepted by Sam Maximan. Now Wilson protecting the ball inside his own half. Sends it out to the right hand side, and a chance for Newcastle to break with Emil Kraft. Ball in field. Oh, it's just got away from Sam Maximan, and now steaming forward is Tyrick Mitchell for Crystal Palace. Edouard out on that left hand side works the ball in field to the Palace captain Milivojevic. He leaves it for Conor Gallagher. The blonde haired midfielder has got options to his right, and one of those is Michael Elise. Elise once again with Fraser and Ritchie watching him, goes backwards of square to Joel Ward. Ward for Crystal Palace, 0-0 with nearly half an hour gone on TalkSport 2's Game Day exclusive.
We said how well Newcastle set up. There's one thing that Graham Jones won't want is his right-sided centre half going on overlap down the right-hand side, going past Manquillo. But to be fair to Isaac Hayden, then he just sat in. You could see Graham Jones' coach off screaming at Crafts going, where do you think you're going? Sit yourself in there. You're not an overlapping, we're not Sheffield United, you're not an overlapping centre half.
0-0. And we are approaching 30 minutes gone here at Selhurst Park. Now here's Edouard making a dart down the left-hand side of the area, putting Newcastle under pressure, but that's good defending by Manquillo. Puts the ball out of play though into the Palace fans in the Arthur Waite stand opposite us, so it's an Eagles throw. Aberdeen 1, Hibs 0 in Scotland. Darren Ambrose.
I tell you who will start getting frustrated, and it's Crystal Palace supporters. If they can't make this count, I've just had a look, 79% possession Crystal Palace have had. This season, that's all they're doing, possession based, trying to pick the gaps up, like I said, be impatient. But how much patience can the supporters have if they don't start scoring or making these count?
Well, they have the ball again inside the Newcastle half, and once again everyone's inside it. Long ball played through looking for Elise, and it won't find him. It was a lovely attempt from James MacArthur, spotting the run of Elise, darting in from the right hand touchline, just over hit, and again Darlow knew where his posts were and let it go behind for a goal kick. 0-0.
We've played half an hour down. It's the first time either Edouard or Elise have made a run from out to in across the back five, and it just puts that little bit, it's unlucky actually from MacArthur, the ball just a little bit overhit. Played half an hour now, Daz. What do you think about Elise and Edouard just having a swap, just swapping over, just to see if they do something different?
Absolutely, try something different. Yep. Give them something to think about, because they seem to be quite comfortable. There's a couple of chances, but give them an option. The two fullbacks, and you know, I think they need to attack Matt Ritchie with the challenge he done earlier. I think the next challenge is going to be a yellow card, so they need to go at him.
You know, at the moment, Palace are dominating possession, but everything is in front of the Newcastle back five. So sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself, where, especially in the wide areas, you make a lateral run across the pitch, or you try and bend your run in. You might not get it, but you end up moving that back five around. And I'd like to see Conor Gallagher actually sacrifice himself in that 10 position, where run beyond Benteke. Just get Benteke come short, Gallagher runs in beyond, to see if he can move the three Newcastle centre halves.
Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 0 on TalkSport 2, exclusive national radio commentary from South London. Palace dominating possession, but can't find the breakthrough. Benteke has hit the post with a header that Dan Ambrose has told you he should have scored with. But it still remains goalless. Edouard clips the ball out to the inside left channel where Conor Gallagher's waiting. He lays it off to MacArthur. MacArthur back for Gallagher on the far side of the field, with Palace attacking the Holmesdale Road in this first half. Little reverse pass trying to get Benteke away inside the box, but there's enough black and white shirts to intercept. Although they've given it away again, Newcastle, almost as soon as they've won it back. Edouard plays a little ball round the corner for Benteke with his back to goal. Has to run back into the centre of the half. Looks for Edouard again. Protects the ball really well and finds Joel Ward. Elise stationed out on this near touchline. Early ball in field for Edouard. Just got a touch ahead of Kieran Clark, but Clark also did well. Elise juggling with the ball on this near touchline. And then gets away from Fraser, who's coming back at him to snap back in for a challenge. Lovely skill from the young Frenchman. Elise works it back, first time cross from Ward, comfortably cleared by Isaac Hayden out for a throw. 0-0.
Miles better movement from Edouard, coming from the left hand side, coming a bit more central. You give the three centre halves of Newcastle more problems, and he's made his way over to his left hand side, tried to have a little intricate play with Elise. In the end it was a poor ball from Joel Ward into the box. You've got to make sure you've got someone like Christian Benteke, 6'5", make sure you miss the first man and you go for the far post.
Ball given away by Crystal Palace, and now another chance for Saint-Maximin to break and send the ball up, and again it's hit too hard for Callum Wilson, who he was trying to find, hitting the ball from right to left, but instead it's just gone out of play for a throw to Palace. You're listening to Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 0 on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Don't part exchange, get money off your next car and go to WeBuyAnyCar.com. Darren Ambrose, former Palace and Newcastle midfielder, is with us this afternoon.
What I've been very impressed with actually is when Saint-Maximin has dropped into that number 10, the speed of Crystal Palace defenders getting in and around him. They're not giving him any opportunity, because if he has an opportunity we know what he can do. So that's what I've been very impressed with, and that time was Tyrick Mitchell. Soon as Saint-Maximin got the ball, he was on him.
Conor Gallagher tries to slip in Edouard inside the box, but across comes Kraft and puts the ball out. It won't go for a corner. It's going to be a throw in right by the corner flag where the Arthur Way meets the Holmesdale Road end. 0-0, Palace again on the attack.
Great little turn from Conor Gallagher in that 10 position outside of his right foot. Made sure he's on the half turn. Tried to play it inside Kraft. To be fair to Kraft, his body shape was very good. He made sure he wasn't square on. Just ended up sliding the ball away from Edouard, but just sharper play there from Conor Gallagher.
Not played since the opening weekend of the season, the Swede Emil Kraft. He's normally a right back, but playing as one of three centre halves for Newcastle United in this revamped formation under interim manager Graham Jones, and he's kept Palace out so far, but here they come again, the Eagles. MacArthur putting the ball into the box, looking for Benteke, headed away by Clark, further hooked clear by Fraser up to halfway. It's a fight ball for Saint-Maximin and Guéhi, and Guéhi comes out on top, and Saint-Maximin just has to pick himself off the turf.
Saint-Maximin was on top, but that was because Guéhi just stood his ground, didn't he? Made sure that Saint-Maximin couldn't win the header.
That's Perry Groves as well, alongside myself and Darren Ambrose, former Arsenal and Southampton midfielder. Elise, right wing, good ball into the box. It's headed away by Lascelles. Might drop out of play on this near side for a corner. In fact, it's a throw-in 2 yards from the corner flag, and Elise is going to leave it for Joel Ward to presumably launch a long one into the box. Perry Groves.
Yeah, looks like he'll be aiming for Christian Benteke.
As soon as I say that, he goes short to Conor Gallagher, gives it back to Ward, who tried to flick it to Elise, who knew he was offside, so it's gone behind for a goal kick. 0-0.
See, just there, like, the ball goes off. Elise jogs to it. He should be sprinting to it to take it quicker. You can understand Joel Ward saying, no, I'm going to take a long throw, but he jogs over and he takes a short one as well. So you've just got to up the tempo a bit, make sure that when it's going out, going for throw-ins, get the throw-in quickly, get on with the game.
10 to half-time, 0-0 between Palace and Newcastle. Don't forget, starting next weekend on TalkSport 2, our exclusive rugby commentaries from the Autumn Series Internationals, Scotland against Tonga, and then Wales against the All Blacks from 2:30 onwards. And we've got 16 live commentaries for you from the Autumn Series. George North, Chris Patterson, MBE, Ben Kay, Gordon Darcy, Rachel Burford, only almost 400 caps between them, joining our commentary team, and lots of YouTube content as well around the Autumn Series Internationals as the rugby gets going next weekend. Here we are with a round ball in South London, 0-0. We've got 9 minutes to half time. Rare spell of possession for Newcastle United. Sam Maximan on the left-hand side, slides in Matt Ritchie, level with the edge of the area. Early cross, good cross as well, but well defended at the first post by Joachim Andersen. Gallagher at the edge of his own box, probably for the first time in the entire match. Finds Andersen again, and he lofts it down towards the halfway line. Good strong header from Kieran Clark. But Gallagher works the ball into the centre circle, and Palace come forward again. MacArthur out to the left-hand side for Mitchell. Gives it back to MacArthur again. Milivojevic takes over. Elise making a run out to win. And he brings the ball down brilliantly inside the box. Lofts it to the far post. It's over the head of Benteke. Headed back across goal by Mitchell. And it's into the arms of Darlow. I'm not sure whether Elise was about 10 yards offside, but the flag never went up. And it's another half chance that's gone begging for Palace, 0-0.
Yeah, I think if we would have gone to VAR there, I think it would have been given offside. But that's exactly what Perry was talking about. Make them runs out to in and create a problem. And fantastic ball from MacArthur there, right onto Elise. Brought it down magnificently. I do think he was offside though.
Goal kick for Newcastle United. We're hearing that Mick McCarthy is no longer Cardiff City manager. They lost at lunchtime.
Was that 8 on the trot?
8 defeats on the trot. And Mick McCarthy has been relieved of his duties as Cardiff City manager. And that's breaking news this afternoon on TalkSport 2 after their defeat that was at lunchtime at home to their former manager Neil Warnock and Middlesbrough. Don't forget elsewhere today, Chelsea just put the 7 past Norwich.
Do you know, in some ways, Palace want Newcastle to have a bit of attacking play, because when Newcastle had the attacking down the left-hand side, when I looked over it, Palace left up Elise, Benteke and Edouard.
Well, there's claims for a foul by Lascelles climbing on the back of Edouard, but I think Edouard was just stock still and made it difficult for Lascelles. Now Newcastle try and break clear with Sam Maximan down the left-hand side in a race with Gahey. Gahey got there first, brilliant challenge. It is a corner though at the White Horse Lane end to Newcastle United, 0-0.
Magnificent challenge. He had to get that right, because if he didn't, it's a penalty, it's potentially a red card, or he jumps it and he's in on goal. So fantastic challenge there from Gahey.
Hearts lead Dundee by 1-0 in Scotland in the Premiership. Corner to Newcastle United, and it's only now that Matt Ritchie's just gently jogging over to take it where the main stand that we're sat in meets the White Horse Lane in the way to our left. 6 to half time, it's goalless, remember, if you're just tuning into Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. Going to be a left-footed out-swinging corner.
Make sure you miss Benteke at the near post. That's the remit for Matt Ritchie.
In comes the corner, and he's hit Benteke, who's headed it out for a corner kick. You are a soothsayer, Perry Groves.
You have to know, Chris Benteke is zonal at the near post, right?
Graham Jones is saying nothing to him now. He should be telling him now. Just put it to
go
the back
far
post.
Yeah, he's just hands in pockets, Graham Jones at the edge of his technical area down beneath us.
So it's not brass in pockets.
Very good. So Ritchie again with another corner. Swung a bit deeper this time, up to the far post. It's headed away by Gahey this time. A couple of black and white shirts go down inside the box, but nothing doing, says Darren England. Elise chasing after the ball as it's cleared. Out to the far side. He's on the right, or on the left rather, for Palace at the moment. Can't keep the ball in play, and it ends up being a Newcastle throw. 5 minutes to half time on TalkSport 2. It's still goalless, but it's end-to-end. Well, I say end-to-end stuff, Darren Ambrose, for all of that. The end it's been at the most is the Newcastle defensive end.
Yeah, it will, and there will be some frustration, because they're draw experts, Palace, this season at the moment, so they need to capitalise on this possession-based play that they're doing. And you know, Christian Benteke's had the best chance of the game. He should have scored, he didn't, but you need to put more chances. Elise needs to get the ball. It looks like he's gone out to the left, as Perry said, to try something different for the last 5 minutes.
It's 0-0. Palace have drawn 5 of their 8 Premier League games, the most since Arsenal and Sunderland did that in the 2014-15 season. 0-0. It's on halfway with Andersen. Swings it out wide to Tyrick Mitchell.
So Elise, as Daz said, has gone out to the left-hand side. Edouard has come more central to get himself closer to Benteke. Conor Gallagher has now come out to this sort of right-hand side, but you still need somebody to sacrifice themselves and try and get in behind. The couple of times that Elise has tried to get behind Matt Ritchie, he had a brilliant touch the second time. First time he was just over it from MacArthur, but you just need to put that bit of doubt, because when Palace have got a lot of possession, the Newcastle back 5, it's been in front of them all the time, and they've looked fairly, apart from Benteke's header, they've looked fairly comfortable. You know who this is set up for? Wilfried Zaha. Absolutely.
He's amongst the substitutes, don't forget, this afternoon, having missed the Arsenal game through illness. Here come his teammates, Palace again, 0-0, 3.5 to the break. Benteke spins and goes at the Newcastle area, works it wide left to Edouard, tries to get space for a shot, runs into Longstaff, who got it clear and was caught late by Edouard as he swung for the ball at the same time. Just coming together, no further action against Odsonne Edouard. It was an important clearance, but again, Benteke, when he span and won the ball, Darren Ambrose, he was looking for his teammate Edouard. It was good link-up play, 0-0.
It was, and Edouard run out of ideas a little bit there. I think they're aware that he's going to try and come onto his right foot, and they've stopped that many times. Maybe just give him the chop. That's why Perry said it's ideal for Zaha, because he can come either way. He can go outside, inside. I'll be surprised if we don't see him quite early in the second half.
Kraft did really well with his body shape to force Edouard inside, but Edouard's then got to double bluff him and go on the outside of him just to change the angle, and then you change the angle of the Newcastle back five where they don't know what's behind him. What he's done is he's come inside onto his right, then Longstaff has done great because he's nice and close to Kraft. So even then, if you go on the outside, Daz, worst ways out, you get a corner or you get a throw-in. You know, when you're coming into a lot of bodies from that wide position, you don't see many wide players go on the outside these days.
Yeah, you don't, and like I said, you need, like you said, Perry, you need that different option, you know. And Christian is doing really well dropping into that number 10, but again, like you said, maybe Conor Gallagher, you mentioned that before, Perry, get him behind.
0-0, 2 minutes to half-time on TalkSport 2. Ian Danter with Perry Groves, former Arsenal man, and Darren Ambrose as well with this afternoon, who played for both the Eagles and the Magpies. As Southampton equalise at home to Burnley in the Premier League, the impressive Tino Livramento gets his first Premier League goal to equalise for the Saints. Newcastle in possession on the far side of the field, but they've run out of room, and in fact the ball's gone out of play off Isaac Hayden, much to the delight of the Palace fans on that far side. Throw into the Eagles, but we're running out of time in this first half for Palace to turn all this possession and all this dominance into goals. As Darren Ambrose has rightly said, you wonder how long it'll be before the Palace fans get a bit more jittery, but they're quite positive at the moment.
You think Darlow hasn't had a save to make,
no,
has he?
But then he was pretty helpless when Christian Benteke had a free header in front of goal with which he hit the base of the post. That's as close as we've come. Here's Crystal Palace again, left-hand side. It's a cross from Tyreek Mitchell, but that's a comfortable claim for Darlow. Benteke looking at the referee, saying he was being held and prevented from jumping by Kieran Clark, but Darren England says nothing doing, and Darlow can take his time to think about clearing the ball downfield. So it's still goalless. Clears from hands, Darlow. Out towards Callum Wilson, midway point of the Palace half, but there's nobody up there with him in a black and white striped shirt, although the headed clearance from Gahey almost works in Newcastle's favour, but then the offside flag goes up against Wilson, and it's a free kick to Crystal Palace as we approach added time at the end of this first half. Probably be a couple of minutes, I guess, because of the problems with Milivojevic with that injury early on.
Yeah, I think Newcastle will be delighted. I think we're going in at 0-0 after how much possession Crystal Palace have had. But as you rightly said, Cole Darlow's not had much to do. He was rooted on his goal line, obviously, for the Christian Benteke header that he should have done better. But other than that, he's not had much to do.
We're into 2 minutes of minimum stoppage time at the end of this first half on TalkSport 2. Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 0. Poor touch from Ritchie allows Gallagher to pick it up for the home side. Slides in Elise down the right-hand side as they attack the Holmesdale Road end. To our right in this first half. Now Milivojevic takes over. Midway point of the Newcastle half. Plays a little 1-2 with Gallagher. Drifts out to the right. Floats across into the box looking for Benteke. Headed up and out by Kraft. Further cleared by Hayden. But it's only as far as Anderson. It's really compressed. All the outfield players are beyond the centre circle inside the Newcastle half of the field. Milivojevic looks infield for Elise. Gallagher's offside. Free kick to Newcastle that can get the ball down the other end of the field as we approach half-time on TalkSport 2.
Good line held by the Newcastle three centre-halves there. You could hear Lascelles shouting to Clark not to drop, just to keep himself, make sure he's outside the 18-yard box, and Conor Gallagher trying to make a run, just coming back, getting himself caught offside. I think with Palace, they've had a lot of possession, but I think their possession, Daz, has been a bit laboured. I don't think they've passed the ball quick enough. They haven't, like, 1 and 2 touch, getting it out wide. There's not been enough movement off the ball, runs in behind. So, and we've seen Palace a couple of times, Daz, haven't we? And Patrick Vieira's had a good change at half-time, hasn't he? These team talks where Palace have come out more on the front foot.
It was a terrible back pass from Joel Ward, putting Gaeta under all sorts of pressure, but he managed to prevent it going out for a corner. It is, though, a throw
to Newcastle United at the White Horse Lane end of the ground. Left-hand side that Matt Ritchie's going to take. We're into that second minute of the 2 minimum that have been added on by Darren England. And now Matt Ritchie's going to leave the throw for Sean Longstaff to take, just to eat up a couple of seconds at the end of this first half. It's going to be launched into the box by Emil Kraft, actually, who's going to take this throw, the Swedish defender. Cleaning the ball on his jersey. You can hear the Palace fans getting a bit irate. They want this to come back into play. And it's thrown in, headed away by Ward at the near post. And Darren England signals half-time. Well, Graham Jones is 45 minutes into his Newcastle United managerial career, and he'll be happy enough with that. They've had to repel borders, Newcastle United, in this first half, because Crystal Palace have dominated possession. But for all that, only one real gilt-edged chance that Palace had in the first period, where Christian Benteke was found by a lovely first-time cross from Michael Elise, but Benteke's header from 6 yards out smacked against the base of the post and came out. Will Patrick Vieira make changes and make Palace into that strong second half team that have been quite so often this season, or can Newcastle hold out and get a precious point for Graham Jones? At the break on TalkSport 2, it's Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle United 0.
Dan, thank you. If you're just joining us, where you been? Thanks for your company. TalkSport 2, so often you're home of the EFL. You might have missed the news developing in the last hour. Cardiff City have sacked Mick McCarthy and his assistant Terry Connor as well, after the club suffered their 8th consecutive defeat in the Championship. Their last for McCarthy, beaten 2-0 at home by Middlesbrough this lunchtime to leave them very close to the Championship bottom 3. Our summarisers in place here at Selhurst Park, Darren Ambrose and Perry Groves. Perry, feisty, combative, good tempo to the game. Palace looking certainly more comfortable in possession, but Newcastle well drilled, a back five operating smartly, and they also have that ability to break through Saint-Maximin as well.
Yeah, I think Graham Jones would be delighted. The team shape of Newcastle have been very good. The distances between, you mentioned, the flat back five and the three in midfield have been nice and compact, whereas before Newcastle have been a little bit open. A couple of times Saint-Maximin has broken and his final pass has been a bit sloppy, where a bit more quality in. I see walking down the touchline, Patrick Vieira was quite calm, wasn't he? And he was quite cool walking down there. I don't think he'll be calm and cool maybe when he gets in the dressing room, because he'll be demanding more tempo in the passing from Palace. He'll be demanding more off the ball runs to try and get in behind, more lateral runs from Edouard and Elise from the wide areas. So apart from the Benteke header where he should have scored, Carl Darlow hasn't really had anything to do. It's not been Palace have dominated, but it hasn't been like intense pressure where they've been peppering like Newcastle's goal.
No, and Elise put a wonderful cross in for Benteke, and he's had a few options to do that again. He hasn't got it right. I mean, if you're looking, he's winning them. I think Lascelles, Kraft and Kieran Clark, they'll eat them up all day unless you put it in exactly the right area, which he did, and like we said, Benteke should have scored.
You're adamant he should have scored. Darlow was rooted to the spot, wasn't he?
Well, I just look, and listen, I'm not comparing him to Cristiano Ronaldo in the air, but he's good in the air, Perry. That's what he's known for, and he didn't use his neck muscles. He kind of skimmed it off his head and tried to go for the back post instead of really directing it into the back where it came from, as Perry said. So it was disappointing, and I think if you're playing against a unit that Newcastle have come out like that, they've really gone for a smash and grab performance, it looks like. You need to make them chances count.
A unit of 8 and then leaving 2 up front is Saint-Maximin and Wilson, Perry, and Graham Jones will be pleased with how that first half has gone in South London.
Yeah, you can tell that in the old days used to do, it was functional play and shadow play, where they've gone in pretty fine detail with players' positions and the yardage away from each other. Especially the three centre halves have played probably 25-30 yards in a lateral line from each other, apart from Kraft when he had his sort of rush of blood and he thought it would go on overlap on the right wing, and Graham Jones like, "Oi, sunshine,
forgot who he played for and where he was."
Yeah, you're not a Sheffield United, get yourself back. We don't have overlapping centre halves. So I think with Graham Jones, he'll just ask for a little bit more quality and conviction when they are sort of breaking forward. And from Palace's point of view, it would do them a favour if Newcastle had a little bit of possession and maybe just relinquish themselves a bit to see if they can hit Newcastle on the counter-attack. So it's an intriguing tactical game. I actually think it will be interesting to see for Palace's point of view, you've either get width and get balls into the box, or you need a bit of individual brilliance in those tight areas around the 18-yard box, and it's screaming Wilfried Zaha. So it'd be interesting to see if he makes that decision at half-time, or he thinks, right, managers normally say, I want more intensity, I want more runs off the ball, I'm giving you 10-15 minutes. If it ain't changed, then I'll make changes.
Second half to come with Ian Danter, Perry Groves and Darren Ambrose shortly here on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. Half-time at Selhurst Park, Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 0.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL. Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Rated excellent on Trustpilot with over 100,000 reviews.
Where can you find out the value of your current home before you start searching for a new one? Now you can find out what your home's worth in an instant at onthemarket.com. Enter your postcode now for your free online valuation estimate. And find out what your home is worth today.
Search onthemarket.com to find your perfect home.
Now with free instant online home valuation estimates. Most common time to obtain an online quote between the 1st and the 4th of December 2020 was under 3 minutes. Not available in Northern Ireland.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In October, we've got a pack of 6 1200 by 455 by 100mm Rockwool thermal cavity insulation for only £17.99 ex-VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%.
Well, there's not a great deal to talk about. They'll need something special in the second half to turn this around.
We can't tell you if this will be the greatest second half since Istanbul 2005. But with Capital One's balanced transfer guarantee, we can tell you if you'll be able to transfer the amount you need before you apply, without affecting your credit score. Balanced transfer guarantee from Capital One. That's credit done right.
Hey friend, what a day, game, thunderstorm, eh? Funny how it makes you want to hit up Just Eat for our McDonald's Big Mac, Filet-O-Fish, McMuffin. Well, no worries, dude, girlfriend, player. We'll deliver right to your gaff, abode, yard. So order now, right now, in a jiffy. McDonald's, Mackie D's, the Golden Arches. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Breakfast served until 10:45 a.m. Main day served after 11 a.m. at participating McDonald's. See justeat.co.uk to see if there's one near you.
Get goals in the sun. Get goals in the sun. Goals in the morning. You're reading goals in the morning. We've got goals inside. We've got goals. Sweet goals pull out. Blah, blah, blah.
Fans love something to sing about, and you'll find all the games, goals, stats, facts, and more in the Sun's free Goals Pullout. Get yours inside the Sun on Sunday tomorrow.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Brighton vs Man City live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
TalkSport, where HGV means heavy goals vehicle. We're not delivering Crimble Prezzies, we're delivering Sunday afternoon live Championship football. So get your ears on for Nottingham Forest versus Fulham. Coverage 2:45, kick-off at 3 on TalkSport 2. Someone sat on me Yorkie.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2.
This is Game Day. Halftime classifieds. Premier League.
Full time on TalkSport. It finished earlier. Chelsea 7, Norwich City 0. Half times here at Selhurst Park on TalkSport 2. Crystal Palace 0, Newcastle 0. Everton 1, Watford 1. Leeds 0, Wolves 1. Southampton 1, Burnley 1. Live from 5:30 on TalkSport. Brighton take on Manchester City.
Sky Bet Championship.
Mick McCarthy sacked after Cardiff's 8th straight defeat. It finished earlier. Cardiff 0, Middlesbrough 2. Half times, Birmingham 0, Swansea 0. Blackburn 0, Reading 0. Blackpool 1, Preston 0. Bournemouth 2, Huddersfield 0. Coventry 1, Derby County 0. Luton Town 1, Hull City 0. Millwall 0, Stoke City 1. Peterborough 0, QPR 0. And a late start at the Hawthorns. Currently West Brom 1, Bristol City 0 in the first half.
Sky Bet League One.
Accrington Stanley 0, Portsmouth 1, AFC Wimbledon 0, Wigan Athletic 0, Bolton 0, Gillingham 2, Burton Albion 0, Oxford 2, Doncaster 2, Cheltenham 0, Ipswich 0, Fleetwood 0, MK Dons 0, Rotherham 1, Morecambe 1, Plymouth Argyle 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Lincoln 0, Shrewsbury 1, Cambridge United 0, Sunderland 0, Charlton 0, so half-time Wycombe 1, Crewe 0.
Sky Bet League 2.
Into League 2, Bristol Rovers 1, Newport County 2, Carlisle 0, Oldham 0, Exeter City 0, Mansfield 0, Forest Green Rovers 1, Salford 1, Hartlepool 0, Harrogate Town 2, Port Vale 2, Colchester 0, Rochdale 1, Sutton United 0, Scunthorpe 1, Crawley Town 0, Stevenage 0, Leyton Orient 0, Swindon Town 0, Bradford City 2, Tranmere Rovers 0, Northampton Town 0, Walsall 1, Barrow 1.
The Scottish Premiership.
Aberdeen 1, Hibernian 0, Celtic 1, St Johnstone 0, Dundee United 1, Motherwell 0. That one about 36-37 minutes gone in the first half. Hearts 1, Dundee 0. So half time, Ross County 1, Livingston 2. Let's take a look now at tonight's Premier League action with Now.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Brighton vs Man City live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
5:30 start on TalkSport with Hugh Wozencroft, Clive Tilsley and TalkSport's match summariser David Conley. Brighton, Manchester City. Dave Conley with us now. Dave, how are you?
Good afternoon, Dan. Very well, you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Brighton can leapfrog City with a repeat of last season's win at the Amex. That would take some going, wouldn't it, for Brighton, who maybe unfair to say on a down turn, but a couple of goalless draws heading into this one.
Yes, look, they are, but I think one thing you do if you obviously can't win a game or you're behind, as they showed against Palace, is get back into it. And they've been stubborn, hard to beat. They probably look back on the Arsenal game and thinking they'd had enough chances in that to win it. Maybe they probably took the point against Norwich, so it's probably kind of evened itself out, really. And I think Pep is very effusive in his praise of Graham Potter. He's a big fan of him, obviously. Those two have got mutual respect. I think Pep will probably play. He's had the luxury, hasn't he, all the changes he made in midweek to field a really strong team here, and I think that will also be down to the way Graham Potter plays. He knows they always give City a tough game, so I don't expect this to be any different.
Well disciplined Brighton. It's been central to their success so far this season, but dealing with this fluent, fluctuating City front line at the Amex tonight is going to be difficult for them, isn't it?
Yeah, and I guess it's who starts. I was here last season for the Villa game, and Veltman kept Jack Grealish quiet, but obviously he's now in a City shirt, so but they'll know somebody's played like Jack, for example, from playing them against them at Villa. Whether Foden plays, obviously going down the outside, he's so strong. I think he's got a decision make. Does he play Lamptey? He might have the pace, for example, but obviously John Weltman's got the experience. It doesn't matter who plays in that front line, I think, for City, because it's going to be a real challenge. Likewise, the runners from midfield. The runners from midfield is something that you've got to do the dirty stuff when you don't have the ball. I saw against Arsenal, they just let a couple of times their runners go in the middle of the park, and you've got to have that sort of energy to keep up with them. So they'll have challenges all over the pitch, Brighton, make no mistake.
Dave, looking forward to your work as always later on live on TalkSport. Brighton, Manchester City. Dave Conley alongside Clive Tilsley for the action. That was a look ahead to tonight's Premier League action. Don't forget, with a Now Sports Day membership, you can watch Brighton versus Manchester City live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99 without a contract. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Brighton vs Man City live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Half time in South London at Selhurst Park. Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2. Still waiting for that opening goal. Ian Danter, Perry Groves and Darren Ambrose on. So I thought they were going to play the highlights, but we wait for the two sides to re-emerge for the second half. Perry, how much longer are we going to be waiting for Wilfried Zaha?
I think we haven't seen any of the Palace substitutes come and sort of warm up, which is normally the case at half-time. I think he'll give the starting 10 outfield players a chance, for maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then it's made for Wilfried Zaha for his individual brilliance that he can give you in the 18-yard box. And we were just talking, Daz, weren't we, at half-time, I think Palace have got to be a bit wary, because this has got a real smash and grab feel about it for Newcastle's point of view. Just looking at the stats, 79% possession for Crystal Palace, but they've had equal amount of shots, one shot on target each, and Newcastle have had more corners, so they're looking counter-attack and from set pieces. So Palace have still got to be high levels of concentration. It'll probably be the same in the second half, like forwards against defence, but Palace have got to move the ball a lot quicker and got to have more movement off the ball.
I mean, it's silly, but Newcastle changed ends at the kick-off. Palace are not attacking the Holmesdale end, and that means a lot to home teams as well, particularly Crystal Palace, where, as you said, Dan, at the start of the end, the Ultras are sat in the Holmesdale. They're not there, so they need to create their own atmosphere down the other end, and I think it's made for the substitutions of either side, and I think it won't be long, as you said, Perry, that we'll see Wilfred Zaha.
Just should mention, while we wait for the two sides to re-emerge, I think they're in the tunnel getting ready for the second half. We've had a statement from Newcastle United Football Club. I think it came out just before kick-off this afternoon, clarifying guidance issued earlier this week regarding matchday attire. The new owners have been overwhelmed by the welcome by the local community following the acquisition of the club 2 weeks ago. The fans who have celebrated by wearing culturally traditional clothing, including head coverings, have been part of that welcome. Those who wish to support the club by wearing appropriate culturally inspired clothing should feel free to do so if they see fit. We are inclusive to all. To reiterate what we said previously, neither the club nor its new owners were offended by attire worn, and appreciate the overt statements of support and acceptance by our great fans. Newcastle United Football Club and its new owners continue to support the Premier League's initiatives on diversity and inclusion, including no room for racism. In closing, we thank the fans of Newcastle United FC for their incredible support. That from Newcastle shortly before kick-off this afternoon. Newcastle searching for their first Premier League win of the season still. Crystal Palace dominating the ball. Are they creating enough for the likes of Christian Benteke, Odsonne Edouard in the final third? Looks like there's going to be no half-time changes. We are ready for the second half here on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. Perry Groves, Darren Ambrose alongside Ian Danter.
Well, Crystal Palace scored 9 of their 10 Premier League goals after half-time so far this season. Newcastle yet to keep a clean sheet in the Premier League this campaign. Something's got to give.
Would that be 90% of their goals?
Well done. Your maths is absolutely sharp.
C-grade O-level. Remember the days of O-levels?
O-levels. Now you're showing your age. And mine, because I agree with you. We're underway once again on TalkSport 2. Second half. Palace in their traditional colours of red and blue shirts, blue shorts and socks. Newcastle in the black and white stripes. And Newcastle are attacking the Holmesdale Road end away to our right as Perry, Darren, Dan and myself sit at the back of the main stand. The Holmesdale Road to our right, the White Horse Lane end to our left. That's the end that Palace are attacking in this second period. I'll run you through the lineups in a minute. As Dan said, there's no changes in terms of substitutions from either coach at the turnaround. Sean Longstaff heads the ball up to halfway. Ryan Fraser, probably the smallest man on the field, wins a header against Milivojevic. It's clipped down the left-hand side for Newcastle, but plenty of time for Joel Ward to get it clear. Birmingham 1, Swansea 0 in the Championship. Troy Deeney, captain for the day, opens the scoring at St Andrews.
Oh, is that why you've got your Troy Deeney Birmingham like shirt on?
Little smirk there, Dan.
Honestly, the lies you two peddle, it's an absolute disgrace. Well done, Troy. 0-0 on TalkSport 2. Oh, Newcastle win the ball back. Right-hand side through Manquillo, but Sam Maximan is challenged by Gahey. But Darren England, the referee's brought play back for the foul on Manquillo as he released the pass. And so a chance for Newcastle to put the ball into the box here. The Palace lineup: Gaeta in goal, Ward, Anderson, Gahey and Mitchell at the back, Milivojevic and McArthur holding midfield, Olise, Gallagher, Edouard and Benteke up front. For Newcastle, Darlow the keeper, Kraft, Lascelles and Clark the centre-halves, Manquillo and Ritchie at wing-backs, Hayden and Longstaff in midfield, Sam Maximan, Fraser and Wilson up front. And it's Fraser who's going to take this free kick.
All he should be doing is hitting penalty spot.
That's where he's aiming it for, but it's headed out by...
and away from Christian Benteke.
Benteke at the edge of his own penalty area. Fraser lobs it back into the box. Real fight ball. Flag goes up for offside against, I think, Kieran Clark, who was furthest forward. And that means it's a free kick for Crystal Palace. 0-0. 2 minutes gone in the second half on Game Day exclusive here on TalkSport 2. And don't forget, once we're done, you can keep it on this frequency for the Game Day phone-in with Jordan Jarrett Bryan taking your calls after 5 o'clock, whatever your team's colours. 03717 223344. Cardiff fans, you can tell Jordan about the departure of Mick McCarthy, who's left after the 2-0 home defeat to Middlesbrough at lunchtime. So the Bluebirds looking for a new manager. Who do you want in at the Cardiff City Stadium? Call Jordan after 5 here on TalkSport 2 and let him know. Out on the right hand side for Palace, Elise and Gallagher trying to combine. Gallagher just gets clipped by Longstaff. A free kick's given eventually by Darren England. And now Anderson and Gahey, the centre-halves, exchange passes. Gahey gets up to halfway for Crystal Palace.
Palace has gone back to the original shape dance. Conor Gallagher playing that 10 position. Lise out on the right-hand side. Edouard's coming more in from the left. See if he can get himself a bit closer to Christian Benteke.
Oh, Gallagher's been caught again. And it will be another free kick for Crystal Palace. Longstaff, the man protesting to Darren England that there was no foul, but that's what's been given. So the free kick is for Palace, midway inside the Newcastle half, but it's to the right of centre, and Elise will be favourite here, Darren Ambrose, to just float a ball into the box and try and get in between centre-halves and goalkeeper.
He will. It's almost identical position to the one Newcastle just had, and as Perry said, miss the front man, get it towards the penalty spot and let them have a battle and get the knockdowns, see if he can deliver better.
Elise with the delivery, looking for Gay. He goes over his head, headed out to the edge of the box, and an important clearance from Fraser with MacArthur herring down at him. No foul given as he was caught. Fraser has released the ball. It's given us a Palace throw instead in front of the Newcastle technical area, 0-0.
Just on that delivery, obviously from the right hand side with Elise's left foot, it's just too floated.
Yeah.
It should be actually whipped in with his instep onto the penalty spot and just say, right, are you going to make Cardolo make a decision to come? You've got to get the free Newcastle centre half, turn round, facing their own goal. When you just float it to the far post, that doesn't create any panic, does it? It doesn't create any...
You've got to be brave to take them like that, though. I used to take free kicks and I loved whipping them, and I think that's what it is. Hit it as hard as you can. Sometimes you get it wrong and you can hit it way over the bar and you get a groan from the crowd. It's just being brave to be able to do that instead of them easy floaty ones.
Palace 0, Newcastle 0. Conor Gallagher, right wing for Palace, clips the ball into the box over the head of Edouard. Benteke on the volley just over the bar. Fantastic technique from Christian Benteke, but he couldn't quite keep it down. Lovely floated cross from Gallagher. Benteke with a scissor kick just over the crossbar. Newcastle goal kick, 0-0.
We've seen him score them before. Great play down the right hand side. Conor Gallagher with a great clipped ball. He made the decision early, Christian, to do the overhead kick, and he almost got it right. It's just gone over the bar. If he keeps that down, it's a world-class goal.
Technique was superb. All of his body off the ground. The scissors kick, right, left foot going first, right foot coming over, and as Dad said, he just needs to get his knee over top of it and maybe hit it into the ground.
Benteke, was he being manhandled as he tried to get the ball clear? Claims from the Palace fans that there was a foul. There's a Newcastle player down injured just outside the penalty area. Throw's been given to Palace. Meantime, I think is it Lascelles that needs the treatment? No, it's not Lascelles.
I think it's Clark.
It's Kieran Clark who's actually down.
Collided with the goalkeeper,
who came out of his... Indeed it was. Colliding with his own goalkeeper, trying to keep Palace at bay. And Clark's getting some treatment. Meanwhile, this has only just come in as a half-time score. There must have been a delay at the Hawthorns in the first half. West Brom 2, Bristol City 0 is a half-time score. Ipswich lead Fleetwood by a goal to 0 in League One. Connor Chaplin, who scored against his old club in the week in Portsmouth. And QPR lead at Peterborough. Ilias Chair scoring for the R's, and 2-2 for Armando Broja of Southampton. We saw him score, Perry, against Leeds last weekend. He scores again for Southampton. They lead Burnley 2-1 in the Premier League. Clark is just sitting up here at 0-0, by the way.
If you're Kieran Clark there, you would be saying to Cardolo, what are you doing? What are you getting involved there for? I'm okay, I'm fine, I've got to the ball first, I'm going to head the ball clear, and Carl Darlow there just comes like he's been shot out of a cannon from nowhere. Kieran Clark doesn't even know why he's there, and he's clattered him. To be fair, he's looks like he's going to be okay, but Carl Darlow there has no reason to get involved whatsoever.
He's actually lucky, really, that Edouard didn't capitalise on that and place it into the empty goal. It's defended quite well, because like you said, there's no need, and you come out to take the ball and the man, but he just took the man.
it's all right if you come out and take the ball in the man and it's the opposition, not your own centre half.
Spoken like a true 1980s 90 footballer there, Perry Groves. 0-0 on TalkSport 2. Here's Gahey for Crystal Palace, driving forward towards the White Horse Lane and into Benteke, who's just had that great chance. Squares it to the right for Gallagher, out to the right hand side. It's a poor pass from Gallagher, couldn't find Elise, and it's out of play for a Newcastle throw here at Selhurst Park. It's going to be a throw-in for, I think it's Matt Ritchie who's going to take it. Still no sign of any changes being ready by Patrick Vieira. You were talking about it at half-time, Perry Groves, that he would leave it at least an hour. We're 52 minutes in, and now the home fans are getting a bit wound up about the time it takes Newcastle to get the ball back in play. This is classic gamesmanship from an away team trying to get a point.
It certainly is. I mean, the frustration, you can hear it, and I said this in the first half. They don't capitalise on their play, the frustration.
Ritchie tries to drive across an important ball, hooked clear by Gallagher, and away comes James MacArthur for Crystal Palace. We're going to float it out to the inside left channel. Edouard giving chase up against Kraft, nips inside Kraft, and then back comes Longstaff. Players go to ground. Edouard is the man penalised. It's getting lively at Selhurst Park. It's 0-0 and the locals don't like it.
Brilliant play from Longstaff, because Edouard's 1v1 with Kraft, comes inside him. And again, you can tell that Graham Jones has said you've got to get close to your teammate, so he makes sure he's the next man in. Longstaff did brilliantly well.
24,609 is the attendance here at Selhurst Park. 0-0. We played 8 minutes since the restart. Ian Danter, Perry Groves, former Arsenal midfielder, and Darren Ambrose, who's played for both of these clubs that we're watching today. That's our commentary team, as Wigan lead AFC Wimbledon in League One, and Hartlepool have come from 2 goals down to level it up at 2-2 against Harrogate Town in League Two. Newcastle in possession with Manquillo, does really well to keep the ball in play. Sam Maximan tries a couple of tricks, and he's won a throw off James MacArthur right beneath our commentary position, with Newcastle attacking the Holmesdale Road end in the second half.
It's like Crystal Palace are kind of running out of ideas. They don't know how to break this team down, and substitutions, they need to make them.
Now, it has to come now, because...
While they're still on top.
Yeah, Crystal Palace players are getting a bit frustrated. It's getting a bit niggly. Newcastle want it to be very bitty and disjointed, which it is. The crowd are getting a little bit frustrated. That negative energy goes on the pitch. If you get Wilfried Zaha now, it gives everybody a lift.
Agree.
0-0. MacArthur looks to swipe a long ball left to right, looking for Elise, but it's volleyed clear from the edge of the Newcastle box by Ritchie. Manquillo picks up the loose ball, finds Ryan Fraser, who darts toward the halfway line. He's caught from behind by a challenge from Elise. He doesn't get a yellow card for that, but it's a free kick to Newcastle just shy of the halfway line. Palace fans will be heartily sick, guys, of that stat about how few games Palace win when Zaha doesn't play. So let's not trot that stat out again. Let's just say that they'll want to get him on toot sweet.
Thing is, they were excellent at the Emirates on Monday without Wilfried Zaha for an hour. They dominated Arsenal. Just a little bit naivety, obviously conceding the last minute again.
But this is different. They're not converting their chances. Here's Eduardo coming forward for Crystal Palace. Squares the ball in field. Gallagher back to goal at the edge of the D, protecting the ball really well. Good skill. Stays on his feet as well and flicks it left to Mitchell at the left hand corner of the box. Lofts the ball to the far post. Benteke! It's 1-0 to Crystal Palace. Christian Benteke gets the header right this time at the far post. He hit the post in the first half. He hits the target in the second. And Newcastle United are behind in South London. Palace 1, Newcastle 0.
What a cross from Tyreek Mitchell. Just coming out to this left-hand side corner of the 18-yard box. And all he's done, he had a little look up. He thought, Christian Benteke's at the far post. I'm just going to float it into an area where Benteke can attack it. And he's pulled off onto the far post. Brilliant header. Far better than one, obviously, in the first half. Just rising above the Newcastle centre halves. Fantastic cross from Tyreek Mitchell. Brilliant header from Christian Benteke. Gave Cardano absolutely no chance at his near post.
They were queuing up at the far post as well, Darren Ambrose, because if Benteke hadn't got it, Edouard was there too.
I absolutely love that from Christian there. Like you said, they're queuing up and he let no one else get that. He was going to get there first. He's learnt from his mistake in the first half. He used his next muscle the second half, and it's a great header. But It's made from the cross from Tyreek Mitchell. But you know what? I would still make that sub now. While they're on top, while they're on the ascendancy, make the substitution and really go for the jugular.
It's a right old racket at Selhurst Park now. The Ultras loving it. Flags waving. It's 1-0 to Crystal Palace with 12 minutes gone in the second half on Game Day Exclusive. Now, what are Graham Jones, Newcastle United made of here? They've got to start chasing the game. They've been in defensive mode and they shall not pass mode for most of this game. Now, things you would assume have got to change. But listen to the noise around us here at Selhurst Park. Deafening stuff. Gahey. Poor pass sent back to him. It trickled over his boot and Newcastle have a throw-in on the right-hand side. There were TV cameras pointing at Amanda Staveley on her phone early in the second half. And they're on her again. And the new ownership at Newcastle United. Penny for their thoughts. Penny for Graham Jones's thoughts. Hands in pockets as he chats with Steve Agnew down beneath us. Meanwhile, his team have got a long throw. Newcastle are a goal down, but Kraft is going to launch a throw from this near side, the Newcastle right, into the Palace box. In it comes from Kraft. Benteke won't win the first header. Anderson gets it half clear. Out to the edge of the box. Elise, furthest forward for Palace, tries to break clear. Benteke takes over. He's hauled back by Jamal Lascelles, who's going to get a yellow card for his trouble. And the home fans are incensed that that counter-attack was brought to such a professional close by Jamal Lascelles.
I mean, that's 2 yellow cards. He's tried to take one out, hasn't managed to do it, and then he's took Christian out as well. You know, that's 2 yellow cards. It's a professional foul from Lascelles. He had to make it because they were on the attack. But listen to the noise in this place. It's tremendous.
There was pure panic on the first one with Elise, where he's grabbed him round his shoulder, and the second one, that's like a fly halves tackle, isn't it, where you tackle someone round like the waist and you drop your arms down and you try and trip them up. So he said that was just sheer panic from Jamal Lascelles there. And to be fair to Darren England, he's tried to play advantage. He's tried to let him go.
Is this you trying to get on board for the Rugby Autumn Series commentaries we're doing?
No, that wasn't a tap tackle, that was a rap tackle.
We start the rugby commentaries next weekend. Perry's not involved. He's going to be with me at Liverpool-Brighton on TalkSport. But Scotland, Tonga and Wales-New Zealand as the Autumn Series internationals come to TalkSport 2 starting next weekend. 16 live commentaries. Of course, England and Ireland involved as well. 1-0 here to Crystal Palace on TalkSport 2 as we approach the hour mark on Game Day Exclusive. The new look Newcastle United under pressure once again. Anderson finds Gahey for Crystal Palace just shy of the halfway line. Rolls it into the feet of the goal scorer Benteke. Lovely turn from Benteke. And then jinks away from Longstaff. Drives towards the edge of the area. Brilliant run. Feeds it out to the left for Mitchell. Mitchell's cross finds Edouard inside the area, but there were enough black and white shirts to get it clear. But one back by this very confident looking Palace side once again.
Talk about confidence. That, to be fair to Benteke, every time the ball's come into him, he's held it up really well, and now his confidence is flowing. He's had a little Cruyff turn there, didn't, in the middle of Newcastle's half, just laid the ball off.
And a Cruyff turn from Conor Gallagher as he feeds the ball out to the right-hand side for Elise. Elise at the left-hand corner of the box, a little over from Edouard, tried to get it back from Benteke. It was lovely movement, a little over from Odsonne Edouard. Benteke tried to give it back to him, but it was intercepted in the nick of time at the back for Newcastle. But Palace have it again, attacking the White Horse Lane, and Elise runs into Longstaff this time. But Palace are trying to win the ball back, and Gallagher goes down theatrically. No free kick, says the referee. Oh, he does in the end. I thought Gallagher had gone down a bit too cheaply there. Shows how much I know. Free kick, Crystal Palace.
Dislodged his headband. That's what it was. Darren England looked at the headband and thought that must be a foul.
Twisted sock.
I mean, these Crystal Palace supporters are not used to... I worked here all season last season. They're not used to performances like this. Keeping the ball, the flair, the attacking intent. I mean, under Roy Hodgson, of course, he'd done a fantastic job, but they're not used to this, and you can hear how much they love it.
Free kick on the right-hand side then for Palace. Milivojevic, poor delivery. It's cleared away at the front post. But back out to Joel Ward, lobs it into Edouard, who tried to guide it down for Anderson at the edge of the area. MacArthur picks it up. They have to go back to halfway to start again. Out on the left-hand side with James MacArthur. Blackburn lead Reading by a goal to nil in the Championship. Sam Gallagher. It's 2-2 at Southampton, by the way. Maxwell Cornet's got a second for Burnley, and they're back level at St Mary's. Here's Joachim Andersen for Crystal Palace. Gallagher out to Michael Elise, right hand side, attacking Ritchie, gets to the byline, pulls it back, Benteke again, off the bar and over. Well, Carl Darlow was at full stretch, it just clipped the top of the bar. Benteke's in the mood this afternoon here at Selhurst Park. He's hit the post, he's scored, and now he's hit the bar. 1-0 Palace.
I mean, the crossing that Crystal Palace are putting in, it's like Patrick had said this at half-time, just float them in. He will win them. If he has an opportunity to jump with any of them back three, he will win them. And the two crosses, Tyrick for the goal and Elise there for the chance there, and it's a good header that.
Do you know what the difference is? Elise going on the outside of Matt Ritchie just opens a completely different angle. You said the closer you get to the byline, then you have to just stand out on the far post. Benteke couldn't quite redirect it down, but Palace now are even more in the ascendancy. I'm looking at Graham Jones, what he's going to do. Is he going to bring Dwight Gale on and go 4-4-2, or is he going to make, it looks like he's going to make a couple of substitutions as we speak.
Double change being ready by Graham Jones and Newcastle, but they're in possession with Sam Maximan, tries to drive it forward towards Callum Wilson, but he gets no change out of Joachim Andersen, and then a foul on Sam Maximan gives Newcastle a free kick just in front of the centre circle. You're listening to Crystal Palace 1, Newcastle 0 on TalkSport 2 with Now. Don't forget, with the Now Sports Day membership, you can watch Brighton against Manchester City live today on Sky Sports for just £9.99 without a contract. Search Now Sports. And the changes will include Miguel Almiron, he'll be on, and also Joe Willett is going to be the other change. We'll find out who's coming off for Newcastle in just a moment. Bournemouth 3 up on Huddersfield, by the way. Staying unbeaten then in the Championship. Lloyd Kelly with a third for the Cherries. Here's Newcastle's free kick. They're a goal down here. Attacking the Holmesdale Road in. Longstaff lofts it to the left-hand corner of the box. Headed up in the air by Kieran Clark, and he's won a corner. Joel Ward was forced to head it behind. So it's a corner where the Arthur Waite stand meets the Holmesdale Road. 1-0 Palace.
Just got to make sure now Matt Ritchie taking the ball over on Newcastle's left-hand side with his left foot to be out-swinging. Chris Benteke is in his normal position on the 6-yard box at near post. Make sure that you get it over him to the far post.
Here comes the corner kick from Ritchie, deep to the far post. Lascelles tries to get something on it. Oh, goes! Brilliant goal! Callum Wilson! Oh, what an overhead kick! It's been Jamal. It's a wonderful overhead kick from Callum Wilson. What an effort! Steered it right-footed past Gaeta into the top corner. That's what great strikers do when teams are under pressure. Newcastle have been under pressure, but out of nothing, they get themselves level through Callum Wilson with a spectacular overhead kick after Palace couldn't clear the corner. Brilliant effort. It's 1-1.
It's exactly what you said, Perry. Missed the first man. He's done that. I mean, you've just got to applaud that. It's an outstanding overhead kick. Christian Benteke tried one, didn't work. This one was just tremendous, and the Geordies are going wild over there.
Do you know what it is? It's floated to the far post from Matt Ritchie. Jamal Lascelles wins the first one, then it rebounds off of Kraft. As it goes up in the air, Callum Wilson readjusts his body position, and it's acrobatic, it's athletic, and the technique is brilliant, Dan, because he's actually hit it overhead kick in the middle of the ball. Gave Guaita absolutely no chance whatsoever. Fantastic technique from Callum Wilson.
So the double change has been made. I'll bring you the details on that in a moment. Benteke is giving chase, but it's 1-1 on TalkSport 2, and here comes Wilfried Zaha for Crystal Palace. He'll be on shortly. So Joe Willett and Miguel Almiron are on for Newcastle United. I saw Ryan Fraser go off. I'm just looking to see who the other player is that's been withdrawn by Newcastle United. Sean Longstaff is the other one that's gone. And here comes the change for Crystal Palace. And Wilfried Zaha, back from a little illness he picked up on international duty, comes on for Michael Elise to try and get Palace's noses back in front here, Darren Ambrose.
Yeah, you can hear the supporters as well, what they thought of Elise's performance. He done absolutely fantastic, in my opinion. His first start, he played very, very well. But like we've said, me and Perry were saying, you have to get Wilfried Zaha on. Listen, it's an unfortunate goal. Sometimes you just got to applaud that goal from Callum Wilson. It was tremendous. But Palace need to continue what they're doing and try and get back in front.
Crystal Palace 1, Newcastle 1. A quarter of the game to go on Game Day exclusive here on TalkSport 2. Don't forget Brighton Man City live on TalkSport at 5:30 with Clive Tilsley and David Connolly, your commentary team at the Amex. Ball's back with Luka Milivojevic. Works the ball up to the edge of the Newcastle box, but they've cleared it away. Here's Miguel Almiron, who's been back on international duty himself. He just nutmegs Joe Ward on the right-hand side, but in fairness to Ward, he snapped back on one possession for the hosts. Back it goes into the centre circle, and Palace will build again with James McArthur. Faced up by Joe Willock, who's just on the field for Newcastle United.
Just look at Newcastle, Dance, no change in the team shape. Joe Willock just going in that midfield position for Longstaff over on the left-hand side. Almiron just going in for Ryan Fraser to keep the two left-footers over there with.
But Joe Willock is not as defensively minded as Sean Longstaff is.
No, so he's got to show the discipline that Longstaff has shown. Keep himself in that midfield free in that shape.
1-1 on TalkSport 2. Here's Mark Gahey for Crystal Palace, who led through Benteke's header, only for Callum Wilson's spectacular overhead kick to level matters. Little 1-2 attempted at the edge of the area again between Edouard and Benteke, but it doesn't come off, and it's back in the grateful arms of Carl Darlow.
It'll be interesting, because to be fair to Graham Jones, even though it's the same shape, it is attacking substitutions, because he said Joe Willock likes to get forward, Almiron is more forward thinking. So on the reverse side, are they going to be able to keep that discipline that Ryan Fraser and Longstaff have shown in protecting their back five?
I think he just wants to have a go. I think the first half they didn't, in my opinion, and I've already seen when the ball goes forward, he's telling his back line to squeeze up, he's telling Callum Wilson to stay upfield. I think he wants to have a go this half.
Sam Maximan, right-hand side for Newcastle, driving for the byline. He's got Mitchell watching him. Hits the ball against Edouard, who's also back helping out for Palace. Again, Sam Maximan trying to wriggle through challenges, as he often does. Palace put the ball out of play. Mitchell goes to ground. He's hurt himself in making that challenge. It will be a Newcastle throw on this near touchline. Just looking at the ball possession stats, it's still heavily in Crystal Palace's favour. 77% for the Eagles to 23% for Newcastle, but it's one apiece.
What do you say, Dance? It was Newcastle trying to catch Palace on the counter-attack with obviously Wilson, Sam Maximan, or get something from a set piece, from a long throw, from a corner. It was a decent delivery from Matt Ritchie.
Here's a throw in for Emil Kraft into the Palace box. It's flicked on by Kieran Clark ahead of Benteke. It's nodded back into the box by Hayden. Volley clear by Palace, but Manquillo was the last player back on halfway, retaining possession, and then Sam Maximan loses out to Edouard. Rides one challenge, and he's giving chase Edouard down the left-hand side, but Lascelles comes across and stops him getting anything on it. Shock score at the Stadium of Light in League One. Sunderland 0, Charlton 1.
Johnny Jackson, new manager.
Johnny Jackson in charge with Jason Ewell, and Jayden Stockley's given them the lead at the Stadium of Light. And in that Northwest derby, 2-0 to Blackpool against Preston. Gary Medine with the second for the Tangerines. Another change coming up for Newcastle, I think. We'll wait for this throw-in to be taken first by Emil Kraft at 1-1. We've got 20 minutes to go on TalkSport 2. Anybody's game this. Callum Wilson giving chase with the ball over the top, down the right-hand side of the box. Gahey's gone with him. Wilson gets to the byline, tries to pull it back and wins a corner off Gahey for Newcastle United. They are getting more into the Palace half here, far more than they were in the first half. It's all square, 1-1.
Callum Wilson's goal has just given Newcastle a little injection of confidence. Just playing a little bit further up the pitch. Callum Wilson trying to get in on the right-hand side there. Just got to say with Emil Kraft, Dance, if you're going to push Pete Way when you've got a long throw, make sure that it is a long throw, because he's only just got it into the 18-yard box.
Here's the corner for Matt Ritchie with the main stand meets the Holmesdale Road. It'll be a left-footed in-swinger from the Scot. Ritchie right onto the 6-yard line, punched clear by Gaeta, comes out as far as Almiron, looks for Sam Maximan at the edge of the area, but Milivojevic just got a boot in ahead of him, drops in the centre of the Newcastle half, and Benteke finds Conor Gallagher. Break on for Crystal Palace. Now Zaha gets his first touch since coming on as a substitute. Right hand corner of the box, couple of step overs, feints to shoot, gets the shot away, it's blocked by Clark, comes out to Milivojevic, his shot is blocked, and it comes out to this near side, the Palace left, and the Eagles will build again with Gahey. Now it's infield to James McArthur. The Palace captain Milivojevic now rolls it right to Joel Ward moving forward. 19 minutes to go. 1-1 on TalkSport 2. Gallagher for Crystal Palace. Guides the ball back out to Joel Ward. He gives it back to Gallagher. Now Zaha again. Right hand side looking to twist and turn away from Ritchie. Floats across in. Up goes Benteke. He's beaten to it quite comfortably by Kraft. But the header clear will only find a red and blue shirt. Will it? No, Sam Maximan's there first. Hooks it over his head, but gives it away. Here come Palace again. Schlupp will be on in a minute for the Eagles. Oh, lovely dummy by Edouard. Benteke's in. Oh, he's put it wide. He's rolled it wide from 6 yards out. A superb dummy from Odson Edouard to let Benteke in. The goal at his mercy, but he rolled it the wrong side of the post. Goal kick, 1-1.
How has he missed that? How has he missed that? He's calmed himself down. You said a brilliant over from Edouard, which has been a feature of those two played today, and he's got himself into that, and it looks like he's going to calmly roll it in Cardalo's near post. He should be going across him maybe, or a little dink, and he's completely missed the target. Worst ways out, make sure you make the goalkeeper make the save.
Absolutely. There was one here a few weeks back against Brighton, and it was Ayew, exactly the same from the other side, and they have to make these count. You can't keep missing chances like that. And Christian with a header in the first half, okay, he's got his goal, his confidence is high. He actually done everything right, Dance. He calmed himself down, as Perry said. As you've got to do in front of goal, you go cold. But then he's just casually side-footed into the near post. Should have scored.
So it
should have a hat-trick, Dan.
Stays 1-1 on TalkSport 2. He could and maybe should have had a hat-trick. You're right, Darren Ambrose. Perry Groves, former Arsenal midfielder, alongside me as well. Darren played for both of these clubs. Newcastle try and win a throw on this near side, but they don't. So it's 1-1 here. Incidentally, Jeffrey Schlupp is on for Palace, and Luka Milivojevic has been taken off. So an attacking move from Patrick Vieira to try and win the game. Edouard lobs it down the centre of the field. Zaha trying to get the better of Emil Kraft. Zaha's going to go for goal. Weak shot, just dribbles wide for a goal kick in the end. You're listening to Crystal Palace 1, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Don't part exchange, get money off your next car and go to WeBuyAnyCar.com. We've got less than 17 minutes to go here, and all score lines are possible. Could be a home win, away win, draw, all seemingly likely. Newcastle goal kick, driven downfield by Darlow, looking for Callum Wilson, who scored that wonderful overhead kick to bring Newcastle level. Saint-Maximin tricks himself in the end on this near touchline and gives away a throw to Crystal Palace. There's a real tempo to this game, gentlemen, isn't there?
There is, and you know what, they've handled Saint-Maximin really well, the Crystal Palace defenders. I don't think he's had many opportunities. Sometimes that's not the greatest thing, because any opportunity he has now could be the commentator's curse, but listen, they've done well, and like you said, the tempo of this game is tremendous. There could be any winner, although Crystal Palace having more possession. They look dangerous now on the counter-attack, Newcastle.
Benteke, who's just had that absolute gilt-edged chance to put Palace back in front. He's fouled by Manquillo on this near touchline, so it's a free kick. Don't forget, more Championship action tomorrow on TalkSport 2 at the City Ground. Resurgent Nottingham Forest against Fulham. 3 o'clock kick-off at the City Ground. Adam Bridge and former Arsenal midfielder Adrian Clark. And then we've got 4, count 'em, Carabao Cup commentaries Tuesday and Wednesday night across the TalkSport network. Arsenal, Leeds and Chelsea, Southampton on Tuesday. West Ham, Man City and Burnley, Tottenham on Wednesday. 1-1 at Selhurst Park here this Saturday afternoon on TalkSport 2, game day exclusive. Schlupp getting involved now, having just come on as a substitute. It's rolled left to Gahey, who just spins away from Saint-Maximin. Gallagher driving towards the edge of the area. Benteke holds it up 25 yards out, fires it to Zaha in the inside right position. Down goes Edouard at the edge of the box, Schlupp rather, at the edge of the box, thinking he was fouled. Held his arms out to his sides to the referee, who gave him absolutely nothing in return.
Yeah, Zaha just trying to slide him in. To be fair to Kieran Clark, he just made sure that Schlupp couldn't get the wrong side of him and just sort of ease him off it. Nowhere near a penalty. Be interesting now from Palace's point of view with Wilfried Zaha, because they need some width. He's gone over to that right hand side, so if Palace get the ball to him, Almiron's got to do his job for Newcastle and go and help Matt Ritchie and make sure that there's a 2v1 situation.
Less than quarter of an hour to go on TalkSport 2. 1-1 between Crystal Palace and Newcastle United, and Crystal Palace are coming forward, and it's Wilfried Zaha laying the ball off to Joe Ward on halfway. Just a moment of calm here at Selhurst Park, but the volume will surely go back up again if Palace get the ball anywhere near the Newcastle penalty area. It's back with Joachim Andersen just inside his own half. Squares it left for Gahey. Infield to the centre circle, and Conor Gallagher has come deep. Now Gahey again. Options left and right. Goes slightly to his left for Edouard, who rides the challenge of Willock. Drives towards the area. Edouard still going. Hits the ball against the defender. Picked up by Tyrick Mitchell. Now it's laid off to Conor Gallagher down the left-hand side. Mitchell's there again. Good sliding challenge from Almiron, puts it out of play for a Crystal Palace throw. Swansea equalised at Birmingham 1-1 there. Michael Obafemi. Throw in for Crystal Palace in their left-back position, about 10 yards from the corner flag as they attack the White Horse Lane end. Sent in for James MacArthur in the centre of the half. Lofts it into the path of Joel Ward. He has to go back for MacArthur once again. First time pass round the corner for Conor Gallagher. Here's Gahey now striding forward from centre half. Edouard finds Benteke 30 yards out, looks for Zaha, right hand corner of the box. Zaha driving past Ritchie, gets the cross and it's cleared away, and Newcastle will try and get the ball further clear, but they run into trouble, they run into traffic, and Palace have it back. Joel Ward drifts out to the right hand side and finds Wilfried Zaha. Zaha coming infield from that right-hand touchline. Looks for Benteke inside the box. Benteke on the turn, hits it straight at Carl Darlow, who holds onto it 2 yards in front of his goal line, and it stays 1-1 on TalkSport 2.
You can see what Crystal Palace are trying to do. I think Joel Ward got the ball, had the opportunity to put it into the box. No, get the ball out to Wilfried Zaha, see if he can create something from the right-hand side, which he nearly did. Good ball into Christian, good turn, just hit the unconvicted shot into the arms of Carl Darlow.
Millwall have come from a goal down to lead 2-1 against Stoke City in the Championship. Gahey heads clear for Crystal Palace. 1-1 here on TalkSport 2, 12 to go. Newcastle just loft a long ball forward, but Gahey's there again to put his head on it and guides it down for Conor Gallagher. Gallagher will drive into the centre circle. To his right is Joel Ward, moves inside the Newcastle half. Get team news from the Amex in just a moment. Meantime, here's Jeffrey Schlupp. Goes back to Joel Ward. Down the right-hand touchline for Zaha. Can he keep it in play? He can. And back it will go into midfield with Palace attacking the White Horse Lane in this second half on TalkSport 2. Desperate to get their noses back in front. After Wilson's spectacular overhead kick cancelled out Benteke's header. Gallagher looking out to the right-hand side for Zaha, is he? No, he's given it away. It's gone out of play. Let's get the team news from the Amex Stadium. Brighton against Manchester City. Clyde Tilsley.
One change for the home side. Solly March recalled at the expense of Shane Duffy. Sanchez in goal. Looks like a back three of Veltman, Dunk and Byrne, with March and Cucurella the wing backs. Gross, Lallana and Modder in midfield, and then Trossard of Neil Mopai. Manchester City, two changes from Bruges in midweek. De Bruyne and Mahrez get a rest. Gundogan and Gabriel Jesus return. Ederson in goal, back four Walker, Diaz, Laporte and Cancelo. Midfield Gundogan, who's skipper, Rodri and Bernardo Silva. Up front, Gabriel Jesus, Foden and Grealish. Raheem Sterling not involved in the matchday squad.
Thank you, Clive. David Connolly will be alongside Clive Tilsley for that TalkSport commentary at 5:30. Use the TalkSport app, get it downloaded, and you can swipe effortlessly between the two TalkSport stations. There's going to be another substitution for Newcastle, and Joe Linton's going to be coming on, and he's coming on for Alain Saint-Maximin. What does that substitution mean to you, Darren Ambrose?
I mean, he's been quiet, Saint-Maximin. I said the Crystal Palace defenders have handled him very, very well. Every time he gets the ball, they swarm around him and stop him creating what we know he can create. I still think it's a positive change. Maybe they'll be going a bit more direct and try and get Callum Wilson in and around Joe Ellington.
Everton 2, Watford 2. Juraj Kučka gets Watford level. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Lincoln 1. Lewis Montsma equalises for the Imps at Hillsborough. You're listening to TalkSport 2, game day exclusive. Saturday afternoon at Selhurst Park. 1-1 between Crystal Palace and Newcastle United. Graham Jones homing in on a precious point to start his interim management spell. Do they want more? Well, Almiron starting down the left-hand side of the box, puts the ball in, looking for Wilson, and headed behind by Anderson for a corner kick to Newcastle United at the Holmesdale Road end.
Palace got to be very careful on the counter-attack there, because Almiron going down the left-hand side, good link-up play, Joe Linton just rolling him in, and then when you looked up, you have Callum Wilson in the middle, Joe Willock's trying to get himself into the penalty box. It was a decent ball actually from Almiron, and just well defended near post from Anderson.
Josh King has put Watford back in front at Everton. It was 2-0, now it's 2-2, now it's 2-3. Birmingham leads Swansea 2-1. Riley McGree, the Australian, puts Birmingham back in front. Corner for Newcastle at the Holmesdale Road end for Matt Ritchie to strike out from the left-hand side. toe pokes it out to about the penalty spot. Joe Linton heads it up in the air, having just come on, and it's Edouard who will just thump it downfield gleefully, getting it out of harm's way, but it's picked up in the centre circle by Manquillo. Long ball downfield, but it's straight into the grateful arms of Gaeta. We're into the last 8 minutes plus added time on TalkSport 2. Crystal Palace 1, Newcastle 1. West Brom 3, Bristol City 0. Karlan Grant with another goal for West Brom this season, in excellent form now for Valérien Ismaël's men. Ball cleared downfield, straight onto the chest of Mark Gahey. Faced up by Joe Linton. Man on is the cry as Almiron came steaming in at MacArthur, but he found Wilfried Zaha. Picks the ball up just ahead of the centre circle, works it out right to Jeffrey Schlupp. Schlupp moves in field, finds Edouard. Another little ball round the corner. We're going to find Benteke. Finds him eventually, but he runs out of room. Palace lost possession. Now Benteke has it back. Finds Schlupp at the edge of the D. Tries a left-footed drive. It's deflected. Can they prevent the corner? Yes, they can. No, they can't. Got that wrong. Darlow thought he prevented the corner, but it's the assistant who's given it on the far side in front of those Newcastle fans. So it's a Palace corner at the White Horse Lane.
Don't doubt yourself, big fella. Go with your instinct. You knew it was a corner.
Should have used the force, shouldn't I? Jordan Jarrett Bryan with the game day phone as soon as we're done here on TalkSport 2. 03717 223344. Get your calls into Jordan about anything you've seen and heard this afternoon from all the football. Norwich fans, Jordan will give you a commiseratory ear for the next 2 hours. Here's the Palace corner for Conor Gallagher at the White Horse Lane end. Right-footed delivery into the near post. Hits the first defender, Joe Linton. Comes back to Gallagher. Another chance to send the ball into the area. Tries to drill one in this time, and it's cleared away again. Gallagher lofts the ball over Joe Linton's head. Now he tries a third cross. This one balloons way over the crossbar and behind for a goal kick. 1-1.
I actually think they're probably three of the worst crosses you've seen in the space of 10 seconds. First one from the corner, doesn't get it past the first man. Second one, doesn't get past the first man. Third one where he's got his centre halves, Anderson, Gurhey, and he's got Benteke in there, and he just snap hooks it and it goes behind Cardalo's goal.
I don't understand why they don't just... We've seen what Christian can do when the ball's just floated in. Just do it. Sometimes a cross don't have to be good. Just cross it, just dink it into the box and let him have a jump against someone. Someone might get a knockdown.
Sometimes just make it a fight ball.
Yeah.
Is it? Just make it a fight ball. There's plenty of bodies in there. As you said, a little ricochet.
It's Perry Groves, the former Arsenal midfielder, and Darren Ambrose of both Newcastle and Newcastle United and Crystal Palace alongside me, Ian Dante. You never played for Manchester United, did you?
No, I wish.
No. You played for Birmingham City, that's enough. Benteke on halfway, tries to nod it into the path of Schlupp, but it's won back by Kieran Clark. He's given it away to Gallagher. Got just over 5 to go. Still 1-1 on TalkSport 2. The game's there to be won from either side. And now Palace are giving the ball away inside the Newcastle half, and it's back with Carl Darlow. Ipswich 1, Fleetwood 1. Callum Morton equalises for Fleetwood in League 1. And a free kick for Crystal Palace, just over the halfway line. MacArthur will take it.
They look nervous. Crystal Palace. They know what's happened. They know they've had various games this season where they should have won. They're looking nervous, and I think they just continue. They'll get a chance before the end of the game. But on the flip side, Newcastle are looking dangerous on that counter-attack. 5
to go. 1-1 on TalkSport 2. Palace in possession on halfway with Joel Ward, the right back. MacArthur takes over, lofts the ball up to the edge of the area, looking for Edouard. Lascelles with a good strong header clear, but Palace will pick up the second ball. It's found Zaha inside the box, right hand side, driving to the byline, across the face of goal. Benteke with his back to goal, tees up MacArthur, it's deflected wide for a corner kick at the White Horse Lane end. And again Newcastle are hanging on in these late stages as Palace want to make another change. They want to bring on Jean-Philippe Mateta. Will they make that before the corner's taken? Yes, they will. And Conor Gallagher's the player being withdrawn.
Probably for them corners, Dance, to be honest.
Well, he's just realised he was on that corner, but now he's walking behind the goal at the White Horse Lane end, having been taken off for Jean-Philippe Mateta.
Dance, that was brilliant defending from Emil Kraft there, because Zaha goes on the outside of Matt Ritchie, just fires it across 6-yard box.
Here comes the corner from MacArthur. Up goes Benteke! Oh, he's won it surely! Christian Benteke with a brilliant header, firm and true from 8 yards out. Darlow beaten, Newcastle beaten it seems, and the new era continues to get off to a rocky start for Amanda Staveley and co. But Palace having conceded late lately, may have won it late. Benteke again. He could have had 4. He's got 2. It's Palace 2, Newcastle 1.
Dance, what a header again from Benteke. MacArthur taking the corner from outside, just floating it into the area. Benteke actually unmarked on the far post. How Newcastle can leave him unmarked is beyond me, but it's a fantastic, powerful header. Back the way it came from, back across Cardano, gives him absolutely no chance side to his left-hand side. What a brilliant header from Christian Benteke.
How often do you see that, Perry, when they make a substitution and obviously Mateta is a big player. It looks like they're going over to the screen here, Dan, so I don't know what he's looking at, but it was a brilliant header. We'll see if this actually counts.
Yeah, Darren England is now being told to go over to the monitor, which is on the opposite side from our commentary position, in front of the Arthur Waite stand. Darren England has been instructed by Lee Mason.
Is he looking for a push by Christian Benteke?
Possible foul is what's being displayed on the monitors and the jumbotrons for the fans inside Selhurst Park. So Darren England having a look for a push from a player. I can't see anything myself. Or is it Benteke?
This going to get disallowed, Dance. It's Mateta pulling his shirt.
It has been ruled out. Benteke's header has been ruled out. He pushed the man. Perry Groves, it would appear, was it?
No.
It was someone in front. Is it Perry pulling it?
Pull of the shirt, yes. I think it was a pull of the shirt. Stopped the Newcastle player actually going to head the ball, and Christian Benteke has headed the ball over the top of him. So I was just looking there. Yeah, it's Gahey,
the man who's been penalised, and we play on at 1-1. A reprieve, a let-off for Newcastle United with 2 minutes of normal time to go. So Palace thought they'd won it.
It's the right decision. That's when you see it. Gahey has got a hold of his shirt. He's marking Christian Benteke and he's pulled him and given him. And Perry said, well, how can you give him a free header in the box? That's how it's happened, yeah.
Exactly.
Everton 2, Watford 4. Josh King again for Watford at Goodison Park. Big win for Claudio Ranieri back in English football against Rafa Benitez. And now a foul by Edouard. A yellow card for Christian Benteke for dissent to the referee, and it's all getting rather fractious at Selhurst Park in these late stages. We're into the last minute of normal time. It's still 1-1, and there will be added time of at least 3 minutes, I would say, here in South London, because there's a Newcastle player, Emil Kraft, down getting treatment just down in front of us. 1-1.
You can just hear the frustration, and you can. And when the supporters see that back, they'll say, yeah, that was a foul.
It's a foul by Gahey.
It's a good decision.
He's actually got hold of the Newcastle player's shirt. He's got hold of his arm, and he stops him going engaging Christian Benteke, and that's why he's unmarked. It was a fantastic header. But to be fair to Lee Mason, you said he's a VAR man, and he's 100% right with that call.
Yep.
He is the man that's been placed in the head honcho position of the VAR system, Lee Mason. He's no longer an on-field referee since the end of last season. Kraft, by the way, is back on his feet.
You know what's a shame about that, Dan? He would have beaten him in the air anyway.
Yeah.
It was a great ball into the box. He didn't need Gahey to do that. He would have actually had the jump on him.
Yeah, Gahey's done his striker a disservice there. So 1-1 it stays. So we're into added time. 5 minutes of minimum stoppage time that we're into now. Here come Newcastle with Almiron down the left-hand side of the box. Ritchie drives it into the area off the chest of Ward and behind for a corner kick at the Holmesdale Road end. Here we go. Can Newcastle snatch it now?
They?
Well, if they score, I don't want to be Darren England.
I thought you were going to say I don't want to be Darren Ambrose.
I don't want to be him anyway.
Well, it's going to be Matt Ritchie with a left-footed delivery from where the Holmesdale Road meets the Arthur Waite stand. Stoppage time. 1-1 on TalkSport 2. Ritchie's corner to around the penalty spot. Joe Linton just goes over his head, and Palace can try and counter quickly with Odson Edouard. Zaha, the only player inside the Newcastle Newcastle half at the moment. Edouard runs into Willett and fouls Willett. Free kick to Newcastle United. Darren Ambrose.
Absolutely fantastic defending from Willock there. That was a break there. All the big players, Mateta, Benteke, Zaha, they're all getting forward, and he just ushered him out, showed him out down the outside, knew exactly what he was doing. Brilliant defending from Joe Willock.
So it's a free kick for Newcastle United. They're in no hurry to take it. Graham Jones prowling his technical area He's 4 minutes away from a precious point as interim Newcastle manager. Patrick Vieira complaining to the fourth official down beneath us meantime as the kick goes into the Palace box, comes out to Almiron, darts down the left hand side, gets to the byline, pulls it back. Joe Linton went for an acrobatic kick and he was a high boot, and it's a free kick to Crystal Palace. 1-1.
Brilliant defending from Gerhi there, because you said Joe Linton looks like he was going to connect with a sort of a scissor kick, and Gerhi knew that he was going to get kicked in his midriff, made sure that he attacked the ball.
Yellow card for Joe Linton as well. Peterborough looked to have won it against QPR. They've come from behind 2-1 at the Western home. Security Dembele makes it 2-1 late on. We're in stoppage time on TalkSport 2 at Selhurst Park with the game day phoning to come with Jordan Jarrett Bryan after 5. It's 1-1. Palace have got the ball in their own penalty area. They're being urged to get it downfield, but there's a high press on from Newcastle all of a sudden. Gaeta clears it down to the halfway line, but it's picked up by Joe Willock. Mateta with far too strong a challenge to try and win it back gives Newcastle a free kick. 1-1.
Crystal Palace have just lost their shape completely. They're trying to play out from the back. So basically they was playing a 4-6. You had the back four and then 6 up front, and that's why there's been a bit of panic. It's gone back to Guaita. He snap hooked it straight into Joe Willock. Newcastle get the ball back. So they've just, Palace now, and it might be a sign of a sort of a young team, have just lost their composure and just lost their team shape.
So another free kick to Newcastle United. This is just ahead of the centre circle and quite central. We played 3 minutes of the 5 minimum that have been added on by Darren England, and they're taking their time over this free kick. Matt Ritchie just moves the ball a centimetre to the right and gets a yellow card for time wasting from Darren England, much to the delight of the locals, but he's still got to take the free kick. And he's looking, will he go left or right, to the left or right corner of the box? Looking to the right hand corner for Lascelles, who's pushed forward, heads it back to the edge of the box. It's a fight between Zaha and Almiron over the loose ball. It's guided back to Ritchie, who tries an ambitious drive from 40 yards out. Here's Lascelles up to the edge of the area looking for Wilson, poked clear by Gehi. Mitchell heads it back to the centre of the half. Edouard with a flick that he didn't need to do and giving the ball back to Newcastle. Anderson with a header down, but it's broken for Joe Linton for Newcastle. Edge of the area, slides in Almiron. Almiron to the byline, wins a corner kick for Newcastle right at the end of the game. 1-1.
Oh, a better ball there from Joe Linton down that left hand side. Almiron gets his crossing. It gave Joe Ward the chance to slide and put it out for a corner. This will be the last chance of the game, Dance, probably. So Matt Ritchie's got to make sure, as he did with Callum Wilson's goal, that you just put it into a decent area and make sure that Lascelles and Joe Linton can go and attack the ball.
Massive players around the penalty spot as this left wing corner comes in from Ritchie. Headed down, but it won't go anywhere near goal. Gaeta will pick it up, urged to send it straight downfield, but Zaha's the furthest player forward, picks it up on halfway. The 5 minutes is nearly up. Throw into Crystal Palace just over the halfway line. They've got one last chance, the home side, to get it forward. We're nearly out of time here at Selhurst Park on TalkSport 2. Newcastle so close to a precious point. Anderson inside his own half, told to go long, and he goes long, but it's too late. The whistle's gone, and Newcastle United have their first point under Graham Jones, their interim manager. They still haven't won in the Premier League, but they've got themselves a precious point in South London, and the draw specialists, Crystal Palace, strike again. They were ahead through Christian Benteke's second half header. Lovely, delightful cross from Tyreek Mitchell from the left-hand side. And Benteke at the far post obliged, having hit the post in the first half with a header that he should have done better with. But Newcastle were not to be outdone, as Patrick Vieira, I should say, is having strong words with Darren England in the centre circle, as he's come right out to march into the centre circle to talk about, presumably, the disallowed goal that went against Crystal Palace late on. That after Callum Wilson had acrobatically levelled matters for Newcastle United. Brilliant effort from him after a corner kick was only half cleared. But Benteke thought he'd won it from a corner from the right-hand side. But VAR showed that Mark Gehi had pulled down an opponent in front of Benteke. It didn't count. And once again, Crystal Palace drop points. They're unbeaten still at Selhurst Park. But once again, frustration for Vieira, but for Graham Jones and Newcastle United, just a little bit of comfort as they head back up to the northeast. Full time at Selhurst Park, which is still noisy, Crystal Palace 1, Newcastle United 1.
Dan, thank you. 2,800 Geordies here in South London this afternoon. You can see their appreciation up close as Graham Jones' side go over to applaud them. Pleased with what they saw in the way of spirit, of desire, of organisation. Sellas was silenced by Callum Wilson's instinctive overhead kick finish. Gotta say, the Crystal Palace fans letting the referee, Darren England, know what they think about that decision to rule out Christian Benteke's winner. And what an afternoon Benteke had, by the way. Hit the woodwork in the first half, the second half, missed from 7 yards out. Still can't believe that. Thought he'd won the game after scoring early to put Palace in front in that second half. But the right call, let's start with that. VAR overturning the goal, is that the right call, Perry?
Yes, absolutely. Sometimes I'm not a big fan of VAR, but on that instance, Lee Mason, who is the VAR, is 100% right, because I think it was Emil Kraft who was marking Benteke, and he couldn't actually get to him because Guehi was actually pulling his arm and pulling his shirt, and he went to the floor. So we couldn't see it on first looks. Then we look at a different angle. It's 100% the right decision. I know Patrick Vieira's got frustrated and gone and engaged with Darren England. I don't know if Patrick Vieira's managed to see it himself, but it is a foul. It stops, I think it's Emil Kraft getting to the ball. So 100% the right decision. I think it's just the whole frustration, Dan, of the game in itself, because Palace obviously were the dominant side, but it's their sixth draw of the season. But there's a little bit of naivety there. They need to be more clinical. You mentioned Christian Benteke could arguably have had 4 goals. Obviously the chance that he missed when he's sort of 1v1 with Cardolo and should go across him and goes near post and misses the target completely. So Palace have created enough chances, but you have to be ruthless, you have to be clinical. And to be fair to Graham Jones and his Newcastle side, they were very well set up in the 5-3-2 formation. First half they were great. Second half they came into it a little bit more, and they were looking to get on the counter-attack, looking for set pieces, and Callum Wilson's outstanding overhead kick came from a very well delivered set piece from Matt Ritchie from the left-hand side. Good header from Lascelles, which came off of Kraft, and a brilliant overhead kick from Callum Wilson. So that's a huge point for Newcastle United.
Darren Ambrose thoroughly entertaining this afternoon. The Newcastle fans will have appreciated what they saw in response to going behind this afternoon.
Yes, of course, you mentioned it, Dan, the spirit, the fight, the togetherness. It looked like they were really playing for the badge, playing for the football club. Was it a deserved point? Probably not, if you look at the way the game panned out, but they won't care in the slightest. The overhead kick from Callum Wilson deserved to be not on the losing team, and it wasn't. Frustrating, as Perry said. Christian Benteke could have had 3 or 4 before the disallowed goal. Like I said, frustration for Crystal Palace, but Newcastle are going to be absolutely delighted with that point there.
Right, time for us now to pick our man of the match with WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Find out how much your car's worth in 60 seconds, leaving more time to enjoy the football.
Former Newcastle and Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose with us this afternoon, alongside, of course, Ian Dancer and the former Arsenal Southampton wide man Perry Groves. Darren, Perry, who are we going for? Man of the match. We're going to be united in our decision here.
It should be Christian Benteke if he could finish better, because he would have had a brace, maybe even a hat-trick. From the away side, I thought Emil Kraft was excellent as a centre-half for Newcastle, but I'm going to have to, my opinion, I'd give it to Callum Wilson, because if you're playing up front and you're feeding on scraps, and he didn't have really a lot to do in general play, but he kept his focus, he kept his attention span, and the overhead kick, it was an absolute touch of pure brilliance. Acrobatic, athletic, and he's got him and his team a point. So I'd go for Callum Wilson. Yeah,
listen, I'm in agreement with that. You could have picked any one of the Crystal Palace team had they won the game, but to that goal there that Callum Wilson scored, like we said, didn't deserve to be on the losing side. It was magnificent. Sometimes you've just got to stand up and applaud a quality of goals. So yeah, for that alone, I think he deserves man of the match.
Top stuff. Callum Wilson named our man of the match on TalkSport 2 with We Buy Any Car. Get a quote in 60 seconds at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Find out how much your car's worth in 60 seconds, leaving more time to enjoy the football.
To Ian Danter, to Perry Groves, to Darren Ambrose, thank you for their excellent work. Brighton against Manchester City, live on TalkSport from 5:30. Don't forget the TalkSport app is available from all your normal providers, and it's the best way to swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Also to listen back to your favourite shows, catch all your available podcasts as well. Thank you to producer Izzy looking after us today. The team back at base, game day phone in with Jordan Jarrett Bryan is up next on TalkSport 2. Call in now 03717 223344. Jordan Jarrett Bryan taking your calls on TalkSport 2. Palace's wait for another win in the Premier League continues, but we've seen this afternoon on Game Day Exclusive a positive point in the right direction for Newcastle. We'll see you soon.
Well, we've all been binging on this brand new Newcastle United soap opera, haven't we? But this new series had barely started and we've already had a cast member depart.
Free kick for Newcastle at 0-0. Diagonal ball into the box. The heads go up. Lascelles nods it down. It's hooked towards goal by Longstaff. Deflected to the far post and put into the side netting. Out for Elise. Left footed cross. But if Benteke off the post. Comes out to Mitchell. Left hand side of the box. Drives it in and it's turned behind for a corner kick by Carl Darlow.
Michael Elise, fantastic cross. He's got to score. I think he's got to score. That is Christian Benteke all day.
Conor Gallagher, right wing for Palace, clips the ball into the box over the head of Edouard. Benteke on the volley just over the bar. Fantastic technique. Benteke! It's 1-0 to Crystal Palace. Christian Benteke gets the header right this time at the far post. But listen to the noise around us here at Selhurst Park. Deafening stuff. Here comes the corner kick from Richard, deep to the far post. Lascelles tries to get something on it. Oh, goals! Brilliant goal! Callum Wilson! Oh, what an overhead kick from Callum Wilson. What an effort! Steered it right-footed past Gaeta into the top corner. That's what great strikers do. Here come Palace again. Schlupp will be on in a minute for the Eagles. Oh, lovely dummy by Edouard. Benteke's in! Oh, he's put it wide! He's rolled it wide from 6 yards out.
How has he missed that? How has he missed that? You can't keep missing chances like that.
The whistle's gone, and Newcastle United have their first point under Graham Jones, their interim manager.